After I was fired, the company went bankrupt. William, you are fired. Just because I worked overtime all night yesterday and took a nap during the day, the company's female president, Fiona, wanted to fire me for not doing my job properly. When I heard this, I was completely stunned, thinking, how dare she? Fiona, you dare to fire me? You'll regret it later. When I walked out of the company's door, I couldn't help but smile at the unexpected freedom. In fact, my father is the head of the Qin family and the commander-in-chief of the military region. My mother is the chairman of the Trillion Financial Group, and my uncle also works in the Haichin government. Not only that, I control the company's capital chain, and life and death all depend on my thoughts. Mr. Zhao, since you dare to fire me, then wait and see who is the real master of this power game. Hi everyone, thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe the channel, and if you like this story, please let me know in the comment section. I will update the next part. At the super brain storage place of Tianxing Technology, I suddenly heard a voice. You are fired. I suddenly opened my eyes and looked around. Where is this familiar rental house? I was just reading a cool article. How did I suddenly end up here? Hiss. Before I could figure out what was going on, a large amount of memory information flooded into my head, accompanied by a sharp sound of electricity, and the pain almost made me collapse. I couldn't help but blurt out, "Fuck, is there such a good thing?" It turned out that I had traveled through time and space. I entered a parallel world called Blue Star and became the head of the sales department of Tianxing Technology. What shocked me the most was that I was actually the young master of the Qin family, a first-class family in Beijing. His father is the head of the Qin family and the commander-in-chief of the military region. His mother is the chairman of the trillion-dollar consortium, and his uncle also works in the Haichin government. He is simply a protagonist with perfect qualifications at the beginning, and I can't help but smile. However, just as I was imagining the glory that this new identity would bring me, a cold voice interrupted my thoughts. What did you just say? There is such a good thing? Well, pack up your things now and leave Tianxing Technology immediately. I looked up and saw a woman in a black business suit standing in front of me. She had an extraordinary temperament and a stunningly white face. I frowned and asked, "Who are you? Do you have the right to fire me?" From my memory, I didn't know her. The female assistant hurriedly explained. She is the newly appointed CEO of Tianxing Technology, Miss Fiona, who just came back from abroad. I was moved and remembered that when the chairman was on a business trip 2 days ago, my predecessor had promised to take care of his daughter. But does this have anything to do with me? I said calmly, "You said you want to fire me? I am the largest behind-the-scenes investor of Tianxing Technology. Didn't the chairman make it clear to his daughter?" Fiona looked at me coldly. "You are an employee of the sales department. You sleep during the day. Is it inappropriate to fire you?" I retorted, "I worked overtime until 3 in the morning last night. I have finished my work. What's wrong with catching up on some sleep?" She sneered. "Working overtime all night is your responsibility. If you get paid, you have to work hard and not slack off." She angrily grabbed the work badge on my desk and said, "Are you the sales manager? Sleeping on the job is an even greater crime." When I was about to explain, she interrupted me. "Stop talking nonsense. Get out of the company before 3 o'clock, or I'll have the security guard kick you out." The female assistant then added, "Mr. Zhao, there is no information about William on the employee list. He must be a relative." Fiona became more and more angry. Obviously, she didn't expect that he was a relative. I said calmly, "You can fire me, but it's better to ask the chairman's opinion first." The female assistant said loudly, "Ms. Zhao is the daughter of the chairman. She has the right to handle all matters when the chairman is not around." I sneered, "Go ask the chairman. I want to see if he dares to fire me." My colleagues were all stunned. I usually have a gentle personality and good performance, so everyone has a good impression of me. Fiona looked around and was furious. "You dare to use the chairman's position to pressure me? Well, you wait. Security, get this idiot out." I didn't want to argue with her anymore, so I raised my head, picked up my coat, and walked to the door. "No need for security. I'll go by myself." "But, Mr. Zhao, you'll regret it later." Fiona snorted coldly. "Regret? There is no such word in my dictionary. Don't think that you, a small supervisor, are so important to the company." I didn't look back or even look at her and walked straight out of the door of the sales department. After I left, the employees in the department stood in front of their workstations and watched me leave. Fiona was furious and turned to yell at everyone. "What are you looking at? Get to work." Slacking off at work. The company's resources are not for you losers. She obviously felt that her authority was challenged and she had to assert herself, otherwise it would affect her reorganization plan. At this time, a thin man wearing square-framed glasses raised his hand cautiously and said, "Boss Zhao, why don't you invite Manager Qin back? He just signed an order worth 8 million for the company last night." Then, a bearded uncle next to me also said, Manager Chin's resources account for nearly 90% of the sales department. He is very important to the company. Other employees also defended me, talking about my performance and the help I had provided to everyone. Some people even suggested that without me, the sales department's performance would definitely drop by 70% to 80%, and some employees were even prepared to follow me. Fiona heard these words, her head splitting, her face turned pale, and she shouted, "Enough!" The office suddenly became quiet. She looked around and saw that everyone lowered their heads. Her heart was full of anger. She calmed down and thought, isn't it just firing a small employee? Why did it cause such a big reaction? Even if I am the top salesman, so what? She is determined not to allow any employee to contradict her. Fiona glanced at the employees with a haughty look. Are all of you in the sales department useless? William can be the sales champion, but you can't? Do you have to be inferior to others? Don't think you are so important to the company. The development of the company does not rely on William alone. It is the company that gives you positions and salaries, not William. I give you 3 minutes to consider whether to stay in the job or get out of the company with William. After she finished speaking, she stood there with her arms folded, silent. I walked out of the company, stretched my muscles, and took a deep breath of fresh air. Since I quietly left the Qin family and joined Tianxing Technology more than a year ago, I have been working at a high intensity without even having time to rest. The decision of my predecessor was not reliable. He was not fit to be a prince, but he insisted on starting from the grassroots level, which made him exhausted. Now that I have been fired, it is time for me to take a good rest. Just when I was about to have a leisurely meal, my stomach suddenly started growling. I had slept for most of the morning and hadn't had breakfast. I decided to fill my stomach first. Of course, I didn't plan to go to any ordinary restaurant. I had several hundred million in my bank account, so I was going to be generous today and go to the most high-end restaurant in Jiangshan City. In the sales department, Fiona saw that 3 minutes had passed and no employee had left the office, and she obviously thought she had successfully established her authority. She was very proud in her heart, knowing the principle of using both kindness and force, so she said, "Very good. Choosing to stay is equivalent to the greatest investment in your own value. Whoever becomes the sales champion first will get the vacant supervisor position, and his monthly salary will increase from 12,000 to 15,000. The basic salary of ordinary employees will also increase by 1,000. Just as she finished speaking, her cell phone rang, interrupting her pride. Fiona frowned, obviously unhappy that someone answered the phone during working hours. She saw the employee with glasses answering the phone, nodding and writing something down. She was so angry that she couldn't help but slap the phone to the ground, smashing the screen into pieces. She angrily ordered, "No phone calls during work. Anyone who violates this rule will have half a month's salary deducted." However, things did not go as smoothly as she expected. The man with glasses took off his glasses and stared at her coldly. "Boss Zhao, do you know who called the phone you just dropped?" It was Deputy Manager Yang from the Chidong Group branch. This call was to instruct on work matters. The chairman attaches great importance to this cooperation and even went to meet with Deputy Manager Liu in person. If you affect the cooperation because you dropped the phone, you can't escape the responsibility when the chairman comes. Fiona was stunned by the scolding. Her face flushed, and she looked at a loss. She was furious. How could a junior employee dare to scold her like this? And Chidong Group? What kind of third-rate company? She had never heard of it. She shook her head and suppressed her anger. You can't even stay here for a mere cooperation? There are so many employees in Tianxing Technology Sales Department. Are they all useless? As soon as she said this, the other employees couldn't stand it anymore. Fiona always says waste, but we are not waste. Finally, a colleague couldn't help but fight back. "Mr. Zhao, you are too much. The sales department has brought so much cooperation to the company this year and has put in so much effort. We are a first-class team in any company in the city. This cooperation was facilitated by Director Qin. If you want to fire him, Deputy Manager Yang will definitely be shaken. Our company is not short of partners. Do you really think that the chairman can solve the problem? We are not afraid of you." Fiona's face turned pale when she heard these accusations, and she took 2 steps back. "Are you sales department trying to make trouble?" Marx put on his glasses again and responded calmly. "We just want Mr. Zhao to invite Manager Qin back. We have no other request." Hee. Fiona looked at the employee in front of her, and her disgust for William reached its peak. She simply could not tolerate an employee who thought he had gotten the job through the back door, who not only slept at work, but also formed a clique, violating company management. She said coldly, "Don't even think about it. I'm in charge of the company's affairs when the chairman is away. William deserves to be fired. If you want to be fired too, get out now. I'll write in your resignation file that you disobeyed management and contradicted your superiors. Let's see which company dares to hire you. This sentence directly hit everyone's pain point. After all, many people rely on wages to support their families, and several young employees are also worried about not being able to find a job. Marx knew that a 2,000 yuan deduction meant that he would lose almost half a month's salary, and the subsequent commission would almost be lost. The whole atmosphere became heavy. Everyone lowered their heads silently, not daring to speak again. Fiona looked around, and her eyes stopped at Marx. She decided to use him as an example to warn others and fully demonstrate her authority. Marx right. She walked up to him, picked up his work badge, and looked at it. Disobeying management and being pushy, 2,000 will be deducted from your salary, and you will be fired next time. Fiona left, but Marx's face was filled with worry. $2,000 was deducted from his salary, which was almost half of his basic salary. He saw that the previous $1 million commission was gone. Everyone began to sigh. Manager Qin once said that if this order was successful, it would bring more than 10 billion yuan in revenue to the company and improve the quality of the entire industry. The new CEO Zhao fired Manager Qin, messed up the cooperation, and the entire sales department was seriously injured. Everyone began to worry that the company would go downhill under her leadership. Meanwhile, in the president's office, Fiona had just finished processing documents and took out her mobile phone. Suddenly, she remembered that she had turned off her phone before returning home. She had just gotten off the plane and was busy coming to the company, so she had no time to check the message her father sent. When she was about to reply, her father called. "Hello, Dad, what's the matter? You sent so many messages, and I just saw them and the phone called." "Nothing. I saw that you didn't reply, so I called to confirm. I'll discuss cooperation right away, so I'll hang up first." After hanging up the phone, Fiona lay on the sofa and opened the chat history with her father. More than a dozen messages popped up. William in the sales department, saying that William was the company's largest investor behind the scenes and had helped the company through a financial crisis. He also told her not to fire him and that she could ask him for advice if she didn't understand something. Her father also added that if someone in the company was dissatisfied, they could ask William for help to resolve the situation. Fiona covered her phone with her hand, her heart pounding. She couldn't believe it at all. William? The investor behind the scenes? He was so young and looked decadent. He didn't look like a powerful boss at all. The more she thought about it, the more confused she became, and suddenly she thought of a possible explanation. Is William a spy sent by a boss to observe the development of the company? Yes, it must be like this. How could a real boss come to the company as a small supervisor? She became more and more certain of her guess, and felt that firing William was actually to get rid of harm to the company. As for whether he was from a wealthy family, she no longer cared. Whose second-generation rich family could easily come up with hundreds of millions to invest. At this time, in the office of the deputy manager of the Qidong Group branch, Deputy Manager Yang was sitting at his desk with a heavy mood. He had originally planned to reach a cooperation with Tianxing Technology, but due to the order from the headquarters, he was suddenly required to have long-term cooperation with Tianxing Technology. Although he did not understand it, he had no choice but to do it. He was looking at the information of Tianxing Technology at this time, and he was more and more confused. How could a small company with 2 billion assets attract the attention of the headquarters? Just when he was about to give up this cooperation, a young man with extraordinary temperament and a thin man suddenly stopped him. After some negotiations, Deputy Manager Yang was finally persuaded and reached a cooperation intention. It's really a headache. What happened to the young man who was able to convince me before? He had a very good attitude. Why did he change? This person was very nice before, but he actually hung up on me. Deputy Manager Yang rubbed his brows and couldn't help feeling a little annoyed. At this time, the female secretary reminded him, "Manager Yang, the chairman of Tianxing Technology has arrived." "I know." Deputy Manager Yang put down his phone and got up to go to the meeting room. In the meeting room, David had been sitting restlessly, praying in his heart, "I hope this is just an illusion." The sound of footsteps approached from afar, and the door was pushed open. David quickly stood up and stretched out his hand. "Hello, Manager Liu. I am David, the chairman of Tianxing Technology." Deputy Manager Liu shook hands and got straight to the point after sitting down. "Mr. Zhao, this cooperation was arranged by your company's manager Qin. Whether it can be successful depends on your company's sincerity. Qidong Group branch has no shortage of partners. What is unique about Tianxing Technology that makes it stand out?" Although the cooperation is a foregone conclusion, Deputy Manager Liu still wants to put some pressure on David, especially on the key issue of resource investment. David crossed his hands, thought for a moment, and then began to talk about the advantages and future development direction of Tianxing Technology. Deputy Manager Liu listened and nodded, but he was secretly calculating in his heart. 10 minutes later, David's topic was temporarily over, and Deputy Manager Lu nodded with satisfaction. Mr. Zhao, I didn't expect you to have such an excellent business mind. On behalf of all members of the Cheetong Group branch, I congratulate you and look forward to a win-win cooperation. David was overjoyed, but his face did not show it too obviously. Manager Lu, since the cooperation has been decided, what about the contract? Deputy Manager Lu smiled and said, Don't worry, Mr. Zhao. I have asked the secretary to print the contract. It should be ready soon. Great. David smiled happily and was even more grateful to William. The cooperation with the 100 billion level branch of Cheetong Group was entirely due to William. For Tianxing Technology, this is a huge development opportunity. If it can grasp it well, the market value can increase by at least another billion yuan. At this time, the female secretary whispered a few words into Deputy Manager Lu's ear. Deputy Manager Lu's expression changed slightly, and David noticed it keenly, and his heart tightened immediately. Sorry, Chairman Zhao, I have some urgent matters to deal with, such as the contract. Please wait a moment. After saying that, Deputy Manager Lu hurriedly left with the phone, leaving David alone in the meeting room. The waiting time seemed to be particularly long, especially when there was a foreboding feeling in his heart. David was restless and could not calm down. He began to pace in the conference room, trying to divert his attention. After an unknown amount of time, Deputy Manager Lu finally came back. David asked quickly, Manager Lu, can we sign the contract now? There was some impatience in his voice, and he didn't notice that Deputy Manager Lu's expression had become strange. I'm sorry, Chairman Zhao, you can't sign this contract. Deputy Manager Lu's cold words stunned David. That's not right. Manager Lu, didn't you agree to cooperate? The contract has almost been finalized. Why are you suddenly going back on your word? David asked anxiously. Deputy Manager Lu smiled bitterly, obviously knowing the helplessness of his answer. Chairman Zhao, this is not something I can decide. The senior management of the headquarters has decided not to sign this contract. I'm just the deputy manager of a branch company. There's nothing I can do. He paused and added in a low voice. I heard from the people above that it seems that Tianxing Technology has offended some people recently. Offended someone? David was stunned. He tried to recall what happened recently, but he couldn't think of anything that offended anyone that would make a company as big as Cheetong Group feel uneasy. Manager Lu, can you give me a hint? He asked in a deep voice. Deputy Manager Lu thought for a moment before speaking. It seems that the newly appointed president of Tianxing Technology has offended a certain important person. Originally, the headquarters ordered me to sign the cooperation contract for his sake. Hearing this, David's heart was shocked, and William's name immediately appeared in his mind. Could it be that his daughter had offended William? He couldn't help shaking his head. He had already warned his daughter to be careful, especially about things related to William. With his daughter's intelligence, she shouldn't make such a mistake. However, Deputy Manager Lu's words made him doubt. This cooperation with Cheetong Group is too important, and it is related to the development direction of Tianxing Technology in the next 5 years. If this opportunity is missed, the consequences will be disastrous. David began to feel anxious. Manager Lu, I'm so sorry. I have something urgent to deal with, so I have to excuse myself for a moment. David said hurriedly, and without waiting for Deputy Manager Lu to respond, he turned around and left the meeting room. He couldn't help but feel anxious. No, I have to find William and ask him what happened. While talking to himself, he quickly walked to a corner, took out his cell phone, found William's number, and dialed it decisively. More than 10 seconds passed, and a mechanical and cold voice came from the receiver. Beep. 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 The number you dialed cannot be connected at the moment. Please call again later. This voice was like a bucket of cold water, pouring directly on David's head, and his heart suddenly sank. Why didn't you answer the phone? Could something really have gone wrong? His brows were tightly knitted into a chan shape, and a layer of fine beads of sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. His palms were also full of cold sweat, and he was extremely nervous. He paced back and forth anxiously, and all kinds of bad thoughts flashed wildly in his mind. No, I can't get through to William on the phone, so I'll call my daughter and ask her what she did. David made a quick decision and called again. This time it was fast, and the call was connected in just a few seconds. Hello, Dad. Aren't you discussing cooperation? Why did you call me when you have time? On the other end of the phone, Fiona's cold voice actually had a hint of coquettishness. Normally, David would have had a few nice words with his daughter, but now, he didn't have the heart to do that and asked directly. Let me ask you, have you offended William in the company? At the same time, Fiona was sitting in the CEO's seat. When she heard this question, she was stunned for a moment and didn't reply for a long time. She was wondering in her heart, How did the news of William's dismissal reach her father? It was less than an hour ago. It shouldn't have happened so quickly. Unless someone passed the news to my father on purpose. My image instantly emerged in Fiona's mind. William. It must be him. I fired him. And he ran to complain to my father. Her impression of me suddenly became extremely bad. Dad, since you already know everything, I'll tell you straight out. Fiona knew she couldn't keep it a secret, so she had to confess. As soon as David heard this, he felt something was wrong. Fiona was heard saying aggrievedly, I went to the sales department to inspect, and he was still sleeping in the broad daylight. This is working hours, which is a serious violation of employee regulations. As the president, if I don't care, how can the company and I save face? So I fired him. With a boom, David felt like an earthquake had occurred in his heart. What? Fired William? Hey Dad, can you say something? Hello? Fiona urged on the other end of the phone. David didn't have the heart to respond. His mind was full of thinking about how to remedy the situation. What's the big deal, Dad? In your previous message, you said he was an investor in the company. I think you were deceived by William. Fiona continued. You've been cheated. David was so angry. If the other party wasn't his daughter, he would have cursed her out. Fiona thought that since she had already said it, she just poured out all her reasoning. William is so young. Even if he is the richest second generation in the province, it is impossible for him to take out hundreds of millions of cash to invest at once. I was wondering if he was a spy sent by the real investor behind the scenes, but this guy pretended to be an investor and even deceived you, the chairman. If I fire him, I can clear the name of the real investor and get rid of a parasite in the company. This is a good thing that kills two birds with one stone, don't you think, Dad? That's right. David's face turned red with anger. He had warned me before that I must not offend William. It is no exaggeration to say that I, William, am the big money sponsor of Tianxing Technology. I can offend anyone in the company, but I can't offend him. Now, just because of such a small matter as sleeping at my desk, Fiona fired me. Your father also slept in the office. Why don't you fire me too? David ordered in a tough tone. I don't care what method you use. You must get William back to the company. When I get back, I want to see him in the company. Otherwise, your position as CEO will be over. David, the chairman, Tianxing Technology also has other board members. Fiona fired the sales champion just for the sake of so-called face. If the people on the board of directors knew about this, would they easily let it go if it affected the interests of the company? More importantly, nearly 90% of Tianxing Technology's cash flow is actually firmly controlled by me, William. As long as I want, Tianxing Technology can break its capital chain again in a minute and fall into a desperate situation on the verge of bankruptcy. Fiona heard the anger in her father's tone and said with a look of grievance, Dad, I just fired a fake. Why do you take it so seriously? David knew that his daughter was considering the company, but firing me was indeed very ill-considered. Thinking of this, his tone softened a bit. You have no idea what William means to Tianxing Technology. I can't tell you the specific details. I can only tell you that if William wants, Tianxing Technology can go bankrupt at any time. After the call ended, Fiona was shocked. You said I had the ability to bankrupt Tianxing Technology? She thought I must have cheated her smart and capable father with my words. No wonder I was the top seller in the sales department. But there was no other way. In order to reassure my dad, she could only find a way to get me back. But the female assistant said that there was no information about me on the employee list, and I had left the company, and no one knew where I was. It was harder to find me than to find a needle in a haystack. This was the first time that Fiona felt troubled since she returned to China. At this moment, I am enjoying the food in Tianxiangju comfortably. Tianxiangju is a very popular high-end restaurant in Jiangshan City in recent years, attracting many rich people to eat here. This restaurant has 3 floors. The first floor is for ordinary people. As long as you have money, you can enter, but the poor are kept out. The second level serves the middle class with certain assets, such as high-income elites in the city, company executives, etc. The third level is even more powerful, serving mostly high-income capitalists, company bosses, senior officials, and some young people with backgrounds. I was in the largest private room on the 3rd floor. A large round table was filled with all kinds of delicious food, including Peking duck, dompa pork, squirrel mandarin fish. Buddha jumps over the wall. I was eating so happily that my mouth was drooling. The restaurant manager was watching from the side, a little dumbfounded, thinking that this person hadn't eaten for a long time, like a starving ghost. But he didn't dare to say anything. After all, I was a black gold card holder, and he was just a small restaurant manager. How could he dare to make comments casually? I was still not satisfied with the meal, so I picked up the glass of wine with satisfaction and drank it all in one gulp. Cough, cough, cough. I was caught off guard, and my expression of enjoyment froze instantly. and I quickly spit the wine in my mouth into the trash can. Dear guest, is this wine not to your taste? The restaurant manager was quite frightened, thinking that the quality of the wine did not meet the requirements of a young man like me. It's okay. I drank too fast and choked. I waved my hands to indicate that I was fine, but I was secretly happy. Look, the restaurant manager is serving me. This is what a rich and wealthy man should enjoy. I leaned back in my chair and gently shook the red wine glass. Under the gorgeous lights, the wine was as charming as blood jade. I was enjoying the view when suddenly there was a loud noise outside. The noise was so loud that it reached my ears through the door. The restaurant manager's originally calm expression suddenly changed. Sorry, distinguished guest, for disturbing your quiet meal. I'll deal with the situation outside right away. After saying this, the restaurant manager quickly walked towards the door. With a bang, the door was kicked open before the manager took a few steps. I looked over curiously and saw a yellow-haired man walking in with a woman in his arms. The yellow-haired man was still shouting, I am the Prince of Changgong Group, and my father is Gao Chong. This private room is my favorite. Who dares to stop me? When I heard this, I became interested and my eyes fell on the yellow-haired guy. Hey, I know this guy too well. I can't know him any better. He relies on his status as the Prince of Changgong Group to walk sideways in the city, very arrogant. 2 years ago, he was involved in a rape case. Later, due to insufficient evidence, the plaintiff withdrew the lawsuit and this guy was acquitted. This information was collected 4 months ago when I was still at Tianxing Technology in order to connect with Changgong Group and win the order. Unfortunately, the order from Changgong Group was finally signed by a company in by city through connections. You're the one who occupied this room first, right? Alexander asked, his tone not too bad. He had seen many children of high-ranking officials or top businessmen in the city, and he had an impression of most of them. But he had no impression of me at all. Seeing my demeanor, he thought I was from another place with unknown identity, and he didn't dare to offend me easily. After all, in his opinion, only the big guys of his father's generation could have such treatment as the restaurant manager accompanying him. Please tell me a price. How much do you want to give up this private room for? I have a distinguished guest to entertain later. In Alexander's eyes, there is nothing that cannot be solved with money. If there is, it must be because the money given is not enough. Oh, I asked with a slight tilt of my lips. How much is enough? Of course. Alexander replied confidently. In that case, Master Gao, please help me pay for this meal. That's it. Alexander thought I would take the opportunity to rip him off, but it turned out to be just a meal. He thought, how much does a meal cost for one person? I can do it myself, without even asking his father. So, he waved his hand and shouted, Manager, I'll treat you to this meal. Name your price. The restaurant manager glanced at me, and after getting my eye signal, he said, this meal costs a total of 570,000 yuan. For the sake of Changgong Group, 500,000 yuan will do. How much? 500,000. Alexander widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. Who can spend 500,000 yuan on a meal? He thought he usually spent a lot, but the most expensive meal he had ever spent was only over 200,000 yuan. The main reason was that most of his monthly expenses were spent elsewhere, such as nightclubs, bars, and the like. What on earth did you eat that is worth more than 500,000? Alexander asked through gritted teeth. He only had 600,000 yuan on hand at most, and that was the reimbursement his father gave him after he knew he was going to entertain guests. If he paid for the meal, what would he use to entertain the guests? Therefore, he didn't want to pay a penny for the meal. The restaurant manager explained, a normal meal costs only a few 100,000, and there is also a service fee of several tens of thousands. The main thing is the bottle of red wine this guest ordered, Petrus Authentic Dry Red Wine, which is priced at 399,000 in the store. What the hell? Nearly 400,000 yuan worth of red wine. Alexander's eyes widened like bells. He couldn't believe it. In his opinion, I was drinking too extravagantly. He was the Prince of Changgong Group, and he thought it was pretty good to drink wine worth tens of thousands of yuan. That's right. The restaurant manager confirmed, and then asked, when will Master Gao pay? Pay the money. Alexander cursed. Do you really think that I am the Prince of Changgong Group and will be taken advantage of? I will pay the tens of thousands of dollars. But don't even think about the $500,000 for the meal. The restaurant manager didn't know what to do and could only look to me for help. At this time, the woman that Alexander was hugging had been staring at my face carefully. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something and reminded me, Master Gao, this guy seems to be a small salesperson at Tianxing Technology Company. He came to Changgong Group to discuss cooperation some time ago. Alexander frowned. He had some impression of the salesperson the woman mentioned, but not very deeply. Then he looked at my appearance carefully. Oh my goodness, it's really you. The appearance of the small salesman in Alexander's memory gradually overlapped with my face. Okay, so you are just a small salesman. I thought you were some big shot. Now, get out of this room immediately. Be careful, or I'll use my connections to make you lose your job. Alexander's attitude. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. As expected, the Prince of Changgong Group is a bully who only fears the strong. If I were just an ordinary salesperson, I would have run away in disgrace. But now, the most insignificant of my many identities, the behind-the-scenes investor of Tianxing Technology, is enough for me to have the confidence to fight against the entire Changgong Group. As for Alexander, he is just a tyrannical, uneducated social scum. Dealing with him is a piece of cake. Cursed in his heart after hearing what Alexander said. Just him? A poor salesman? How could a poor salesman be a distinguished black gold card member? If it weren't for the fact that Alexander was the prince of the Changgong Group, the restaurant manager would have asked the security guards to kick the two out. He was also curious about how I, a young man holding a black gold card, would deal with this arrogant and domineering young Master Gao. Suddenly, the woman in Alexander's arms asked again, "Manager, he is just a poor salesman. How can he enter the third floor of Tianxiangju? Moreover, he only earns a few thousand yuan a month. Even if he has performance commission, he can't afford the meal cost of more than 500,000 yuan. Don't worry about that." The restaurant manager looked at the woman with disdain and spoke in a flat tone. In the whole Jiangshan city, everyone with a little status knew that this woman was called Philip. The Zhao family she belonged to was originally just a small family business in the county with assets of several million. Relying on her beauty, she first hooked up with a regional director of Changgong Group, and in just 1 year, she multiplied the assets of the Zhao family several times. But she was not satisfied yet, and spent another half a year to successfully get close to Alexander, the prince of Changgong Group. Since then, the Zhao family has been showing off their power and dominating the local area by virtue of the name of Changgong Group. Philip noticed the contemptuous look from the restaurant manager and instantly became furious. "Humph, a small restaurant manager. How dare you look at me like that? You'll be in trouble later." "Mr. Gao, in my opinion, this little salesman must have used the name of his company to get to the third level by chance. But in fact, he doesn't have much money at all. This restaurant manager is blind. If his boss knew about this, he might have to remove him from his position," Philip said in a delicate voice, while deliberately pressing her proud figure against Alexander's arm. Feeling Alexander's scorching gaze that seemed to want to eat him alive, Philip's mouth curled up slightly, thinking to himself, "You little brat, even if you are the prince of Changgong Group, you are still dazzled by my beauty." Alexander guessed what Philip was thinking. Under her instigation, he suddenly became tough again and said to the restaurant manager, "Manager, you probably don't want the boss to know that you are blind, right? As long as you listen to me, I will make up for the difference in this order later, and you can also make friends with me, Alexander. What a good deal, why not do it?" "Idiot." The restaurant manager cursed in his heart. On one side is the black gold card member, and on the other side is a mere Changgong Group. Anyone with a normal mind would know which side to stand on. If he offended the Changgong Group, the boss behind him would still protect him. But if he offended the black gold card members, he might be thrown into the river to feed the fish one day for no apparent reason. "Master Gao, please don't worry about it." The restaurant manager responded in a calm tone. "You." Alexander was humiliated and angry. "Okay, since you are so ungrateful, don't blame me for contacting your boss. As long as Master Gao is happy." The restaurant manager replied neither humbly nor arrogantly. I thought to myself, what a joke. If my boss knew that I offended Changgong Group just to protect the black gold card members, not only would he not fire me, he might even give me a promotion and a raise. As for you, a mere prince of Changgong Group, how could you possibly contact my boss? Even if the chairman of Changgong Group came in person, he probably wouldn't even be able to see my boss's secretary. You. Alexander was furious. He was the prince of Changgong Group. In the whole Jiangshan city, everyone who saw him would bow and fawn on him. But now, he was treated perfunctorily by a restaurant manager. How could he swallow this anger? "Master Gao, since you can't afford the meal, I'm sorry, I won't let you use this private room." I picked up the wine glass and took another sip of red wine leisurely, looking as if I was not involved. Hearing this, Alexander was furious. "I can't deal with the manager of Tianxiangju, and I can't deal with you, a small salesperson of Tianxing Technology? No? Then don't even think about staying in this room." Alexander gave an order, and a dozen muscular men rushed in from outside the door. These were the thugs hired by the Changgong Group, specializing in doing dirty work that could not be seen in public. Now, you should have seen the situation clearly, right? The big men brought by Alexander surrounded me and the restaurant manager. "Manager, I don't want to make a big deal out of this. Now you stand on my side. I can forgive you for letting an unqualified person enter the third floor of Tianxiangju, and I won't tell your boss. It's less than half an hour until my distinguished guest arrives. I'll give you 3 minutes to consider whether to obey me or to offend my Qianggong group. Alexander threatened with a sneer. Now you know how powerful my Qianggong group is. To go against me is to go against the Qianggong group. However, when he glanced at my face and the restaurant manager's face, he did not see the fear and helplessness he expected. We both looked calm, as if his threat did not exist at all. Alexander just felt weak, as if he had punched with all his strength but hit soft cotton. Master Gao, you brought your thugs to cause trouble at Tianxiangju. I will report the matter truthfully. I hope your Qianggong group can withstand the wrath of my boss. A hint of coldness flashed in the restaurant manager's eyes. The boss had already told us that small matters could be tolerated, but if anyone dared to gather and cause trouble in Tianxiangju, no matter who they were, they would have to pay a heavy price. I also smiled and said, Master Gao, this is not the territory of your Qianggong group. If you want to cause trouble, you have to see if you have the ability to do it, right? Before coming here, I had thoroughly understood the background of this restaurant, and even the identity of the boss behind the scenes. Based on my understanding of that person, I estimate that Qianggong Group will soon be charged with a bunch of illegal operations and will be ruthlessly shut down by higher authorities shortly thereafter. Looking at Alexander's current domineering attitude, it is really ridiculous. When the Qianggong Group completely collapses, let's see how arrogant he can still be. But Alexander, this poor guy, had no idea that his fate was like that of a prisoner sentenced to death. At this moment, he clearly felt that he was once again looked down upon by me and the restaurant manager. This feeling of humiliation instantly ignited the anger in his heart, and in a rage, he waved his hand violently, signaling the thugs beside him to take action immediately and teach these two ignorant guys a lesson. But at this critical moment, a cold and stern shout suddenly came from outside the door. Alexander, tell them to stop immediately. In an instant, everyone's eyes turned to the door. I saw a woman in a white dress walking in quickly. Seeing this woman, I couldn't help but frown, with a trace of helplessness on my face, thinking to myself, why is it her? Why is she here? The person who came was Fiona. She had thought that it was almost noon, so she wanted to find a high-end restaurant to have a good meal. After staying abroad for a long time and getting tired of Western food, she had to try the local delicacies after returning home. So, under the recommendation of the female assistant, she came to Tianxiangju. Because she was the daughter of the chairman of Tianxing Technology, the waiter took her directly to the third floor. Unexpectedly, as soon as she came up, she saw Alexander gathering a crowd to make trouble, and I was the one she was looking for. Fiona walked into the private room and asked with a frown, Master Gao, what did William do to make you treat him like this? If you can't explain it, then wait for the sheriff to deal with it. Fiona crossed her arms across her chest, her expression indifferent, but revealing an unquestionable majesty. If I am right, Fiona will use the connections of Tianxing Technology to help me solve the problem. If I am not right, then she can only solve it privately. After all, her father has given a death order. I, William, must stay in the company. Alexander was obviously stunned. He didn't expect that a small, low-level salesperson could attract the attention of the daughter of the chairman of Tianxing Technology. Ms. Zhao, this salesperson in your company is incredible. He spent more than 500,000 yuan on the third floor of Tianxiangju. I just wanted to spend tens of thousands of dollars to get him to give up the private room so he could entertain guests, but he shamelessly blackmailed me and wanted me to pay for the meal, which cost more than $500,000. Philip finished speaking. I burst out laughing. Philip frowned and asked fiercely, what are you laughing at? Isn't it true that I said you were blackmailing me? At this time, Fiona also looked at me with a questioning look on her face. In Fiona's mind, my character is not very good, so she was naturally full of doubts about the matter in front of her. Facing Philip's questioning, I looked relaxed and said slowly with a smile, Haha, this is ridiculous. It was you who wanted to occupy my private room by force, but now you are accusing me of blackmail. I paused, then sneered. Besides, I don't want your tens of thousands of dollars. How can it be my fault? Fiona thought what I said made sense, so she wanted to take the opportunity to support me, so that she could bring me back to the company smoothly. Master Gao, since William has said so, don't go too far. Otherwise, I can only notify the sheriff to handle it. Alexander looked impatient and said, Fiona, for the sake of the chairman of Tianxing Technology, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Our Qianggong Group has been entrenched in Jiangshan City for more than 40 years, and the network resources we have accumulated are not comparable to your company, which has been established for less than 10 years. Moreover, Your little salesperson spent more than 500,000 yuan in Tianxiangju. Do you think that if he can't pay, the people in Tianxiangju will let him go easily? Yes, Fiona slapped her head, almost forgetting that I spent more than 500,000 on this meal. If I can't pay, how can the restaurant manager let me go? Really, a loser who muddles around in the company is still a loser after leaving the company. Even if I am the top seller and have a little money, how can I pay for more than 500,000 yuan at once? It seems that she will have to pay the bill in the end. Fiona took out a bank card from her latest LV bag and said, "Manager, I paid for William's meal." This. The restaurant manager did not respond immediately. He hesitated for a moment and then looked at me. "Why? Do I need his approval to pay our employees?" Fiona keenly realized that the manager was waiting for me to express my opinion. He is just a salesman of Tianxing Technology. He certainly can't afford to pay more than 500,000 yuan. Fiona continued, "William, I will pay you this money, but it is not unconditional. You must come back to the company with me, sign an agreement, work for the company for free for 10 years, and the performance must reach 100 million yuan within 10 years. Of course, I am not being ruthless. If you can generate 1 billion yuan in revenue for the company within 3 years, I can cancel the agreement." Fiona stared at me with a smug look on her face, calculating in her mind that 500,000 would satisfy her father's requirements and also tie me down to work in the company for 10 years. All in all, it would only be more than 50,000 yuan a year, which was a drop in the bucket for Tianxing Technology. If I can really create an astonishing profit of 1 billion for the company within 3 years, using more than 500,000 to exchange for 1 billion is a sure win. Even if I can't achieve it, I have to create 100 million for the company within 10 years according to the contract. By this calculation, she won't lose. I was speechless. David was always smart, but how could he have such a daughter? Her head was like being stuck in a door. After hearing a few lies from Alexander and the others, she believed them easily. For someone like her, if she became the president of Tianxing Technology, it would probably take less than half a month for the board of directors to take action. "Fiona, you have fired me." I stated this fact calmly. "So, now I have nothing to do with Tianxing Technology, and you should not make decisions for me without authorization." Fiona said, "William, I'm helping you because I value your ability. Don't be ungrateful. I've paid you. Come back to the company with me to sign the contract." Fiona handed the card to the restaurant manager, but the manager didn't take it for a long time. "Manager, what do you mean by this?" Fiona, who was left aside, questioned. "Sorry, Mr. Zhao, this guest hasn't spoken yet." The restaurant manager knew that this Tianxing Technology lady had no idea of my true situation. Otherwise, she wouldn't have said such a thing. In that case, he didn't need to be nice to her and just followed the normal procedures. Fiona was rejected and her face turned ugly instantly. Seeing this, Alexander laughed and mocked. "Ha ha, Fiona, it seems that your little salesperson doesn't give you face at all." Fiona lost face and her face became more ugly. "William, I'm giving you a chance to return to the company and continue working. With your ability to work, if you work hard, it is entirely possible to achieve a 10 billion performance target within 3 years. It would be fine if you didn't thank the company, but you actually dared to refuse? Besides, you spent more than 500,000 yuan at Tianxiangju. Without my help, could you afford it?" I replied, "This has nothing to do with you." Fiona was so angry that she trembled and her towering breasts swayed slightly. "William, I want to see how you can pay the money without my help." Alexander smiled jokingly and said, "William, I didn't expect you to be so ignorant of life and death and refuse Fiona's help." Being mocked by the two of them, I glanced at them as if they were fools and then looked at the restaurant manager. "Manager, bring the POS machine. I'll pay the money now." As soon as I finished speaking, I heard Philip say in a sarcastic tone, "Hey, you are just a small salesman and you are still pretending? Can you take out 500,000? Haha, I was too lazy to pay attention to this clown. When the manager brought the POS machine, I took out a black card and handed it over. Everyone's eyes were focused on the restaurant manager. As the card was swiped, ding, 1 million yuan has arrived. Everyone was instantly shocked. I looked calm, as if taking out 1 million yuan was as easy as taking out a few dollars. But Fiona was shocked and thought to herself, how much money did he embezzle from Tianxing Technology? It was clearly more than 500,000 yuan for the meal, but he could pay 1 million yuan with a relaxed look. After thinking about it, the only explanation she could think of was the performance commission I earned when I was the sales champion. Adding to the various statements made by the sales department employees before, it seems that firing me is not a wise decision. Fiona couldn't help but feel a little regretful. But she quickly changed her mind and thought that she was the new president and the daughter of the chairman. When I inspected the sales department, I fell asleep on the table and didn't give her any face at all. Of course, she had to maintain her dignity as the CEO. So, the regret that just emerged in Fiona's heart disappeared without a trace in an instant. How is this possible? Philip's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. He's just a fired salesperson. How could he take out a full million all at once? You know, 2 years ago, the Zhao family was just a small company with a market value of 5 million, and the company's turnover was only a few $100,000. Now she was asked to believe that a fired salesperson could easily take out 1/5 of the Zhao family's former assets. How could she believe it? Alexander couldn't help but frown. It was the first time he encountered such a situation, and he was a little at a loss for a moment. Now, I can prove that I don't need you to meddle in my business, right? I put away the card, stood up, walked a few steps to Fiona, and stared into her eyes. Especially you, Fiona, don't think you are so great. Tianxing Technology let you be the president. I really don't know what that old guy thinks. I paused, then continued. I guess the old man must have ordered you to bring me back to the company, right? Fiona nodded subconsciously. My sudden momentum really scared her. I continued. I guess the old guy never thought that his beloved daughter, whom he was so proud of, would give the stupidest response in this matter. You go back and tell him that Tianxing Technology only has one last chance. After saying that, I left the box without looking back. When the restaurant manager saw me leaving, his expression changed instantly, and he said to Alexander and the other two, 3 of you, if you are here to dine, we welcome you. But if you still want to cause trouble, we have some power behind us, so we will fight you to the end. Alexander didn't want to delay the banquet for the guests at Tianxi because of this matter, so he hurriedly asked anxiously, Manager, no one is using this private room now, right? The restaurant manager nodded. In that case, I'll take this private room. After Alexander finished speaking, the restaurant manager looked at Fiona again with cold eyes. Fiona's complexion had returned to normal by now, and she said, Manager, I'll take my leave first. At this moment, she was in no mood to enjoy the food. As soon as I stepped out of the gate of Tianxi, a silver Porsche 918 suddenly stopped in front of me, blocking my way. I recognized this car at first sight, because I have one in my garage. I saw a young man with red hair, wearing sunglasses and colorful clothes coming down from the driver's seat. He looked like a real dandy. William, the man blurted out, his face full of shock. I recalled in my mind and remembered the identity of the person in front of me. It's you, kid. Are you tired of playing in the capital and running to this small fourth-tier city? In my memory, Nathan was my predecessor's #1 little brother. Unlike my predecessor who was always trying to prove himself, Nathan only wanted to be a playboy and had no interest in family affairs. Hey, Beijing is so nice. Why would I want to come to a small place like this? Nathan looked helpless. It's because my dad couldn't stand me slacking off all day, so he sent me to the newly opened branch here to gain experience. Nathan felt depressed when he thought of his younger brothers who used to spend their days drinking and partying with him in Beijing. I sighed and said, It seems that Uncle Zhong is really angry this time and is serious about it. Nathan drooped his face and said helplessly, But I'm really not interested in the position of heir. I just want to enjoy life to the fullest. Isn't the family business still inherited by my eldest brother? Big brother? I remember that the big brother Nathan mentioned was the eldest son of his uncle, who had been managing the affairs of the branch in the United States and had not returned to China for 4 or 5 years. By the way, William, you suddenly left the Qin family a year ago, and the entire young generation in Beijing was shocked. What happened? Nathan was traveling abroad for several months at the time and knew nothing about this matter. After returning home, he accidentally heard the conversation among his younger brothers and learned about it. I was stunned by his question. In my memory, I left the Qin family to prove my ability. But when it comes to what happened that made me so persistent in proving myself and leaving the Qin family, my memory is blank. Seeing my expression, Nathan thought I had something to hide and quickly changed the subject. William, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Come in with me for another drink. I was about to refuse. After all, I had eaten and drunk enough. But Nathan's next words made me change my mind, and I wanted to return to Tianxi again. This store is just SOSO. If my new little brother hadn't invited me, I wouldn't have come here. Who is your new little brother? I couldn't help but ask. Could it be such a coincidence? Then, Nathan casually said, he's the son of the chairman of the Jiangshan City Qianggong Group. The company's market value is only 40 to 500 million. In Beijing, a younger brother of this level is not even worth my attention. Alas, I'm forced to lower my standards for younger brothers. At this moment, Fiona walked out of Tianxi with a look of despair on her face. She took a casual glance and saw me chatting enthusiastically with a young man in fancy clothes. For some reason, A nameless anger suddenly surged in my heart. How could this guy, who was fired from the company, still take out $1 million to pay for the meal so casually? Look at him now, chatting and laughing with others, without any worries. Look at myself again. Just because of my father's tough order, I didn't even have a meal, and I had to beg this guy to come back to the company in a humble manner. The more I thought about it, the angrier I got. Fiona felt like there was a fire in her chest that she couldn't suppress. Finally, she couldn't control her temper anymore, quickened her pace, and walked straight towards me. When she came in front of me, she ordered loudly and rudely, "William, you must come back to the company with me today." Nathan, who was standing by, saw this beautiful and cold woman suddenly appear. She ordered me to go back to the company with her. Her tone seemed a little aggrieved. He immediately imagined a bloody plot. I interrupted him before he finished his fantasy. "Don't think too much. It's completely different from what you think." I noticed Nathan's weird look and knew he was up to no good. I turned to look at Fiona. A hint of annoyance flashed in my eyes. "Fiona, I'm not your father. I won't do whatever you say. I've already been fired by you, and the separation agreement has been signed. Now you have no right to order me to do anything." "Obedient? How dare you order William to do something?" Nathan looked at Fiona with a little more respect. Fiona noticed Nathan's gaze, turned around, and suddenly found a silver Porsche 918 worth more than 10 million parked on the side of the road. No wonder, no wonder. Fiona thought she understood where I got the money to pay, and where I got the confidence to disobey her orders. Haha. Fiona sneered, glanced at Nathan, memorized his appearance, then got in the car and left. Nathan and I were left staring at each other. William, is there something wrong with her brain?" Explained to Nathan the whole story. After a moment of silence, Nathan slowly asked, "William, are you playing the pig and eating the tiger? What's going on? Why did you say I was playing dumb?" I was really worried about the IQ of my top little brother Nathan. Actually, it's not his fault that he asked this question. Although Nathan is a top playboy in Beijing, he has a hobby that doesn't match his status: reading online novels, especially those brainless and exciting novels where the Dragon King pretends to be a pig and eats the tiger. He is very familiar with them. My current situation is exactly the same as the plot of the exciting novels he has read. "William, I understand. Don't worry, I won't affect your ability to play dumb and eat the tiger," Nathan said with an "I understand you" look, and then said, "When the time is right, I will definitely play the second male lead and make you, William, the protagonist, very proud." His mean expression made me unable to hold back and punch him. Phew, I feel relieved. I put my fist away, looked at the roadside and said, "Okay, it's time to go in. If you stay at the door for too long, people will watch you." Nathan, who was rubbing his head, stopped and looked around. In just a few minutes, a lot of people gathered around him, and some took pictures of his Porsche, which he had just bought less than a month ago. He also saw a few women dressed up and wearing heavy makeup, ready to make a move, and he shuddered. "William, let's go in quickly." Back on the third floor, I walked to the door of the #1 private room with ease. "Huh? William, how did you know I was in this room?" Nathan looked puzzled. I remember not telling him. "Don't worry, you'll know soon," I said with a half smile. I pushed open the door of the private room, and 2 rows of strong men immediately bowed their heads and shouted loudly, "Mr. Zhao, welcome." Before Nathan could react, he saw a man rushing over with a flattering face. I recognized him as Alexander from Qianggong Group, Nathan's new younger brother. "Mr. Zhao, I've been waiting for a long time." Alexander's humble appearance was completely different from the domineering prince in Jiangshan City. "Mr. Gao, you recognize the wrong person. He is William." Philip saw me and quickly reminded me. Alexander looked up, met my eyes, and immediately became strong again. "Okay, I'll let you go for the manager's sake, and you dare to come back? I thought Fiona valued you and you would seek self-protection and obey her, but I didn't expect you to not only reject her, but also take out $1 million to pay. Why not join our Qianggong group and work with me? The annual salary starts at $1 million, and our conflicts will be written off." Alexander had a good plan. He thought that people who could be valued by the president of Tianxing Technology must have good abilities. Recruiting me would make his father look at me with new eyes. Nathan was listening and got angry. "Oh my God, I was wondering how he knew it was this private room. It turns out he was the one who did it, and he wants me to be his little brother? Alexander, you are quite courageous, aren't you?" Nathan walked out with a cold face. Alexander was shocked when he saw Nathan and glanced at me again. I had a meaningful smile on my face, and he immediately had a bad feeling in his heart. Philip also noticed that the atmosphere was not right and shut up. Nathan raised his hand and slapped Alexander. With his slap, Alexander's face was swollen. "You are so mean." Nathan's eyes were cold. He knew that it was inconvenient for me to play dumb, but he didn't have to worry about it. Thank you, Mr. Zhao. I will definitely change. Alexander held back his anger and nodded. He cursed in his heart. I actually know Nathan, the young master of Beijing. This is not a level that a small salesperson can get in touch with. He also blamed Tianxing Technology and Fiona, and planned to go back and make Tianxing Technology pay the price. Mr. Zhang, calm down and have a seat, and eat something first. Alexander smiled apologetically. Nathan ignored him and turned to ask me, William, how are you going to deal with this guy? Alexander's heart sank when he heard this. It was bad. He realized that he had offended a tough guy. Nathan, the young master of Beijing, was just a little brother in front of me. He hated Fiona even more, blaming her for making him offend me as well. It's just a small matter. I don't take it to heart. I smiled faintly. Thank you, Mr. Chin, for your kindness. Alexander breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that he just said a few mean words, and the big shots wouldn't bother with him. How could he know that I didn't touch him because the boss behind Tianxiangju would not let Shanggong Group go? Nathan snorted coldly. Alexander, you are lucky that William didn't touch you. If you offend William, you will offend me and the forces behind me. Meanwhile, on the highway back to Jiangshan City, David was in his Rolls-Royce Ghost, looking anxious. Less than an hour after the cooperation with the Cheetone Group branch went bankrupt, the board of directors called him to ask for an explanation. David sat in the car, looking far away, full of worry. He prayed silently that his well-behaved daughter Fiona had invited William back to Tianxing Technology Company. The Rolls-Royce Ghost slowly drove into Jiangshan City. The familiar scenery along the way did not make David feel relaxed at all. Half an hour later, the car stopped steadily in front of the gate of Tianxing Technology. During this 1.5 hour, David's cell phone kept ringing. He couldn't stand it anymore, so he gritted his teeth and turned off his cell phone to get some peace and quiet. As soon as he got off the car, David hurriedly ran towards the sales department. When he arrived outside the sales department, he looked inside and was stunned for a moment. Normally, 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon is the time for the sales department to have a relaxing afternoon tea, but at this moment, the place is dead silent and lifeless. How come the company has become like this after only 2 days of business trip? David was extremely anxious, and his eyes scanned the workstation in the corner eagerly. Where was William? Wasn't he invited back? His heart skipped a beat, and he had a bad feeling. To confirm, he immediately turned around and walked quickly towards the president's office. When he opened the door, the room was empty, and Fiona was nowhere to be seen. David thought to himself, this girl is probably still out there trying to get William to work. David sat in the president's seat, frowning, tapping the desk with his right index finger. At this moment, a gentle sound of footsteps approached from afar. The door of the president's office was slowly pushed open, and the female assistant Tang Jelly walked in. As soon as she saw David, she stopped and greeted him respectfully. Hello, Chairman. David looked up at Tang Jelly, as if remembering something, and asked, Are you Tang Jelly? He remembered that Tang Jelly's resume was quite outstanding among all the job seekers, far surpassing others. Tang Jelly's eyes flashed with surprise. She didn't expect that the chairman would recognize her, a young assistant, and she responded excitedly. Yes, Chairman. David smiled and said, I've read your resume. You have great potential. If you work hard, the company will not treat you unfairly. Understood, Chairman. Tang Jelly responded. David crossed his hands on the table and asked, Xiao Tang, do you know when Fiona will be back? Tang Jelly shook her head. Chairman, I recommended a restaurant to President Zhao, but she didn't say when she would be back. Is that so? David rubbed his brows and sighed secretly. He thought his daughter went to see William, but she went to eat. Xiao Tang, please contact the owner of Yunding Hotel for me and tell him that the chairman of Tianxing Technology wants to book the place for a banquet tomorrow night. David planned to use tomorrow's banquet to announce to Jiangshan City that his daughter returned to China to serve as president, and also revealed his intention to let his daughter take over the position of chairman. Okay, Chairman, I'll contact her right away. Tang Jelly nodded, knowing that this was a good opportunity to show off. After Tang Jelly left, David turned on his phone, and the screen was immediately filled with missed calls. He was upset and simply deleted all the messages. Back then, Tianxing Technology's capital chain broke, and it was on the verge of bankruptcy. Board members were busy selling shares at low prices to stop losses. Only he ran around, borrowed money, and sold off the industrial chain to barely fill the funding gap. Because of this, he got to know William and obtained capital turnover. If the relationship between the company and William is not handled well this time, the company may fall into crisis again. David sighed helplessly. The company has just gotten on the right track, but now there are so many problems. But he is not a person who backs down easily. He started from scratch in his early years, and built a new energy company with a market value of nearly 3 billion in just 5 years. How could this difficulty be difficult for him? He immediately sent an online meeting notice to the board of directors. A quarter of an hour later, David sat upright, crossed his hands, and faced the camera with a serious expression. Zhao, you should have a reasonable explanation for this meeting, right? LV Guoxiong, whose hair was half white, spoke first. LV Guoxiong was the first director to invest in Tianxing technology and had a lot of experience. When the company started, he had a unique vision and invested 20 million. Now he is a big shot worth hundreds of millions and has a lot of say in the board of directors. Mr. Liu, we all know that Tianxing technology doesn't have enough strength to make the Qidong branch cooperate with us. After all, it's just a negotiation, and it's not guaranteed to succeed. David explained. But I heard that it was because Fiona offended a big shot that the Qidong branch refused to cooperate. Although Liu Guoxiong is over 70 years old, his momentum has not diminished at all. As soon as this was said, other board members echoed and criticized Fiona. Humph, for Chairman Zhao's sake, I didn't object to Fiona becoming the president, but she messed up the cooperation after only taking office for a few hours. It's too outrageous. Director Wang said angrily. Director Zheng also echoed. She fired sales manager Qin for sleeping within half an hour of taking office. Doesn't she know how many important customer resources manager Qin has? If the resources are lost, the company will be finished. For a moment, the conference room was filled with condemnations of Fiona, and she became the target of public criticism. David's face instantly turned as dark as ink, and cold sweat broke out on his palms due to anger. He knew in his heart that these people on the board of directors were clearly taking advantage of this opportunity to dethrone his daughter, who had just taken office, from the position of president, and they did not take him, the chairman, seriously at all. Liu Guoxiong has great power in the board of directors and is ambitious. On weekdays, as long as his interests are not affected, everything will be fine. But once his interests are damaged, even if David comes forward in person, he will still not show any mercy. Fiona fired the company's top salesperson just a few hours after taking office, causing the cooperation to fall through and causing huge losses to the company. In the face of real interests, anyone's identity is insignificant. Liu Guoxiong looked stern and said, Mr. Zhao, I know you want your daughter who is studying abroad to gain experience in company affairs. But as the chairman, you have to consider the interests of the company. It is obvious that Fiona is not suitable for the position of president. The implication of Liu Guoxiong's words was clear. David's already ugly face became even gloomier, and he said, Mr. Liu, my daughter is taking on this job for the first time and has no experience, so it's inevitable that she'll make mistakes. Give her another chance, and I'll guarantee that she'll bring William back to the company. If she can't do it, I'll personally fire her. David's words were filled with unquestionable confidence and majesty. He knew that Fiona had only fired William by mistake and had not committed an unforgivable mistake. Based on his understanding of William, as long as he explained clearly, William would definitely understand and return to the company. Moreover, if William really wanted to leave, these few hours were enough for him to transfer the funds, but he did not do so, which obviously left room for Tianxing technology to recover. David's confident words were somewhat confusing to the other board members, but since the chairman had said so, they could not say anything more. After all, David was still the chairman, and although they could not give him face, they could not completely break off the relationship. Liu Guoxiong sneered, Mr. Zhao, remember the military order you gave your daughter. The position of president must be held by a capable person. After that, he closed the video call. Then, the other board members also closed it one after another. As the video of the last director disappeared, David's tense body finally relaxed. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a smug smile. The so-called military order was just an excuse to shut up those people on the board of directors. It was simply a daydream to want to remove David's daughter from her position. Although he is the chairman of Tianxing Technology, as he grows older, sooner or later he will retreat behind the scenes like Liu Guoxiong. But he could not let the company he had poured so much effort into fall into the hands of outsiders, and his daughter had to inherit the position of chairman. Therefore, it was inevitable for him to let his daughter train in the company and become familiar with the business. At this moment, David's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. If those people on the board of directors were to do something secretly, he would not sit idly by. Over the years, he has a lot of dirty laundry on board members. Once it is exposed, both sides will suffer, but he has the confidence to bear the consequences. He was able to start a company from scratch, so he is not afraid of any trouble. And that old guy Liu Guoxiong should behave himself as he is old. If he dares to harm the interests of the company for his own selfish interests, David doesn't mind letting him spend the rest of his life in prison. I should ask Ching how she is doing now. David took out his cell phone and called his daughter. In his opinion, it would not be difficult to invite William back to the company. When the call was connected, David asked in a gentle tone, Ching, I asked you to invite William back to the company. How is it going? Can Dad meet him tonight? Hearing her father's question, Fiona instantly felt wronged and cried. Dad, that William is too much. I sincerely invited him to come back to the company, but he not only didn't appreciate it, but also scolded me. He is just a sales champion with some resources. Tianxing Technology is a first-class enterprise in the city. Isn't it easy to find someone to replace him? Dad, he also offended the Qianggong Group. Now that he is brought back to the company, isn't that against the Qianggong Group? Also, I saw him chatting passionately with a young man driving a Porsche 918. I think that young man is the reason why he refused to return to the company. Oh, by the way, Dad, he also said arrogantly that he would give Tianxing Technology one last chance. Fiona's crying left David completely stunned. David's mind must be in a mess. He was wondering why he didn't invite me back to the company, and then he was wondering how I offended the Qianggong Group. He was also full of doubts about the heated conversation between me and the young man with the Porsche. And my words, give Tianxing Technology one last chance, are probably also spinning in his mind, giving him a headache. Since his daughter Fiona returned to China to become the president, troubles have come one after another. David is usually calm, but this time he got angry at Fiona, shouting on the phone. Didn't I tell you that you have to get William back to the company no matter what? He said that Tianxing Technology only has one last chance. You better seize this opportunity. The board of directors knows about this, and even if I am the chairman, I have to give an explanation. I give you 3 days. If you can't find William, you can quit your job as president. After saying that, he threw his phone hard on the table, and a corner of the screen was broken. Fiona was in a very bad mood after being yelled at by her father. She kept wondering in her heart, what was so great about me that could make my father, who always doted on me, so angry? In her eyes, investors and sales champions are not as important as her own face. She thinks that even without me, William, the company still has Zhang Hai and Li Hai. In the whole Jiangshan city, can't find someone who can replace me? Anyway, she will never beg me to come back to the company. In her fantasy, even if I want to come back to the company, I have to kneel down at her feet and kowtow to her. Alex, who licked her crazily in high school. Humph, William, I don't believe he can't cure you. When she thought of the power of Alex's family and my possible fate, Fiona finally showed a smug smile on her face. She turned on her phone and sent Alex a "Are you there?" message. Within seconds, Alex replied, Xiaoqing, why are you looking for me all of a sudden? Heart. Fiona suppressed her nausea and typed on the screen. Brother Lei, I haven't seen you for a long time. I miss you a little. I just happen to be in some trouble and may need your help. In the room full of the atmosphere of the second dimension, the fat otaku Alex, wearing glasses, holding a new mobile phone, smiled so hard that his face was deformed and his fat flesh kept shaking. The goddess actually called me Brother Lei. It seems that my sincerity finally touched her. He quickly replied, Xiaoqing, if you have any trouble, I will definitely do my best to help you. After thinking about it, he felt that his sincerity was not enough, so he continued, Don't worry. Even if you want the stars in the sky, Alex, will pick them for you. He also added a cute milk dragon emoticon. Fiona almost vomited when she saw this. If it weren't for the influence of Alex's family, she would not have contacted him actively, let alone given him the opportunity to be a bootlicker. But now that she needed help, she still sent a long voice message, exaggerating. I just returned to China today, and I became the president of my family's company. I fired an employee named William. After my dad found out, he insisted that I invite him back to the company. Then I knew that he was the top seller in the company. I went to him and begged him to come back to the company, but he relied on his status as the top seller and his resources to coerce me into doing that kind of thing and insulted me. Woo woo woo. After she finished, she was already imagining me kneeling at her feet and begging for mercy after being taught a lesson. Alex was overjoyed when he heard the voice message, thinking it was the dawn of victory. But after hearing the voice message, his face suddenly turned gloomy. After comforting Fiona for a few words, he stepped out of the room after a long absence, shouting, Prepare the car. I want to go to Jiangshan City. The next morning, David just woke up and received a bombshell news. The Qianggong Group was closed down by the provincial authorities for crimes such as malicious and violent demolition, involvement in gangs, and bribery. All the top executives were sentenced, and even Alexander's QJ case was reopened. It is estimated that he will soon go to jail. David's heart skipped a beat. He remembered that his daughter had said that I had offended Qianggong Group. As soon as he found out, Qianggong Group was closed down. Who would believe me if I said it didn't matter? No, I have to go to William's place in person. David didn't even change his clothes and quickly called me. He originally wanted to let Fiona show up in front of me more often. Even if he fired me, he wanted his daughter to handle it herself and give her some training at the same time. He actually had some thoughts. I was young and energetic, and maybe I could have an accident with my daughter so that I could be firmly tied to Tianxing technology, and he could also have the identity of a father-in-law to pressure me. But now he regrets it. He shouldn't have such a fluke mentality. He doesn't want Tianxing technology, which he built from scratch, to go bankrupt because of his momentary confusion. Just as he was about to dial, a call came in. David looked at the note and had to answer it. What? You want to cancel the cooperation? Before he could react, the call was hung up. After that, calls came one after another, all with similar news. No matter the penalty, the cooperation must be canceled. David calculated that if these companies canceled the cooperation, Tianxing Technology would lose at least 200 to 300 million yuan, and without these suppliers, the scientific research project could not continue. This chain reaction could seriously damage Tianxing Technology. Damn it, it must be William who did it. David was furious at first, but soon calmed down. He knew that being angry would not solve the problem. Only by meeting me in person could he have a chance to ask for forgiveness. After all, if I really wanted to deal with Tianxing Technology, I would not have to ask suppliers to cancel the cooperation. I could directly transfer the working capital from the company's account to break the company's capital chain. At the CEO's office of Tianxing Technology, Fiona arrived early, but when she saw the documents on the table, she was furious. Damn it! Why did these suppliers cancel the cooperation as if they had agreed on it? Tang Jelly next to him was about to speak, but stopped. Fiona saw it and asked, Xiao Tang, what do you want to say? Tang Jelly took out a stack of documents and said as she flipped through them, Boss Zhao, these suppliers were all promoted by William, the head of the sales department, last year. At that time, we signed the lowest price contract in the industry with the company for William's sake. Now that they know about William's dismissal, they naturally canceled the cooperation. Among them, the 4 suppliers headed by Tungdao Manufacturing Company. Although they have not yet canceled the cooperation, they require the company to pay the balance within 3 days. Otherwise, they will send a lawyer's letter to the company. After that, Tang Jelly pushed her glasses and suggested, Boss Zhao, I think the company's top priority now is to solve the debt problem and not let the company be sued in court, which would affect its reputation. Fiona heard that it was because of me that the company was in such trouble. She slammed the table and cursed. Damn William. If the company didn't give him a platform, how could he be the sales champion? He also relied on his status as the sales champion to affect the company's operations. Is this his way of repaying the company? Hurry, contact the finance department immediately and settle the balance as quickly as possible. Fiona shouted anxiously. If Tianxing Technology was sued by the supplier because of this balance, it would be a big trouble. Once the news spread, the company's reputation would collapse instantly, and the stock price would most likely plummet. This was something she could never accept. Mr. Zhao, there's one more thing. Tang Jelly continued. Those suppliers who canceled their cooperation have asked us to give a reasonable explanation for firing William. If we don't, they will target us in the industry, which is very detrimental to the company. Fiona was so angry that she smashed the water cup on the table. William again. I just fired a small employee. What's wrong with these suppliers? Are they crazy? What good will it do them to cancel the cooperation? Fiona really couldn't understand why they would give up a good cooperation just because of William. What kind of magic did William have that made so many companies willing to pay tens of millions of dollars in liquidated damages and cancel the cooperation? Fiona sighed, feeling exhausted both physically and mentally. It was only the second day after returning to China when the company fell into such a predicament. Tracing back to the source, it turned out to be caused by William's dismissal. But in her heart, the fault was all William's. If it weren't for him, the company wouldn't have been in so many troubles and her father wouldn't have been so angry with her. Just when Fiona was gritting her teeth in anger, a silly voice came from outside the door. Xiaoqing, I'm here. Fiona looked up suddenly and looked towards the door, only to see a fat boy with his hair parted in the middle, wearing black-framed glasses and a loose black suit walking in. It was Alex. Alex hadn't seen Fiona for more than a year, so he was particularly concerned about this meeting. He arrived in Jiangshan City last night, and in order to leave a good impression on his goddess, he specially paid a lot of money to book the presidential suite and have a good rest. He got up before dawn, dressed up carefully, had a quick breakfast, and hurried to Tianxing Technology. Hey, Xiaoqing, these flowers are for you, a little token of my appreciation. Alex took out a bouquet of roses from behind and handed it to Fiona. Fiona suppressed her impatience, forced a smile, and took the bouquet. I like it very much, thank you. Alex was delighted when he heard it. Oh, Xiaoqing, don't be shy given our relationship. He felt that Fiona was embarrassed in the company. Fiona put the flowers on the table and forced herself to look at Alex's fat face, pretending to recall the past. I haven't seen you for so long, and you're still the same. For so many years, I always felt that something was missing in my life. Now that I see you, I know what is missing. Of course, she only dared to think about the second half of the sentence. Life is much quieter without you, a disgusting fat pig, in her heart. After all, she still asked Alex to treat her well. Alex was shocked and moved. After so many years of hard work and being laughed at, he finally got a response. William, you mentioned yesterday. He planned to take revenge on William first as a token of his love. Fiona was secretly delighted. She had been waiting for him to say this. She didn't need to say it directly. She only needed to use some tricks and a few guiding words to make Alex think wildly. This trick has been proven to be effective against this kind of fat otaku. I don't know where William is. The company is in big trouble now. I have to deal with these things first. Fiona suddenly had an idea and thought of using the power behind Alex to help Tianxing Technology overcome the difficulties. If she could get involved with the Su family, the company might be able to move to a higher level. Xiaoqing, what happened? Alex asked anxiously. It's all because of William. He took advantage of his connections to retaliate against me for firing him and teamed up with a bunch of suppliers to cancel cooperation. The company is almost unable to operate. Fiona put all the blame on William. In her mouth, William became a bad guy who took revenge on the company for his own selfish desires. Alex was furious when he heard this. William is so vicious. He took revenge on the entire company just because he was fired. Xiaoqing, don't worry. With me here, Tianxing Technology will be fine. I can even take it to the next level. With the power of the Su family, it is easy to support a small company like Tianxing Technology. As long as he asks, his father will definitely agree. Fiona was overjoyed. It seemed that the cooperation with the provincial capital Su family was a sure thing. The provincial capital Su family was a business giant with a market value of hundreds of billions. If they leaked some resources, Tianxing Technology could develop into a billion-dollar company and dominate Jiangshan City. Xiaoqing, good news, my dad has agreed to cooperate with Tianxing Technology. Just wait for my dad to send someone over to sign a contract. It will probably be signed tonight. Alex made a phone call. He happily announced the good news. He felt joy from the bottom of his heart that he could satisfy the needs of his goddess, especially when seeing the smile on Fiona's cold face. At this moment, I am in room 619, building 14, Zijin apartment. This is the high-end apartment I bought for 3 million yuan on the day I arrived in Jiangshan City. In the morning, I woke up from my sleep and wanted to go to the bathroom. Who would have thought that as soon as I took a step, I was tripped by something inexplicable, and this fall made me wake up. I looked down and saw that Nathan was sleeping soundly on the ground with his arms and legs spread out. He was drooling and mumbling something like, "Sisters, I couldn't help but twitch my lips. I really couldn't do anything about him. He couldn't drink, but pretended to be a hero. After sending Alexander away at Tianxiangju yesterday, he took it upon himself to take me to a private bar and booked a private room, under the pretext of celebrating our long-awaited reunion. In my previous life, I was a social animal and had many social events, so I naturally developed a good alcohol tolerance. But Nathan, after only 2 bottles of beer, hugged the sisters, picked up the microphone, and sang "Brother Hug" at the top of his voice. I was too lazy to recall and kicked Nathan, who was blocking the bedroom door. He was interesting. After being kicked, he sat up suddenly, looked around blankly, and then fell asleep again. After a while, he talked in his sleep again. I came to the living room, washed up, changed my clothes, made myself a glass of milk and a few slices of toast, and prepared to enjoy this simple homemade breakfast. But just as I took a bite of the bread, the doorbell rang. I opened the door and David and his personal secretary were standing outside. After a few seconds, David spoke first. "William, won't you invite me in and sit down?" He wanted to judge my attitude towards Tianxing Technology by whether I let him in or not. If he can get in, it means there is still hope. If he can't get in, he will probably have to shamelessly break in. After all, in the eyes of businessmen, profit is much more important than face. I held the bread in my mouth, put my hands in my pockets, took a step aside, and looked at him with a bit of teasing in my eyes. Entering the living room, David sat down on the sofa as if he were at home, with his secretary standing beside him. I returned to the dining table and continued to eat breakfast slowly, with a distance of about 3 or 4 meters between us. After a moment's silence, David finally couldn't hold back and said in a teasing tone, "William, are you tired from work and want to take a few days off to rest? I'll approve a 1-year leave for you and report to the company's board of directors, and then you can enjoy your life." I drank the milk slowly, put down the cup, and said, "No need. Your daughter has already fired me, and I'll be on vacation from now on." "Chairman Zhao, you don't know about this, do you?" My tone was calm, but it made David feel nervous. Just as he was thinking about how to respond, the female secretary who didn't know the situation interrupted him and said, "William, Mr. Zhao came to invite you personally, which is already a great honor for you." Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by David's angry shout. "Shut up. Go back to the company and find the finance department. You are fired." The secretary was struck by lightning. She had spent a lot of time accompanying the interviewer for several nights to get the job, but now it was gone. She was about to retort, but David glared back at her fiercely. "Haha, William, I know about this too." David's forehead was sweating from nervousness. "But by the time I found out, you had already been fired. My daughter had just taken office and was not familiar with the company's situation. I also reminded her in advance. I really don't know why she fired you." His words were very clear. He didn't order me to be fired. It was at most an unintentional mistake by his daughter. I laughed at myself and said, "So that's my problem?" "Oh, yes. According to the employee regulations, sleeping during work hours is not allowed. I did make this mistake. I have to say that your daughter does a good job of maintaining the rules. If I were an ordinary employee and was fired by the president for sleeping at my workstation during working hours, there would be nothing to say. But the key is that I am not. On the surface, I am the company's top seller, and behind the scenes, I am also an investor in Tianxing Technology, and the company's working capital is almost entirely in my hands. Even so, Fiona dared to fire me. This attitude makes it hard not to think too much." David smiled awkwardly. How could he not understand that I was upset? Then, he took out an invitation and placed it on the coffee table, saying, "William, this is my daughter's homecoming banquet tonight. I will announce to the Jiangshan business community at the banquet that she will serve as the company's president. How about this? I'll let her apologize to you in person in front of everyone." "But," he looked a little hesitant, "most of Tianxing Technology's working capital is in your hands. Now many suppliers and partner companies have canceled their cooperation, and the company has suffered heavy losses. At present, there are still a few suppliers who have not canceled the cooperation, but they require the balance to be settled within 3 days. So, William, can you put aside the little conflict between you and my daughter and approve 200 million yuan in funds to help the company get through this difficult time?" On the way here, David received the financial approval news, and the first thing he thought of was me. The company used a large amount of working capital, and on the surface it was approved by him as the chairman, but in fact, the approval power was in my hands alone, and he was just an agent. So he was full of worries. If I didn't approve it, how would Tianxing Technology survive? David left. Nathan rushed out of the bedroom like a little firecracker, leaning against the wall and asking me gossipingly, "William, how dare that little lousy company, Tianxing Technology, fire you? That Fiona is even more arrogant. Why are you still thinking about approving the funding? Wouldn't it be better to let it fend for itself? I've seen novels that always write things this way, and it feels good later. If I were writing a novel, I would have bankrupted Tianxing Technology a long time ago." I thought about it for a while and said to him, "But this is not a plot in a novel. Tianxing Technology cannot go bankrupt now, at least not in the near future." Nathan looked puzzled, scratched his head and asked, "Why?" "Tianxing Technology's assets are less than 3 billion at most. Compared with the working capital of the Zhong family, they are not worth mentioning at all. William, are you so tight on money that you are reluctant to give up even this little money?" I swallowed the last bite of toast, drank a sip of milk, and explained seriously, "I have been working at Tianxing Technology for almost a year, and I have a good relationship with all the employees in the department. Because of the conflict between me and Fiona, and they lost their jobs to support their families. Besides, if I take action to destroy Tianxing Technology, with David's ability, he may make a comeback, and then he may even hate me. Looking at it this way, it is not worthwhile to do something that does no good and causes trouble." I paused, then continued, "David and I do not have any deep hatred. We have worked together for a year and have some old feelings for each other. We should not be too harsh in doing things. I plan to set up a company in the same field and force Tianxing Technology to go bankrupt through fair competition. If it fails to compete, it can't be blamed on me for not giving it a chance. As for employees, I plan to poach people from Tianxing with high salaries, and if the number is not enough, I will recruit from outside. Although the method of poaching people with high salaries is a bit unethical, it can be regarded as fair competition." After saying this, I thought to myself that I was too soft-hearted. After all, I had been with those employees day and night, and as a worker in my previous life, it was inevitable that I had some sympathy for them. In the online novels I read in my previous life, the male protagonist easily bankrupted a rival company, but he did not consider the plight of the innocent employees in the company at all. Some of them rely on this job to support their families, some need to treat family members' illnesses, and some want to save money to marry a wife. But most of the male protagonists in novels don't care, or the author doesn't think about it at all. Can't the rich and powerful male protagonists be more understanding and tolerant of ordinary workers? Many of the employees of the bankrupt companies were kept in the dark. Take a 30-year-old employee who worked hard and was full of expectations for the future. Suddenly, due to conflicts between superiors, the company went bankrupt and he lost his job. He lost his income, couldn't pay his car loan and mortgage, and his girlfriend, who he had been dating for many years and was engaged to, broke up with him because of unemployment. I sent out resumes everywhere to find a job, but was rejected because of my age. Who can keep this balance? If it were me, I would definitely turn evil and go against the male lead. Nathan's eyes widened. It took him several seconds to come back to his senses. He shouted excitedly, "Fuck, William, you are awesome." I waved my hands and replied casually, Basic. That night, Jiangshan City's old high-end hotel, Yunding Villa, was bustling with activity. This hotel has a history of nearly 50 years, is located in a remote suburb, and specializes in hosting banquets for the upper class. At this moment, the parking lot in front of the hotel is full of luxury cars. Cars worth less than 1 million yuan are inconspicuous here. Ferrari 488, AMG G63, Range Rover, Bentley Bentayga, and other luxury cars worth more than 1 million yuan drive into the villa one after another. The security captain was extremely busy, as all the guests who came were well-known figures in Jiangshan City, and their net worth was at least tens of millions. If any of his subordinates were careless and offended these big shots, his job as the security captain, which he had just taken office for a few days, would be over. Therefore, he could only work harder to direct the security work and do everything himself. The security captain was standing at the gate of the villa, busy talking on the intercom. Suddenly, a strong light shone through the gate of the villa, and a Rolls-Royce Phantom drove slowly towards them. According to the rules, the security captain had to check the invitation letter, but when he rolled down the car window and saw the person in the car clearly, he immediately let him go. What a joke! The person sitting in the car was the protagonist of this banquet, and he was just a small security captain. How could he be qualified to check the host? The Rolls-Royce Phantom drove into the villa and stopped at the entrance of the hotel, not far away. The rear door opened, and a man and a woman got out. The woman was wearing a white dress, like a noble white swan, and her diamond earrings and necklace were dazzling. Those who knew the business could tell at a glance that each of these accessories was priceless, and any one of them was worth over 1 million. Looking at the man again, he looks honest, slightly fat, and wears a very ordinary American suit. But don't underestimate him. The Richard Miller RM56-02 in his hand is worth nearly 20 million. After getting off the car and walking on the red carpet, Fiona had a proud look on her face. She fully enjoyed the enthusiastic gazes from the people around her and felt very satisfied. But Alex felt uncomfortable all over. He stayed at home for a long time and was a senior homebody. He seldom attended such large banquets where he could show himself in public. Even for small banquets, he would often wander off in the middle of them. Now that he was being stared at by so many people, he felt as if his whole body was being pricked by countless needles and was extremely uncomfortable. At this moment, I was standing in this bustling hall, surrounded by the most prominent figures in Jiangshan City, all of whom were wealthy bosses. I was leisurely eating dessert while looking at the lively scene in the hall. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd, and I looked up and saw Fiona and Alex walking in. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on them. Hey, this Fiona is quite attractive, but in my eyes, she is just a woman with a little temper. Yu Sheng, the sharp-eyed boss of Hongfeng Real Estate, quickly stepped forward and handed over his business card with a fawning look on his face, almost kneeling down to Fiona. Hello, Mr. Zhao. I'm Yu Sheng from Hongfeng Real Estate. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. The other bosses finally realized what was happening. They were so regretful that their intestines turned green. Their expressions looked as if they had missed out on hundreds of millions. I watched from the sidelines and laughed in my heart. These people only know how to cling to the powerful. Fiona took the business card and threw it to Alex as casually as possible. She also smiled and told Yu Sheng that Tianqing Technology might enter the real estate industry in the future and hoped to cooperate with Hongfeng. Yu Sheng was so excited that his face was full of smiles. I know that the Qianggong Group just went bankrupt, and Yu Sheng was worried about having no backers, so this was a life-saving straw. And Fiona probably also thought that after Qianggong went bankrupt, Tianqing Technology could get a share of the real estate market and use Hongfeng as a springboard. At this time, another gray-haired boss, Marlin, came forward and handed over his business card, saying that he was the chairman of Fumin Company. The old man was almost 60 years old, and in order for his son to keep the company, he had to bow to Fiona. Although Fiona looked down on the old man's company, she still pretended to be respectful in front of everyone. Just at this moment, my friends and I were enjoying our meal when we suddenly heard Fiona scream, "William!" Her eyes were as big as copper bells and her face was full of anger. "How did you get in, a guy with no status? Where are the security guards? Where are they?" I was amused in my heart. This woman is really easily irritated. The security captain came hurriedly with several security guards and asked me to show my invitation letter with a serious face. I slowly took out the slightly wrinkled invitation letter from my pocket, handed it to the security captain, and joked, Here you go. The invitation letter says that you can bring no more than 2 people. Is it okay for me to bring one?" After a careful inspection, the security captain confirmed that it was correct and informed Fiona. But Fiona refused to believe it and stamped her feet anxiously. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I personally sent someone to deliver the invitation letter. I never gave it to him." Her eyes rolled and she started to make up stories. "It must be a forged invitation. You security guards can't even tell the real thing from the fake." The security captain was scolded so hard that he dared not say a word. I watched from the side and shook my head in my heart. Fiona really used all means to target me. The security captain and his men hurried away, saying that they had to report to their superiors before making a decision. I said those 2 young men looked strange, eating so much in the corner. I thought they were relatives of some boss. It turns out they sneaked in with fake invitations. A boss said loudly, "Yeah, I'm wondering too. I thought the boss brought him in to broaden his horizons. People like this should be kicked out by the security guards, or even better, handed over to the sheriff for punishment," another boss echoed. The bosses around us were talking about me and my partner as if we were bandits. I sneered and said to Fiona, "Fiona, don't be so self-righteous. You are not the only one in Tianxing technology who can send invitations. Don't forget who organized this banquet for you." As soon as these words came out, the bosses fell silent instantly. They knew that although Fiona was the core of the party and had the power to send invitations, her father David, as the real host of the party, had even more power. If my invitation is real and not sent by Fiona, then there is only one possibility. It was given to me by David. How is that possible? You're just a small salesperson who was fired by me. Even if you have some ability, how could my dad send someone to deliver an invitation letter to you? Fiona retorted loudly with anger, her face flushed. Her words made the bosses present look at each other in bewilderment, and none of them dared to express their opinions easily. On one side was David's daughter, and on the other side was a suspected guest of David, and they didn't want to offend either side. Fiona became even more furious. She looked at Alex with expectation and anger. "Donglei, he is William. Didn't you say you would support me?" She thought to herself that the Su family was a big business family in the provincial capital. It would be easy to deal with William, and she could save herself a lot of trouble. But Alex seemed to have lost his soul, trembling all over, with an expression of disbelief on his face, and he didn't hear what Fiona said at all. "Alex." Fiona raised her voice in a very bad tone. Alex came back to his senses. "What's wrong, Xiaoqing? Didn't you say you would make William pay the price? Now he's there, it's up to you," Fiona urged. "Got it, Xiaoqing," Alex responded, but he secretly glanced at Nathan, who was still eating dessert, and he was very conflicted. He had met Nathan before. Nathan was the young master of the Zhong family in Beijing. His family had trillions of assets. To offend him was to seek death. Alex was worried. Supporting the goddess would please her, but if he offended William, it would be the same as offending Nathan, and the Su family would suffer. His face was getting redder and redder, and his mind was working fast. Finally, Alex gritted his teeth and made a decision. "Xiaoqing, I can't help you this time. However, through the cooperation between the Su family and Tianxing technology, I can strive for more benefits for Tianxing, which can be regarded as compensation for you." "What did you say?" Fiona was stunned, and then asked, "You don't even dare to help me deal with a little William? You are the young master of the Su family in the provincial capital. Isn't it easy to deal with him?" Her voice spread throughout the hall. Hearing that Alex was the young master of the Su family in the provincial capital, some of the bosses in Jiangshan City were shocked, while others were confused. A young boss whispered to the middle-aged boss next to him, "What is the background of this Su family in the provincial capital?" The middle-aged boss patiently explained, "Boy, don't underestimate the Su family. They are a business giant ranked in the province, and their strength can be ranked in the top 5. The company's market value is over 100 billion, and it is involved in many industries, covering a wide range." The young boss looked shocked. "I didn't expect it to be so amazing." Fiona heard their conversation, but she still refused to give up and continued to order Alex. Alex, if you still want me to pay attention to you, stand up like a man. I don't understand. What magic does William have that makes you dare not touch him? Alex glanced at Nathan again, feeling miserable. If Nathan wasn't there, he would have been like a hero, showing off his power for the goddess. But the reality was that Nathan was right here, and he didn't dare to take any risks. As the young master of the Su family and the future heir, he had to consider the family. Although he usually obeys Fiona's orders, he dares not be vague when it comes to the safety of his family, even if it means giving up the goddess he has been pursuing for a long time. After leaving the hall, the security captain hurried to an office. When he reached the door, he knocked politely and only pushed the door open after receiving a response. The office was spacious and bright, with a grand desk placed by the window and a coffee table and sofa on the right. At this moment, two people were sitting on the sofa. One was Lu Weian, the owner of Yunding Villa Hotel, and the other was David, the chairman of Tianxing Technology. Zhao-sun, why are you in such a hurry? What happened? Lu Weian spoke first. He had a pretty good attitude towards the security captain who was hired at a high price. David also raised his head curiously and looked at the security captain. The security captain swallowed and told the whole story about the conflict between William and Fiona in the hall. Lu Weian frowned instantly, looked at David, and confirmed. Director Zhao, did you invite this William? David froze when he heard this. Was his daughter provoking William again? Hadn't he repeatedly told her not to provoke him? He was so anxious that he didn't bother to answer Lu Weian. He stood up and walked towards the door, saying as he walked, Boss Lu, not only was this William invited by me, but I also invited him personally. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already stepped out of the office. Seeing this, Lu Weian also hurriedly stood up with a serious look. With David's status in Jiangshan City, he actually had to personally deliver an invitation letter to a young man named William. This kind of treatment might not be found in the entire Jiangshan City. He couldn't help but be full of curiosity about William. David hurried to the hall and saw Fiona attacking William. He was immediately furious. He rushed forward without hesitation and slapped Fiona hard, shouting, Rebellious girl, how many times have I told you not to mess with Mr. Qin? This sudden scene stunned all the bosses present. They stared with wide eyes and shock written all over their faces. David actually beat his own daughter in front of so many people for William. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on William, and everyone was confused. Who was this William that David could protect him so much? Fiona covered her beaten face and cried, Dad, why are you so confused? William is obviously a liar. Alex is from the Su family in the provincial capital, which is one of the top 5 families in the province. What kind of important people has he not met? If William is a descendant of a big family in the province, how could Alex not know him? Fiona's words did make sense, and the bosses present nodded. Yes, if William was really the young master of a big family in the province, how could Alex not react when he saw him? But they didn't know that they had been misled by Fiona's words. William might not be from the province. He might be from outside the province, just like Nathan, who came from the Zhong family in Beijing. David immediately retorted, What do you know? You have been abroad for many years. How can you know Mr. Qin better than me? How much do you know about the company? When you returned to China, I reminded you that William was the benefactor of Tianxing Technology. I told you not to mess with him, but you refused to listen. Let me tell you, without William's investment of 500 million in cash, there would be no Tianxing Technology that is booming now. David paused, as if he had made up his mind, and continued. Also, I want to take this opportunity to announce something important to everyone. William is actually the largest investor behind Tianxing Technology. For the better development of the company, I decided to step down as chairman and transfer 30% of the shares to Mr. Qin. The next chairman will be Mr. Qin. As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a bombshell, causing a huge wave of shock in everyone's hearts. What? William is so young, and he's actually an investor? A year ago, Tianxing Technology's funding chain broke down, and I thought it was over. I didn't expect this young man to invest 500 million. I haven't heard of any big family with the surname Qin in our province. Where did this William come from? He's probably from a big family in another province. David wants to give up the position of chairman to William? What is he thinking? That's 30% of the shares. Don't talk about this in this situation. Be careful not to involve your own company. Everyone was talking and the scene was in chaos. Fiona stood in the crowd, her face as pale as paper, her eyes full of confusion and regret. She could never have imagined that William's identity as an investor would be announced in public by his father. Not only that, her father also wanted to hand over the chairmanship and 30% of the shares to William, an outsider. At this point, No matter how dumb Fiona was, she knew that William's identity as an investor was real. But her initial contempt made her unwilling to believe anything about William. She knew how important the 500 million cash flow was to Tianxing Technology, which was on the verge of bankruptcy at the time. How powerful must William be to come up with this money? She estimated that William was at least the son of a powerful force in other provinces with tens of billions of dollars. Fiona was filled with regret. Her initial contempt had almost pushed Tianxing Technology into bankruptcy. She had originally thought that the chairman's seat was a sure thing, but now it was easily taken away by William, and her 30% of the shares were gone. She sighed helplessly. Unless there was a force worth tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions willing to help her, how could such a force go against the forces behind William for a company worth tens of billions? She thought about it, and her eyes fell on Alex, who was standing aside. As for David, after the announcement, he felt a sharp pain in his heart. That was a full 30% of the shares, and he only held 37%. With this gift, he instantly became a small shareholder from a controller. But as long as he can keep William and let him continue to work for the company, David feels that everything is worth it. After all, sometimes, sacrificing immediate interests can be exchanged for long-term development. I stood at the banquet, and the noise around me seemed to have nothing to do with me. Everyone thought that I would naturally accept David's offer of the position of chairman of Tianxing Technology. Even David himself thought so. But they could never have predicted my thoughts. I smiled and looked at David. David, you are just as smart as when we first met. I changed the subject. However, being too shrewd is not necessarily a good thing. I knew in my heart that although he seemed to be at a disadvantage by giving up the position of chairman, he actually had a good plan. If I became the chairman, with the connections he had accumulated in Jiangshan City over the past year, the market value of Tianxing Technology would increase by at least 3 billion, and it would dominate Jiangshan in an instant. Moreover, he probably guessed that my background was not simple and wanted to take the opportunity to get close to me. This was a huge temptation for both him and Tianxing Technology. David was touched by my trick, and a trace of embarrassment flashed across his face, but he quickly pretended to be confused. Mr. Chin, we have been working together for a year. If outsiders heard what you said, they would think we were scheming against each other. I gave up the position of chairman for the development of Tianxing Technology. I think this company will definitely reach a higher level in your hands. Hey, that's a nice way of saying it. In just a few words, he brought me closer to the company and to me. He also wanted to draw a line between me and other companies and keep those bosses away from me. Unfortunately, I didn't buy it. I'm sorry, Chairman Zhao. I'm not interested in the position of chairman. Let's leave it to your daughter. And keep your 30% of the shares for your retirement. I patted his shoulder, leaned close to his ear, and whispered a few words. His face changed instantly. After that, I called the waiter and started to enjoy the buffet again. I have to say that the barbecue in this hotel tastes really good. Maybe I can consider buying it in the future. I took a full plate of meat and sat down in the corner seat. A quarter of an hour later, the banquet officially began. David came on stage and spoke a few words, announcing that Fiona would serve as the president, and then hurried off the stage. Fiona was drinking whiskey with an unhappy look on her face, and Alex was coaxing her. Nathan saw this scene and couldn't help laughing. This little fat boy from the Su family is quite interesting. I was a little curious, so I looked at Alex and asked Nathan, isn't he the young master of the Su family in the provincial capital? How did he know Fiona? Nathan said while eating barbecue. I heard that the two met at an event when Alex was in high school in Jiangshan City, and since then, he has become Fiona's loyal licker, which has been 7 or 8 years. I was eating meat and looking around the hall. There were 70 or 80 business owners from Jiangshan City gathered here. It was a good opportunity to expand my network, but I was annoyed. Every few minutes, there would be fearless bosses trying to get close to me, but fortunately Nathan scolded them back every time. I was wondering in my heart, I was acting so unwilling to talk to them. Why did these people keep disturbing me while I was eating? At this time, Alex was still trying to coax Fiona. Xiaoqing, don't be angry. I really can't do anything about William's matter. Xiaoqing, please pay attention to me. Fiona acted as if she didn't hear him. Until Alex said, Xiaoqing, I have discussed this cooperation with my family, and it can be announced tonight. The Su family can invest 2 billion in Tianxing Technology to test the waters. If the effect is good, additional investment can be made. Xiaoqing, just pay attention to me. Fiona then spoke. Are you serious? Alex nodded quickly. Really, I'm announcing it now. He ran to the stage quickly, and everyone's eyes were focused on him. He was silent for a moment, then picked up the microphone and said, Hello everyone. I am Alex, the son of the head of the Su family in the provincial capital. I want to announce that the Su family has decided to invest 2 billion in Tianxing Technology for cooperation. After that, he hurried back to Fiona, looking forward to being praised. Fiona said, "Well done, I'll pay attention to you from now on." Although she was still a little dissatisfied with Alex for not supporting her before, now that Alex had announced the cooperation, as long as it was put into operation, Tianxing Technology's stock price might skyrocket, and it was conservatively estimated that it could increase by 1 billion. Fiona was secretly proud of herself. Humph. William, even if you come from a billionaire family, you are no match for a loyal bootlicker like me. This cooperation proves that Tianxing Technology can still succeed without you, William. You are so stupid to give up your shares and the position of chairman. You missed the opportunity to make a lot of money in vain. At the same time, David was talking to several bosses and frowned when he heard Alex's words. The bosses were full of envy. Congratulations to Mr. Zhao for cooperating with the Su family in the provincial capital and getting 2 billion in investment. Yes, this money can buy several of our companies. In my opinion, Mr. Zhao has a good daughter who knows the young master of the Su family. If they can get married, Tianxing Technology will have the provincial capital Su family behind it. David felt mixed emotions when he heard these words. He had no prior knowledge of this cooperation. Based on his experience, the Su family must have some ulterior motive for the 2 billion investment. After all, the Su family is not a charity. In the days after the banquet, the news that the Su family in the provincial capital was going to invest 2 billion in Tianxing Technology and reach a cooperation agreement swept across the entire Jiangshan city like a gust of wind, and even caused a sensation in the province. As soon as investors heard the news, they rushed to buy Tianxing Technology's shares like sharks smelling blood. In just 3 days, the market value of Tianxing Technology skyrocketed by 1.5 billion yuan, which shocked Fiona. It was completely beyond her expectations. I came to the registration center of Jiangshan Industrial and Commercial Bureau. I was familiar with the process of registering a new company. When I filled in the column of company name, I thought about it for a while and then wrote down Lin Technology Company, Limited. Nathan was watching from the side and read out the company name. He immediately realized that Hai was taken from my name and Lin was his last name. His eyes were red. If we weren't in the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, he would probably hug me and cry, saying that I valued him too much. While filling out the form carefully, I told him, "Don't worry, the company will definitely assign you a nominal position. The family branch that your Uncle Zhong asked you to go to for training will probably have a lot of things to do and will be very busy. Don't worry about things here. I'll take care of it." Nathan was so moved by what he heard that he said he was going to the bathroom. In fact, he found a deserted corner, removed his father from the blacklist of his address book, and then made a phone call. As soon as the call was connected, there was a roar from the other end. "You stinky boy, are you itching for trouble? I told you to go to the branch to gain experience, not to mess around, and you dared to block me. When you return to Beijing at the end of the year, I will show you how I will deal with you." Nathan put the phone away. He knew his father too well. When he had scolded enough, his anger would subside. About 2.5 minutes later, the voice on the other end finally became quieter and said, "It's okay. You won't call me. Tell me what's wrong." Nathan said, "Dad, I met William in Jiangshan City." After saying this, Zhong Cohen on the other end of the phone was silent for a long time, and then he advised Nathan not to get too close to me, saying that the attitude of the Zhong family's top management towards the incident that year was to avoid it if possible. He also said that if I had financial difficulties, he could take out several hundred million from his private treasury to help me. Nathan ignored all this and said directly, "Dad, William and I opened a technology company together. William probably doesn't have much money on hand, so please unblock my card so that I can transfer money to the company account." Zhong Cohen was silent for a few seconds, sighed, and said, "Okay." After hanging up the phone, Zhong Cohen asked his secretary to unblock Nathan's card and remove the limit. When I came out of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau Registration Center, I saw Nathan standing at the door, looking at his phone excitedly. I asked him what he was so happy about, because I had used connections to expedite the registration of the company and obtained all the formalities. At this time, Nathan asked me how much the company's registered capital was. I told him 50 million. He got anxious when he heard it and said with a big hand, 50 million is not enough. I have 10 billion in my hand. I will put it all in." My eyes widened, wondering if I had heard wrongly. 10 billion? All invested in Highland Technology? This would allow the company to become the #1 enterprise in Jiangshan City right from the start. The only words left in my mind were far ahead. As far as I know, Tianbao Group, the company with the most assets in Jiangshan City, only has close to 6 billion in total assets. With this 10 billion, Highland Technology has left Tianbao Group behind. I was so happy in my heart, but I pretended to be calm on the surface, patted Nathan on the back, and said, "Good guy, you finally did a great job." In the next few days, I spent 70 million to acquire the research base of a small technology company. Nathan was even more arrogant and directly spent hundreds of millions to buy a commercial building near the city center as the company's office space. Moreover, under Nathan's operation, the news of the establishment of Highland Technology spread throughout Jiangshan City overnight. When David heard the news, his face turned green. He had tried his best to keep me before, fearing this situation, but he didn't expect things to develop so quickly. He knew clearly that the registered capital of 50 million was just the tip of the iceberg of my strength, and Highland Technology would surely create a huge wave in Jiangshan City. After David confirmed the information for the third time, he waved his hand to let the secretary leave and strictly ordered that no one was allowed to approach the office without permission. As soon as the door closed, David instantly lost his usual composure. He clenched his fists and slammed them on the table, as if to vent all his anger. "William, I will give you 30% of Tianxing Technology's shares and even give up the position of chairman, just asking you to stay in Tianxing." His voice trembled. "You invested in Tianxing in the first place. Why did you set up your own business now and go against us? Just because my daughter mistakenly fired you, you want to retaliate against the company?" She was thinking about the company. "We have been cooperating for a year. Why are you so heartless?" The questioning echoed in the room. His eyes were full of disappointment and confusion. In David's opinion, William's newly established Highland Technology is undoubtedly trying to grab Tianxing Technology's market share. Although Tianxing Technology has received 2 billion yuan in investment due to its cooperation with the Su family, its market value has soared and its prospects seem bright. But David, with his many years of business experience, always felt that the return the Su family was seeking would bring hidden dangers to Tianxing. In addition, he knew nothing about Highland Technology, and he gradually became angry. At this time, the original owner of Highland Building had moved out, and the entire building was empty. Only one office on the 37th floor still had a desk, 2 chairs, and 3 sofas. Nathan swaggered in, plopped down on the sofa, crossed his legs, and made a phone call. A few minutes later, he said to William, "William, the owner of this building is really stingy. He only kept this little thing. I called and asked, and he planned to replace it with a new one, but it hasn't arrived yet today." Nathan stretched his body and said, "William, Highland Technology has an office building and a research base. As for the employees, should we poach people from Tianxing as we said before, or should I use some connections to get some people here?" William stood in front of the window, looking in the direction of Tianxing Technology, and said in a deep voice, "First, poach people from Tianxing Technology. All the sales department and other departments will be decided based on the situation, and the human resources department will not be touched. Those people are basically the spies of the board of directors, and recruiting them will not benefit the company. By the way, I have a scientific research team under me. A year ago, we developed a lower-priced and safer L3 intelligent driving system. The patent has just been applied for, and I am the signatory. I invested in this team 2 years ago, and they are still in Tianxing. Now that I am gone, they should find another place to do scientific research." William couldn't help but sigh that the predecessor was really forward-looking, investing in scientific research teams in the early days of the new energy industry. That afternoon, a wave of resignations swept through the sales department of Tianxing Technology. Employees collectively submitted their resignation forms, which alarmed Fiona. "You are so brave," Fiona shouted angrily. "Do you really think the company can't survive without you? Believe it or not, I will fire you and make sure you can't survive in this industry." In the past, this may have worked, but now, the salespeople have been grudged for a long time, and their anger was instantly ignited. "I quit. My benefits are gone, and you have messed up my working environment. It's called a basic salary increase, but in fact it's full attendance, performance, and code of conduct awards. If one of them doesn't meet the standard, not only will we lose 1,000, but we will also have to pay a fine of 2,000. We worked hard to win cooperation. Even if we don't have any credit, we have worked hard. You took office and fired Manager Chin, but you blamed us for not working hard when the performance declined." Fiona was shocked and angry. She thought the employees were trying to gain benefits by threatening to resign. As long as she was tough and ignored them, they would give in. "Okay, all of you get out. The company is in its growth stage, and it can still do without salespeople like you. Remember, it's not you who are resigning. It's me who is firing you." However, as soon as she finished speaking, the employees cheered. "Great, if you are fired, you can leave directly. You have to wait a month to resign." The president finally did a good thing. Fiona couldn't believe it and staggered back. She didn't expect that the employees really wanted to leave. Okay, since you're determined to leave, don't waste time. Get out of the company right now. Fiona came to her senses, pointed outside the door, and shouted at the top of her voice. Humph! I want to see which company dares to hire you ungrateful people after you leave here. The sales staff quickly packed up their things and rushed to the door without looking back. Their steps were so hurried that it seemed as if there was a beast chasing them. They were afraid that Fiona would change her mind and call them back. Looking at the back that disappeared quickly, Fiona was so shocked that her eyes widened and she was stunned for a moment. In the blink of an eye, the once bustling sales department became deserted, with only messy desks and documents scattered on the floor. Fiona felt a surge of anger rising to her head, and her chest rose and fell violently. After a while, she calmed down a little and said to her secretary Tang Jelly, Xiao Tang, prepare to recruit people. The sales department needs a major change. I don't believe that without them, the performance will be worse. Tang Jelly's eyes flashed with a barely perceptible surprise, and she immediately responded, Okay, President Zhao. At the same time, in the chairman's office, David also ran into the team that was about to resign. Qianlei, the core of the research team, said sincerely, President Zhao, we came to Tianxing Technology to follow Mr. Qin. Now that Mr. Qin has left to establish Highland Technology, we naturally have to follow him. Mr. Qin, I cannot agree to this resignation letter. David crossed his arms, looking solemn. The L3 Intelligent Assisted Driving System is what Tianxing invested a lot of money in for you to develop. This is the company's key product to enter the new energy vehicle market. This is a critical period. You cannot leave, you must overcome it. Otherwise, it will affect the company's development and damage the company's interests, and the board of directors will not agree. Qianlei responded calmly. Chairman Zhao, our team developed the L3 self-developed intelligent driving system in the first week after we came to the company. We just didn't tell you at Mr. Qin's request. Now, the patent rights of the L3 intelligent driving system belong to Mr. Qin. It will be useless for your company to keep us. What did you say? David's eyes widened, his face full of shock. Mr. Zhao, you heard me right. Qianlei adjusted his glasses. With the hundreds of millions of dollars invested by Tianxing, our team has only been able to produce a semi-finished L2 intelligent driving system that has not been fully tested. This product is unstable and indispensable to us. It's okay to give it to you. David thought for a moment and took out a stack of documents from the drawer. This is the contract you signed when you joined the company. The only original copy is here. Now it's up to you to deal with it. After that, he pushed the contract to Qianlei. Qianlei took it and looked through it briefly. After confirming that it was correct, he said, Thank you, Mr. Zhao. By the way, I would like to remind you that it is best to find a team to take over this project as soon as possible. If it is delayed for too long, the unstable factors will become more complicated. After that, Qianlei and his group left Tianxing Technology with large and small bags. The news quickly reached the ears of the board members. An hour later, in the Tianxing Technology board meeting room, 3 directors, LV Guoxiong, Liang Zhen, and Lu Mingzhu, led a meeting. Their shares were second only to David. David, as the chairman, was absent from the meeting. A few minutes before the meeting was to start, Fiona rushed to the meeting room, pushed open the door, and said quickly, I'm sorry, directors, my father has something urgent to do, so I will hold this meeting on his behalf. With a polite smile on her face, she sat in the only empty chair. Haha, you are worthy of being Mr. Zhao's daughter. It's her first time attending a board meeting, but she's not nervous at all. Liang Zhen stood up with a smile and led the applause. Welcome Mr. Zhao back to China, join Tianxing Technology, and serve as the company's new president. The other directors also applauded, but just perfunctorily. Fiona stood up and responded politely. Hello, uncles and aunts. I am very happy to join the Tianxing Technology family and serve as the president. I am young and my management experience is not as good as that of the directors. If there are things I have not done well, I hope you will be tolerant and give me more advice. Since President Zhao said so, we won't be polite. Lu Guoxiong said seriously, President Zhao, the company has suffered heavy losses since you took office. William, the sales champion and investor, led to the cancellation of cooperation with many partners. William has not been invited back yet, and he even founded Highland Technology to oppose the company. In addition, because of you, the important cooperation with the Qidong branch has also fallen through. Originally, considering that you helped to establish cooperation with the Su family in the provincial capital and obtained $2 billion investment, these mistakes can be put aside for the time being. But today, you fired the entire sales department, and Mr. Zhao also let go of the company's most important research team, and even refused to attend the meeting. You know, The project studied by the research team is the key technology for Tianqing to gain a foothold in the new energy industry and get a share of the new energy vehicle field in the future. I wonder what Mr. Zhao thinks about this. At this moment, Lu Guoxiong's tone was flat, and the directors all looked at Fiona, expecting her response. William played an indispensable role in Tianqing Technology's rise from the brink of bankruptcy in just 1 year. After joining the company, he ran around to get orders and negotiate cooperation, bringing huge profits to the company. Moreover, he is also an investor, and his actual position in the company is equal to that of the directors. Chapter 24 with the Su family here, nothing will be a problem. Facing Lu Guoxiong's sharp question, Fiona just thought about it for a while and gave an answer. Mr. Lu, I don't think I did anything wrong, even firing William or the entire sales department. It was clear that Fiona was unwilling to admit that she had made a mistake. If she admitted it, wouldn't that mean that her ability was not worthy of her current position as president? Most importantly, she would lose face in front of these group directors. If William is an investor of Tianqing Technology, investing in Tianqing Technology is itself an exchange of interests. No one owes anyone anything. William earned from Tianqing Technology has probably long exceeded the original investment. William thanks Tianqing Technology for being almost there. As for the sales department, without William, they are just a bunch of useless people, just fire them. With Tianqing Technology's current development momentum, it is a piece of cake to attract new employees and rebuild a sales department with stronger comprehensive strength. Fiona continued. As for the company's scientific research projects, I have heard about them. This project was brought about after William invested in the company, and the research team was also brought in by William. Now that William has left the company, it is inevitable that they will leave. They cannot be retained by force. This cannot be blamed on my father. I think Director Lu and the other directors know these situations better than I do, right? Hearing what Fiona said, the directors all frowned. Mr. Zhao, you should understand that if William was still in the company, there wouldn't be so many problems right now. Liang Zhen spoke first. Even if you think you have done nothing wrong, your actions have indeed affected the actual interests of the company. Fiona suddenly didn't know what to say. After all, Director Liang Zhen spoke the truth. If she had not fired William in public in order to maintain her dignity as the president, the company would not have fallen into so much trouble. After the incident, her father asked her to ask William to return to the company. William with an extremely arrogant attitude. At the banquet, she spoke rudely to William in front of many businessmen, completely offending him. Even when her father personally stepped forward to coordinate, he was rejected. It is no exaggeration to say that the crisis the company is facing now is all caused by Fiona. Xiaoqing, you graduated from a top 10 business school in the United States. Now you can return to China to serve as the president of Tianqing Technology. This is a good thing for everyone. At this time, Lu Mingzhu, who was sitting next to him, suddenly spoke. She is David's old friend. They have known each other since college, which is more than 20 years ago. But if you want to make your first move as a new official, you should at least understand the specific situation of the company first, right? Lu Mingzhu's tone was filled with a hint of blame. How could you make such a stupid mistake? There was a hint of disappointment in Lu Mingzhu's eyes. Indeed, Liang Zhen nodded and responded. Why did they have to fire William when there were so many other people to fire? Although none of us knew that he was an investor of Tianqing Technology at the time, he was the top seller. Just based on this status, we couldn't fire him easily. There was also a hint of dissatisfaction in Liang Zhen's voice. Yes, even if you are Mr. Zhao's daughter, you can't be so willful. As the president, you should put the interests of the company first. That's right. What's more, William's real identity is the mysterious investor from a year ago. His importance to the company is self-evident. What's worse is that William has now gone to the opposite side of the company and founded Highland Technology. He even took away the scientific research team and the entire sales department. My people told me that after they left the company, they left in the direction of the building where Highland Technology is located. You are giving the entire sales department, with its experienced employees, to Highland Technology. These group directors talked at once, one after another, as if they wanted to vent all their long-suppressed emotions. Originally, out of David's consideration, they gave Fiona enough time to make amends. Unfortunately, however, Fiona's performance was so unsatisfactory that not only did she fail to get William to return to the company, but she also forced him to embark on the path of starting his own business. Faced with such a major event that seriously endangers the company and its own interests, which director can still sit still after learning about it? They can't just sit and watch the company go downhill under Fiona's management. Therefore, they put aside other things and held this emergency meeting. Fiona didn't expect the group directors to react so strongly to the company's troubles. She quickly comforted him. Dear directors, don't worry. I will definitely solve this matter immediately. Recruitment for vacant positions in the sales department has already begun. As for the scientific research team, I will use my connections in the United States to find a team that is more professional than the previous one. I will definitely get Tianxing Technology back on track in the shortest possible time. Just as he finished speaking, the door of the conference room was suddenly pushed open, and Alex strode in, followed by David, who was absent from the meeting. Fiona and the group directors present all looked over. Xiaoqing, the troubles that Tianxing Technology has encountered are nothing to my Su family. Alex glanced at the people in the conference room. His eyes stopped on Fiona, and his tone was gentle. Because with the Su family here, everything is not a problem. David said at this time. Daughter, you have done a good job. Let me do it next. You and Master Su should leave the conference room for a while. You are old classmates. There is no harm in exchanging more ideas. After Alex and Fiona left the conference room, David walked to the conference table and said in a serious tone, the research project will now be fully handed over to the Su family. At the same time, the Su family will also add 1 billion in investment funds. Everyone, I think you won't have any objections, right? Lu Guoxiong frowned. Director Zhao, the research project of the scientific research team is an important core of Tianxing Technology. It's not good to let the Su family get involved, right? Haha, when you have nothing to do, you don't consider the company. David sneered. Now that your own interests are affected, you only think about the company? To be honest, the patent for our self-developed L3 intelligent driving system is in William's hands and has nothing to do with Tianxing Technology. With the hundreds of millions of dollars we invested, according to them, the best they can do is to develop a semi-finished L2 intelligent driving system. If we don't let the Su family get involved, what will Tianxing Technology have to participate in the Provincial Technology Exhibition in a month? What do you think? With the current level of Tianxing Technology, what kind of technological achievements can it achieve without external help? Hearing this, the group's directors lost their composure completely. Chapter 25 Situation Analysis. I originally thought that the L3 self-developed intelligent driving system would be Tianxing Technology's first product to enter the new energy vehicle field. These directors were still immersed in joy, fantasizing that the market value of Tianxing Technology would skyrocket by tens of billions, and that the stocks they held would also soar accordingly. However, reality gave them a heavy blow. The patent for this technology actually fell into William's hands. Tianxing Technology currently only has a semi-finished L2 intelligent driving system, which is undoubtedly a huge blow. Under such circumstances, it is not difficult to understand why David invited the young master of the Su family. For Tianxing Technology, the Su family may be the only way out. Lu Guoxiong rarely refuted David, but asked in a heavy tone, Director Zhao, the Su family has reached a cooperation agreement with the company. But that's the Su family in the provincial capital. Tianxing Technology is just a small company that is not worthy of attention compared to it. The Su family will have full access to Tianxing Technology's research projects. This is certainly a suitable way to deal with the technology exhibition in a month. But this also means that the Su family in the provincial capital will control the lifeline of Tianxing Technology. Then I would like to ask Chairman Zhao, in this situation, is there any way for us to keep Tianxing Technology independent under the control of the Su family? Lu Guoxiong's concerns are also what the directors are worried about. With the help of the Su family, Tianxing Technology will surely shock the audience at the technology exhibition. Tianxing Technology will also take this opportunity to make its mark in the new energy vehicle industry, and its market value is likely to surge by tens of billions. However, as I said before, the Su family is not a charity organization. The Su family has invested a total of 3 billion in Tianxing Technology. Faced with such huge profits in the field of new energy vehicles, how could they remain indifferent? By then, how much profit can Tianxing Technology get? 20%? 1%? No matter how much is distributed, it is in the vital interests of these directors. The more the Su family gets, the less benefit they can gain. Haha, David laughed. Mr. Lu, you are really old. Your mind has become so simple. You? Lu Guoxiong asked back. Then please, Mr. Zhao, tell me why I am so simple-minded. David dragged over an empty chair and sat down. At this moment, the attention of the group directors was focused on David. David sneered. Do you think that even if the Su family does not fully intervene in this scientific research project, they will not seek benefits from Tianxing Technology? You have been comfortable for too long. Even when the company was on the verge of bankruptcy a year ago, you didn't think about solving the problem. but how to minimize the damage to your own interests. When this situation was pointed out, all the directors, including Lu Mingzhu, subconsciously avoided David's scrutiny. David didn't care about these things. He just smiled again. From the day the Su family invested $2 billion, it was destined that Tianxing Technology would not be able to remain unscathed. Since the result is predictable, why don't I just go along with them and ask them to get involved in Tianxing Technology's project myself? On the one hand, this will allow Tianxing Technology to shine at the technology exhibition in a month. On the other hand, although the company has lost its independence, at least we have the support of the Su family in the provincial capital. Guys, what's wrong with this? Although I may lose a little bit of profit at the moment, I gain the friendship of the Su family in return. You must remember that Tianxing Technology is nothing in front of the Su family. The fact that it can even get on board with the giant Su family is because of the relationship between my daughter and the young master of the Su family. At this moment, all the group directors in the conference room fell silent. After a long time, female director Lu Mingzhu broke the silence. Qingshan, Tianxing Technology is your hard work. Don't you feel bad about letting the Su family take control of it? David shook his head. This is not a question of whether it is uncomfortable or not, but a question of whether Tianxing Technology can continue to develop. Don't forget, without the Su family's help, we can't compete with William S. Highland Technology at all. Lu Guoxiong continued. Director Zhao's daughter and the young master of the Su family are a perfect match. It seems that the young master of the Su family also has a special liking for Mr. Zhao's daughter. We might as well think of a way to bring them together. In this way, the young master of the Su family will become Mr. Zhao's son-in-law. The problems we were worried about were also solved. When the other directors heard this, they all nodded in agreement. They all thought it was okay. Not only can he ensure that his own interests are substantially protected, but he can also use the power of the Su family to gain more benefits for himself. All they have to do is give the chairman's fortune, and for these directors, it's a sure win. Haha. David stared at Lu Guoxiong with a sharp gaze, a cold smile on his lips. I remember that Mr. Lu's granddaughter is in college. Why don't you let your granddaughter marry into the Su family for the sake of the company? Mr. Lu seems to have made no substantial contribution to the company over the years. How about taking this opportunity to ask Director Lu to introduce your granddaughter to Master Su? Maybe Master Su will also be fond of her. In David's mind, it was William who originally wanted to bring them together. William is handsome, capable, and probably has a good family background. As for Alex, he has an average appearance and a fat body. Apart from being the son of the Su family, he has nothing else to show for it. If I were to let my daughter marry the young master of the Su family, those people outside would definitely flatter me on the surface, but they might be cursing me in their hearts. Selling one's daughter for fame and fortune is probably an understatement. Xiaoqing, don't worry. Alex smiled foolishly. With my Su family here at this technology exhibition, nothing can go wrong. Fiona crossed her arms and said in a cold tone, Alex, Tianxing Technology is my father's hard work. I hope you can pay more attention to this technology exhibition for my sake. Otherwise, I will never forgive you in my life. Alex heard this. He was stunned. This won't do. I must handle this matter well and never let the goddess never forgive me in her life. If I don't forgive myself, doesn't that mean there's no hope for me and Fiona? Don't worry. Alex, guarantee that at this technology exhibition, Tianxing Technology's products will definitely win first prize. No, special prize. Alex chose to swear to Fiona without hesitation, but secretly added in his heart, unless Mr. Zhong doesn't participate in this technology exhibition. Fiona nodded with satisfaction. That's the best. Chapter 26, Xiaohua Technology Xiaojun. At night, the sky was already pitch black and you couldn't even see the stars when you looked up. At this moment, the Highland Technology building is brightly lit. After settling the entire sales department and scientific research team, Nathan brought good news. You mean, you used your connections to get the company its first business? William asked in surprise and disbelief. Nathan raised his lips slightly and replied confidently. Of course, I am the vice chairman of Highland Technology appointed by you, William. Isn't it normal for me to bring big business to my company? But to be honest, I just sent them some relevant information about the L3 intelligent driving system that our company has developed. I didn't expect them to respond so quickly. William's eyes flashed with surprise. He didn't expect that Highland Technology would be able to cooperate so soon. William asked curiously, which car company is the other party? What is its market value? And can we reach a long-term cooperation? Although new energy vehicles are still in their early stages of development, there are still many established car companies on the market that are also undergoing some transformation and development. If it is one of these established car companies, it would be a good thing for Highland Technology to reach a long-term cooperation. If it is a new car company, it is no problem. At least it has a springboard to enter the field of domestic new energy vehicles. Nathan deliberately kept it a secret. William, I can only say that the other party is a Fortune 500 company. You will probably know which company it is when we meet. As for long-term cooperation, I think it is possible with a high probability. Because in his reply, he said he valued our company's L3 intelligent driving system and said he would come to discuss it in person tomorrow. The next morning, it was still slightly light. Yending Villa Hotel. William has reserved this place specifically to entertain the chairman of the Fortune 500 company that Nathan mentioned. Nathan dragged his tired body, yawning, and followed William. He didn't go to bed until 3 in the morning last night, but was woken up by William at 6:30 in the morning. The pretense is, you are the vice president of the company, so you have to come too. Nathan was so sleepy that his eyelids were drooping. He said weakly, William, isn't it too early? I'm not here until 10 o'clock, but you dragged me here at 7. As he spoke, he yawned loudly. That was 3 hours. I don't know how good it was to lie in bed and sleep. William made a promise and said, after this, you can sleep however you want. It's up to you. I won't say anything to you. 3 hours later, a Beijing-licensed Porsche Cayenne Ice Crystal Blue drove into the villa. The car door opened slightly, and a middle-aged man in a well-tailored suit stepped out gracefully. The man was about 1.81 meters tall, with a posture as straight as a pine tree, exuding a mature and steady temperament. His facial features are soft and peaceful, without any sharpness, and his face is kind and amiable. Look at his thick hair, which is even blacker and shinier than that of many young people today. William stared at the man in front of him with eyes wide open, his face full of disbelief. What the hell? William had imagined that the person who would come over would be a boss from a car company. But he never expected that the man standing in front of him would be this man. Nathan noticed William's shocked expression and smiled smugly. Are you shocked, William? Zhao Jun is the boss of a technology company with extremely high traffic in the entire country of China. This is quite shocking. William's smile seemed to be reaching his ears. He had never thought that in this parallel world, there would be someone who looked exactly like that person. Not only that, their life paths are almost identical. Perhaps the only difference is that the former did not enter the field of new energy vehicles as early as the man named Zhao Jun in front of him. Nathan gently, then with a faint smile on his face, he extended his hand to William. I guess you are the chairman of Highland Technology, Mr. William Chin? William suppressed his excitement and also extended his hand, saying, Hello, I am William, the chairman of Highland Technology. I have long admired Chairman Zhao and your Zhao Technology Company. Oh hoo. Yes. Although he is not the Juner from the previous life, the Zhao Jun in front of him has the same status in this parallel world. He finally had a face-to-face and close contact with his idol. Moreover, there is a chance to cooperate with him. Long life. As for Zhao Jun, he came from Beijing and was a business tycoon with a net worth of over 100 billion. On the way here, he specifically asked someone to learn about Highland Technology. When I saw that the chairman of Highland Technology was surnamed Chin, I was still not able to react. Nathan, the young master of the Zhong Group, was appointed as the president. He had some guesses in his mind. It's just that he was able to start a business from university and develop it into a group like Zhao Technology with a market value of trillions of dollars. Zhao Jun naturally knew what to say and what not to say, commonly known as measure. As expected of Mr. Chin, he is a handsome man. Zhao Jun praised happily. William said modestly, No, I can't compare to Chairman Zhao. Your ideas are very inspiring to me. Oh, Zhao Jun's eyes revealed a trace of doubt. May I ask Director Chin, which of my ideas inspired you? When asked this question, William came to his senses. In this parallel world, Juner's many ideas might be different. So, William replied nonchalantly. I saw it by chance a few years ago. The general meaning was technology is no longer high and mighty. Technology should serve everyone. Zhao Jun suddenly realized. So it was this sentence. I remember that I mentioned it in my annual speech. I didn't expect it could inspire President Chin. It turns out that in this world, Zhao Jun also said the same thing. That's easy. Yes, Highland Technology's L3 intelligent driving system is built based on this concept. William nodded and said, I think Mr. Zhao also saw the advantages of our company's self-developed L3 intelligent driving system, right? Zhao Jun did not deny it, but said bluntly, It is indeed so. It is no exaggeration to say that your company's L3 intelligent driving system will be an important boost for Zhao Technology, which wants to enter the field of new energy vehicles. The Guojia ecosystem, combined with your company's intelligent driving system, will create a new energy vehicle with epic-making significance. This future is definitely not too far away. I recently planned to set up Zhao Automobile Technology Company, Limited with a registered capital of 10 billion yuan. The car manufacturing qualification is temporarily in cooperation with Huajing Automobile. If there are subsequent results, we can apply for car manufacturing qualifications from the higher authorities. Chapter 27 successfully joined 2 Fortune 500 companies. Huajing Automobile, as an old brand among domestic automobiles, and with its official background, is very trustworthy. It was indeed a wise move for Zhao Jun to choose to cooperate with Huajing Automobile before obtaining the qualifications to build cars independently. William could also understand. After all, Junior in his previous life made the same choice. William invited. Chairman Zhao, how about we go in and talk in detail first? That's exactly what I mean. Zhao Jun also agreed. In a very large conference room. To William's advance arrangements, all the items needed in the conference room were ready, including the focus of their next cooperation discussions, detailed internal data on the self-developed L3 intelligent driving system. Nathan had previously sent to Zhao Jun's email was just the most basic data. As for what is released now, they are all part of the core data. But these are more than enough, and sincerity has been shown. After Zhao Jun took a quick look at these data, he was deeply shocked. He immediately said, Director Qin, I don't think we need to discuss this cooperation any further. I mean, there is no problem with cooperation. After saying that, Zhao Jun suddenly stood up from his chair. Seeing this, William also stood up. President Qin, I hope that both of our companies will benefit greatly from this cooperation. I am now nearly 50 years old, and Zhao Auto will be the last major entrepreneurial project in my life. I hope that with the joint efforts of both parties, the birth of Zhao Motors will be a qualitative leap in the domestic new energy vehicle industry and a milestone in domestic new energy. I am willing to fight for domestically produced new energy vehicles together with President Qin. Zhao Jun's lofty ambitions and bold words fell into his ears, but shocked his heart. After listening, William said firmly, Mr. Zhao, in this cooperation, I hope Highland Technology can contribute to the birth of Zhao Automobile. Zhao Jun laughed cheerfully and said, with young people like Mr. Qin, Huawei New Energy will surely develop. William raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a humble smile, and said softly, Mr. Zhao, you are too kind. He paused for a moment, then said, Mr. Zhao, it's almost noon. Why don't we go have lunch first? In the afternoon, we can go to Highland Technology together to meet my research team and continue to have in-depth exchanges on our thoughts on domestically produced new energy. Zhao Jun thought about it briefly and said, just follow Director Qin's arrangement. After a satisfying meal and drink, we rested for another 2.5 hours. William and his team came to Highland Technology Building. It was still the same conference room, with the same people as in the morning, except there were 2 more people this time. One is the current chairman of Huajing Automobile, Zhang Jianyong. The other is Qian Lei, an important figure in the scientific research team. After receiving the news from Zhao Jun, Zhang Jianyong rushed over without stopping. At the first sight of William, Zhang Jianyong praised him as usual. It is true that a young man is a hero. Chairman Qin is so young, but he can contribute to domestic new energy. Mr. Zhang, you are too kind. William just smiled and said, I didn't expect that the chairman of Huajing Automobile would come out in person. It is an honor for Highland Technology. Ha ha ha. Zhang Jianyong was extremely happy to be praised like this. However, as soon as Zhang Jianyong entered the door and met Nathan, he put away his arrogance. Zhang Jianyong thought to himself, Nathan is the only heir of the Zhong family. The only person who can make him sit by his side obediently, apart from the current head of the Zhong family, is probably the mysterious young master of the Qin family who is rumored in the capital. Look at the chairman of Highland Technology. He is about the same age as Zhong Xiao and has the same last name, Qin. According to the group's internal investigation, William's registered residence is in Beijing. Not daring to think about it any further, Zhang Jianyong swallowed his saliva and said gently, Boss Qin, what are you talking about? It is not so much an honor for Highland Technology as it is an honor for the entire Huajing Automobile. Zhao Jun joked at this time, Director Zhang, Director Qin is young and promising, and he is more willing to contribute to domestic new energy. In my opinion, Mr. Qin can be a role model for today's young people. You can't treat Mr. Qin the same way you treat ordinary people. Mr. Zhao is right. Zhang Jianyong smiled awkwardly. The 3 of them chatted briefly about the current development prospects of domestic new energy. After hearing William's description of the future of domestic new energy, Xiao Jun and Zhang Jianyong nodded repeatedly and sighed. I also felt a spontaneous admiration for William. Half an hour later. Two old directors, we have talked enough. Why don't we get to the point first? President Qian, the head of our company's scientific research team, has been waiting for a long time. After finishing the topic, William said to Qianlei, Dean Qian, please give Director Xiao and Director Zhang a detailed introduction to the data of the L3 intelligent driving system. Okay, Mr. Qian. Qianlei played a set of PPTs on the conference room screen and started his speech. Although Xiao Jun already had a certain understanding, through Dean Qian's narration, he gained a more specific and profound understanding of all aspects of the L3 intelligent driving system. At the same time, Xiao Jun became more determined to cooperate with William. As for Zhang Jianyong, since he did not come in the morning, this was the first time he had a deep understanding of this L3 intelligent driving system. Therefore, with Qianlei's constant explanation, Zhang Jianyong's heart was constantly shocked. Originally, he was a little skeptical about what kind of products a small technology company with a registered capital of only 50 million yuan could produce. Even after receiving the message from Xiao Jun, he could see Xiao Jun's constant praise for him in the content. Zhang Jianyong also has a disdainful attitude. After all, Havel Motors has a history of several decades. With the continuous development of the times, Havel Motors also has unique insights in the research of intelligent driving systems. As the chairman of Huajing Automobile, how could he possibly look down upon the self-developed intelligent driving system of an unknown company? As a result, he was slapped in the face. Highland Technology's L3 intelligent driving system easily outperforms Huajing Automobile in all aspects. Whether it is stability, computing power, or other aspects, the theoretical and experimental data of each item far exceeds that of the intelligent driving system of the same level. Zhang Jian bravely asserted that none of the intelligent driving systems of the same level on the market today can compete with Highland Technology. If Huajing Automobile can also reach a cooperation with it, it will receive the support of Highland Technology's intelligent driving system. The intelligent driving performance of Huajing Automobile will definitely surpass most models of the same period. At that time, he only needs to hold a press conference in person and then invest some money to carry out extensive publicity and promotion. The sales volume of Huajing Automobile will definitely increase sharply. So, after Qianlei finished explaining, Zhang Jianyong immediately said, I never thought that your company's intelligent driving system would be so excellent, even far superior to other intelligent driving systems of the same level. On behalf of Huajing Automobile, I am willing to reach a cooperation with your company. If necessary, Huajing Auto can even research a new car series to match your company's intelligent driving system. Chapter 28 is a rage on the internet, with all the love, hate, and vengeance made up. Hearing this, William nodded happily and agreed to cooperate. No matter what, it is Huajing Automobile, one of the oldest domestic companies with an official background. For Highland Technology, the benefits of cooperating with it will definitely outweigh the disadvantages. Xiao Jun stood up and said with a smile, Director Zhang, you will definitely not regret this decision. Zhang Jianyong laughed cheerfully and said, Of course, I am completely impressed by the strength of Highland Technology. Thank you for your trust, William said modestly. Highland Technology is still a newcomer in the industry and cannot compare to the two seniors, Manhwa Technology and Huajing Automobile. Highland Technology still has a lot to learn from your two companies and make progress. Ha ha. Xiao Jun and Zhang Jianyong both laughed. Boss Qin, if we are talking about learning, our two families should learn from you. Xiao Jun said solemnly. The fact that Highland Technology has developed this intelligent driving system, which is said to be the strongest in its class, is worthy of learning for both of our companies. Even though Highland Technology is still a new company, we will never underestimate your company. Mr. Xiao said exactly what I thought. Zhang Jianyong nodded. The two of them have witnessed the true strength of Highland Technology with their own eyes. Being able to win high praise from both of them is undoubtedly a great affirmation for Highland Technology. If Highland Technology's self-developed L3 intelligent driving system is successfully introduced into the domestic new energy vehicle market, it will trigger an unprecedented change. It is no exaggeration to say that this will be a dimensionality reduction attack. More importantly, behind this company, there is the strong support of the young master of the Zhong family. As for William himself, his identity is suspected to be the mysterious young master of the Qin family in Beijing. With so many advantages, Highland Technology will inevitably occupy a firm place in the domestic new energy vehicle industry. The next day at noon, William opened his eyes drowsily, yawned, stretched, opened his phone, and saw that it was already past 2 in the afternoon. I opened the messages on my phone and saw that at 9 o'clock in the morning, Xiao Jun and Zhang Jianyong sent me messages saying that they had set out to return to the capital. What he meant was that they came in a hurry and did not draft the contract in time, so they will come back to sign the cooperation contract next time. Suddenly, William saw a pop-up window of popular news on Kuaishou, and out of curiosity, he clicked on it. As a result, upon seeing this, William jumped out of the bed immediately. No, when did the news get out? I saw that the first few hot searches on the hot headlines were all related to myself. Shocked, Manhwa Technology Chairman Xiao Jun appeared on the streets of Jiangshan City at 1 p.m. yesterday and was discovered by a caring citizen. According to the person involved, there were 2 young men next to Manhwa Technology Chairman Xiao Jun. Are they Xiao Jun's illegitimate children? Shocked. According to reliable sources, Xiao Jun, chairman of Manhwa Technology, and Zhang Jianyong, chairman of Huajing Automobile, both appeared at Highland Technology Company in Jiangshan City. I wonder what these 2 giants are planning to do by appearing at an unknown technology company. Shocked. The identity of Highland Technology's chairman has been revealed. According to reliable sources, William, the chairman of Highland Technology, was formerly the director of sales department of Tianqing Technology and an investor. Shocked. The love-hate relationship between William, chairman of Highland Technology, and Fiona, the current president of Tianqing Technology. William was stunned and the corners of his mouth twitched. He should have thought of it earlier. The itinerary of Xiao Jun, the most popular person on the entire internet, would bring huge traffic to these media. Being able to send reporters to follow Xiao Jun, these media outlets have really put in a lot of effort for traffic and click-through rates. But it's a good thing too, as Highland Technology was also promoted by the media, allowing Highland Technology to show its face in front of the public. In particular, it is also taking advantage of the popularity of the 2 giants, Manhwa Technology and Huajing Automobile. This can be said to be a huge influx of traffic for Highland Technology Company. As long as Highland Technology can catch up to this huge amount of traffic in time, it will definitely be of great benefit to its future development. But what is the love-hate relationship between him and Fiona, the president of Tianqing Technology? These media are really annoying. They can write anything to trick people into clicking on them. If the uninformed onlookers clicked in and saw this, wouldn't they mistakenly think that he and Fiona were having an emotional dispute? Fiona also felt helpless. It would be better to say that I am angry rather than helpless. Love, hate, and passion. This is simply an insult to Fiona's taste in choosing men. Have relationship problems with a guy like William? Didn't he just rely on his billionaire family from another province and the hundreds of millions in cash on hand to invest money when Tianqing Technology's capital chain was broken, thus saving Tianqing Technology's life? Other than that, he just looks a little bit handsome. But the person he loves is an external professor he met when he was studying at a business school in the United States. He is very handsome and has a noble status. He is from a prominent family in Beijing and has a high status in the family. What is William in front of him? However, what concerns Fiona more at the moment is whether Xiao Jun, chairman of Manhwa Technology, and Zhang Jianyong, chairman of Huajing Automobile, will appear in Highland Technology. As we all know, Xiao Jun of Manhwa Technology has stated on his Kuaishou account that Manhwa Technology is determined to enter the domestic new energy vehicle industry. The giant Huajing Automobile Group is one of the leaders in the domestic automobile industry. There is also the L3 intelligent driving system in William's hands. When all these are added together, it is hard not to connect them together. Could it be possible that they really reached a cooperation? Having reached cooperation agreements with 2 Fortune 500 companies, Highland Technology will definitely develop rapidly, and it is probably only a matter of time before its market value surges to tens of billions. This made Fiona feel uneasy. William, how on earth were you able to reach cooperation with 2 Fortune 500 companies, and with the chairman's personal involvement? Do you know that the better your Highland Technology develops, the more mistakes I, as the president, make? As she was thinking, Fiona threw her phone aside and stopped reading. If the directors on the board knew about this, he would definitely be in trouble. He clearly had a sure win in his hands. With the support of the Su family in the provincial capital, Tianqing Technology would definitely become stronger than Highland Technology. But who could have thought that William would immediately reach cooperation with 2 Fortune 500 companies? Chapter 29. Sorry, I thought you just treated me as an ordinary sister. Tianqing Technology. President's office. Fiona sat on the chair, a hint of helplessness in her beautiful eyes. With the intervention of the Su family, Tianqing Technology's scientific research projects were restarted and back on track, and the employees missing in the sales department were fully recruited. Everything seemed to be on the right track. However, the various problems, big and small, that followed have caused her, the president, to have a headache these days. Damn William. Why did he start Highland Technology for no reason? Fiona cursed. Since the last banquet, she has been dealing with various documents and meeting with suppliers every day. There is not even enough time to get a good night's sleep, and there is not enough time to take care of the skin. Fiona didn't have any time for herself. She regretted returning home for a moment. You know, she wasn't this tired even when she was studying for a master's degree in business administration in the United States a few years ago. At this time, Tang Jelly pushed open the door and walked in with a stack of documents. Mr. Zhao, these are the documents you need to deal with. Please take a look. By the way, Master Su asked me to pass on a message. Tell Mr. Zhao to show up downstairs of the company at 7 o'clock tonight. He said he wants to give you a surprise. Fiona mechanically took the document, flipped through it briefly, and simply replied, I understand. She said no more, and her expression did not change. There's nothing to look forward to about the surprise from that fat guy. If you have that much time, you might as well buy yourself some high-end skincare products and some new high-end bags. Or he could use his status as a young master and invest the funds from the Su family into Tianxing Technology, allowing Tianxing Technology to develop and surpass William S. Highland Technology. I had only processed half of the document when it was time to go to the meeting room. A meeting lasted nearly 2 hours for the heads of various departments. Fiona returned to the office and continued to process documents. It was almost 7 o'clock before I finally finished the last batch of documents in my hand for the day. Looking at the time, Fiona suddenly thought of what surprise Alex was going to give her. It was a good opportunity to leave the office, and Fiona was happy to go out for a walk and breathe some fresh air. When I walked to the entrance of the company, it was empty, and even the lights that were usually on in the company were off. Fiona frowned. The company's lights were damaged, but no one had reported it yet. We have to have a meeting tomorrow to emphasize these things. At this time, Fiona looked around. Because it was dark, she could only vaguely see a fat figure standing about 20 meters away from her. Fiona said in a dissatisfied tone, Alex, what are you doing standing there? Didn't we say there would be a surprise? Where's the surprise? As soon as the words fell, Fiona's attention was suddenly attracted. In a large open space, a bunch of bright and juicy roses formed a huge heart shape, with flickering light strips wrapped around it, like bright stars in the night sky. And in the center of this heart, Alex is wearing an exquisite pure black suit, holding 99 beautiful roses in his hands, with a gentle smile on his face. Fiona's heart suddenly shook, and an ominous premonition surged into her mind like a tide. Alex asked gently, Xiaoqing, do you know what day it is today? What day? Fiona was a little confused. She didn't remember any special day today. Today is the 8th anniversary of our acquaintance. Alex smiled innocently. Fiona's mouth twitched, but she didn't say anything. She never cared about such insignificant days. Only a fool like Alex would remember such things. But it doesn't matter. The 8th anniversary is celebrated in such a grand manner. I guess Alex was planning to give himself a valuable gift. It's good enough to have a gift, and it's best to take back the thought. Alex saw that Fiona didn't say anything. He thought she was moved by him. So, he fell into reminiscence and continued. I still remember, it was early autumn. The second year of high school had just started, and I transferred to Jiangshan No. 1 High School for the first time. I was not familiar with the environment. Stop! Stop! Fiona interrupted Alex's recollection without waiting for him to finish. I'm not here to listen to your reminiscences. I heard that you had a surprise for me, so I took out my precious rest time to come here. Alex touched his nose awkwardly, obviously not reacting. Xiaoqing, take this flower first. Alex handed over the bouquet of flowers. For various reasons, Fiona has to take over even if she no longer wants to. Alex now pulled out a small box from his trouser pocket. When I opened it, it turned out to be a ring. Then, Alex knelt on one knee and held the ring in front of Fiona. Xiaoqing, we have known each other for 8 years, and I have been pursuing you for nearly 8 years. Therefore, I specially asked someone to customize this 8-carat diamond ring, which is worth more than 1 million yuan. Now, through this special day, I hope that our relationship with you can go a step further. Be my girlfriend, okay? I, Alex, swear, I will treat you well. After saying that, Alex looked at Fiona expectantly, hoping that she would accept his pursuit. However, Fiona took a half step back. Alex's heart. Are you serious about taking a half step back? Such a small action can cause so much damage. Alex swallowed hard before he dared to ask, Xiaoqing, what are you doing? Fiona took a deep breath and said calmly, I'm sorry. Alex, I thought you just treated me as an ordinary sister. I didn't expect that you would like me and want me to be your girlfriend. Hearing this, Alex looked at Fiona stupidly, with the light in his eyes disappearing by more than half. After a long while, he still held up the diamond ring and continued to ask with an unyielding attitude. Xiaoqing, are you kidding me? Do you think my guess is right? We have known each other for 8 years. Today is our 8th anniversary. It is the 2830th day since I confirmed that I am pursuing you. Fiona frowned and said in a rather dissatisfied tone, Alex, I told you, I just thought you treated me as an ordinary sister. I didn't know before that you would have feelings for me. In fact, Fiona was not unaware of Alex's feelings towards her. She just didn't want to take on the responsibility. Besides, she has a lover. At the same time, Fiona was also complaining in her heart. Why do you need a status when you can just be a good bootlicker? Alex got confirmation again. A long time. He put away the diamond ring, and the light in his eyes completely disappeared. Okay, I understand. Attention, readers who have read this. Don't be a bootlicker. Chapter 30 Investment. Come and go quickly. Alex once naively believed that as long as he gave his all and invested his time and money, even if he suffers from cold words from outsiders, as long as he can win the heart of the goddess, everything is worth it. However, he no longer thinks so now. After 8 years of hard work and tens of millions of dollars of investment, all I got in return was this. I thought you just treated me as an ordinary sister. No matter how stupid he was, he knew that he was rejected with a lame excuse. All the affectionate efforts of the past 8 years have gone down the drain like flowing water. It's ridiculous that he even prepared this confession ceremony carefully. It's ridiculous that he even customized a $1 million diamond ring specifically for this confession. It's ridiculous that he mistakenly thought that Fiona actually had romantic feelings for him. Alex stood up, his eyes dull, not even caring about the roses and light strips under his feet. He just stepped over them. Looking at Alex's gradually receding back, Fiona felt that this bootlicker seemed to be awakening a little. So, she narrowed her eyes slightly, opened her red lips, and prepared to retain her dog Alex and prevent him from self-awakening. She said tenderly, Alex, I'm actually quite slow when it comes to relationships. So, I didn't know you liked me until just now. As she spoke, she casually lifted her hair behind her ear, trying to attract Alex and make him stop leaving. Alex did stop, but he didn't look back. Then, Fiona sighed softly again, looked up at Alex, and explained helplessly, Alex, I'm busy with all the complicated and trivial matters in the company all day long. I really can't spare any extra time and energy to think about love between men and women. But if you are willing to wait a few more days until Tianxing technology is fully on the right track and developing stably, maybe by that time, I might agree to be your girlfriend. When she said the last few words, a barely perceptible blush appeared on her face. You little bastard, I just don't believe that you won't fall back after all this series of attacks from me. If you slip out of my hand, my ATM will be gone. The cooperation between Tianxing technology and the Su family is at risk of bankruptcy at any time. In order to prevent this possibility, Fiona can only use some small tricks. Alex chuckled, glanced back at Fiona, and said in a cold tone, Fiona, I have been pursuing you for 8 years. Everyone around me knows that I like you. How could you say something like, you mistakenly thought I treated you as an ordinary sister? I, Alex, am stupid, but I'm not an idiot. From now on, I will no longer chase you. Alex said that. He walked into the darkness, and his figure gradually disappeared from Fiona's sight. Do you really dare to leave? Watching Alex completely disappear from her sight, Fiona was so angry that she was shaking all over. She stood there, stomping her feet on the ground, as if trying to vent all the dissatisfaction in her heart. You are just a bootlicker, and you have been licking me for 8 years. Fiona's voice was full of anger and disdain. I don't believe that you, Alex, are so stubborn that you can stop licking me just like that. Based on Fiona's past experience, she knew that Alex only said such harsh words in order to protect his pitiful self-esteem after being rejected by her. She thought that she could just leave him alone for a few days and ignore him. Before long, Alex will be as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, trying every way to cheer himself up and beg himself not to be angry. Fiona thought about it. The more she felt that her guess was correct, and a smug smile appeared on her face. When the time comes, if you don't give me a gift worth several million, don't even think about me paying attention to you. Fiona glanced at the still flashing heart shape on the ground, and a hint of disgust flashed in her eyes. She immediately made a phone call and asked someone to come and clean up the garbage. Early the next morning, Fiona was still asleep. She hadn't slept so comfortably in a long time. However, Fiona was woken up by the ringing of the phone. Hey, Shally, what's up? Fiona opened her eyes dazedly and asked on the phone. I have approved all the company's recent documents and met with the partners. Let me take a day off today. After spending some time together, Fiona and Tang Jelly have a very good relationship and have started to call each other best friends in private. Naturally, the way Tang Jelly was addressed changed from Assistant Tang to the more intimate Xiaoli. It's bad, Mr. Zhao. The Su family announced the termination of the cooperation this morning and has begun to unilaterally withdraw their investment. As soon as Fiona finished speaking, Tang Jelly's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. The company's scientific research project has been terminated, and the partners previously arranged by the Su family have also expressed their intention to terminate the cooperation. What did you say? Fiona woke up instantly. How is it possible? Everything was fine yesterday. Why did these problems occur today? As soon as she finished speaking, Fiona's mind suddenly flashed back to Alex's performance last night. This lickspittle actually used such despicable methods to get me. Fiona cursed in her heart. On the other end of the phone, Tang Jelly continued. Boss Zhao, Director Zhao is currently discussing the details with the person in charge of the Su family and has no time to take care of other matters of the company. Now, you are the only person with authority and responsibility in the company. By the way, after learning about the situation, the board of directors is going to hold another meeting and specifically asked you, President Zhao, to go in person. The meeting will be held in 2 hours. There was silence for a few seconds. Okay, I understand. After that, Fiona hung up the phone. She got up, washed up briefly, ate a few bites to fill her stomach, changed her clothes, and then walked quickly to the door. She needs to arrive at the company in the shortest possible time. So she turned around and went to the garage and drove out the Mercedes-Benz C260L that she had just picked up at the CZ Sun store on the day she returned to China. Tianxing Technology. Boardroom. At this moment, all the directors sat in their chairs in silence. After pushing open the door of the conference room, Fiona just walked in and felt the eyes of many directors on her. The atmosphere was also very wrong. Under pressure, she chose to sit on a chair near the door. As soon as she sat down, Fiona heard a director start to talk about her. Boss Zhao, our company is facing such a big crisis, and you still have the time to sleep in at home? Chapter 31. The ant on the hot pan is actually me? The director who spoke in a veiled manner clearly showed his dissatisfaction with Fiona. Fiona, as the CEO of the company, did not deal with these urgent matters in the company, but chose to sleep in at home? More importantly, the root of these problems is Fiona's behavior, which angered the Su family in the provincial capital. It was because of Fiona's actions that the Su family in the provincial capital withdrew the funds in anger and took away the scientific research team. This series of changes undoubtedly brought huge shock and trouble to the company. In just a few hours, Tianxing Technology's stock price has fallen by 10 billion. If no reasonable response measures are given, Tianxing Technology's stock price will continue to fall. This is undoubtedly bad news for the board of directors. After all, the stock price of Tianxing Technology is closely related to their vital interests. I'm sorry, directors. Fiona stood up and bowed to the directors present. I only found out about the huge problem in the company this morning, so I didn't show up in time to take charge of the situation. Stop talking nonsense. What we need now is a reasonable solution, a solution that can solve the problem. Liang Jin stood up from his chair, stared at Fiona and asked, May I ask, Mr. Zhao, the company is in such a big trouble now. What can you think of to solve this problem? Or in other words, do you have any way to stabilize the stock price of Tianxing Technology first? Liang Zhen's question was naturally the question that these directors wanted to ask. David has now rushed to the provincial capital to discuss the cooperation with the Su family. As for the moment, apart from the cooperation, there is no problem. Nothing could be more important than stabilizing the stocks that have been going down all the way. For the company, that is a loss of real money. Director Liang, aren't you being a bit unreasonable? Fiona frowned and said, Now that the Su family is withdrawing their investment, the stockholders who heard the news will immediately sell their stocks at a low price. This is a perfectly normal thing. The 10% drop in the share price of Tianxing Technology is more like a recovery to its original share price. Under this situation, there is no other way unless the Su family can reach a new cooperation and let those shareholders buy Tianxing Technology's stocks again. Then please ask Mr. Zhao to go and invite the Su family back. Lu Guoxiong said in a serious tone. The entire board of directors knows that it was because you offended the young master of the Su family that the Su family withdrew their investment. The crisis the company is facing now is all caused by your momentary willfulness. As the president of the company, you must shoulder this responsibility. Yes, Mr. Zhao, you could have followed Mr. Su's lead, but you brought the company into crisis for your own selfish desires. Yes, Master Su is the future heir of the Su family. What's wrong with him? If you agree, not only will it be good for you, but the entire Tianqing technology will also develop better and better with the support of the Su family. Boss Zhao, you can't be so willful. You are the chairman's daughter, so you should consider the company even more. After listening to Fiona's explanation, the directors could no longer sit still and began to accuse each other. Lu Mingzhu, the female director who had the best relationship with David, criticized Fiona mercilessly. Fiona, Annie knows that you studied at the best business school in the United States and obtained a master's degree in business administration. You are well informed. But your background is still not as good as Alex's, and your things are not as useful as those from the Su family. Listen to your Aunt Lu's advice and go to Master Su to apologize. Although Master Su is very sad now because he was rejected by you, I believe that as long as you are willing to bow your head and lower your attitude, Master Su will definitely forgive you. What? You want me to go find him and apologize to him? Fiona was shocked by Lu Mingzhu's words. Why should I go find him to apologize? Do I have to go to him specially? Humph. If you don't apologize, who will? Liang Zhun said. You are the president of the company, and your words and actions represent the company. You have offended Mr. Su, so you should ask for Mr. Su's forgiveness. Boss Zhao, it's your blessing that the young master of the Su family likes you. The Su family is one of the top wealthy families in the province. What's wrong with you marrying into a wealthy family? At this time, Lu Guoxiong also said with a sincere look, marrying into the Su family will not only benefit you, but also the entire Tianqing technology. Isn't it good to have double happiness? After listening to Lu Guoxiong's words, many directors below nodded in agreement. Being able to marry into a top wealthy family like the Su family in the provincial capital is something many women dream of. How many women would try every possible means to get close to the sons of wealthy families, even at the cost of some unspeakable price? Now, you have the opportunity to marry into the Su family and marry the heir of the Su family and become a celebrity wife. Why don't you, Fiona, agree? As long as you agree, Tianqing technology will become a relative of the Su family. As a result, Tianqing technology's status in the entire Jiangshan city has risen sharply. The status of these directors will also rise accordingly. Fiona stood there quietly, silent. Alex, who had always been so kind and obedient to her. This is such a shame. She has always valued face more than anything else. How could she do such a thing? Back then, Alex followed her like a loyal pug, obeying her orders and coming whenever she called. But now, the situation has changed, and he has turned into a big shot whom he needs to bow his head and admit his mistakes. And now, the board of directors even asked her to put aside her dignity and admit her mistake to him and make peace. Was undoubtedly a heavy blow to the proud Fiona. She couldn't accept this reality, nor was she willing to believe that the bootlicker who had always been at her disposal would have such a huge change. Dear directors, I will find another way to solve this problem, Fiona said firmly. Please trust me this time. Boss Zhao, why should we trust you? Lu Guoxiong questioned. Since you are Boss Zhao's daughter, the board of directors has been particularly tolerant of your mistakes. That William, whom you pushed to the opposite side of the company, founded Highland Technology, which has always been a burden on the company. Regardless of whether the rumor that Highland Technology is cooperating with 2 Fortune 500 companies is true, just looking at William's own strength, without the support of the Su family, what capital does Tianqing Technology have to compete with Highland Technology? Chapter 32, Don't expect me to forgive you in this life. Ever since the news of the founding of Highland Technology quickly spread throughout Jiangshan City, it has been like a sharp sword hanging over the head of Tianqing Technology. Especially yesterday, a piece of news was like a huge rock dropped into the water, causing an uproar on the internet. Highland Technology seemed to have reached some kind of cooperative relationship with Shaohua Technology and Huajing Automobile. This news came like a bolt from the blue, making the directors of Tianqing Technology worried. They all knew very well that with the full support of the Su family, Tianqing Technology might still have a glimmer of hope. In the fierce competition in the same field, it can compete with Highland Technology, which cooperates with 2 Fortune 500 companies. However, no one expected that Tianqing Technology would suffer a sudden withdrawal of investment from the Su family just overnight. Not only that, the scientific research team was also taken away by the Su family, which was undoubtedly a fatal blow to Tianqing Technology. This sudden change instantly brought a huge crisis to Tianqing Technology. At this point, Tianqing Technology can no longer compete with Highland Technology, and even its own survival has become a big problem. Mr. Zhao, even if it's for the sake of the company, please bow your head to Mr. Su. Liang Zhun advised again, and every word he said was for the sake of the company. If you bow your head, the Su family will be able to reinvest in Tianqing Technology, the company will be able to get back on track and the stock price will continue to rise. As the company's appointed president and Mr. Zhao's daughter, you have the obligation and responsibility to contribute to the company. After another round of persuasion from many directors, Fiona had no choice but to say, "Dear directors, in this case, I will go and talk to Alex in person after the meeting." After hearing this, the directors' faces became much better and they all praised Fiona's actions. After the meeting, Fiona returned to the office and sat in her chair. She took out her cell phone, opened the record, and called Alex. "Hey, what's up?" Alex's cold voice came from the other end of the phone. Fiona saw the call was connected. She was secretly delighted. A dog licker is a dog licker. A dog will never stop eating shit. Sure enough, he still couldn't let himself go. Otherwise, he should have blocked and deleted himself long ago. Instead, just a few seconds passed, and he quickly answered the phone. Without thinking any further, Fiona coughed twice, and then said in a weak voice, "Dong Lei, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to reject you. Can you forgive me?" Fiona finished speaking. Alex's voice rang out from the other end of the phone. "Fiona, of course I can forgive you. Haha, it's just as I expected." Alex becomes tough. He can only slightly go against his own will. It is estimated that the Su family will withdraw their investment and personnel, which is not Alex's original intention. Instead, the person in charge of the Su family made the decision on his own after learning the news. "Once I have tricked Alex, I will make the person in charge pay the price." "Dong Lei, is this true?" Fiona continued to whisper. "Can our relationship ever be restored to what it was before?" "Of course. Impossible." Fiona was stunned by Alex's refusal. Dog licker? Completely awakened? How could she possibly believe that a bootlicker who had been pursuing her for 8 years would suddenly stop doing that one day? So, Fiona tried to ask again. "Dong Lei, can you stop joking? I didn't think it through before. If we can restore our original relationship and spend some time together, we can still be together." But before Fiona could finish, Alex interrupted her. "A while? A year? 2 years? 5 years? Or let me wait for you for another 8 years?" This. Fiona hesitated. After all, what she said was just to coax Alex and was not the truth. Haha. Alex sneered. "I'm telling you, the Su family will withdraw their investment and personnel. I announced it all. Don't be optimistic. Just wish you the best." After saying that, Alex hung up the phone. Fiona was stunned. She was hung up just like that? She didn't believe it and called again. Beep, beep, beep. Blocked? Fiona's first reaction was disbelief. But that is the fact, and it cannot be changed. Alex, the bootlicker, seems to have really awakened and is no longer so respectful to me. Su, Dong Lei, don't even think that I will forgive you in this lifetime. Fiona was so angry that she almost threw her phone to the ground. It took her a long time to calm down her anger. It's not that she's not angry anymore, but Fiona realizes that being angry won't solve the problem. The most important thing right now is that she needs to find Alex as soon as possible and ask him what's going on before she gives up. Highland Technology Building. Alex hung up the phone. He smiled innocently and said to Nathan, "Brother Lin, I did it." Nathan patted his shoulder with his big hand and nodded, saying, "This young man is teachable. It's all thanks to Brother Lin's good education." Alex touched his hair with his hand and smiled awkwardly. Nathan said dissatisfiedly, "I dare not call myself brother in front of William. Are you trying to frame me?" "No, no." Alex shook his head frantically in denial. "Okay, Nathan, stop scaring Dong Lei." William couldn't stand it anymore, so he ended the topic. At the same time, he also turned his gaze to Alex with a hint of teasing in his eyes. "If I hadn't happened to pass by Tianqing Technology on my way home last night." William never expected that he would be able to witness such a shocking emotional drama. If those unscrupulous media marketing accounts got wind of this, filmed the process, and posted it on Kuaishou, and added some eye-catching subheadings, it would easily make it into the top 10 of the social hot search list. For example, shocked. The son of a wealthy family in the provincial capital actually did such a thing to the president of a small company on a dark and windy night. Sad. The female president was violently attacked by the fired employees in front of the company. Promise me, girls who work overtime will never meet unidentified men alone at night. Thinking of this, William looked at Alex with more pity in his eyes. The eldest son of the Su family is a good man. The family assets are over hundreds of billions, and there is no woman he can't find. How did I end up being a bootlicker of that woman Fiona? At the same time, William couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. Fiona, that woman, looks very cool and aloof. She has no idea how to deal with emotional issues. She will always hook up with Alex, the dog, and even get voluntary gifts totaling tens of millions from him. As expected, you can't judge a book by its cover. My ancestor, what you said makes sense. At this moment, William was about to say something. The door of the office was suddenly pushed open. Then, a clear and pleasant voice came into the office. Chapter 33 Finale. Brother William, I'm here to play with you. Along with the clear and pleasant voice, a blonde and blue-eyed beauty appeared in front of everyone. She walked into the office swayingly in high heels. This blonde beauty from a foreign country is about 1.7 meters tall, with a tall and slender figure like a model. Her curvy figure is unforgettable. Her gait is light and elegant when she walks, and every step exudes confidence and unique charm. Her face is exquisite, with a high nose bridge like a sculpture, deep eyes, and rosy lips. Her golden hair is as soft as silk, gently draped over her shoulders, and flutters slightly with her movements, highlighting her beauty and charm. Moreover, her clothes are fashionable and trendy, showing her taste and vision. If someone is not familiar with her, they will be attracted by her beauty and temperament when they first see her. Just like Alex at this moment, he was staring at the blonde beauty, almost drooling. However, not everyone is so obsessed with her, like Nathan. The first time he saw the blonde beauty, those unpleasant memories of the past emerged in his mind. He was about to stand up and hide before she noticed him. But the blonde beauty blurted out a sentence in fluent Chinese. Zhao Lindsay, so you are here too. I have been looking for you for a long time. Haha. Big sister, what do you want to talk to me about? As if he had thought of something, Nathan smiled awkwardly and tried to play dumb. Look, William is here too. Can you please give me some face? The blonde beauty ignored Nathan's request, smiled slightly, and said, Zhao Lindsay, I haven't settled the score with you for what happened between you and my bestie that night. Nathan knew he couldn't escape, so he swallowed and explained in a low voice. Big sister, we are all adults, and we were willing to do it after drinking that night. There is no need to be so serious, right? Oh, really? The blonde tilted her head slightly, her eyes still fixed on Nathan. Nathan was being stared at and didn't dare to move. 10 seconds passed like this. Suddenly, the blonde turned her head and looked at William with a bright smile on her face. Brother William, I haven't seen you for a long time. I miss you so much. You miss me so much too. William was eating a melon when he unexpectedly turned around and pointed the finger at himself. William looked at the goddess-like blonde beauty in front of him, feeling helpless. The blonde beauty in front of me is named Finale, and her relationship with her predecessor is rather subtle. My predecessor devoted himself to his studies when he was young and devoted himself to business after graduation. Now, in order to prove himself, he secretly left the Qin family and stayed in Jiangshan City for more than a year. He is such a Sigma man, yet there is still such a gorgeous foreign beauty who has a crush on him. It's a pity that my predecessor was emotionally dull and didn't notice it. And now, I have no intention of falling in love. After all, a real man, a real man. The speed of drawing the sword cannot be affected by a woman. When Finale saw that William ignored her, she looked very aggrieved. Brother William, I have come all the way across the country to see you, and you are so cold to me? This scene left Alex dumbfounded. Such a gorgeous foreign girl could actually show such a pitiful expression in front of William. Alex, who has been a bootlicker for 8 years, finds it hard to imagine that a girl would behave like this in front of him. In Alex's memory, Fiona's attitude towards him was to order him around without giving him any face at all. Thinking back on it now, he really wanted to travel back in time and slap himself hard in the face. How did you know I was here? William did not answer Finale's question, but asked her instead. William remembered that he had never revealed his whereabouts, and no one else around him knew about it except Nathan. Given Nathan's attitude, it's impossible that he leaked it to Finale. So William was curious about this. Where did Finale, who was far away abroad, get her news? Finale put her hand to her mouth and instantly put on a playful and cute expression. Just a few days ago, when I was bored and browsing Kuaishou, I happened to see news about Brother William on the trending search list. Then I searched for some information about Highland Technology and found out that the chairman was Brother William and the vice chairman was still Zhao Lindsay. Then I booked a flight to Jiangshan City and secretly ran away from home. In fact, there is another reason that Finale didn't say. Fiona mentioned by the media on the hot search list made her feel hostile. He was confined to his home and was not allowed to leave the territory of Russia. It has only been about a year, and there are rumors of an affair between the woman outside and William's brother. If she hadn't seen the video on the trending search list, would the woman named Fiona have had a special relationship with her brother William in a few months? Finale will never allow this kind of situation to happen. In Finale's heart, Brother William can only belong to her. For this, she gave up her most beloved thing, and through the channel of her best friend, she left the country of Ross and came to Brother William. Finale swore that as long as she was around, Those women outside who had ill intentions towards Brother William would not be allowed to get close to Brother William. As for Fiona, if there was a chance, Fennell would like to see it with her own eyes. What qualifications does she have to have an affair with her brother William? I see. After listening to Fennell's explanation, William suddenly understood. In the era of big information, he was photographed on the Kuaishou app and took advantage of Xiao Jun's own traffic to become a hot topic. Fiona has the domestic Kuaishou app on her mobile phone. When she has nothing to do, she just opens it and will naturally see her messages. But why did Fennell come to find me? You can't still be greedy for your own body. The previous cases are still vivid in my mind. For example, in William's memory, when he was taking a shower in the bathroom, Fennell almost rushed into the bathroom, saying something. She came in to check because she was worried that little William would be drowned. Or, during a hotel stay, William woke up and felt something heavy on his body. Upon closer inspection, he found it was Fennell. More importantly, Fennell was only wearing a sexy suspender, and the spring scenery that was looming almost made little William lose control. No, Fennell will definitely insist on living with me from now on. That way, I would be in danger. William felt that it was necessary for him to prevent that from happening. Your own innocence is still very important. At least, it has to be thrown away on your own initiative, right? Instead of him being forced to enjoy it. Ahem. Chapter 34. There are always better places to go. Sure enough, it was just as William expected. After a while, Fennell pretended to be weak and pitiful again. Brother William, I don't know anyone here. Can I live with you? I ran away from home secretly this time and didn't bring much money with me. And Brother William, you let me, a girl, stay in a hotel. What if I run into a bad guy? Fennell's smooth combo caught William off guard. She has said so. I still have to be cruel and refuse. William almost cursed himself for not being a man. Therefore, he could only nod to show his agreement. Oh yeah. Fennell was secretly pleased with herself. However, there was a fat stranger in the office, so she couldn't show too much excitement. He just said with a hint of excitement in his tone, "Great, now I'm safe." On the side, Nathan heard this and subconsciously rolled his eyes at Fennell. In Nathan's mind, it is no exaggeration to say that Fennell's fighting ability is enough to beat up at least 10 adult Ross men. With such strength, why would you need to worry about your own safety when you encounter bad guys? I'm afraid that not beating the bad guy into the ICU would be considered mercy. Nathan only dared to mutter these words to himself. After all, Nathan knew what would happen if he said these words. Fennell would definitely find a time when there was no one else around and personally give herself a big gift package of free 100-day hospitalization. In the office, Fennell kept complaining to William about some of the things that happened when she was confined to Ross Country. Nathan and Alex sat there stupidly, not daring to say a word. Fennell felt like she had almost finished complaining. Suddenly, Fiona turned around curiously and asked, "Xiao Lindsay, who is this fat guy? Is he also a partner of your company?" In fact, Fennell noticed Alex as soon as she entered the door. But she had never seen this silly-looking little fat boy before. In addition, she was so focused on William that she naturally forgot about it. Alex heard his name being mentioned by Fennell. His face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Hello, my name is Alex. I'm Brother Lin's younger brother. I'm from the Sioux family in the provincial capital, and I'm 25 years old this year." Seeing Alex's reaction, Fennell chuckled. "No, Xiao Lindsay, why did you accept such a funny little fat boy as your younger brother?" "Hey, little fatty, what's so good about Xiao Lindsay? Why do you still want him to be your big brother?" Nathan's mouth twitched, and he turned his head to look aside, simply ignoring Fennell. William shook his head and said, "Fennell, please stop teasing Alex. He is in such a bad situation now." Unexpectedly, these words did not make Fennell restrain herself at all, but instead made her more excited. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Fennell said with a teasing tone. Could it be that the little fatty was rejected for being a licker? As soon as these words were spoken, the office fell silent instantly. Both William and Nathan were trying their best to hold back their laughter. Only Alex looked unhappy. Noticing that Alex's reaction was not right, Fennell raised her hand cautiously and asked, "No way, I guessed right." "No way. I was just kidding. How come you got it right? I wouldn't say this little fat boy is autistic, would I? What a sin. What a sin." In just a few seconds, countless thoughts flashed through Fennell's mind. For a moment, Fennell's face turned red with embarrassment. "Little fatty, there's nothing wrong with being rejected as a licker. At least you recognize the reality." Fennell tried her best to comfort Alex, and although it was of little use, her words were full of sincerity. However, Fennell's curiosity grew stronger. She couldn't help but ask Alex again, "By the way, who are you licking, little fatty?" "Guilt, guilt, guilt." After Fennell asked this question, She repeated it silently 3 times in her mind. At the same time, she was worried that Alex would not say it out of consideration for his manliness. However, Alex spoke frankly without any hesitation and recounted his experiences over the past 8 years. William and Nathan also listened with interest. Alex talked nonstop for nearly half an hour and only stopped when he talked about the confession ceremony last night. After hearing this, Fiona angrily rebuked. This Fiona is really too much. How can she treat a boy who is so sincere to her like this? In Fionna's opinion, what Fiona did was undoubtedly extremely wrong. Even if you have a crush on a boy who devotes himself to you wholeheartedly, you should not try to dampen his enthusiasm without limits just for your own personal gain. What's more, you don't like that boy at all, so you shouldn't have such an attitude. Only know how to ask for, but not how to give. Even though I don't like it, I can still accept the gift with peace of mind. When it comes time to confess, he refuses with all kinds of excuses. Fiona was filled with disgust and hatred for such a woman. She felt that this kind of woman's behavior was simply bringing shame to Chinese women and would even affect other well-behaved women in China. Fiona patted Alex's shoulder and comforted him. Little fatty, there is an old Chinese saying, there are always better girls out there. I believe you can find someone better. Favorability towards Fiona has reached its lowest point. Such a trashy woman is rumored to be having an affair with her brother William. It's really a disgrace to brother William. At the same time, Fiona actually appeared in front of the Highland Technology building. According to the information she received, Alex showed up here early in the morning. When Fiona got off the Mercedes-Benz C260L, she saw a pink Bugatti Veyron that she had never seen before and a Porsche 918 that she had seen at the entrance of Tianxiangju parked on the side of the road. Fiona suddenly had a bad feeling. However, for the future of Tianxing Technology, she had to meet Alex. As for why Alex appeared in Highland Technology, Fiona didn't care. She guessed that it was most likely William behind this. His purpose is nothing more than to put Tianxing Technology in trouble, destroy Tianxing Technology, and retaliate against himself for firing him. Alex, if you don't give me a satisfactory explanation this time, I will make sure you never have the chance to meet me in your life. In Fiona's heart, she still thought that Alex only treated her like this for the sake of temporary face and with William's instigation. As long as I personally question him, Alex will definitely give in. Hee. Brother Dong, Lei has been brought out for trial again. Note, Fionna's views and comments about Fiona in the article are plot-based. In fact, this question is not gender-specific and only depends on character. Please don't criticize me. Thank you. Chapter 35, Crushing Game, Word-to-Word Output Gold Medal MVP. Fiona walked slowly into the building and looked around, but didn't see anyone. The hall was silent, with only the sound of her footsteps echoing in the empty space. That's strange. Highland Technology didn't receive any of them. Fiona looked around, but there was no receptionist there. She didn't know that Highland Technology's current employee recruitment work was not over in a sense. Therefore, there is not a single employee in the entire Highland Technology building. After another round, Fiona saw an elevator in a corner with the words "Leaders Only Elevator" written on it in large letters. Fiona thought that since no one was there to receive her, she might as well go directly to the chairman's office to find someone. A few dozen seconds after I got on the elevator, the door slowly opened. She stepped out, looked around, and her eyes finally fell on an office. On the door of that office, there were 6 big characters written, Chairman's Office. Fiona could vaguely hear the sound of conversation coming from that office. Therefore, she concluded that William and the others were all in that office. Fiona walked over quickly and pushed the door open without even knocking. As soon as she opened the door, Fiona saw Alex sitting on the sofa. Fiona, what are you doing here? There was a hint of surprise in William's voice. The first thing he saw when the door opened was Fiona. This has nothing to do with you. I'm here to find Alex. Ignoring William, Fiona walked straight to Alex. Her attitude was tough, as if she was issuing a final ultimatum to Alex. Alex, I'll give you one more chance to keep me. Fiona's tone was full of determination. Now let the Su family reinvest $3 billion in Tianxing Technology and unconditionally carry out scientific research projects for Tianxing Technology. Otherwise, I will hate you for the rest of my life. Alex raised his head, but before he could open his mouth, Fiona suddenly stood up and stood in front of Alex. Fiona's eyes were filled with anger, and she shouted, "Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to command my younger brother's younger brother?" When Fiona heard that the woman who appeared inexplicably in front of her was Fiona, the hostility in her heart instantly surged like a tide. Fiona frowned slightly. She obviously didn't expect that this blonde woman she had never met before would stand up so strongly. But out of her female sixth sense, Fiona keenly realized that this exotic blonde woman in front of her seemed to be at odds with her. So, she fought back without showing any weakness. Who do you think you are to represent Alex? I want to ask Alex, not a foreign woman like you. Alex was caught in the middle, trembling. He first looked at William and Nathan in turn with a pleading look. William and Nathan turned their heads and pretended not to see it. Alex suddenly felt isolated and helpless. He had no choice but to swallow hard, and then said with gritted teeth, Fiona, there is no relationship between you and me anymore. I hope you won't bother me again in the future. What? Fiona turned her head subconsciously as if she had been electrocuted and looked over with suspicion. Are there two pig ears on your pig head that have become cold dishes? Didn't you hear me? Fennell looked disdainful with a mocking smile on her face. My little brother's little brother told you not to bother him anymore. Fiona's eyes widened, her face full of astonishment, as if she couldn't believe her ears. Alex, can you tell me again? Fiona provocatively. Alex said he doesn't want to see you anymore, so don't bother him anymore. Also, I'm kindly reminding you that you'd better stay away from Brother William in the future. Otherwise, I will definitely not let you have a good time. William scratched his head innocently. Why are you involving me again? Hearing this, Fiona's face changed drastically and turned red, commonly known as red temperature. Fiona lost her composure and shouted, Alex, stop messing around. You just want me to be your girlfriend. So you teamed up with William to put pressure on Tianxing Technology, right? It's not like I haven't given you a chance. Wait for me for a few more years. Tianxing Technology will steadily rise with the support of the Su family. If we are still destined to be together, I will naturally become your girlfriend, even if it means marrying into your Su family. Now, immediately, come back with me to Tianxing Technology, and then ask the person in charge of your Su family to come back and apologize to me, and bring back the research team, as well as the 3 billion investment funds. Otherwise, seriously, I, Fiona, will hate you for the rest of my life. Oh, this guy is really as thick-skinned as a pig. He is not afraid of scalding water. Fennell blurted out, You are too self-righteous. Do you still want the whole world to revolve around you? Alex is an independent person. He is not your slave. Looking at your appearance, only a man like Alex who is sincere in his feelings would be fooled by you. Besides, with your looks, what does it matter in front of me? With your family background, everyone here is stronger than you. Even Alex's family is 100 times stronger than you. What gives you the courage to point fingers at him? If you ask me, Alex is just too stupid, which is why he was fooled by you. Even if he figured it out, he would only withdraw his investment and team, giving your company a glimmer of hope. Instead of directly using the power of the family to make your company completely bankrupt and never have a chance to get back on its feet. Fennell spoke like a machine gun, scolding Fiona harshly. Fiona didn't even react for a moment. There was only one thought in her mind. How dare she scold me? From childhood to adulthood, no one has dared to scold her like this. Fiona came to her senses and was about to retort. As a result, Fennell slapped her without any warning. How dare you hit me? Fiona covered her face with her hands, feeling the burning pain, with an expression of disbelief on her face. I'm going to hit you. Fennell shook her hands, looking eager to try. William is still here. She can only perform to this extent. Otherwise, Fiona would not just receive this slap. Sure. Fiona looked at Alex fiercely. You'll do anything to get me. You even found a foreign bitch to disgust me. I'm telling you, don't think you can get me this way. Don't even think about being with me in your life. Until now, Fiona is still immersed in her own world. She also believed that Alex was just angry and wanted to use tough measures to force her to obey him. Chapter 36 Sign this contract, and I will help you get revenge. No. Where do you get the confidence that Alex will still listen to you like before? Fiona's words made Fennell laugh again. If I were you, I would definitely go find a mirror and take a good look at how thick my skin is. Fiona was so angry that she couldn't speak. She knew in her heart that her eloquence was indeed not as good as that of the blonde woman in front of her. So, she simply ignored Fennell and turned her gaze to Alex, continuing, Alex, if you are a man, just tell me the truth. Do you listen to that foreign bitch or me? I advise you to think about it before I regret it. Fennell looked at Alex. William and Nathan also looked at Alex. Alex swallowed and was silent for a moment. Fiona firmly, and said in a very tough tone, Fiona, I tell you, I am not your licking dog now. You have no right to order me to do anything. Also, you'd better keep your mouth shut and don't scold big sister. You're not qualified. Don't mess with me again. I've said it before. You and I have nothing to do with each other anymore. If you mess with me again, I will use the power of my family to bankrupt Tianxing Technology completely. There will be no chance of it getting back on its feet. Hearing this, Fiona's pupils instantly widened, eyes filled with disbelief. Alex's words made Fiona feel disappointed. But she still didn't give up, and her mouth was still as hard as ever. Alex, you've gone too far. In order to get me, you used such despicable, shameless, and dirty means. I really didn't expect you to be such a person. I'm just a slow-moving person. What's the use of you waiting a little longer? You have to make the Su family withdraw their investment and people, and even team up with William to force me to bow my head and embarrass myself in front of you. You will be satisfied, right? Fennell sneered and mocked. Fiona, you are as ugly as a clown now, and you are still immersed in your own world and can't extricate yourself. I really don't know who gave you the confidence that allows you to still have illusions. Slow to warm up? Who can be slow to warm up for 8 years? Do you believe what you said? The truth is the sharpest knife. After Fennell's few words, Fiona took several steps back, her face looking extremely ugly. Fennell walked up to the dazed Fiona and said with great momentum, Fiona, your confidence does not match your strength. Without Alex's support, you and your company Tianxing Technology are useless. These words kept ringing in Fiona's ears and could not be dispelled for a long time. She left the Highland Technology building in a daze and was planning to drive to a deserted place to go racing and relax. A middle-aged foreign man, nearly 1.9 meters tall, wearing a black suit and sunglasses, stood in front of her. Fiona Zhao, president of Tianxing Technology. The middle-aged foreign man wearing sunglasses took out a business card and introduced himself. I am Leonard Electra, the general manager of the Norsun Group. You can call me Leonard. Norsun Group? Fiona had heard of the reputation of this group while studying abroad. In the foreign market, the Norsun Group is a large group with extremely high coverage in various industries and is well known abroad. What is particularly crucial is that it took only less than 5 years for the Norsun Group to grow from a small, unknown technology company with a registered capital of only 10 million yuan in the extremely competitive United States to rapidly advance, successively acquiring various companies, and finally successfully becoming one of the Fortune 500. Even though the Norsun Group is currently at the bottom of the Fortune Global 500, it does not in any way affect its huge development potential. Now, the general manager of the Norsun Group, such a big shot, came to China in person to find him. At this moment, Leonard showed a gentle smile. Ms. Zhao, can I have a word with you for a moment? Fiona felt that this was a turning point in her destiny and nodded quickly, fearing that she would miss this opportunity. The two came to a coffee shop that had not yet opened. Leonard asked gently, Ms. Zhao, what kind of coffee would you like to drink? Fiona hesitated for a few seconds and asked quietly, are there any Australian white ones? Flat white was her favorite coffee when she was studying in the United States. She would drink a cup every morning and in her spare time. She hasn't had flat white coffee for a long time since returning to China. Australian white. Leonard opened the counter skillfully, looked through it for a while, and then said in a pleasantly surprised tone, it seems that Miss Zhao is very lucky. There is just one more batch of raw materials. As he spoke, Leonard took out the raw materials and skillfully made flat white coffee. Fiona waited quietly, not daring to make a sound. A long time. Leonard pushed the prepared coffee in front of Fiona and said, Ms. Zhao, please enjoy your meal. Fiona picked up the coffee and took a sip. The moment the coffee entered her mouth, the mellow and bitter taste filled her entire mouth. Ms. Zhao, how does it feel? Leonard asked. Fiona put down the coffee in her hand and said, Mr. Leonard, I didn't expect your coffee-making skills to be so amazing. The taste is very good. Thank you. Leonard laughed happily. At the same time, he made himself a cup of coffee without rushing. Fiona didn't dare to urge her. After all, the entire Tianxing Technology is like a small ant under a giant dragon in front of the Northern Group. Therefore, before Leonard told her what happened, no matter how dissatisfied she was, she had to keep it to herself. While making coffee, Leonard suddenly said, Ms. Zhao, you graduated from the Stern School of Business in the United States. During your time in school, you successfully obtained a Master of Business Administration degree with an excellent score of 9th. After graduation, you worked on Wall Street and achieved some good results. After returning to China, you served as the CEO of Tianxing Meiyan, but you made mistakes in decision-making again and again. And the reason you are here today is to get the Su family in the provincial capital to reinvest in Tianxing Technology. And you came to Highland Technology because you hope that Alex, the son of the Su family, can change his mind and continue to work for you. Besides, here, Fiona picked up the cup and took a sip of flat white coffee. The unintentional movement of her fingers revealed her nervousness. She could never have imagined that the general manager of the Norsun Group would investigate her past so thoroughly. Seeing this, Leonard said in a teasing tone, Ms. Zhao, you don't have to be nervous. These are just my habits before looking for a partner. Partner. Fiona caught the word. Of course. Leonard took a sip of coffee after completing the last step. As we all know, when the Norsun Group first started, it appeared in the public eye as a technology company. It can be said that the Norsun Group has grown step by step from the field of science and technology to its current size. Then why does your company want me to be a partner? Fiona didn't quite believe in the story of a pie in the sky. She had to be aware of the situation ahead of time. Leonard said, Ms. Zhao, you just need to know that the Norsun Group will not harm you or your company. Besides, don't you want revenge? Revenge? Fiona frowned. She didn't understand what Leonard meant. Yes. Leonard walked leisurely to Fiona's side and stared at her. Ms. Zhao, don't you want to cooperate with the Norsun Group to develop Tianqing technology and make those guys who look down on you shut up completely? By then, with the support of the Norsun Group, you can trample on the Su family in the provincial capital at will. At this time, Fiona recalled that she was rejected by a bootlicker at Highland Technology, scolded by Fennell, and slapped in the face. Fiona is such a face-conscious person, but she loses face in front of them again and again. This was really unbearable for Fiona, especially the way Fennell acted arrogantly and looked down on her in front of her. Being able to know William, I guess that means you are on the same level as the multi-billion-dollar family that William belongs to abroad. He relies on the power of his family. Why does he look down on me? May I ask, Mr. Leonard, what does Tianqing Technology need to pay to cooperate with the Norsun Group? Fiona is not a fool. She must understand the situation clearly. However, Tianqing Technology is still in a huge crisis. As long as there are no major problems with the cooperation with the Norsun Group, she is determined to get it. Leonard took out a document from the drawer, opened it, and pushed it in front of Fiona. He smiled kindly and said, as long as your company signs this contract, the Northern Group can help you with your revenge. Chapter 37. The Ambition of the Northern Group. After taking the contract, Fiona put her coffee aside and started reading it. However, the more she read, the deeper her frown became. Mr. Leonard, the partner you mentioned is planning to acquire 50% of Tianqing Technology's shares. Putting down the contract, Fiona asked with a slightly dissatisfied tone. It was originally thought that the cooperation was based on equality between the two parties, or on the basis of the North Sun Group being the leader. Who would have thought that the cooperation Leonard mentioned refers to the acquisition of half of Tianqing Technology's shares? Ms. Zhao, to me, this can also be considered as cooperation. Leonard took a sip of his own handmade espresso and continued. It's just that the situation is different. The sincerity of the Norsun Group has been demonstrated to your company. Fiona's heart was like surging waves, and her thoughts were tangled like a tangled mess. She was in a huge dilemma at the moment. Tianqing Technology is the company that my father built with all his efforts. However, this contract is like a double-edged sword, putting her in a dilemma. If signed, it will undoubtedly hand over the dominance of Tianqing Technology to the Norsun Group. Although the contract clearly states that the Norsun Group will acquire the shares at a price that exceeds 10% of the price per share, at the same time, the control of Tianqing Technology will fall entirely into the hands of the Norsun Group. Leonard saw Fiona's worry, so he said, Ms. Zhao, the Norsun Group can give you a day to consider it. During this period, I will be waiting for your good news in this cafe. Only, at this moment, Leonard looked embarrassed. Fiona asked anxiously, Mr. Leonard, what else do you want to say? She didn't want to make another big mistake in decision-making due to missing some important information. Leonard sighed. Ms. Zhao, in fact, to me, your company is in a huge crisis, and it has not shown enough commercial value in front of the Norsun Group. I believe that Ms. Zhao is also well aware of this. Hearing this, Fiona fell silent. This is indeed the case. The Norsun Group is a large and powerful company. If it wants a partner, it can easily become a group worth hundreds of billions. In contrast, Tianqing Technology is just a small business that cannot last long. In contrast, people who don't understand business know which one to choose. Leonard continued with a sigh. Ms. Zhao, the senior management of the headquarters were originally opposed to cooperating with Tianqing Technology. It was the chairman who personally approved this cooperation, which gave me the opportunity to meet you. You mean, the chairman of the Norsun Group? Fiona's tone clearly revealed confusion and surprise. If we say that the Norsun Group is the most promising emerging enterprise among the Fortune 500, it is respected by the industry. The mysterious chairman who created the Norsun Group, a business empire, is a leader with a god-level business mind, and his influence is even more terrifying than that of the Norsun Group itself. Once, a senior executive of the Norsun Group accidentally said something after drinking. The Norsun Group cannot do without him. just like the entire West cannot lose Jerusalem. However, the chairman of the North Sun Group has never appeared in public. No one in the industry, whether Volkswagen or other companies or families, except for a few senior executives of the North Sun Group, knows what the chairman of the North Sun Group looks like, what his name is, or even what nationality he is. Such a mysterious business legend, yet it finalized the cooperation between North Sun Group and Tianqing Technology? This is really too shocking. Leonard smiled and said, "That's right." And the chairman chose Tianqing Technology as an important springboard for the North Sun Group to enter the Chinese market because of Miss Zhao's face. For my sake, Fiona was flattered. She could actually make the chairman of the Nosan Group choose to cooperate with Tianqing Technology because of her. It seems that Miss Zhao doesn't know about this. Leonard smiled slightly. But the chairman has specifically instructed me not to disclose any information about him to you. Oh, I see. Fiona didn't dwell on this issue too much. Right now, what she needs to decide is this contract that can determine the fate of Tianqing Technology. Sign. Still not signing? Mr. Leonard, can you give me a copy of this contract? Fiona said, I want to take it back and have a meeting to discuss it. No problem. Leonard snapped his fingers. Then I'll be waiting for your good news here. Wait until Fiona opened the door with the contract and left the cafe. The wind chimes on the door rang. Leonard picked up the coffee, took a sip and put it back on the table, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He took out a Nokia phone from the drawer on the other side, which looked like a Nokia phone from 20 years ago, and dialed the only phone number on it. After more than 10 seconds, the call was connected. Chairman, I have already found Fiona as you requested. Leonard spoke first, his tone serious. I took the initiative to give Tianqing Technology only 1 day to consider. I hope the chairman will punish me. It's okay. Leonard, you are also thinking about the Nosan Group. On the other end of the phone, Chairman Nosan spoke in fluent Chinese. However, if Tianqing Technology is unwilling to cooperate 1 day later, the North Sun Group will use the alternative plan. Nosan Group has opened branches in major first- and second-tier countries around the world, but it has not yet established a branch in China. The Chinese market has huge potential and lucrative profits. If the North Sun Group wants to move to the next level, it must seize the Chinese market. After a short pause, Chairman Nosan smiled and said, Besides, all this is to complete the task assigned by the superiors. Senior member Leonard, right? Leonard smiled slightly. Chairman, please stop teasing me. Before I complete the task from above, on the surface I am just your loyal subordinate, Leonard, the general manager of the North Sun Group, and not Leonard, a senior member of the organization. Chapter 38, even if the chairman comes, he will not agree to this clause, right? Tianqing Technology. The atmosphere in the board meeting room was tense and serious. Fiona returned to the company. She issued a notice without hesitation, requiring all directors, in the name of the chairman, to take time out to attend this important meeting on the future development of Tianqing Technology. A moment later, in the conference room, the directors gathered around the round table, all in silence. Fiona walked into the conference room. She got straight to the point and announced, Dear directors, I'm sorry, I can't do anything about the Su family's cooperation. When the directors heard this, they immediately became anxious. All of these directors felt that Fiona would convene another board meeting in such a short time. It must be because she has successfully persuaded the young master of the Su family to reinvest in Tianqing Technology and bring the scientific research team back to the company. Who would have thought that the first sentence Fiona said basically announced the bankruptcy of Tianqing Technology? Mr. Zhao, as the president of Tianqing Technology, you shoulder such a heavy responsibility. How can you be so passive and lazy? Mr. Zhao, your Zhao family may be rich and powerful, but if Tianqing Technology really goes bankrupt, it may not have much impact on you. But we ordinary small directors all depend on it for our livelihood. Boss Zhao, our board of directors has given you enough opportunities for the sake of Boss Zhao. But not only did you not cherish them, but you did nothing. You really failed everyone's trust in you. Mr. Zhao, the director stood on the commanding heights and kept blaming Fiona. But looking at Fiona again, she just raised her hand calmly and held out a contract in her hand. Seeing this, the directors all showed curious expressions. Lu Mingzhu asked first, Xiaoqing, what is this contract? What Lu Mingzhu asked was exactly the same question in the minds of the other directors. Fiona put down the contract, gently placed her hands on the table, and said confidently, This contract was handed to me personally by the general manager of the Northern Group. Northern Group. Lu Mingzhu frowned slightly. She didn't even know any company in the country with this name. The other directors had the same idea. It's not their fault. After all, Tianqing Technology is just a small technology company in the province. If you ask them about large enterprises in the province or many domestic groups, they will know more or less about them, and those who are familiar with them can even say a few words. However, the Norsun Group is a company registered in the United States. It is well known in the United States and even overseas markets. Its influence is no less than that of well-known companies such as Warwick and Shaohua in the domestic market. However, the Norsun Group has never entered the Chinese market, and there are very few forces in the country that know about the Norsun Group. Perhaps only forces with assets of hundreds of billions or even trillions of dollars know a little about it. Those domestic companies that are also among the Fortune 500 will naturally have a deeper understanding of the Norsun Group. Liang Zhun said with dissatisfaction. Boss Zhao, even if you really can't think of a solution, just be nice and ask Master Su for help again. Don't just find an unknown company to fool us. Lu Mingzhu also advised with a worried look on her face. Xiaoqing, what your uncle Liang said is right. If it doesn't work, you can go and ask Master Su for mercy. Don't rush to seek medical treatment and get cheated by an unknown small company. Fiona didn't say anything. She pressed the button and the screen in the conference room slowly lit up. Then, she operated the equipment skillfully and clearly displayed the relevant information about the Northon Group that had been prepared long ago on the big screen. Dear directors, please turn your eyes to the big screen. Fiona opened the PPT on the big screen while speaking. Every paragraph here represents an achievement of the Norsun Group. The directors all looked towards the big screen, and their hearts were gradually deeply shocked. There were a total of 9 pages of PPT, and the text and data on it fully showed them the achievements of the Norsun Group. The worst results they saw were difficult for Tianqing Technology to achieve. What is even more unexpected is that the Norsun Group was originally a high-end technology-focused enterprise. You should know that China's Shaohua Technology is one of the fastest domestic companies to be selected into the Fortune Global 500. But it took Shaohua Technology a full 9 years. It is really incredible that a foreign company that started out with high-end technology products was successfully selected into the Fortune Global 500 in just 5 years. Boss Zhao, did you just say that the general manager of the Norsun Group personally gave you a contract? Liang Jin swallowed and asked in a confirming tone. Fiona nodded and raised the contract in her hand again. This contract was personally given to me by the general manager of the Norsun Group. After saying this, Fiona felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. She swept her eyes over the directors present, and especially when she saw the surprise and disbelief on their faces, she felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction in her heart. Ever since she fired William, the directors have been giving her all kinds of troubles and making her feel stressed. However, everything is different now. She successfully reached a cooperation agreement with the general manager of a Fortune 500 company, and the contract was personally delivered to her. As for William, although there have been rumors online that Highland Technology will cooperate with Shaohua Technology and Huajing Automobile, but so far, neither company has made a formal announcement. In comparison, Tianqing Technology is still better. However, whether this contract can be signed depends on whether the directors present can agree to the above agreement. Fiona did not hesitate at all and directly projected the contents of the contract onto the big screen. Then he said, "This is the electronic version of the contract. I have marked the paragraphs that require special attention. Directors can read it carefully first and then express their opinions." The directors read it carefully. After a while, Lu Guoxiong coughed twice, then said, "Mr. Zhao, there seem to be some problems with this contract." "What's the problem?" Fiona asked calmly. Lu Guoxiong pointed to a clause in the contract on the big screen and said, "The prerequisite for the cooperation between Norsun Group and Tianqing Technology is that they must acquire 50% of Tianqing Technology's shares. Doesn't this mean that the shares held by us directors present in the company will be reduced accordingly? Moreover, after acquiring the shares, the Norsun Group will have the greatest say in the company. With terms like these, I don't think even if Director Zhao comes in person, he will easily agree to them, right?" Lu Guoxiong's words aroused dissatisfaction among most of the directors present towards Fiona. After all, the number of shares you hold represents how much say you have in the company. If they reach a cooperation agreement with the Norsun Group, they will need to sell part of their shares, which will undoubtedly weaken their position and voice in the company. In comparison, the board of directors seems more inclined to force Fiona to apologize to Mr. Su. He even went so far as to put pressure on Fiona to marry into the Su family in order to seek protection from the Su family. In this way, they can easily keep their shares in the company without paying any price. Chapter 39. Heated discussion on the internet. The director's discussion was very intense, and Fiona saw it all. She had anticipated this situation. Naturally, she also thought of ways to deal with it in advance. Dear directors, I don't need to say much about how much benefit Tianxing Technology can gain from cooperating with a Fortune 500 company whose main development direction is high-end technology. Fiona removed the PPT on the big screen and replaced it with a table filled with various data. Although the Norsun Group will acquire half of the company's shares, this will have an impact on the shares held by each director. However, under the leadership of the Norsun Group, Tianxing Technology's stock price is bound to soar. It is estimated that it will soar at least tenfold. The shares you currently hold are worth no more than a few hundred million, and at least tens of millions. However, once the cooperation is reached, with the surge in the stock price, even if the shares you hold are reduced, relatively speaking, the value of the stock price you own will only increase. That's all you're worried about. So do you have any questions, directors? Fiona glanced around and smiled. Lu Guoxiong asked, Mr. Zhao, Tianxing Technology is Mr. Zhao's hard work. As the chairman, can he agree to this clause? Fiona's explanation had already shaken their hearts. To put it bluntly, their initial concern was simply that their own shareholdings would be reduced and their interests would be damaged. As for their say in the company, in the face of huge profits, it is not worth mentioning at all. At this moment, their biggest concern is whether David, the chairman, would agree to this clause. In a company, the chairman has a veto power. If David is unwilling to give up power, it will be in vain even if all the directors agree. Fiona's heart suddenly sank. She had completely forgotten to discuss the matter with her father, the chairman, in advance. However, Leonard gave her a whole day to think about it, which was plenty of time. She could have waited until after the meeting to contact and discuss things with her father. So, Fiona said, "Don't worry, I will personally go to my father to persuade him to agree after the meeting." After the meeting, Fiona hurried back to the office and immediately made a phone call. "Hey, little girl." David's voice sounded a little tired. "What's going on at the company? I saw that you called a board meeting in my name." Fiona briefly recounted what happened and then expressed her thoughts. There was silence for a while. David sighed heavily. "The cooperation with the Norsun Group is now entirely your responsibility. As for that clause, I have no opinion." That afternoon, in the cafe, "Ms. Zhao, it seems that you have made a decision," Leonard said with a faint smile on his face. "Yes, Mr. Leonard." Fiona took a deep breath. "I can sign this contract now." "That's great." Leonard showed a pleasantly surprised expression. He skillfully took out a black pen from his pocket and handed it to Fiona. "Ms. Zhao, please sign your name here." Fiona looked at the two contracts on the table, took the pen, and signed her name carefully. "Congratulations, Miss Zhao." Leonard put away a contract, held out his hand, and smiled brightly. "I hope that through this cooperation, both the Norsun Group and Tianxing Technology can achieve their respective goals." "I hope so." Fiona had a faint smile on her face, but her tone revealed a hint of anxiety. "Mr. Leonard, can this cooperation be announced as soon as possible?" Today, the stock price of Tianxing Technology is still falling. Although the overall downward trend of the stock price has gradually slowed down, the external threats faced by Tianxing Technology are still severe. Because the Su family canceled the cooperation, many suppliers and cooperative companies that had heard the news also canceled their orders, which caused Tianxing Technology to suffer heavy losses, and its capital chain was on the verge of breaking. Fiona is very worried that if the Norsun Group fails to intervene in time, whether Tianxing Technology can continue to survive and not go bankrupt. "Oh, Miss Zhao, that's no problem," Leonard said with a smile. "When I return to the United States tomorrow, as soon as I arrive at the company, I will personally ask the publicity department to publicize the cooperation between the Norsun Group and your company to the world. Of course, the Norsun Group will also send a research team and several senior executives to your company in the shortest possible time. At the same time, we will also put the acquisition of 50% of your company's shares on the agenda." The next day, at noon, a piece of news on the internet was like a boulder falling into water, shocking countless netizens from all over the world. Norsun Group, a technology giant with significant influence in the global technology field, is preparing to enter the Chinese technology market. The first stop they chose in China was actually to reach a consensus with a local technology company, Tianxing Technology, and prepare to start long-term cooperation. The news quickly spread across the internet, triggering widespread attention and heated discussion. Not long after, professionals searched out the relevant information of Tianxing Technology and posted it on their own external social platforms. For a time, a large number of users from all over the world flocked to leave messages under the works of this professional software algorithm system. Chinese translation has been performed. A user from the United States questioned, "World fake?" The Norsun Group is a Fortune 500 technology company in the United States. Why would it choose to enter a worthless market in China instead of seizing the huge overseas market? A user from Russia immediately retorted, "The American bitch above is not only arrogant, but also immersed in her own world. China is the strongest country in Asia and one of the most powerful countries in the world. It has 1/5 of the world's top 500 companies. How could there be no market to exploit?" A user from India was not to be outdone. "Nonsense. India is the strongest country in Asia." A user from South Korea even said, "Oh my God, as we all know, China originated from South Korea. South Korea is the most powerful country in Asia." A user from Sakura country couldn't stand it any longer and shouted angrily, "Bakiaro, even though we in Sakura country consider ourselves a powerful Asian country, we dare not be too arrogant in front of China today. I really don't know where this guy from South Korea gets his confidence from." At this time, a user from Eagle country said calmly, "Everyone, it seems that you are discussing the wrong issue. The issue we should discuss should not be that the Norsun Group, a Fortune 500 company, can enter the Chinese technology market and choose to cooperate with local Chinese companies that are also Fortune 500 companies. But why did the Norsun Group choose such a local technology company that has no advantages at all?" Obviously, the words of this user from Eagle country put the following discussion back on track. Chapter 40. Not able to make any trouble. The discussion on the internet was extremely heated. It lasted for a whole hour and did not die down. Instead, it tended to intensify. When people on China's major social media platforms learned that the Norsun Group was preparing to enter the Chinese technology market, there was a lot of discussion and the popularity continued to grow. At the same time, the directors of Tianxing Technology were delighted. Just 1 hour after the Norsun Group released the cooperation statement on its official website, Tianxing Technology's stock price soared like a rocket, and the speed of its rise was astonishing. The stock price continued to soar until it broke through more than 30 billion, and the upward trend gradually stabilized. This means that the value of the shares they hold has far exceeded the past. Although according to the contract, they need to give up part of their shares to the Norsun Group for acquisition, they will also receive huge amounts of cash in return. At that time, they only need to buy back Tianxing Technology's shares and sit back and enjoy the benefits, waiting for the stock price to continue rising. In this way, this transaction can be said to be a sure win. President's office. Fiona, sitting in a chair, looked at the announcement released by the Norsun Group, and her anxious heart finally settled down. She had been worried that Leonard was just going through the motions when he promised her. However, what was unexpected was that Leonard actually did what he said. Just the next day, the cooperation announcement was released on the official website, and the matter was announced to the world in a high-profile manner. Watching the rising stock price of Tianxing Technology, Fiona felt that she could finally put down the burden on her shoulders and take a break. She rubbed her eyebrows gently, thinking back to what had happened in the past, and couldn't help feeling a headache, while a trace of anger surged in her heart. Since returning to China and becoming the president of Tianxing Technology, she made the decision to fire William. Since then, Tianxing Technology has been on the verge of bankruptcy and is in a very difficult situation. It was even on the verge of bankruptcy at one point, although it had a brief resurgence thanks to the name of the Su family. But Alex's betrayal once again caused Tianxing Technology to return to the starting point. But now, with the support of the technology giant Norsun Group, the situation of Tianxing Technology has improved greatly. And now in the province, even if the Su family takes action personally, they must consider whether they can withstand the wrath of the Norsun Group after offending Tianxing Technology. As for the technology exhibition in about half a month, with the support of the Norsun Group, it will be easy for Tianxing Technology to take the lead. I absolutely do not believe that with the support of the Norsun Group, Tianxing Technology will be suppressed by Highland Technology. Fiona swore secretly in her heart. When they get to the technology exhibition, as long as Tianxing Technology's technological products can surpass Highland Technology's technological products, she will definitely ridicule them mercilessly. Also, that foreign woman who once slapped him. Fiona had a strong feeling that she would meet that woman again at the technology exhibition. By then, she would definitely return that slap fiercely to vent her anger. Right now, she still needs to do one more thing. An announcement was also released on the company's official account to increase the popularity of the cooperation. Inside Highland Technology, Nathan was shocked and shouted in disbelief. World fake? The Norsun Group actually chose Tianxing Technology as a springboard to enter the Chinese technology market. William was no stranger to the Norsun Group. When he was in Beijing, he had overheard his father discussing it with several business leaders. Although the Norsun Group is currently ranked at the bottom of the Fortune Global 500, its strength should not be underestimated and its development potential is huge. It is probably only a matter of time before it enters the top 30 or even the top 10. Normally, if a large Fortune 500 group like the Norsun Group wants to enter a country's market, it will choose a powerful company in that country as a springboard. However, this time, the Norsun Group went against its norm and made a choice that no one could have imagined. Norsun Group actually chose Tianxing Technology as its first partner in China. Tianxing Technology is a small local company with no advantages at all, assets of only a few billion, and no high-quality technological products to show off. Not to mention Nathan, a playboy who has always been indifferent to business. Even the bigwigs who are well-versed in business may not understand the significance of the Norsun Group's actions. On the side, Fiona was casually browsing the internet, where netizens from all over the world were having heated discussions about this matter. After a long while, Fiona said with a puzzled look on her face, "This northern group is well known in the overseas market. Even I have heard of it a little bit, even though I am far away in Ross." One of the giants in the technology industry chose a low-end company like Tianxing Technology when entering the Chinese technology market? Doesn't this mean that the Norsun Group has made a bad move? I really don't know what the mysterious chairman of Norsun is thinking. In Fennell's eyes, if the Norsun Group wants to seize the market better, it should choose stronger companies, work together, and achieve win-win results. Instead of acting like a savior and bringing Tianxing Technology back from the brink of bankruptcy. After all, what benefits can the Norsun Group gain by doing this? Chairman Northern has always been known for his godlike business acumen, but the decision he made is undoubtedly a smear on his resume. Unless, through subsequent results, he can prove to the public that he was not wrong. Now, after intense and continuous discussions on the internet, two factions have gradually formed. A blue team that unconditionally supports the Northam Group, and a red team that indiscriminately attacks the Northam Group. As for the Norsun Group, not only did it fail to deal with the issue in a timely manner, it also did not make any statement. Fennell read the comments on the forum, but for a moment, she couldn't guess what Chairman Northern was really thinking. Finally, she turned her gaze to William, who was watching short videos nearby. "Brother William, what do you think about the long-term cooperation between Norsun Group and Tianxing Technology?" There was a hint of doubt in Fennell's tone. "Me? Sit down and watch." William's tone was a little relaxed, as if he didn't take it to heart. After all, it's not tiring to sit down and watch, but it's tiring to stand and watch. William said. Fennell was speechless. She rolled her eyes at William and said, "No, Brother William. Fennell is asking you what you think about the cooperation between the Norsun Group and Tianxing Technology, not whether you want to sit or stand and watch." William finally reacted, scratched his head, and said with a smile, "I see. Well, I think that even if Tianxing Technology is affiliated with the Norsun Group, it won't cause any trouble." Fennell asked with a puzzled look on her face. "Brother William, why do you say that?" Chapter 41 Fire the first shot of counterattack. After all, there is a highly praised comment on the internet, which reads as follows. "Even if Tianxing Technology is like a fat pig with no ability, as long as it has the strong support of the Northern Group, it can become the martial Tianpeng in Eastern mythology." This statement is definitely not false. In the early stages of its development, the Norsun Group mainly relied on the development of high-end technology to lay the foundation for its development into a Fortune 500 company. It is conceivable how authoritative and professional the Norsun Group is in the field of technology. If the Norsun Group can come up with several technological products as Tianxing Technology's flagship products, then Tianxing Technology's development momentum will surely be unstoppable. Now, Highland Technology and Tianxing Technology are confronting each other, which is basically equivalent to standing on the opposite side of the Norsun Group, one of the giants in the technology industry. Fennell was very worried. She knew that without the help of outside forces, Highland Technology would find it difficult to withstand the suppression of Tianxing Technology or the Norsun Group. At that moment, she even had the idea of using her family connections to find a powerful backer for Highland Technology that could compete with the Northern Group. Tianxing Technology is now in tatters. The quality of the new employees is not very good. Many of them are just connections and have no real skills. The board members are also a group of people who are greedy for personal gain. William analyzed. Now the entire Tianxing Technology is almost completely dependent on David alone to support it. I'm not saying that all the people on the board are useless. There are also smart people among them, such as Lu Guoxiong. It's just that their smartness is only reflected in their pursuit of personal gain. Let's not talk about the reason why the Norsun Group chose Tianxing Technology as a springboard. After all, we can't guess what the chairman of the Norsun Group is thinking. However, Tianxing Technology was able to come back to life, with its stock price soaring by more than 30 billion, all thanks to the reputation of the Norsun Group. In essence, Tianqing Technology still does not have its own core scientific research team, so it is naturally unable to create high-tech products that truly belong to Tianqing Technology. A technology company that can't even come up with its own core technology will eventually go downhill, even if it has a technology giant like the Norsun Group as its backer. After a few seconds of pause, William looked at the time and made a riddle with a smile. Well, time is almost up. Fennell, Nathan, Alex, who had been silent the whole time, asked. William's incoherent words made them all stunned for a moment. William didn't say much. Instead, they continued to watch short videos, and when they see funny videos, they will comment in the comment section. Half an hour passed. The Chinese automobile industry was suddenly shocked by two announcements, and even the entire internet. The top 10 hot searches on major platforms, such as Kuaishou and Douyin, were all occupied by these two announcements. The entertainment company that a second-generation super traffic star team belongs to spent a lot of money to get to the top of the trending search within half an hour, but ended up falling out of the top 20, suffering heavy losses. It is conceivable how valuable these two announcements are, especially after they spread throughout the entire internet. How terrifying the influence they can have on the internet. Fuck, is Zhao Jun planning to officially enter the domestic new energy vehicle field? Needless to say, the announcements from both companies are a slap in your face. Manhwa and Huajing Automobile will work together to create the first new energy vehicle for young people. Look, Huajing Automobile also mentioned in the announcement that they are planning to create a new energy vehicle brand, tentatively named Huajing Zhihai, but the price has not been disclosed yet. You were too surprised. Zhao Jun was originally planning to enter the new energy vehicle industry, so it is normal for him to choose Huajing Automobile as a partner. Hey, both of their announcements mentioned a company called Highland Technology. Why have I never heard of this company? Upstairs, I searched for information about Highland Technology. This company is actually a newly opened company with a registered capital of only 50 million. No way. Two big guys are leading a newly opened company? What's so special about Highland Technology? By the way, do you remember that some time ago, Zhao Jun and Zhang Jianyong, two big guys, appeared together at Highland Technology Company in Jiangshan City? Could it be the same company? For a time, there were many different opinions on the internet. So much so that some time ago, the videos of Zhao Jun and Zhang Jianyong appearing in Jiangshan City once again swept the entire internet and sparked heated discussions. Highland Technology also took this opportunity to present itself to the public without reservation. This surging traffic, like a tide, once again rushed towards Highland Technology. The last time the entire internet went viral, Highland Technology did not choose to appear publicly online because it had not yet gotten on the right track. After a few days, this incident was naturally forgotten by the internet. Today, all departments of Highland Technology are fully equipped and employees are in their respective positions. As long as Highland Technology can firmly grasp this wave of traffic, it will be able to become a successful technology company like Manhua Technology. Fuck, William. Nathan jumped up. Could it be that you have been planning this for a long time? Just a simple connection between the past and the present. William said something inexplicable half an hour ago. Even a fool like Alex from a landlord's family can see the connection. Fennell was shocked and exclaimed, "Brother William, I didn't expect you to have calculated the timing so early. You are amazing." Tianqing Technology would never have thought that just after they announced cooperation with the world's top 500 company, Norsun Group, Highland Technology announced cooperation with two local top 500 companies. Only then did Fennell remember that the hot search that led her to find Brother William some time ago was the video of him meeting with the CEOs of two Fortune 500 companies. It just backfired. William laughed. In fact, he did not expect that Tianqing Technology, which was on the verge of bankruptcy, could reach a cooperation with the Norsun Group and directly bring it back to life. If Highland Technology had not reached a long-term cooperation with Manhua Technology and Huajing Automobile, he might have really panicked. There is no if. The timing of the announcement by Highland Technology, Manhua Technology, and Huajing Automobile was just right. It was exactly 2 hours after the cooperation between Norsun Group and Tianqing Technology was announced, which was also the period when the popularity was at its peak. The announcements released by Manhua Technology and Huajing Automobile are undoubtedly riding on the popularity of the Norsun Group to build momentum for themselves. Okay, it's time for the Public Relations Department of Highland Technology's official account to release an announcement. William made the announcement. The notice was posted on the internet. At the same time, on social platforms such as Kuaishou, an account with the ID Highland Technology Company Limited also appeared in front of the public. However, within just 1 hour, Highland Technologies' announcement statement undoubtedly made it to the hot search list. At the same time, the number of fans of accounts on major social platforms soared to more than 20 million. Most of these fans are fans of Zhao Technology. Seeing so many likes and comments on the announcement video, William nodded with satisfaction and said, "This can be considered the first shot of the counterattack." Chapter 42. Let me clarify. This is called a strong alliance. The next day, discussions on the internet continue. Zhao Technology and Huajing Automobile actually released an announcement at the same time, announcing that a strategic cooperation press conference would be held at the Dihao Hotel at 2 p.m. As soon as this news came out, it was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, once again sparking heated discussions across the entire internet. In the comment section, many people left messages, expressing their expectations, guessing the content of the meeting, or analyzing the prospects for cooperation between Huajing Automobile and Zhao Technology. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye it is 2 o'clock in the afternoon. A large group of reporters had already impatiently waited at the entrance of the Dihao Hotel. They were fully focused, fearing that they would miss any perfect opportunity to interview Zhao Jun and Zhang Jianyou. Just then, 2 luxury cars drove slowly over. The first thing that caught my eye was an extended Mercedes-Benz E-Class sedan that slowly stopped in front of the hotel. Soon after, a Porsche Cayenne ice blue sedan followed closely behind. When the car door slowly opened, these reporters became crazy in an instant, just like hungry stray dogs seeing delicious food. They swarmed forward, squeezed forward desperately, raised the microphones in their hands high, and rushed to pass them to Zhao Jun and Zhang Jianyou, eager to ask their questions. Facing the barrage of questions from reporters, Zhang Jianyou spoke first, interrupting their questions. "Your questions can wait until the press interview session. Thank you." After that, with the bodyguard's strenuous efforts, the reporters were forcibly separated from both sides, leaving a path in the middle for people to enter the hotel. Zhang Jianyou and Zhao Jun walked into the hotel together with steady steps. However, these reporters did not give up. After the bodyguards left, they rushed into the hotel like a group of hungry wolves, all trying to grab a front seat to get the best interview position. The hall had been arranged in advance, a stage with a long table and a few seats on it. And under the stage, in the front row, there are specially placed chairs and tables, with a bottle of water on the table. The back is simply filled with dozens of simple chairs. After rushing into the hotel, these reporters rushed to take their seats and waited for Zhao Jun and Zhang Jianyou to come on stage. After a while, Zhao Jun and Zhang Jianyou went on stage together. In addition to the reporters, many invited guests in the audience applauded, and the sound echoed throughout the hall. After the applause stopped, the host came on stage to liven up the atmosphere and also introduced the guests. Immediately afterwards, Zhao Jun, as one of the hosts of the simple press conference, also gave an opening speech. After the meeting, as per the procedure, Zhang Jianyou also briefly spoke on stage about some of Huajing Automobile's plans to focus on developing the new energy industry in the future and asked everyone to look forward to it. And so, half an hour passed. Finally, it was time for the press interview session that these restless reporters had been looking forward to the most. Reporters raised their questions again. "Mr. Zhao, why did you choose Huajing Automobile as your partner among so many automobile companies?" "Mr. Zhang, Zhao Technology is a newcomer to the domestic new energy vehicle industry and has no experience in car manufacturing. Why did you resolutely agree to this cooperation?" Huajing Automobile clearly stated in the announcement that it has started to prepare to establish a new sub-brand. "What considerations led you to make such a decision?" "Nowadays, the domestic new energy vehicle market is approaching saturation. If Zhao Technology fails to succeed in making cars this time, will you continue to embark on the road of entrepreneurship?" Zhao Jun and Zhang Jianyou also gave some responses. "We chose Huajing Auto as our partner because we saw their profound background and technical strength in the automotive field. Although Zhao Technology has no experience in car manufacturing, they have innovative ideas and a strong technology research and development team, which will bring new vitality to the cooperation." Huajing Auto established sub-brands to meet the needs of different consumers and further expand market share. As for the possible failures we may face, we at Zhao Technology firmly believe that failure is the mother of success. As long as we continue to sum up our experiences and lessons, we will surely achieve greater success in the future. In response to their answers, the reporters were like hounds that had smelled their prey, hanging on to their words and pressing forward step by step. They have only one purpose, which is to find a breakthrough in a certain sentence, magnify the problem, and make it a hot topic. However, Zhao Jun and Zhang Jianyou were both outstanding people, so when they answered the questions, they were like a solid wall of iron, with no loopholes. With this back and forth, the interview session gradually came to an end. Some reporters who failed to get satisfactory answers began to get impatient and asked some irrelevant questions that had nothing to do with the topic. Faced with this situation, they can choose to remain silent, but this will undoubtedly give unscrupulous journalists an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Therefore, they wisely adopted a strategy of avoiding the main issue and answering the questions cleverly. At this time, a reporter asked his question. May I ask Mr. Zhao and Mr. Zhang? As we all know, Manhwa Technology and Huajing Automobile are both industry leaders. The cooperation between the two companies can be described as a strong alliance. However, in both announcements yesterday, we can see that a company called Highland Technology Company Limited is listed among them. It is understood that Highland Technology is a newly established company some time ago and has no advantages at all. So why did Manhwa Technology and Huajing Automobile not choose to cooperate with other companies that are also leaders in the industry, but instead reached a cooperation with such a local technology company? Could it be that this company has some kind of special relationship with Manhwa Technology and Huajing Automobile and needs special attention from these two Fortune 500 companies? In response to the questions raised by this reporter, everyone, including reporters, invited guests, and even the audience in the live broadcast room, focused their attention on Zhao Jun. Zhao Jun was holding the microphone. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he showed his signature smile. First of all, on behalf of Manhwa Technology, I would like to emphasize an important fact. Manhwa Technology chose Highland Technology as its partner not because of a certain relationship, but because Highland Technology has technological products that are worthy of cooperation with Manhwa Technology, and it is also worth it for me and Director Zhang to personally discuss cooperation matters. Therefore, this cooperation is also a strong alliance. I think Mr. Zhang from Huajing Automobile thinks the same way, right? While speaking, Zhao Jun threw the question to Zhang Jianyong. Zhang Jianyong took the question and answered calmly. Huajing Automobile really chose to cooperate with Highland Technology because it was attracted by its products. I can reveal a little information. The sub-brand Zhihai Automobile, founded by Huajing Automobile, is actually for the purpose of achieving better cooperation with Highland Technology. Chapter 43: Major Car Companies. No, do you have a serious illness? Zhihai Automobile is actually a sub-brand specially established for cooperation with Highland Technology. This news was like a thunderclap, shocking the audience. Just this point revealed by Zhang Jianyong is enough to trigger heated discussions across the internet. Some viewers speculated that Highland Technology's technological products are very likely to be related to the new energy vehicle industry. Otherwise, it would be difficult for them to understand why two top companies, Manhwa Technology and Huajing Automobile, would reach a cooperation consensus with Highland Technology. Director Zhang, could you please tell us in detail where these technological products developed by Highland Technology Company are used in automobiles? For example, are they used in the power system, intelligent driving assistance, or other key parts? As we all know, Huajing Automobile is one of the leading companies in our domestic automobile industry. Logically speaking, your own scientific research capabilities must be very strong. But why did you choose products produced by other companies this time? Could it be that your company is still a little unconfident or worried about its own scientific research level? Zhihai Automobile will become a new sub-brand of Huajing Automobile in the future. If Highland Technology's technological products are really used, can their quality be truly and effectively guaranteed? If consumers encounter various problems during actual use, what measures will your company take to actively respond and properly resolve these situations? Since Zhihai Auto is a sub-brand of Huajing Auto, which level of the high, medium, and low-end market does it plan to focus on? Excuse me, what is the estimated sales price of Zhihai Automobile? At this time, a reporter brought up the topic of price, which everyone was very concerned about. At one time, many reporters asked questions enthusiastically. Various sharp and difficult questions were thrown at Zhang Jianyong one after another, making the atmosphere of the entire press conference more and more tense and intense, and also filled with a strong smell of gunpowder. Faced with so many doubts and inquiries, Zhang Jianyong remained calm. He calmly selected some representative and important questions from the numerous questions, and then began to respond one by one in an orderly manner. Zhihai Automobile is a sub-brand carefully created by Huajing Automobile. Its quality is absolutely guaranteed. Please rest assured. As for the market direction that Zhihai Automobile is focusing on, given the current production costs and many other factors, we do not plan to enter the low-end market in the short term, but will focus on the mid-end market. Let's talk about the pricing of Zhihai Auto. The senior management of Huajing Auto is still discussing and negotiating this issue. As for the official selling price, I will announce it to everyone in person at the press conference. Highland Technologies products will also be displayed to everyone at the new car launch event, so please stay tuned. After answering these questions, the host stood up and said in a loud and clear voice, "The question session is over now. Reporters, please return to your seats." Although the reporters were unwilling, they had no choice but to return to their seats. There was a hint of regret in their eyes, and it was obvious that there were still many questions that had not been asked. However, due to rules and professional ethics, they also understood that they could not continue to ask questions. After all, they were just small reporters in Beijing, and the person they interviewed was the chairman of a Fortune 500 company. In this highly competitive journalism industry, offending such a person could have disastrous consequences. Losing your job may be just a small matter, but what is more serious is that you may be banned by the entire industry and lose the opportunity for development. They sat in their seats silently, secretly thinking about how to ask more effective questions in the shortest time next time. Soon, the press conference came to an end after the contract was signed, and both parties shook hands and took photos. At the same time, the relevant content of this press conference also topped the hot search list of platforms such as Kuaishou. The entire internet was boiling in an instant. Enthusiastic netizens who are keen on doing good things have been leaving messages and making comments under the official accounts of other major car companies, as if they are afraid that the car industry is not lively enough or not introverted enough. However, some netizens with ulterior motives were only interested in creating chaos and spread controversial comments everywhere, instantly igniting the anger of fans of various car companies. Fortunately, the public relations of major car companies responded quickly. They not only decisively deleted those comments suspected of provoking war, but also reported and blocked the relevant accounts. In addition, they quickly issued a statement to clearly express their position. For those who bring negative impact to the company by posting provocative comments, they will definitely send a lawyer's letter as a warning. This move finally calmed some people down. Unfortunately, the impact of those comments has not completely dissipated. Among all domestic car companies, except for the comment section of the official account of Huajing Automobile, the comment sections of almost all other car companies have become so chaotic that it is unbearable to look at. In desperation, the official account operators of major car companies had to close the message function in the comments section in accordance with the public relations requirements of the headquarters. With nowhere to vent their emotions, extreme fans of various car companies simply made their own videos and released them to vent their dissatisfaction. But what is surprising is that these videos were quickly removed from the Kuaishou platform shortly after they were released and had little traffic, and the backend also received a warning. After seeing the warning signs, they gradually calmed down and realized that they were probably being used as a gun. But it's too late to react now, as the comment sections of major car companies have been closed. They wanted to leave a message to apologize, but there was nowhere to go. Just then, someone discovered that the official comment area of Huajing Automobile had not been closed. So they rushed in and left comments of remorse. This situation unexpectedly caused Huajing Automobile's traffic to surge again. Now, the top 10 hot search lists on all platforms are occupied by Zhao Technology, Huajing Automobile, and Highland Technology Company. The public relations departments of major car companies were completely dumbfounded when they saw this situation. No, they saw that the company's official account was inexplicably invaded by a large number of malicious comments. In order to better maintain the company's reputation, they issued an announcement in a timely manner and asked the official account operation team to close the comment area. But it's fine if Huajing Automobile didn't issue an announcement. But why didn't you close the comment section? Aren't you afraid that the comment section will be flooded with malicious comments, causing the company's reputation to suffer? Originally, the public relations of major automobile companies were still mocking Huajing Automobile for its poor public relations and slow response. But judging from the results, they became real clowns. Not only did Huajing Automobile not suffer any negative impact, but it also took this opportunity to become a hot topic again. Is this reasonable? So we are suffering while you, Huachi, are making money by being on the hot search list? In this regard, the public relations departments of major car companies can only say one thing. No, are you seriously ill? Chapter 44. What the hell? Is he possessed by a ghost? As night fell and the lights came on, Highland Technology's towering office building was still brightly lit. At Highland Technology's workplace, all employees are working overtime. They were all absorbed in their work. The sounds of keyboards typing, printers running, and people discussing business in low voices blended together. Due to the hot searches during the day, countless companies extended olive branches to Highland Technology and expressed strong willingness to cooperate. Not only that, Those suppliers who once knew William are also eager to re-establish a close cooperative relationship with him. Because any company that can reach cooperation with Highland Technology now is equivalent to boarding a ship with a bright future. It is precisely because of this that Highland Technology's workload has greatly increased. Although overtime work is tiring, Highland Technology does not enforce it for humanitarian reasons. Instead, on the basis of national regulations, employee benefits are unlimitedly increased. For example, employees can receive 3 times the overtime pay for overtime hours after get-off work. If this were applied to an ordinary private enterprise, the overtime pay during holidays would be no more than this. Therefore, employees' work enthusiasm is not affected by the fact that they have to sacrifice their rest time to work overtime. On the contrary, many people hope that this situation can happen more often. The main thing is, which company can have such a rule? Employees are not allowed to work overtime unless it is necessary. Therefore, the opportunity to get triple overtime pay is rare for Highland Technology employees. They still cherish this very much. However, this rule is a different matter for employees of the Technology Research Center. William fully trusted and supported the scientific research team. He not only allocated sufficient research and development funds, but also gave them a high degree of autonomy. The purpose is to allow them to focus on scientific research without distraction. As long as we can develop more new technologies, we can create greater profits for the company. At this moment, William was slumped on the sofa in the office, rubbing his eyebrows frantically. Just now, he finished a 2.5-hour online video conference with Zhao Jun and Zhang Jianyou. The main discussions were about the future development of Zhihai Automobile, Manhwa Technology's new car plan, and the cooperation among the 3 parties. Of course, the most important thing in their conversation was when and where to sign the contract. Zhao Jun and Zhang Jianyou both agreed that William could come to Beijing in a few days to attend the signing ceremony. However, William thought exactly the opposite. He thought it would be enough to sign an electronic contract online. William had no intention of returning to Beijing until Highland Technology Company achieved success. After Zhao Jun and Zhang Jianyou looked at each other from a distance, they seemed to have thought of something and finally nodded to accept William's suggestion. Harmful. On the sofa, William shook his head and sighed deeply. Return to Beijing? This is indeed not within William's current consideration. Unless he can build Highland Technology into a technology company with a market value of hundreds of billions, then prove to the Qin family that he, William, is not the waste they claim. First, set a small and ambitious goal, the first 5-year plan. We strive to make Highland Technology a first-tier private technology company in China within 5 years. The road ahead is long and arduous. William stood up, poured a cup of hot water, and then made a cup of instant coffee. He plans to stay up late tonight, play some games, and relax himself. Anyway, the company is already on the right track, and there is less need for him as chairman. In addition to the cooperation with Manhwa Technology and Huajing Automobile, it's not too much for him to slack off during the rest of the time, right? Currently, the company is managed by the new president, Fiona. From cooperation with suppliers to adjustment of employees' work, she handled everything in an orderly manner. William was very confident in Fennell's business ability, so he just let it go and became a hands-off manager. That's great. Thinking of this, William finished his coffee and asked the employees to go home and have a rest as soon as possible. He himself prepared to walk home. After all, the distance is only 2 kilometers. While traveling in a low-carbon way, it can also be used as exercise. Walking on the side of the road, William breathed in the fresh night air and immediately felt refreshed. It must be a good sign. Doesn't this mean that he won't feel sleepy when staying up late to play games, and his performance will definitely be much better? It seems that the effect of this instant coffee is indeed very fast when it is blown by the evening breeze. William walked like this, and after about half an hour, he arrived at the gate of Zijin apartment. He saw a red Ferrari 488 parked on the side of the road and took a look subconsciously. There was no way. On the one hand, he had a particularly strong interest in cars. When he saw a car that interested him on the side of the road, he couldn't help but take a look. This is also the reason why he was excited when he saw Zhao Jun. After all, in his previous life, Xiaomi SU7 Ultra was his dream car. It broke the record and became the fastest 4-door car in the world around the Nürburgring. Although it is only a record for a prototype car, it does not prevent the mass-produced car from being lacking in strength. On the other hand, the license plate number of this Ferrari 488 is from Haicheng, and it is a rare high A55555 license plate. William remembered correctly, this license plate was worth over 1 million yuan, enough to buy a house in a 3rd-tier city. But after just a glance, William turned and walked home. In his previous life, he would definitely take a closer look at these things, or even take photos or videos. But it's different now. His worth is there. Whether it is the Ferrari 488 or the Leopard of high A, they can all be bought with money. As long as he wants now, he can pick up a supercar with a Leopard license plate and worth tens of millions the next day. No wonder rich people are so calm no matter what they do. It seems that money can solve everything. William walked swaggeringly on the community road with a sighing look on his face. Suddenly, a sneaky figure appeared behind William, probably less than 1.6 meters tall. William was completely unaware of this and was almost at his apartment. With a slight wow sound, a pendant weighing just over 100 yuan appeared on William's back. It was late at night, and I was alone on the street in the community, with the lights only dimly on. Anyone who comes here has to say that this terrifying buff has been fully stacked. William was thinking the same thing at the moment. He was walking along peacefully when suddenly a human-shaped unknown object was entangled on his back. William was so frightened that his face turned pale. Shit, is there a ghost? As he spoke, he shook his body wildly, trying to shake the ghost away. However, the ghost's stickiness was beyond imagination, like super glue, sticking tightly to his back. In the eerie atmosphere of the night, cold sweat continued to break out on William's back, as if he could feel a biting chill rising from his spine. At the same time, his voice was trembling and he was mumbling something. Amitabha, may Buddha bless you. Chapter 45, DK Capital's Little Princess? Go away, demons and monsters. Go away, demons and monsters. Suddenly, an idea flashed through William's mind. He remembered Dad's signature line in The Adventures of Jackie Chan. As the saying goes, when one is desperate, one will try any possible means. William couldn't care less at this point. With the mentality of giving it a try, he started muttering again, not daring to stop for a moment. Perhaps it was a psychological effect. William felt that the unidentified humanoid object on his back was no longer moving. Cull. Finally, William breathed a sigh of relief. Next, all he had to do was find a tree and rub the damn thing off his back. Just as he was walking towards the grove next to him, he had only taken a few steps. At this moment, William suddenly felt liquid flowing intermittently on his neck. It's over. I've only been traveling through time for less than a month. Am I going to travel through time again? William's eyes widened. He could clearly feel the liquid flowing down his neck and slowly to his back. When he traveled to this parallel world, no one told him that this was a world with ghosts. The saliva was flowing as if he was a glutton when he was alive. Damn it. If he had known earlier, the first thing he would do after traveling here might not be to start a business. Instead, he rushed to the Heavenly Master's mansion without stopping and devoted himself to learning the Five Thunders Law. If that were the case, he wouldn't be so helpless facing this glutton. Since he couldn't use the Five Thunders' righteousness to feed the gluttonous ghost, he could only use his own body to feed it. A crystal teardrop quietly slid down the corner of William's eye. Goodbye, this world. However, his only hope is that the next world he travels to will not be a mysterious world. William slowly closed his eyes and waited quietly for himself to be swallowed bite by bite. 1 second. 3 seconds. 1 minute. 3 minutes. Well, how come I'm still alive? Unable to suppress his inner doubts, William suddenly opened his eyes and looked around nervously. He still stood alone on the road. The breeze blew, and the sound of leaves rustling, accompanied by a soft snoring, came into William's ears. Wrong. Where does the snoring come from? William took a deep breath, and a faint fragrance entered his nose. This fragrance is not the aroma of food, but it is the unique and subtle fragrance of a young girl. Is there a female ghost behind this? William turned his head carefully and looked over there. However, this sight made his heart finally settle down. It's okay, it's okay. He took a long breath and murmured to himself. It turns out it's just a little girl who was sleeping soundly. William patted his chest and secretly rejoiced. It's just a little girl sleeping on my back. What's there to be afraid of? He couldn't help but laugh at his own earlier panic. He was so frightened that he almost shut off the faucet. Something is wrong again. Whose girl is this, sleeping on a strange man's back? If I hadn't met a gentleman like him, I would have probably been killed by the bad guys. William could feel the breath of the sleeping girl and felt reluctant to wake her up. But it was hard to explain why I brought this strange girl home. After much thought, I decided to open a hotel outside. This way at least there are hotel staff who can testify for me and prove my innocence. William acted without hesitation. He came to a 5-star hotel, checked into the last presidential suite, and gently placed the sleeping girl on the only big bed. Then he took out another 2,000 yuan and asked the hotel staff to take good care of the girl. After making all the arrangements, William did not stay in the hotel, but went to a nearby internet cafe. There, he rented a private room and immersed himself in the world of CS2, enjoying the excitement and pleasure brought by the game. Time passed minute by minute. The night was gradually replaced by the morning light, and the day was about to dawn. After a whole night of fierce fighting, William felt exhausted, both physically and mentally at his limit. He dragged his tired body and slowly returned to the presidential suite. As soon as he entered the room, he fell directly onto the bed like a puppet without support and fell into a deep sleep. It was not until the sunlight shone on his face that William turned over in a daze. However, with such a simple turnover, William suddenly felt an invisible force hitting his chest heavily. The next moment, he fell to the ground and regained consciousness. William rubbed his eyes, trying to clear his vision. When he finally saw what was before him, he was shocked. I saw a disheveled girl with twin ponytails sitting on the bed. She was sitting with her legs crossed, pouting her lips and staring at me intently. At this time, the girl with twin ponytails said in a cold tone, "Dirty guy, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. You actually took advantage of me sleeping and did something indecent to me. You slandered me?" William came back to his senses and said with dissatisfaction, "This is blatant slander." He spent several $1,000s to book this presidential suite and even hired someone to take care of her. As for myself, I just spent a few dozen dollars to stay in an internet cafe. He could imagine that the girl's parents would come to cause trouble for him, but he never thought that he would be slandered by the person involved. William, a kind-hearted man, accept this? I slandered you. The girl with twin ponytails' tone became obviously anxious. Then how did my clothes get taken off? As soon as she said this, a blush instantly appeared on her face, and under the sunlight, she looked even more lovely and charming. I guess the receptionist helped you take off your clothes. William spoke. He stood up and suddenly felt a sharp pain in his butt. However, out of a man's pride, he could not cover and knead her but in front of a girl, so he could only grit his teeth and endure it. Front desk. The girl with twin ponytails tilted her head, put her hands to her mouth, and her eyes were full of confusion. That's right. Last night you fell asleep hanging on me for no apparent reason. I had no choice but to take you to the nearest five-star hotel, book the presidential suite, and even ask the receptionist to take care of you. William thought of this. He became furious. He could have stayed comfortably in his own little house, playing games and reading novels to his heart's content, spending a satisfying night. But the sudden appearance of the girl with twin ponytails in front of him completely disrupted his plan of staying up late. By the way, what's your name? Where are you from? William wanted to quickly ask for some basic information about the girl so that he could find someone to send her back to her parents as soon as possible. Unexpectedly, the next words from the girl with twin ponytails, although spoken in a calm tone, almost made William lose his footing. I. The girl with twin ponytails pointed at herself and tilted her head to the other side. My name is Ouyang Sini, and my father's name is Ouyang Ziyuan. It seems that he is afraid that what he said is not clear enough. Then, Ouyang Sini added, my father is a major shareholder of DK Capital. Chapter 46. Can we go have a meal first? Ouyang Ziyuan is your father? William widened his eyes and looked at the girl in disbelief. He originally thought that she was just a little girl who was still in her rebellious period, but he didn't expect that she had such a powerful background. DK Capital is one of the largest investment companies in the world. After all this time, this cute girl with twin ponytails in front of me turned out to be the little princess of DK Capital? This can definitely be called a super rich second generation. William once conducted a detailed investigation into the capital composition of DK Capital. DK Capital has 4 major shareholders, including 1 black shareholder, 2 white shareholders, and the only Chinese shareholder. The Chinese shareholder was Ouyang Ziyuan, as mentioned by Ouyang Sini. Ouyang Ziyuan is one of the co-founders of DK Capital, the current chairman, and the richest overseas Chinese investor. His investment projects are extremely extensive, and his assets are spread all over the world. He has dabbled in overseas logistics, including shipping and air transport, as well as cutting-edge technology and catering industries. He is in the limelight and can be found wherever there are investment opportunities. He enjoys a high reputation in the global investment community and is considered the best among the best. Even Zhao Jun, who has a deep understanding of investment, regards Ouyang Ziyuan as his role model and goal. Yes, William. While William was still thinking about the news about DK Capital, Ouyang Sini replied with a smile. So you know me? William was surprised. It seems that this little princess from DK Capital is very likely to have come to me specifically. Of course, Ouyang Sini nodded vigorously and replied firmly. You are the most popular public figure on the internet, second only to Zhao Jun. I came all the way here to see you, but I didn't expect something to go wrong along the way. Ouyang Sini stuck out her tongue mischievously, with an awkward expression, seeming a little embarrassed. Obviously, the little episode mentioned by Ouyang Sini. It refers to the series of circumstances in which she accidentally fell asleep hanging on William's back last night. So what do you want from me? William asked. If William remembered correctly, there should be no connection between him and DK Capital, right? Ouyang Sini took a deep breath, then suddenly jumped off the bed and stood in front of William. She held her head high and chest out, with an upright posture, a proud chest, and towering curves. Please allow me to introduce myself solemnly. Ouyang Sini's voice is clear and pleasant, full of vitality. I am the Greater China manager of DK Capital, mainly responsible for investment matters in the entire Asia-Pacific region. And the reason I came here this time is because DK Capital has seen the development potential of Highland Technology and plans to invest in your company. Manager for Greater China? William was really dumbfounded. Ouyang Sini looks so young that I don't even know if she has graduated from high school. How could the top management of DK Capital be so confident in entrusting her with such an important position? Noticing William's questioning gaze, Ouyang Sini quickly said, "Why? Don't you believe me?" Then, in order to better defend herself, Ouyang Sini took out a slightly wrinkled business card from somewhere and handed it over. Look, this business card is mine, and it says my position. William took the business card, looked at it carefully, and the corner of his mouth twitched. No way, this is actually true. She really didn't lie to me. William muttered to himself. The girl in front of me is not only the daughter of the chairman of DK Capital, but also serves as the manager for Greater China. But this age? Is it too small? The doubt in William's eyes increased instead of decreasing. He frowned and asked thoughtfully, "By the way, you should be quite small, right?" Ouyang Sini was a little stunned by this sudden question. There was a flash of surprise in her eyes, and then she seemed to suddenly think of something. He unconsciously covered his chest with his hands, and his face instantly turned red, like a ripe apple. Her voice was trembling, with a hint of anger. "You are really a pervert. You actually stared at me there. But how am I small? I'm obviously very big." It took William a while to come back to his senses and realize that the question he just asked might have been misunderstood. After figuring out that Ouyang Sini had misunderstood him, he quickly explained, "No, I just wanted to ask about your age." Age? Ouyang Sini's face instantly turned redder. "It turns out that I was overthinking. I should be 2 or 3 years younger than you." Ouyang Sini replied, "Maybe it's because I look younger, more like the type called baby face." "I see." William nodded. This made sense. But he did not think too much about this issue, but returned to the topic. "So, Manager Ouyang, can you tell me more about the specifics of DK Capital's investment? If DK Capital's investment was only tens of billions or hundreds of billions, then for Highland Technology today, to some extent, this would just be icing on the cake. After all, with the support of Zhao Technology and Huajing Automobile, 2 Fortune 500 companies, Highland Technology has no shortage of tens of billions or hundreds of billions of capital investment. The investment has not even reached 10 billion yuan, and its impact on accelerating the development of Highland Technology is really small. Therefore, William is not particularly concerned about the investment in DK Capital. However, Ouyang Sini has a special identity. She is the little princess of DK Capital, so it is not convenient for her to refuse too directly. Besides, it is always better to have one more friend than one less. Why not listen to her thoughts first? Maybe you can be convinced by her. At this time, Ouyang Sini didn't have time to say anything. Suddenly, a gurgling sound was heard at an inopportune moment. Ouyang Sini's cheeks flushed again. She subconsciously touched her belly with her hand, then raised her head. Her eyes flickered, and looked at William cautiously, and suggested softly, Can we go have lunch first? You know, she hasn't eaten a single bite since around 8 o'clock last night until now. What's more, it's almost lunchtime now. Her stomach was already unbearably hungry. P.S. Dear readers who are as handsome as Panin, please add this book to your bookshelf. Use your little hands to make money, and also click on the reminder to urge the update. Chapter 47. 30 billion in initial funds. Just invest it if you say so. In the restaurant of a 5-star hotel, there is a dining table in the corner by the window. Sitting at the dining table was an attractive couple. Although this dining table is not large, it is filled with a wide variety of high-end Western food. The Wellington steak is tender and juicy. The French roast chicken is fragrant, the vegetable salad is colorful, and the Western desserts are exquisitely shaped. However, the man barely took a bite before all the delicacies went into the girl's stomach. The girl is very beautiful and is wearing all luxury brands. The diamond necklace around her neck alone is worth millions. Anyone who comes here can tell at a glance that she is the daughter of a wealthy family. The attention of everyone present, whether diners or staff, was drawn to it. This is not only because of her outstanding appearance and fashionable outfit, but also because of her exaggerated eating habits, which is really hard to ignore. Like a hungry man who hasn't eaten for several days, he has no dining etiquette at all and only shows an instinctive desire for food. This huge contrast caused a lot of discussion among the diners present. Even the man across the table couldn't help asking, "Have you always been able to eat so much?" The man who spoke was William, and the girl sitting opposite him was naturally Ouyang Sini. At this moment, Ouyang Sini was holding a fork, eating a steak with relish on the left, while holding a glass of red wine on the other, taking a sip from time to time. She was seen chewing steak and savoring the smooth red wine. She said with a satisfied look on her face, "So what? I'm still growing. It's only natural to eat a little more." As Ouyang Sini spoke, she picked up another piece of steak and put it into her mouth. "If you feel it's not enough, just order some more. The prices in this restaurant are not expensive. This signature steak Wellington is only $798. Ouyang Sini waved her hand nonchalantly, signaling William to go ahead and order. "I'll pay for this meal. Consider it an apology gift for last night." William was silent. In a full half hour, he only finished a serving of pasta, which was the kind Ouyang Sini didn't like. As for the other dishes that had just been served, they were placed on the table 1 foot before Ouyang Sini quickly brought them to her, and then eaten up. Based on Ouyang Sini's current appetite, it is equivalent to that of a semi-normal adult man. If they continue to eat like this, I'm afraid it will reach the amount of 2 adult men. William felt that if he stopped actively snatching food, then what happens next will have nothing to do with him. So, William also started a fight for food. 20 minutes later, they finally finished a thrilling battle on the table. After asking the waiter to clear the table, Ouyang Sini patted her stomach in satisfaction. "Great, I'm finally full." William returned to the table with a grim look on his face, carrying a receipt for more than $4,000. In the end, he still paid for the meal. Although this amount of money for food is just a drop in the bucket considering his current assets. But it was agreed that Ouyang Sini would treat everyone. But when Ouyang Sini came out of the presidential suite, she did not take the small handbag with her, and naturally did not take the bank card she had put in it with her either. Ouyang Sini didn't have the ability to pay, so William had to go to the front desk to pay. Why doesn't Ouyang Sini use mobile payment? Ouyang Sini said that she had just returned to China and had not yet developed this habit, so she had no money in her mobile phone. Therefore, the important task of settling the bill fell on William. "Sorry, I'll treat you to a meal later," Ouyang Sini said with a sigh. "I didn't expect that the domestic development is so fast and the penetration rate of mobile payment is so high. When I was abroad, I was used to using bank cards or checks." Haha. William just smiled. He didn't expect that he would be able to eat when Ouyang Sini invited him to dinner. After all, it's not certain who will be eating it then. Without dwelling on this issue anymore, William sat down and got straight to the point. "Now that you've had enough to eat and drink, you should be able to explain the investment clearly, right?" "Sure." Ouyang Sini nodded, and then answered seriously. "As I said before, DK Capital, or more precisely, my father saw the development potential of Highland Technology and planned to invest 30 billion yuan in Highland Technology's scientific research projects. Of course, DK Capital has certain restrictions on the specific content of the scientific research project. It must cooperate with Zhao Technology and Huajing Automobile to carry out research on new energy vehicle-related projects. After all, DK Capital invested 30 billion yuan because of the reputation of these 2 large companies, Zhao Technology and Huajing Automobile. However, according to my father's original words, if Highland Technology can continue to demonstrate its value, DK Capital will continue to add an appropriate 10 billion yuan of funds. In fact, in my opinion, Highland Technology actually has great development potential. This time, Zhao Technology, Huajing Automobile, and Highland Technology cooperated. On the surface, it seems that Zhao Technology and Huajing Automobile are in the lead, but in my opinion, Highland Technology has the upper hand in this cooperation. So, I think that this 30 billion investment does not have to be used for cooperative research and development. We can also use part of the funds to develop some core technologies that are unique to Highland Technology. This will be a good thing for both Highland Technology and DK Capital. Ouyang Sini's attitude made William a little puzzled. "Are you so optimistic about the cooperation between me, Zhao Technology, and Huajing Automobile?" William glanced at Ouyang Sini and said to her frankly, "To put it bluntly, in this tripartite cooperation, Highland Technology is only responsible for the intelligent driving system part, and the rest are handed over to Huajing Automobile and Zhao Technology, which has just started making cars." I have to remind you that Huajing's new Zhihai car is not yet on the market and has not been tested by the general public. This is also the first time that Xiaowa Technology has built a car. They have no experience in building cars, and the quality of their cars has not yet been tested by the market. William knew very well that the investment of 30 billion was too tempting, and he had no reason to refuse. What's more, DK Capital may increase its investment in the future, which will undoubtedly inject strong impetus into the development of Highland technology. However, some things must be made clear in advance to avoid unforeseen problems in the future, which may result in more harm than good. After all, anything related to investment involves certain risks. Even DK Capital needs to be treated with caution. William knew this very well, so he decided that before accepting the investment, he must negotiate with Ouyang Cini and reach a consensus. So Highland Technology's research project is an intelligent driving system? Ouyang Cini nodded thoughtfully, seemingly thinking about something. Boss Chin, can I ask what level of intelligent driving system this is? If the product that Highland Technology brings out is just the L2 intelligent driving system, which has a very high penetration rate among all car companies on the market, then Ouyang Cini would cut the investment budget of 30 billion without hesitation. Even if it is the L2 intelligent driving system that Xiaowa Technology and Huajing Automobile are eyeing, it is not worth the investment of 30 billion yuan. The intelligent driving system is at level 3 and is currently named the Star System. William replied generously, and I can guarantee that the Star System developed by our company will be the most powerful intelligent driving system in its class after it is released. In order to obtain the 30 billion investment, William, after careful consideration, finally decided to reveal the relevant surface information of Shishing intelligent driving to Ouyang Cini. William's scientific research team spends too much on scientific research. If it weren't for the $10 billion Nathan injected into the company, the several new technologies currently being developed would probably have to be suspended due to lack of funds. William's confidence was clearly displayed in front of Ouyang Cini. However, she did not find William's words arrogant. On the contrary, she had a strange feeling in her heart. She thought it was normal for William to be so confident and calm. William plays a dominant role in the cooperation between Xiaowa Technology and Huajing Automobile. How could this be achieved without real strength? Chapter 48. More magnificent than DK headquarters? William's claimed that the most powerful intelligent driving system in its class? Ouyang Cini has no answer to this question. She didn't know much about the field of new energy vehicles, and she only had a passing knowledge of the many statistics William mentioned. Only professional scientific researchers are qualified to express professional opinions on the data that William mentioned. However, Ouyang Cini had complete faith in William's character. In her eyes, William is undoubtedly a trustworthy investment partner. Therefore, she firmly believes that the L3 intelligent driving system mentioned by William must have powerful performance. According to her initial judgment, even if Shishing intelligent driving cannot become the strongest intelligent driving system in its class, it will definitely be able to carve out a place for itself among the intelligent driving systems of major automobile companies. Ouyang Cini said with a smile, Mr. Chin, if you have no objection, then DK Capital will start preparing for investment in this project. By the way, Mr. Chin, if you don't mind, could you take me to your company's R&D center for a visit? After all, this investment involves tens of billions, and DK's top management attaches great importance to it. William nodded happily to show his agreement. At this moment, don't even think about visiting Highland Technology's R&D center. Even if you want to visit his bedroom, William will always give you a warm welcome with a smile on his face. After all, that's a 30 billion investment. All was invested in the R&D center. William couldn't believe that he could fight such a rich battle a few years in advance. Even Xiao Jun, who is known as the cash king of Beijing, only invested 10 billion yuan in the early stages of this cooperation to jointly develop the new car. As for Huajing Automobile, it has only invested 5 billion yuan to build Zhihai Automobile. In comparison, the capital investment of Xiaowa Technology and Huajing Automobile seems a bit pale in comparison. After leaving the restaurant of the 5-star hotel, William took Ouyang Cini to Highland Technology. Because Highland Technology is not far from here, and their cars are not here. So they all walked there. On the way, Ouyang Cini walked quietly on the street, her curious eyes occasionally glancing at William beside her. Noticing Ouyang Cini's gaze, William was puzzled and asked, Is there something on my face? Ouyang Cini shook her head slightly and replied with a smile, No, I'm just a little curious about you. Before coming to China, Ouyang Cini actually investigated William's background. However, she was surprised to find that she could only find relevant information about William within 1 year, and could not find any information before that. More importantly, even her father Ouyang Ziyuan could not find any information about William. This made Ouyang Sini very confused. She had a feeling. William's past was deliberately covered up by a mysterious big hand. At present, the only clue she has is that William's registered residence is in Beijing. However, what surprised Ouyang Sini even more was that the vice chairman of Highland Technology turned out to be Nathan, the direct heir of the Beijing Zhong family. The president of Highland Technology is Fiona, a direct descendant of the ancient family in Ross country. These discoveries made Ouyang Sini more curious about William's life experience. Is William from the Qin family in Beijing? Or is he the young master of the Qin family, as rumored in the capital? In order to find out the truth, Ouyang Sini had a sudden idea and went to the community where William lived to stake out, just to see if she could get any information that was not in the documents. Unexpectedly, she had to wait for nearly 3 hours. If William had come back a few minutes later, she felt like she would have fallen asleep. At this time, facing Ouyang Sini's curious gaze, William asked curiously, "I'm just an ordinary chairman of Highland Technology. What can you be curious about me?" William's favorability towards this little money-giving boy increased sharply. "What do you think I could be curious about? After you were fired by the new president of Tianxing Technology, you founded your own technology company a few days later. In less than a month, Highland Technology has reached cooperation with 2 Fortune 500 companies. And now we have received a huge initial investment of 30 billion from DK Capital, one of the world's largest investment companies. This amount of initial investment is extremely rare in DK's investment history." After saying that, Ouyang Sini trotted in front of William. "You have accomplished all these achievements I mentioned in less than a month. Even the mysterious chairman of the Norsun Group is not as capable as you. I have a feeling that if you are given enough time, your achievements will definitely surpass the chairman of the Norsun Group and become a legend in the global business community." William listened to Ouyang Sini's flattery and simply smiled without saying anything. Become a legend in the global business world? This goal was still too ambitious for him. "After traveling to this world, I received the memories of my previous life and learned about my previous life's life experience." William had originally planned how to enjoy his future life. As a result, influenced by the memories of his previous life, there is always an obsession in his mind that affects him. He must prove to the Qin family that he, William, is not a waste. This is the real motivation for him to establish Highland Technology. The outside world has been speculating that William founded Highland Technology in order to target Tianxing Technology, which fired him. William couldn't deny that these speculations were wrong. He could only say that he targeted Tianxing Technology simply because he hated Fiona's bad attitude. That kind of arrogant and bad attitude towards subordinates. About half an hour, the two walked to the office building of Highland Technology. Looking up at the building in front of her, Ouyang Sini exclaimed, "Wow, Highland Technology's headquarters looks even more impressive than DK's headquarters." In the investment community, it is well known that DK Capital's headquarters building has only 3 floors. The 3 different core business units of DK Capital each occupy a floor. Although DK Capital has offices in many major Western cities, they are only a few floors or even a few rooms. The Western executives at DK Capital seem to care only about practicality. Regarding the transformation of DK headquarters into a high-rise building that caters to modern times, many Western executives, including several other large white shareholders of DK Capital, were not interested. P.S. Dear readers, please add this book to your bookshelf and urge me to update it. Chapter 49 Research and Development Center. We can finally fight a rich battle. After entering the hall, Ouyang Sini looked around like a curious kitten. William followed behind slowly, with an indulgent smile on his face. At this moment, at the front desk where William was unaware, a female front desk employee quickly took out her mobile phone the moment she saw William, secretly recorded a video, and sent a message. However, William knew nothing about this. At this moment, all he was thinking about was how to please Ouyang Sini, the Greater China manager of DK Capital. As long as Ouyang Sini is happy, she will ask her father Ouyang Ziyuan, the chairman of DK Capital, to invest more gold coins in Highland Technology. Isn't that a beautiful thing? Now, wherever Ouyang Sini wants to visit, William will accompany her without hesitation. As long as it is the territory of Highland Technology, he will let Ouyang Sini visit freely. Just like that, following Ouyang Sini's steps, we finally arrived at the originally planned destination. Highland Technology R&D Center Department. As soon as she walked in, Ouyang Sini saw many scientific researchers busy with their work. The employees glanced at the visitor Ouyang Sini and then continued to concentrate on their scientific research. He didn't care at all about Ouyang Sini's identity or what she was doing there. He just didn't even say hello to her. In their eyes, no one here can make them stop the scientific research work at hand. Except for two cases. First, this person has seriously affected their scientific research work. Second, Boss Chin, you're here. William following behind Ouyang Sini. Hearing that William was coming, the other employees stopped what they were doing and greeted William. Amid the noise, Qian Lei came out and shouted, "What are you guys arguing about? Do you think the RD Center is a vegetable market?" The employees who were scolded all lowered their heads. It is obvious that Qian Lei still has considerable authority among them. In some ways, even more terrifying than William. Mainly, Qian Lei is the center of their team. After a month, they almost always saw each other. After spending so much time together, these old employees know Qian Lei's temper very well. At times like this, they just need to lower their heads, keep silent, and listen to Qian Lei's teachings. What if you dare to refute? Hee. But there was a precedent that they always kept in mind. At that time, when William had just formed this team, someone had a dispute because of a conflict. At that time, Qian Lei, as the leader of the scientific research team appointed by William, also stood up to stop it. But the two men didn't give him any face at all and even wanted to fight. The result is predictable. Qian Lei directly kicked the two men out without giving them any face at all. Even if one of the two has scientific research ability, second only to Qian Lei in this team. Therefore, every time a new person is added to the team, there will be seniors who will kindly inform the other party about it. Fortunately, the few young people who came later also listened to the advice and have not committed any crimes until now. Dean Qian, how are you these days? At this time, William walked from the back to the front and greeted Qian Lei with a smile. When he saw William, Qian Lei finally realized why these employees were so noisy. Haha, Mr. Qin, it turns out that it's you who is here. Why didn't you tell me earlier so that we could welcome you in advance? Qian Lei said. He changed from his previous serious attitude and became gentle. Ouyang Sini was shocked when she saw this scene. He didn't expect that William would have such a high status in the hearts of these scientific researchers. The company's major sponsor wanted to visit our RD center, so he came to see you all. William replied with a smile. Qian Lei looked curiously at the little girl who was looking around. The other employees raised their heads and looked at Ouyang Sini with curious eyes. Seeing this, Ouyang Sini also smiled and greeted everyone. Nice to meet you, everyone. My name is Ouyang Sini, and I am the Greater China Manager of DK Capital. As soon as the words fell, the entire RD Center fell into silence. William's mouth twitched, and he thought to himself that something was wrong. These researchers have been spending years in laboratories doing research, so let alone knowing DK Capital. Even when it comes to the latest hot topics on the internet, you can just pick out any researcher and question him. No one except young people will understand it at all. After a while of silence, William was just about to say something to try to change the awkward atmosphere. However, Ouyang Sini was the first to speak up, like a caring little girl, helping these researchers out. You are all dedicated to your work and scientific research. It is normal that you don't know DK Capital and me. But from now on, everyone should know me, and I hope to maintain a good cooperative relationship with you all. As the eldest brother of the team, Qian Lei naturally had to speak out first. Hello, Manager Ouyang. My name is Qian Lei, and I'm the head of Highland Technology RD Center. Qian Lei is in his 40s, but he has some white hair on his temples. Although he had a faint smile on his face, Ouyang Sini could tell at a glance that he hadn't had a good rest for a long time. But even if he is exhausted, he will still insist on staying in the laboratory and concentrating on scientific research. Ouyang Sini is full of admiration for such scientific researchers. President Qian, I have heard from you for a long time. I heard from Director Qin that all the scientific research products of Highland Technology were developed by you. Ouyang Sini praised generously. With a scientific research craftsman like you, the 30 billion yuan invested by our DK Capital is really worth it. As soon as he finished speaking, all the researchers in the entire RD Center were so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. What? A 30 billion investment? I can't believe how such a huge amount of money is going to be spent. With these 30 billion, I think all the old equipment in the laboratory can be replaced with the latest models. Using these outdated equipment really affects our scientific research progress. You still think too little. These 30 billion will not only allow us to replace new scientific research equipment, but also restart the research and development of many new technologies that were previously stalled due to lack of funds. Let alone the past. Even the new technologies that are still under development can be boldly improved and perfected with the injection of this capital. Chapter 50 New Technology? In the laboratory, Qian Lei was stunned with shock. He could hardly believe his ears. 30 billion is no small amount. If all of the money were used as research funds, he simply couldn't imagine how many new technologies he and his team would be able to master. However, how much of the 30 billion yuan can the R&D center actually use? Qianlei must confirm this point clearly. He knew very well that it was impossible to invest all the 30 billion yuan into research and development. After all, the company has other areas of development that also require financial support. So, he felt that some of the funds would definitely be used for other matters of the company. What Qianlei needs to do is to invest more of this money in the R&D center. Excuse me, how much of this money can be invested in the R&D center? Qianlei asked straight to the point. This question raised a question in the minds of other researchers present. How much of the 30 billion yuan in funds can be invested in the R&D center? At first, when they heard the investment amount of 30 billion, they instinctively thought that the funds would all be used for scientific research. However, at this moment they realized that this possibility did not seem very likely. Everyone's eyes turned to Qianlei at the same time, their eyes full of expectation. Qianlei knew very well that he was responsible for the financial lifeline of the entire laboratory, and the pressure was as heavy as a mountain. Especially after he asked the question, the entire laboratory fell into suffocating silence, which made him feel even more uncomfortable. Don't worry, these 30 billion yuan will be invested in the Research and Development Center's scientific research. William broke the silence. Dean Qian, if you don't need this research funding at all, will it be less? Now that the R&D Center has this 30 billion research fund, you can give full play to your talents and show your abilities. The next second, long live President Qin. Boss Qin, I love you so much. Boss Qin, you're so damn cool. The cheers of the employees grew louder and louder, echoing throughout the entire laboratory. Even Qianlei, who always had a serious face, now had a bright smile on his face. 30 billion is as important to the R&D Center as an oasis that suddenly appears in the dry desert. Ouyang Sini heard the cheers of the employees, and she couldn't help but smile. These scientific researchers immerse themselves in scientific research all day long, and their hearts are like a clear spring, pure and simple. This was in stark contrast to her experience in the United States. When she was in the United States, the people around her, whether they were her peers or people of other lower social status, were full of intrigue and calculations for their own benefit, and it was almost impossible to find anyone who treated her sincerely. These employees are so honest. Ouyang Sini couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion in her heart. She envied the relationship between William and these researchers. The relationship between them is not just an employment relationship, but a deep friendship based on trust and common goals. At this moment, William shook his head and denied. No, don't thank me. I invested all 30 billion into the R&D Center in accordance with Manager Ouyang's request. You should thank her. Looking at these idiots who were focused on scientific research, William couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Although they have outstanding talents in their professional fields, they seem a bit clumsy when it comes to interpersonal communication and flattery. Thinking of this, William decided to step in personally and say a few good words for Ouyang Sini. Harmful. He is the founder and chairman of Highland Technology and the young master of the Qin family in Beijing. He actually went back to his old ways just for a few hundred billion. William felt extremely complicated for a moment. Thank you, Manager Ouyang. Long live Manager Ouyang. Suddenly, a young employee shouted. This shout, like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, instantly triggered a response from everyone. Other employees echoed in response, and their voices rose one after another, echoing throughout the laboratory. Hearing the compliments from these researchers, Ouyang Sini's cheeks couldn't help but blush with shyness. Actually, it's not that serious. It's just work. Ouyang Sini responded shyly. As the manager for Greater China, she is used to seeing all kinds of people seeking investors. Those people often flatter her by any means necessary to get investment from her. However, the praise from these researchers was sincere, which gave Ouyang Sini a different feeling. Just at this moment, Qianlei signaled the employees to be quiet. Director Qin, Manager Ouyang, please come in together. After saying this, the employees stepped aside, leaving a passage leading to the depths of the laboratory. Ouyang Sini originally came here to visit the laboratory, so naturally she followed closely behind. William followed Ouyang Sini and followed closely behind. As soon as she entered, Ouyang Sini saw all kinds of items related to the experiment. Although she was not a professional, she was still deeply shocked. After a while, a group of people came to a secluded corner. The first thing that caught my eye was a large piece of gray cloth, tightly covering a square object. Qianlei carefully lifted the gray cloth and saw a small rectangular silver cube with a diameter of 5 centimeters and a width of 3 centimeters, like a shining pearl, quietly placed in the center. What is this? Ouyang Sini asked curiously. This is a brand new technology that I have just successfully mastered, an improved version of nanoscale carbon alloy. Qianlei introduced it with pride. As we all know, ordinary nanoscale carbon alloys that were commonly used in the past can be added as a reinforcement phase into traditional metal materials or composite materials. In this way, the strength and hardness of these materials can be improved very effectively. Qianlei was talking while gesturing with his hands. However, the improved version I developed this time has enhanced the strength and hardness of the original material by 5 times, almost reaching the level of aviation-grade material. To give a simple example, if it is used to build a car body, it can not only make the car body stronger, but also make the car extremely resistant to cold and high temperatures. Even if there is a car accident or an accidental fire, the people inside the car will not feel any temperature changes. After saying this, Qianlei's heart was filled with a mixture of emotions. In order to overcome the technical difficulties alone, he tirelessly invested a lot of time and energy. Only he himself can deeply understand the hardships involved. The other researchers in the team looked at each other with disbelief and surprise in their eyes. They all knew that Qianlei often worked late into the night in the laboratory, never leaving until 2 or 3 in the morning, and sometimes even spent the night in the laboratory. However, no one expected that he had quietly mastered such a new technology. P.S. Please urge for more updates. Please add it to the bookshelf. Chapter 51 Misfortunes Never Come Singly. No one, including the boss William, knew about this. However, after William listened to Qianlei's introduction, he immediately understood. How great a role can this new technology play? Especially at this time, Highland Technology is working with Zhao Technology to jointly create a new car. What do Chinese people pay most attention to when buying a car? Is it the sense of technology? Or ultra-intelligent performance? Or is the acceleration within a certain range of 0 to 100 kilometers per hour? No, 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 these are not the key points. What ordinary people value most when buying a car is actually safety performance. If an unexpected car accident occurs while driving on the road, the car's anti-collision beam will be severely deformed after suffering a huge impact, making it unable to work with the airbag in time to protect the safety of the driver and passengers. In a sense, then, this car is undoubtedly a failure. It is also a bad act to deceive consumers. After all, if they can't even provide the most basic guarantee of passenger safety, how can they dare to sell it to outsiders? If this improved nanoscale carbon alloy is fully used in vehicle body materials, even in the event of a car accident or motor self-heating, the car body materials that have been added with this improved version of the nanocarbon alloy can ensure the safety of the driver and passengers to a great extent. If it is combined with the cooperation of the Shishing Intelligent Driving System and Zhao Technology's own unique technology, William dares to guarantee that once the new car jointly developed by Highland Technology and Zhao Technology comes out, it will definitely cause an earthquake in the industry, and its popularity will definitely not be less than that of Xiaomi car in its previous life. Dean Qian, you have done a great job. William said, if your new technology is applied to the body materials of Zhao automobile, it will definitely be a powerful tool. In view of your great contribution this time, plus your previous achievements, I can let you invest your technology into the company, 5% of the company's shares. In front of manager Ouyang, don't refuse it. William was worrying about not being able to find a reason to completely lock Qianlei up, but he didn't expect Qianlei to come to him on his own initiative. As the saying goes, you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a lamb. What's more, it was just a 5% technical share. With Qianlei's strength, he deserved it. Also, everyone in the lab will get a 10% salary increase. William thought that it was not appropriate to only increase the salary of Qianlei, the team leader, so he also raised the salaries of other scientific researchers. Anyway, I'm rich now, so a 10% salary increase is just a drop in the bucket. But this will actually stimulate their enthusiasm for scientific research. Sure enough, when the employees heard about the salary increase, they cheered. Their welfare benefits are already the highest in the industry. Now the salary can be increased by 10%. Who wouldn't be happy about it? However, Qianlei was a little depressed. He has absolutely no interest in the 5% of technology stocks. On the contrary, he just wants to concentrate on scientific research. William seemed to have seen through Qianlei's thoughts. Dean Qian, please accept this 5% of the technical shares with confidence. If you don't accept it, I will have a hard time reporting to Manager Ouyang. Manager Ouyang values our company's scientific research talents very much. If she thinks that I am unwilling to give you even such a small amount of technology shares, she might withdraw the 30 billion investment in anger. If that happens, we will suffer heavy losses. Qianlei couldn't help but feel moved after hearing what William said. If it was because of him that the company's 30 billion investment was withdrawn by DK Capital, then he would be the biggest sinner of the laboratory. After a brief thought, Qianlei finally made a decision. He took a deep breath and said to William, "Okay, William, I'll take the technology shares. But I will also use practical actions to prove that I deserve this trust and support." On the side, Ouyang Sini rolled her eyes at William. Obviously, she knew why William said that. It is nothing more than using the 30 billion investment as an excuse to get Qianlei to accept the 5% technology shares. Qianlei is an honest man who devotes himself to scientific research. How could he understand these little tricks? Naturally, you will fall into William's trap. However, Ouyang Sini also approved of William's approach. If he didn't do this, how could Qianlei, an honest and conscientious scientific research talent, accept the 5% technology shares? He deserves these 5% of technology shares. However, Ouyang Sini was very unhappy about William taking advantage of her. I have always been kind-hearted and beautiful, but in William's mouth, I was described as a villain. William noticed Ouyang Sini's rolling eyes and couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed, scratching his head subconsciously. Fortunately, Ouyang Sini did not make a big fuss about this matter and cause trouble for him. Instead, he turned to encourage everyone. Don't worry, everyone. As long as you go all out in your scientific research, President Qin will definitely not treat you unfairly in terms of welfare benefits. You said so, didn't you? Ouyang Sini smiled and looked at William playfully. William laughed dryly and quickly responded, "Of course, as long as you can master new technologies and develop new products, the company will give you special rewards." After leaving the laboratory, William took Ouyang Sini to the chairman's office. In the office, Ouyang Sini sat upright on the sofa, looking around at the surrounding environment. "Mr. Qin, looking at the decoration style of your office, you seem to have good taste," Ouyang Sini said as she looked around. The office is decorated in Western classical style. The taste is the same as some middle-aged and elderly senior executives of DK. William had just made 2 cups of coffee and brought them over. "This is something that was personally approved by our company's president. If I have to approve it, it would be considered restrained if it wasn't turned into an esports box." Ouyang Sini took the coffee, took a sip, and put it on the coffee table. "Manager Ouyang, now that you have visited the RD Center, what do you think?" "Thoughts?" Ouyang Sini thought about it briefly. "I think your company's scientific research atmosphere is very good. With this 30 billion investment, you will definitely be able to overcome many technical difficulties. I have to say, Mr. Qin, your scientific research team is indeed worth the investment." Having said that, Ouyang Sini stood up. William put down the coffee in his hand and stood up. "Mr. Qin, happy cooperation." When Ouyang Sini raised her hand and took a step forward. As a result, an accident happened. She lost her balance and accidentally fell forward. William quickly reached out and put his arm around Ouyang Sini's waist. The distance between the two people was just a few centimeters. They can both feel each other's heartbeat and breathing. Just at this moment. Misfortunes never come singly. "Brother William, the province has sent an invitation letter." The office door was pushed open, and Fennell was holding an envelope in her hand. Chapter 52, Chef Huang's Cyber Disciple. All I can say is that the scene was extremely awkward. Fennell stood at the door like a sculpture, the invitation in her hand still raised. At this moment, William and Ouyang Sini reacted in unison after hearing the sound of the office door opening. William quickly turned his head and looked over. Ouyang Sini raised her head slightly, a hint of embarrassment in her eyes, and also looked towards the office door. Time seemed to freeze at this moment, and the three of them fell into suffocating silence. It seemed as if I could hear William and Ouyang Sini's increasingly rapid heartbeats, echoing in my ears like drumbeats. At this moment, Fennell broke the silence first. "Brother William, forget it if you don't come home tonight. How could you do such an intimate thing with another woman in the office in broad daylight?" Upon hearing this, Ouyang Sini's face instantly turned red. She hastily pushed William away, her eyes full of embarrassment and uneasiness. "I'm sorry, what you saw was all an accident." Ouyang Sini's voice was as low as a mosquito, and she didn't even dare to look at the powerful Fennell. "I was about to fall down accidentally, and it was William who caught me. It's not what you think." Ouyang Sini's explanation made William feel ashamed. What is the difference between explaining this last sentence and not explaining it? On the contrary, this explanation only makes the situation more speculative. Sure enough, Fennell's eyes became sharper, and she didn't seem to believe Ouyang Sini's explanation. At this moment, William suddenly had an idea and changed the subject. "Fennell, what is the invitation letter you just mentioned?" Fennell glanced at Ouyang Sini fiercely. Then he replied, It's an invitation to the Provincial Science and Technology Exhibition in a week. It is said that all the top-tier technology companies in the province will receive this invitation letter. This invitation letter naturally also represents Highland Technology's status in the province. After that, without giving William a chance to speak, Fennell immediately asked, "Little girl, who are you?" She went to China by all means, just to make sure that William would have only her as his woman. However, due to her position as the president of Highland Technology, she was needed in many places, and her busy work gave the strange woman an opportunity to take advantage of her. More importantly, Fennell smelled a hint of threat from this woman. This is completely different from Fiona. She completely disdains people like Fiona. But the girl in front of her, no matter her appearance or the luxury clothes she was wearing, was in no way inferior to the many rich girls she had seen. "Hello, sister. My name is Ouyang Sini." After calming down, Ouyang Sini introduced herself gracefully. "I am the Greater China manager of DK Capital. I came here with 30 billion yuan to invest in Highland Technology's research projects. Your father is DK Chairman Ouyang Ziyuan?" After learning Ouyang Sini's name, Fennell immediately asked this question. DK Capital is also well known in overseas markets, and Ouyang Ziyuan is a well-known investment expert in the industry. If Ouyang Sini is Ouyang Ziyuan's daughter, then the situation is not good. After all, Ouyang Ziyuan is the chairman of DK Capital and the richest overseas Chinese businessman. That's right. Ouyang Sini nodded. Hateful. After confirmation, Fennell secretly groaned in her heart. She was not paying attention, and there was such a competitive woman around brother William. Ouyang Sini is the daughter of Ouyang Ziyuan, and this identity alone brings a great sense of crisis to Fennell. But the problem is that Ouyang Sini is not someone like Zhao Wanqing who can be easily dealt with. No, I must find an opportunity to declare my sovereignty to Ouyang Sini. At this time, although Fennell thought so in her heart, she said kindly, "I'm sorry, Manager Ouyang. I've been too busy with work recently, and my nerves are too tense. To express my apology, how about I cook for you tonight? At the same time, I would also like to take this opportunity to thank Manager Ouyang for this valuable investment of 30 billion. Ouyang Sini was still thinking about refusing, but when she saw Fionier's smile, she nodded in agreement the next second. "Brother William, you have to be here tonight too." Fennell turned her head and said with a smile. That evening, in William S. apartment, the dining table was filled with 5 dishes and a soup that had just been cooked. "Eat quickly, these are all my specialties." Wearing an apron, Fionier entertained Ouyang Sini very warmly. Ouyang Sini felt this enthusiasm and always felt something strange. But out of courtesy, she could only nod, then picked up a piece of beans and took a bite. "How is it?" Fennell asked. "Is it especially delicious now?" "I learned how to make this stew of beans and braised pork from Chef Huang on the internet. Nathan before, but he didn't dare to eat it, so I had to learn it again." Ouyang Sini chewed it several times before swallowing it. When she saw Fennell's expectant face, she was too embarrassed to tell the truth, so she had to speak against her conscience. "Who said these beans are not delicious? These beans are amazing." Then, Ouyang Sini immediately brought the dishes to William. "William, Sister Fennell's dish is really great. Try it now. Don't disappoint Sister Fennell." William looked at the beans and braised pork and swallowed. It's not because of greed, but because of fear. He remembered that after Nathan tried the food that day, he went to the hospital for gastric lavage that night. However, when William looked up, he could see the expectant eyes of Fennell and Ouyang Sini. After thinking it over again and again, William gritted his teeth and directly picked up the pig's trotters stewed with rice wine, one of the 5 dishes, and placed it in front of himself. "Haha, I still prefer pig's trotters to braised pork with beans." William smiled embarrassedly. He really likes to eat pig's trotters more. There shouldn't be any problem with stewing pig's trotters with rice wine, right? Under the gazes of the 2 men, William put on plastic gloves, picked up a pig's trotter, and started chewing it. "How about this? I learned how to make pig's trotters stewed with rice wine from Chef Huang." Fionier said, "I used 2 kilograms of rice wine to make it, and didn't add any water. By the way, Manager Ouyang, try this and see if it tastes good." William heard this, his eyes widened. What the hell? No water added. William suppressed his pain and bit off a few pieces of meat. After swallowing, he raised his thumb. "This pig's trotter is really delicious. I think Nathan can't miss this delicious food. P.S. Everyone, please use your hands to make money and ask for my book to be added to the bookshelf and for more updates." Chapter 53. Sister Fennell, you misunderstood. When Ouyang Sini heard that no water was added, she couldn't help but feel suspicious and didn't dare to drink it easily for a while. But not eating seems a bit impolite. She thought to herself, even if it tasted bad, It shouldn't be so hard to swallow, right? After all, she is a seasoned foodie and has tried pig's trotters cooked in all kinds of ways. William secretly and saw that he had swallowed it without hesitation, which made her feel a little relieved. So, Ouyang Sini plucked up her courage, picked up a piece of pig's trotter, and carefully put it into her mouth. In an instant, the taste of rice wine flooded her taste buds like a tide. Ouyang Sini widened her eyes, her face full of disbelief. She swore secretly in her heart that after all the delicious food she had eaten over the years, this was definitely the most unpalatable pig's trotter she had ever eaten. Forcefully swallowing the food, Ouyang Sini first glared at William, then looked at Fennell and said with a forced smile, "Sister Fennell, this pig's trotter is amazing." Fennell smiled and said, "It's great that you like it. I'm going to make a few new dishes for you to taste." Wait a minute. William slapped the table and stood up after hearing what Fennell said. "What's the matter, Brother William?" Fennell still asked with a smile. "You've worked so hard to prepare so many dishes." William suggested, "How about you eat some of the food you made and take a rest?" "It's okay." Fennell turned and walked towards the kitchen. Finished. The sky is falling. William slumped in his chair, looking hopeless. What had I done to deserve eating such inhuman food? Ouyang Sini asked in a low voice. "William, you don't eat this kind of thing every day, do you?" "Of course not." William's mouth twitched. "This is the first time I've seen her cook, and I didn't expect that she has such an inhuman talent in cooking." Ouyang Sini suddenly had an idea. "How about we go stop Sister Fennell from cooking?" "Second the motion." Just like that, William and Ouyang Sini rushed to the kitchen without hesitation. However, the moment they opened the kitchen door, the scene before them left them dumbfounded. I saw Fennell holding a box of rice tightly. There were 7 or 8 takeout boxes in front of her. She was sitting leisurely on a small stool and enjoying her meal. "Hello." Fennell showed an awkward smile on her face, as if she realized that her behavior was inappropriate. William and Ouyang Sini looked at each other and suddenly realized. It turned out that Fennell knew in her heart that the food she cooked did not taste very good, but she still forced the two of them to taste it. She herself hid in the kitchen, enjoying the takeout. Fennell was also very panicked at this moment. In fact, ever since Nathan had his gastric lavage last time, Fennell knew that she had no talent for cooking. "This time I went into the kitchen and cooked these dishes simply because I wanted to take this opportunity to vent my dissatisfaction. I let you two hug each other in the office and I caught you." Fennell said angrily in her heart. But she didn't say these words explicitly. If she said it clearly, what would Brother William think of her? After much thought, Fennell came up with this idea. On the one hand, I can vent my anger, and on the other hand, I can find a suitable time to talk to Ouyang Sini alone. After dinner, Fennell asked William, the only man, to dispose of the takeaway garbage on the grounds of gentlemanly manners. She and Ouyang Sini were sitting on the sofa in the living room, watching TV series and eating fruit after dinner. Suddenly, Fiona asked, "Ms. Ouyang, do you like Brother William?" "Huh?" Ouyang Sini was obviously stunned by this unexpected question. Fennell saw this surprised expression and felt a pang in her heart. "So you really like Brother William? But don't even think about it. With me here, you won't be liked by Brother William." Fennell spoke again, and Ouyang Sini finally came back to her senses. No wonder. She had a strange feeling since she met Fennell. So this is the reason. But Fennell said she liked William? She admitted that William was very outstanding, very handsome, and about 1.8 meters tall. It was very comfortable to sleep on his back, mainly because his back was very broad, giving people a sense of security. He had a good personality and was very kind to his subordinates and was not stingy at all. However, Ouyang Sini had only met William a few times. How could she fall in love with a man so easily? So, Ouyang Sini denied it and said, "Sister Fiona, you misunderstood. I don't like William." "You don't like Brother William?" Fennell's eyes widened in disbelief. "You actually don't like Brother William? So should I like William?" "You can't like it." "Okay, Sister Fennell, then I don't like it." Then the living room fell silent. Only the sound of the TV series filled the entire living room. William came back. He noticed that something was wrong with the atmosphere. He asked cautiously, "You too? Is this ancient drama good?" At this time, Ouyang Sini suddenly stood up and bowed her head to William and said, "Director Chin, it's already late and I've eaten. I'll leave first. I will ask my subordinates to follow up on the follow-up matters of the investment. Goodbye." Ouyang Sini picked up her coat and left in a hurry. William was left standing in the living room, a look of confusion on his face. "Fennell, what's wrong with Manager Ouyang?" William asked in confusion. "She just told me that it was getting late, and she was a little sleepy. She wanted to drive back to the hotel quickly before she got too sleepy." While speaking, Fennell was also observing William's reaction. "But she said that before she left, She had to at least say goodbye to you, Brother William, or it would be impolite. So she only said a few words and left in a hurry. I see. William didn't think much about it, but just sat down on the sofa and stretched out. When Fennell saw William's nonchalant attitude, she finally felt relieved. That's great. Brother William doesn't have that woman in his heart. Fennell was so happy that she threw herself on William, which scared William so much that he almost jumped up. No, Fennell, why did you suddenly attack me? Because Fennell is happy. P.S. Fennell's Small Theater. The following is a long section of the official main storyline. Dear readers, please leave comments and urge for more updates. Please remember to add it to your bookshelf. Chapter 54, Swords Against Wheat. Tianjin City, the capital of Beichuan Province. The day before the technology exhibition began, bosses of technology companies from various cities in the province rushed to the city with their products. For a time, all high-end and mid-range hotels were overcrowded and rooms were in short supply. When local residents walked on the street, they were surprised to find that there were many well-dressed outsiders around them. Whether in shopping malls, coffee shops, or on the streets, you can hear discussions on the development of high-end technology everywhere. From time to time, those elites can throw out some technological jargon such as metaverse, digital twins, autonomous driving, and artificial intelligence. At this time, on the street, a young man in sportswear was walking in the front, followed by a foreign girl with a proud figure, and behind him was a young man in sunglasses and flashy clothes, a fat man wearing clothes with a monkey pattern, and a middle-aged man in a gray Zhongshan suit. Such a strange combination, walking on the street, attracted the attention of countless passers-by. Nathan felt everyone's gaze and said with a smile, "William, look at them. They are all shocked by our momentum." Fennell said mercilessly, "I am obviously shocked by your inhuman outfit." Nathan retorted, "Big sister, this outfit was designed for me by a senior fashion designer from the country of Fafa. How can it be considered non-human?" Fennell rolled her eyes at him and said nothing. Nathan got angry and started to defend his outfit. At this time, Alex, who was at the end of the team, was still as timid as ever. When he walked on the street, he didn't dare to look around too conspicuously. Qian Lei, a scholar who has been immersed in the laboratory for many years, also seemed a little uneasy at this moment. He hadn't appeared in front of so many people for a long time, and this feeling made him feel uncomfortable all over. If it weren't for William, he would probably still be staying in the hotel, buried in reading papers that could improve himself. As for William, he looked relaxed and contented, walking down the street with a swagger. In addition to them, there are also several employees from the scientific research team participating in the Science and Technology exhibition. They are currently taking a short rest in the hotel owned by the Su family. A few of them chose to go out and walk around. On the one hand, it was to find a suitable restaurant for lunch, and on the other hand, it was also to allow William and his team to familiarize themselves with the afternoon route in advance so that they could be adequately prepared. "Okay, Nathan." William suddenly felt that Nathan's words were a little dense. "I remember you recommended a restaurant before we came. Where is that store and what is it called?" Nathan, who was called, did not hesitate at all and blurted out, "The name of the store is Heaven on Earth." Nathan is the most wealthy young man in Beijing, so eating, drinking, and having fun are the skills he must master. He must know by heart where there are delicious and fun things to do. However, the paradise on earth that Nathan mentioned doesn't sound like a restaurant. It's a. Everyone's eyes, with various meanings, fell on Nathan. After more than 10 seconds, Nathan realized that he had not made his words clear and quickly explained. Heaven on Earth is not an entertainment venue. It is really a serious high-end hotel. Moreover, this paradise on Earth has the same operating mechanism as Tianxiangju in Jiangshan City, and the boss behind it is also the same person. After this explanation, William and others suddenly understood. In that case, let's go to Heaven on Earth. By Nathan, they arrived at their destination about 10 minutes later. As soon as I stepped through the door, a waitress came to greet me. "Hello, do you have a reservation?" "No," William replied. The waitress frowned slightly. "Everyone, there are no vacancies on the first floor of our store at the moment. If you want to wait, you may have to line up for nearly 30 tables. If you mind, how about we go to another store?" William looked around and saw that all the seats on the first floor were full. Even the waiting area was filled with 70 or 80 people, leaving almost no place to sit. It can be seen that the business of this paradise on Earth is extremely popular. William was about to give up and come back next time, when Nathan suddenly stopped him, shook his head gently, and took out a golden card from his pocket. The waitress's eyes lit up instantly, as if she had seen a rare treasure. "Dear guests, please go to the third floor. I will ask managers what to come over now and entertain these distinguished guests in person." Nathan took out was a symbol of the minimum monthly consumption of 1 million at Tianshang Renjian. One of the privileges of being a gold VIP member is that you don't have to queue. You are given priority for various services, and you can go to the private rooms on the third floor. In the entire Tianjin city, he is the only sucker who can spend millions in a restaurant every month. Under Nathan's familiar guidance, William and his companions quickly arrived at the second floor. Just as I was about to move on to the third floor. Just then, they unexpectedly ran into an old acquaintance, Zhao Wanqing. However, standing next to her was a blonde, blue-eyed young man whom she had never seen before. William. As soon as Fiona saw him, she gritted her teeth and looked so ferocious, as if she wanted to eat him alive. Kevin, who was standing by, keenly noticed Fiona's emotional fluctuations. He asked in a gentle tone with concern, "Mr. Zhao, do you know these people?" Fiona glared at William fiercely, then turned to Kevin and said, "Mr. Kevin, he is the chairman of Highland Technology. William." "It turns out to be Mr. Chin. I've long heard of your great name." Kevin had a kind smile on his face and extended his hand. "I am the marketing director sent by the Norsun Group to China. You can call me Kevin. I hope that both of our companies can present the best technological works at this technology exhibition. Of course, we at Highland Technology will definitely bring out the best technological works at the exhibition." However, William changed the subject. "But as far as I know, given Tianjin Technology's own conditions, it seems that there is nothing that can be shown at the technology exhibition, right? Could it be that the Norsun Group provided technological products and allowed Tianjin Technology to participate in the competition?" "President Chin, you don't have to worry about this. With the backing of the Norsun Group, Tianjin Technology's current scientific research strength cannot be underestimated. It is in no way inferior to some old technology companies," Kevin said calmly. "But Mr. Chin, I advise you not to have any illusions about winning the special prize in this science and technology exhibition." There was a hint of provocation in Kevin's tone. "Oh," William chuckled and asked, "why should I give up?" Kevin smiled confidently and said, "Because the North Sun Group is determined to win. Whatever we want, we will get it." Kevin's eyes revealed a strong confidence and determination. Chapter 55. Your withdrawal is good for everyone. The next day, the Beichuan Province Science and Technology Exhibition officially kicked off. The purpose of this science and technology exhibition is to showcase technological products to people in the province and even the whole country who have a keen interest in science and technology. To this end, the Beichuan Provincial Department of Science and Technology made great efforts and worked hand in hand with the Beichuan provincial government to widely publicize the science and technology exhibition in major cities in the province, so that almost everyone in the province knew about this science and technology exhibition. Tianjin City, as the capital of Beichuan Province, has a permanent population of more than 10 million. Coinciding with the holiday, the flow of people increased by tens of millions. These people all came because of the technology exhibition, so much so that traffic was jammed around the large stadium where the exhibition was held. There is also a crucial part of this science and technology exhibition, the science and technology competition. This is also one of the ways to attract technology companies in the province to actively participate in technology exhibitions. As long as we can win awards in science and technology competitions, we can not only enhance the company's visibility, but also win more development opportunities and resources for the company. Tianjin Olympic Sports Center. At the central booth with the heaviest traffic, Fiona was organizing people to solicit votes. The theme of this preliminary round is people-oriented. The technological products of technology companies must be recognized by visitors. The more votes accumulated, the more advantages they will have in the finals. Technology companies that fail to reach the required number of votes will be directly eliminated from the finals. With the help of the Norsun Group, Tianjin Technology launched a civilian drone as a participating product. In order to attract more votes, Fiona also specially prepared an interactive session. The first day of the technology exhibition ended quickly. The organizing committee sorted out the votes and announced them to major technology companies, and also announced them to the public. Undoubtedly, Tianjin Technology's drone received the number one vote. In contrast, Highland Technology just barely met the requirements and was just qualified to enter the finals. Fiona couldn't help but frown. She didn't expect that the Northern Group was operating behind the scenes to place Highland Technology in the most corner. Under such an unfavorable situation, how could Highland Technology still qualify for the finals? But on second thought, Tianjin Technology's technological products won the first place votes, which gives it enough advantages in the subsequent finals. Coupled with the drones developed by the Norsun Group, Tianjin Technology is sure to win the special prize. As for Highland Technology, Kevin said that he had already manipulated the judges. Although this behavior is not very ethical, there is no need to be ethical when it comes to competition. We must make sure that Highland Technology returns empty-handed at this technology exhibition. There was a hint of smugness in Fiona's eyes. At this moment, in the booth in the far corner, William was sitting on a bench, but there was no worry on his face. After seeing the gap in votes between Tianxing Technology and Highland Technology, Nathan couldn't stand it any longer and said angrily, "William, I've been patient for a whole day. The organizing committee sent us invitations, but ended up assigning us such rubbish. Did some people look down on Highland Technology, or did someone use their connections to swap our seats?" Fiona was also very angry and agreed. "That's right. If the organizing committee thinks that Highland Technology is just a technology company without a big background and treats it differently, then we can't just sit there and wait for death. We must take action." Qian Lei, who is usually good-tempered, was rarely angry at this moment. He said indignantly, "Boss Qin, those people on the organizing committee are simply looking down on others. Instead of doing serious scientific research, they focus all their attention on social relationships. People like this should be reported and receive the punishment they deserve." Their anger formed a sharp contrast with William's calmness. "William, aren't you angry?" Nathan said angrily. "This must be the work of Kevin from Northam, targeting us. If it weren't for the fact that Dean Xian and his team had products that were eye-catching enough, I'm afraid we would have been eliminated in the first round of the preliminary round. If you ask me, if he dares to use his force to bully others, then we will push back. Who is afraid of who?" Fennell also agreed very seriously at this time. With the powerful influence of her Russian nobles, although she cannot cover everything in China, she can use diplomatic means to let the Chinese top leaders investigate the organizing committee and make them pay the price they deserve. "What do you mean by using power to suppress others?" Fiona came over triumphantly and said loudly, "We at Tianxing Technology have the strength to get the first place in votes. You can't compare to us. This is an obvious fact." Haha. Fennell rolled her eyes at Fiona, then said sarcastically, "Whether it's strength or connections, everyone knows it. After all, what can Tianxing Technology itself produce?" Fiona's face flashed with anger when she was mocked. She knew very well that in order to ensure that Tianxing Technology could win the special prize, the Norsun Group had done a lot of things behind the scenes. "Miss, that's wrong." Kevin stood up and said with a smile, "Competition is based on ability. We have connections and can arrange the best seat. This is our ability. As for your company, you also have this ability, but you are not good at using it." The ability Kevin mentioned naturally refers to the power behind Fennell and Nathan. Obviously, Kevin is well informed about Highland Technology. "By the way, let me advise you again. It will be better for everyone if you withdraw from the competition now." Kevin's tone was slightly threatening. Seeing Kevin supporting her, Fiona's confidence increased immediately. She straightened up with a hint of pride in her eyes. "Oh, I'd like to hear more about it." William's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing an imperceptible smile. "Because the North Sun Group is one of the biggest sponsors behind this technology exhibition. Your booth was arranged in such a remote corner. Don't you understand the reason?" Fiona on the side said, "True gold fears no fire. The truth will be revealed tomorrow." William responded calmly, "Since you insist on hitting the wall and not turning back, then I have nothing to say." After saying that, Fiona turned and left. "Mr. Qin, I hope you can consider my suggestion." After saying this, Kevin turned and left. Seeing that the people had gone far away, Fennell asked, "Kevin from the North Sun Group is too arrogant and domineering. Do you want me to use the power of my family to put pressure on the North Sun Group?" William just laughed and asked, "Fennell, you sneaked out from Ross Country. If you use your family's power, can you guarantee that your hard-earned freedom will not be lost early?" Fennell's family power is indeed very strong, and it is easy for them to put pressure on the Northern Group. However, at the same time, the news that Fennell came to China from Ross would inevitably spread to Fennell's family. Chapter 56. Being Targeted. After hearing this, Fennell finally reacted. "I can't use the power of my family easily." However, she felt very depressed. This was the first time she encountered such a situation of bullying, but she was helpless. At this time, Fennell's eyes turned to Nathan. But Nathan shook his head gently and said, "Big sister, my father once warned me that all the problems I encountered in Beichuan province need to be solved by myself. Aren't there Shaohua Technology and Huajing Automobile?" After more than 10 seconds, Fennell thought of these two companies again. "If we ask them to come forward and put pressure on us, at least we can make this competition fair to a certain extent and prevent the Northern Group from dominating the market. This method is indeed feasible." Nathan nodded in agreement. However, William shook his head and rejected it outright. "No, There is no need to ask Mr. Zhao and others to deal with such a small problem. What's the big deal? Fennell asked, puzzled. The three companies should be partners and should assist each other when encountering problems. After all, this is not a big deal, just a piece of cake. I happen to know a few people on the judge's side. William thought about it again and finally spoke out about it. He was the only one who knew about this matter, and he originally didn't intend to reveal it, but their reaction was too intense. After careful consideration, he decided that speaking out was the best option. Who is it? Fennell asked curiously. We'll know tomorrow. William made a mysterious riddle. Fennell responded helplessly. Okay. The next day, the flow of people in the square of the sports center increased instead of decreased. The originally spacious square now seemed a little crowded, and people's faces were filled with anticipation. When people enter the sports center, they are shocked by the scene before them. The layout of the entire venue has undergone tremendous changes. The originally monotonous venue is now embellished with colorful decorations, full of a sense of technology and the future. Promotional videos of various technology companies are played on the huge screen, showcasing their innovative achievements. All of this was carefully prepared for the finals of the science and technology competition. The final brings together 10 top technology companies, who will compete today for the third prize, second prize, first prize, and special prize. In this competitive final, each company brought its best works and teams to participate. Under the watchful eyes of the judges and the audience, they will showcase their innovative ideas, technical strength, and application prospects. At this moment, at the Highland Technology seat, William and others were sitting on the bench. They were number 10 and, according to the order, would be the last technology company to go on stage for a presentation. And in the center of the stage, Fiona stood gracefully, with a gray drone placed next to her. Then, Fiona began her introduction with a smile on her face. Her voice was clear and pleasant, like the sound of nature, echoing throughout the entire venue. She elaborated in detail on the technical parameters and innovations of the drone, which amazed the audience. Even among the 7 judges on the stage, several senior foreign professors started to communicate privately. Seeing this, Fiona showed a smug smile on her face. Her eyes were as sharp as torches, directed straight at the seat where William was sitting, with an undisguised show-off in her eyes. Look, even without you, William, Tianxing Technology can still develop very well. Not only has the company's market value soared through cooperation with the Norsun Group, it has now skyrocketed to more than 40 billion, and its stock price has continued to rise. It can also steadily win the special prize in provincial-level science and technology competitions. That's right, in Fiona's mind, the grand prize has already been won by Tianxing Technology. Especially after the defense session, 5 out of the 7 judges gave full marks. There are 4 judges left, and the lowest score is 8. The audience at the scene also gave an overall average score of 94 points. With such a result, Fiona really couldn't imagine what happened that caused Tianxing Technology to miss the first prize. In the audience, Kevin couldn't help but smile after seeing this result. At the same time, he quickly took out his mobile phone and sent a voice message to report the work progress in detail to his boss Leonard. Then, it was the turn of representatives from each technology company to take the stage to showcase their own technology products. They try their best to perfectly present the excellent performance and relevant data of their own technological products to the public and the judges. Soon, the host looked at Highland Technology, the last company on the list, gave a brief introduction, and then invited the representative to come on stage. William went on stage, and before he started introducing his tech products, a bald middle-aged man with a pointed face and monkey cheeks asked, Boss Chin, excuse me, as far as I know, your company's tech products have the lowest public support rate among the 10 tech companies in the finals. This level can basically be determined as third place. He paused and continued to persuade with the tone of an experienced person. Boss Chin, in this case, if you want the audience to remember your company's technology products more deeply, why not show the audience the technology products and then announce your withdrawal from the competition? This will leave a deeper impression on the audience, right? Dear audience, am I right? The bald middle-aged man threw the words to the audience. The audience was also amused by his joke and shouted, yes. Seeing this, the bald middle-aged man felt proud. He glanced at Kevin's position and felt that he needed to perform better. So, he interrupted William, who was about to start the introduction, and said, President Chin, I just made a joke. As an excellent chairman of a company, you are naturally open-minded and won't be angry, right? Although I told the truth, the audience also recognized it. The bald middle-aged man's words were obviously directed at William. If William gets angry in public or even curses at him, the audience will inevitably stand on the moral high ground and criticize William, which is likely to affect the reputation of Highland technology. After all, the bald middle-aged man had already made it clear in advance that these were just jokes, and he had no other intention. In this way, if William scolded the judges, it would directly leave a bad impression on the audience. However, if William was not angry, he would have to endure it even if he felt aggrieved. As a result, even before he started introducing his tech product, William was already inferior to the judges. Moreover, the audience's support rate will not increase because of William's forbearance. The bald middle-aged man's move can be regarded as an open conspiracy. William with a smug look on his face, as if he saw his own wealth and glory in him. Unfortunately, this little trick is useless to William. P.S. Please urge for more updates, bookshelf, and more comments. Chapter 57. Striving for the title of full professor. William like a spotlight. Both the audience and other judges wanted to see how William would deal with this sudden trouble. Did he start swearing in anger and then withdraw from the competition in anger? Or should you swallow your anger and continue the game? On the stage, William's eyes were as cold as ice, and like a sharp sword, they pierced directly at the bald middle-aged man who had been finding fault. As soon as the bald judge met this sharp gaze, he broke out in a cold sweat as if he had been electrocuted, and then hurriedly dodged, not daring to look him in the face. "Hello, judges, audience, everyone," William said with a smile on his face and a calm tone. "Next, please allow me to introduce our Highland Technologies technological products." His opening remarks were brief and clear, yet they surprised the entire audience. I thought William would be emotional about this matter, but he chose to swallow his anger. The audiences in the audience began to whisper to each other, and some thought that this was a wise move. After all, it was not worth it to offend the judges just for the sake of momentary venting. However, some people hold different opinions, thinking that William was too cowardly and lacked the passion and courage that a man should have. There was a lot of noise from the audience, but William seemed not to be affected at all. He continued his introduction with full concentration. Several judges on the jury were also listening carefully to William's introduction, nodding from time to time to show their approval. At the Highland Technology seat, Fiona was furious. "That damn bald guy is obviously from Northam. He must be targeting Highland Technology," she said indignantly. Anyone who is not a fool can see that the bald judge is deliberately targeting Highland Technology. If it was Fiona standing on the stage, she would definitely rush to the judge's table without hesitation and beat the bald judge hard with her fists. Fiona's gaze turned to the seat of Tianxing Technology at this time, and happened to meet Fiona's eyes. Fiona was seen showing off with a smug look on her face. Then she raised her thumb and then pointed it down, full of provocation. This almost made Fiona explode. If Nathan hadn't pulled her back in time, today's technology exhibition would have ended abruptly with the arrival of an ambulance. "Big sister, don't bother with those clowns." Nathan comforted him. "William is not having an attack right now. He just wants a quiet environment to introduce his technology products. After all, it's a rare opportunity to have so many offline audiences. Wait until the defense session begins. That's William's goal. Don't forget, there are people William knows among the judges." How could William swallow his anger? After being reminded, Fiona realized that she had acted a little impulsively. To be honest, if she encountered any other situation, she would not be so stupid. Mainly because this situation is related to William. To William, Fiona always seems to have lost the ability to think. Maybe this is love brain. "May I ask, Director Chin, is it because your company does not have a good scientific research team that you came up with this kind of technological product to fool the audience and fool us professional judges?" Soon, the defense session began. The bald judge began to find fault again. His voice was so sharp and piercing that it seemed to pierce one's eardrums. "Professor Chen, if you have any opinions, please speak up," William asked calmly, while he stared at the seat where Professor Chen was sitting. Professor Chen felt the coldness in his gaze, but he still swallowed his saliva and continued to accuse. "Your company's technological products are all based on a large amount of data. Not only do they not demonstrate their functions, but the intelligent robot research project is already completely uninnovative. By the way, the most important point is that intelligent robots have unstable factors." After hearing what Professor Chen said, Qianlei became anxious instantly. The technological products participating in this competition are the results of their team's careful research and development. Every detail has been repeatedly scrutinized and experimented with. How could it be denied so easily? Qianlei was so angry that his face turned red. He cursed angrily. This Professor Chen is simply a scum in the industry. The scientific research community allows such a person to become a professor, which is simply tarnishing the scientific research atmosphere of the entire industry. He is lying with his eyes open. I don't believe that he, a professor, can't see how valuable our technological product is. Qian Lei's angry speech attracted the attention of some audience members who were closer. At the same time, they also heard Qian Lei's words. I think this intelligent robot from Highland Technology is pretty good. Someone whispered. What do you know? No matter how much you know, can you know more than the judges on the stage? Another person retorted. But we all heard the researchers from Highland Technology say that Professor Chun is talking nonsense. Someone else echoed. If you work for Highland Technology, you will also speak well of your own company. Someone said sarcastically. That's right, Professor Chun is an expert in this field. How could he be worse than a researcher from a technology company? More people began to agree. For a moment, the audience was talking a lot, and the scene became a little chaotic. Professor Chen looked at the audience's reactions and felt secretly delighted. With him around, Highland Technology will never be able to take away any award. He wanted them to go back empty-handed. In the entire judging panel, there are 5 people on their side, including him. When it comes to scoring, they will give the lowest score without hesitation, leaving Highland Technology helpless. Even if the audience has different opinions, there will be someone to stand up and explain for them. After all, these judges include foreign technology experts who have considerable authority in the global science and technology field. As for whether the matter is true or not, who really cares? However, Professor Chen couldn't help but be a little surprised that a small company like Highland Technology could produce such outstanding technological products. The scientific research team of Highland Technology must include scientific research experts in related fields, and they must be at least full professors. But in the country, there are very few scientific researchers who can become full professors. Even he, who had used so many connections and won the hard work of so many scientific researchers, was already in his 40s and had only been promoted to associate professor for 2 or 3 years. However, the title of full professor that he had always dreamed of was still a long way off. Professor Chun had never heard of a full professor choosing to head such a small local technology company. Even if you want to stay in charge, it would be reasonable to go to a top company like Warwick, right? Without giving it any more thought, Professor Chin will continue to work hard to get on board with the North Sun Group and become a full professor. Professor Chun was about to speak, but William took the initiative. Professor Chun, you are a scientific researcher, so you should know what these data represent and what this technological product represents, right? Chapter 58. Obedience is worse than respect. What do you mean by that? Professor Chen asked. Do you think my previous comments were wrong? William shook his head. You're not wrong. As soon as these words came out, Professor Chen's mouth curled up, as if he had already seen his title of full professor. In that case, what do you have to say, Mr. Chen? Professor Chen continued his attack. The research and development of intelligent robots is not innovative, not absolutely safe, and not able to demonstrate outstanding functions. Why does President Chen think that Highland Technology's intelligent robot can win an award? This time, William did not answer Professor Chen's question. Instead, he picked up the microphone and spoke to himself. According to what Professor Chen said, the development of intelligent robots is not innovative at all. Indeed, the research and development of intelligent robots started several years ago, when the technology giant Tesla Group successfully launched the Tesla robot. Since then, many well-known technology companies have also developed intelligent robots and applied them to certain industries. However, due to the instability brought about by intelligent robots, even Tesla robots of the Tesla Group cannot ensure that all robots shipped out of the factory will not have problems. After all, instability is the biggest problem facing all robots on the market. But Professor Chen used this as an argument, openly exposing the unstable factors of intelligent robots and directly asserting that Highland Technology's intelligent robots are useless. Then I would like to ask Professor Chen, according to you, are the intelligent robots manufactured by Tesla and the intelligent robots manufactured by major domestic technology companies equally useless? William's sudden counterattack was like a heavy hammer, hitting Professor Chen's heart hard, making him break out in a cold sweat. He knew very well that once this news got out, the consequences would be disastrous. Not to mention waiting a few years to become a full professor. Even whether he can keep his current associate professor position has become an unknown. After all, the implication of this statement is to offend all technology companies on the market that have developed intelligent robots. Moreover, he made these comments as a judge of a science and technology competition, with many spectators watching, so he could not defend himself. If this causes the stock prices of various technology companies to fall and the number of orders for intelligent robots to drop sharply, their vital interests will be affected. Professor Chen couldn't even imagine what kind of huge trouble he would face. Perhaps he will become the target of public criticism and be blamed and spurned by his peers. Perhaps he will face legal trouble and pay a heavy price for his remarks. Either way, it would be an unbearable nightmare. Professor Chin's face was so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip out of it. William ruined my path to becoming a full professor. Boss Chin, you have a very eloquent mouth. Professor Chin raised his voice and retorted, how can your Highland Technologies intelligent robots be comparable to those of major technology companies? Not to mention Tesla robots. Boss Chin, you are really good at using words to mislead people. I was almost fooled by you. Tesla Robotics is backed by the world-class scientific research team of the Tesla Group, while Highland Technology is just a small company with a registered capital of only 50 million yuan. It is still in the early stages of development. How strong is your scientific research capability? To put it another way, if Highland Technology hadn't been lucky enough to reach a cooperation with Zhao Technology and Huajing Automobile, do you think you would have received an invitation letter from the organizing committee? I'm afraid Director Chin can only go to the Science and Technology Department to register himself. The audience in the audience had clearly sensed Professor Chin's targeted behavior. Among the 9 technology companies before this, Professor Chin had never engaged in such obvious targeted behavior. Especially for Tianxing Technology, which was the first to take the stage, Professor Chin not only praised it highly, but also gave it a full score. This huge contrast in behavior before and after is easy for any normal-minded audience to understand. This Professor Chin seems to have some problems. Has he been targeting Highland Technology? I have the same feeling. Could it be that he was targeted by other technology companies who gave him money? I didn't expect that connections were also involved behind this technology competition. There is no fairness or justice. Professor Chin has been targeting Mr. Chin of Highland Technology, but these judges are silent. I think they are all birds of a feather. The audiences were whispering and talking among themselves, and some were so emotional that they shouted, "It's a conspiracy." This sudden situation made some of the other judges visibly panic. This is especially true for Professor Liu, who is on the same team as Professor Chen. The reason why Professor Liu was able to become an associate professor in his 30s was entirely due to his extraordinary drinking capacity. However, in terms of academic research, he is probably not as good as an ordinary graduate student. Seeing the audience's growing suspicion and increasingly heated reactions, Professor Liu hurriedly interrupted the argument between William and Professor Chen, then stepped forward and tried to smooth things over. Director Chin, Professor Chen has doubts about the data of Highland Technologies' intelligent robots, mainly because these data have never been shown. Professor Liu said, why don't you have Mr. Chin demonstrated in person to let everyone see what amazing functions Highland Technologies' intelligent robot has? Professor Liu made this suggestion in order to divert the audience's attention to the intelligent robot itself. As long as the intelligent robot shows any shortcomings during its demonstration, Professor Liu will immediately seize the flaw and launch a sharp verbal attack. This will not only eliminate the audience's doubts, but also make the audience believe in the professionalism of these judges. As soon as Professor Liu finished speaking, the audience's eyes turned to the intelligent robot on William's side. The intelligent robot is pure white, about 1.6 meters tall, and has a very ornamental appearance. Many female audience members at the scene had a very good initial impression of this intelligent robot. Male audiences were full of curiosity about it, and they speculated on how many functions it had, what functions it had, and whether it would show a particularly cool side. William's lips curled up slightly. He had already seen through Professor Liu's ulterior motives. However, isn't Professor Liu's intention what he expected? Since Judge Liu wants to see the performance of the intelligent robot developed by our company. There was a hint of confidence in William's voice. Then I will respectfully obey your command. As soon as he finished speaking, William skillfully pressed a button on the head of the intelligent robot. With a beep sound, the lines on the intelligent robot's body instantly emitted a gradient of blue and white light, as colorful as a dream. The stunning appearance at the startup attracted all the audiences present. Chapter 59, What does people-oriented mean? But just when the audience was deeply attracted by the cool appearance of the intelligent robot, Professor Liu slammed the table and shouted, Director Chin, this is a science and technology competition, not an entertainment show. The lighting effects you are showing now have nothing to do with this science and technology competition. Your intelligent robot is completely useless except for being fancy. Professor Liu's roar was like a bolt of thunder, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. He himself was aware of everyone's gazes and couldn't help but feel uneasy. He was impatient by nature, and now he was even more impatient in order to get on board with the Northam Group. So much so that as soon as the intelligent robot was turned on, it couldn't wait to stand up and make accusations. This action of his undoubtedly gave himself a bad image. After all, what kind of serious judges have nothing to do and jump out to verbally criticize the contestant as soon as he turned on the intelligent robot? William couldn't help but sneer in his heart when he saw this. Ever since I took the stage, these two judges have been finding fault with me. Since no face is given at all, there is no need for William to give any face. William asked sarcastically, "Oh, then may I ask, Professor Liu, my intelligent robot has just been turned on. How do you know that my intelligent robot is useless?" It turns out that Professor Liu has such a keen eye that he can tell whether this intelligent robot is useful just by looking at its startup special effects, even before it demonstrates its functions. Could it be that Professor Liu has developed a pair of smart glasses that can scan all functions at a glance? Can it tell at a glance that my smart robot is garbage? As soon as these words were spoken, the audience burst into laughter, and the laughter continued one after another, surging towards Professor Liu like a tide. In Professor Liu's ears, these laughs seemed to become sharp thorns, deeply hurting his self-esteem. His face turned red instantly. Obviously, he was very angry. Professor Liu opened his mouth and wanted to defend himself, but he felt like his throat was blocked by something and couldn't utter a word. Just when Professor Liu was speechless, William spoke without hesitation and interrupted him. "Dear audience, as I introduced earlier, this intelligent robot is named Shanghai Generation 1. William's voice was clear and firm. Then, William issued a series of instructions, and Xiao Haidai seemed to be under a spell, completing several difficult moves in succession with results that exceeded everyone's expectations. However, this is just the beginning. William's command, Xiao Hai turned on the flight mode and slowly flew to William's shoulder. Its flying posture is very stable. Afterwards, William began to walk around the stage, and Xiao Haidai followed closely like his shadow. No matter how William's pace changes, Xiao Haidai can follow him accurately without any deviation. During this period, William did not say a word, but his eyes revealed an unparalleled confidence and control. This scene left a deep impression on the audience, whose faces were filled with shock and disbelief. Fuck, an intelligent robot can actually fly, and fly so steadily. This is so cool, it's incredible. When will this Shanghai first generation be available for mass production? If the price is not too expensive, I will definitely buy one to take home. The audience's exclamations and discussions mixed together, and the whole scene became extremely lively. On the jury panel, Professor Chun, who had been silent the whole time, finally couldn't hold back anymore and started to attack Mr. Chin. Mr. Chin, the key to intelligent robots lies in their core functions. Just like Professor Liu said, this is a technology competition, not an entertainment show. The functions that Shanghai has demonstrated so far are too fancy and have no practical value. What we are really concerned about is the specific presentation of the large amount of data you provided earlier. No matter how fancy your display is, what real black technology can it be? Do intelligent robots need to fly with people? There are many flying technology products, such as Tianxing Technologies drone. Isn't it more powerful than Xiaohai's first-generation drone? Professor Chin's doubts became increasingly sharp. Could it be that the data you mentioned, Mr. Chin, are all false? That's why you deliberately avoided talking about it and didn't show it, but instead used these boring little tricks to fool us. Intelligent robots need professional functions, not those fancy little functions. Isn't the purpose of its research and development to replace workers in performing dangerous tasks, undertake some simple heavy physical labor, and assist humans in certain industries? Professor Chin's words were like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, sparking discussions among the audience. Listening to the audience's discussion, Qian Lei felt as if his chest was blocked by a stuffy feeling, and he felt suffocated with anger. No black technology. This is simply a great insult to him and his scientific research team. You know, the intelligent control system equipped in the Shanghai generation intelligent robot can be infinitely close to the super advanced level. This is also the reason why the flight mode of Shanghai's first-generation intelligent robot is so stable. As for motion control technology, Qian Lei can even guarantee with confidence that it is definitely a major technological breakthrough in the industry. He really couldn't believe that none of the judges on the stage could see the value of this technological breakthrough. As for the so-called flight mode mentioned by Professor Chun, it has been degraded into a boring little function? This is absolute nonsense. The flight mode of the Shanghai generation intelligent robot alone uses advanced high-precision image recognition technology. Because of this, William does not need to do anything, and the Shanghai first-generation intelligent robot can fly steadily behind him. Seeing Qian Lei's ugly face, Finial hurriedly comforted him. "Dean Qian, don't worry. William will definitely prove it for you." Hearing this, Qian Lei calmed down a little, and he slowly looked towards the stage. At this point, Professor Chun had already finished explaining a large part of his views. William thought for a moment, then said bluntly, Professor Chun, you are indeed a professor-level scientific research expert. Your comments actually have a kind of beauty that is like a missing brain stem. Does the flight mode feature on smart robots mean it's just a boring little feature without any black technology? I now seriously doubt whether your professor title is truly worthy of the title. You can't even see the value of the scientific and technological technology behind it. Chapter 60, Turning the Tide. Well, I believe Professor Chun is definitely not what I said, right? William smiled and didn't continue. As for the judges, Professor Chun was extremely angry. He immediately defended himself loudly. Mr. Chin, the flight mode of Xiaohai's first-generation intelligent robot is not the point. The point is whether this intelligent robot can actually serve humans. Apart from attracting attention, can the flight mode of an intelligent robot have any other use? By the way, as for President Chin's questioning of my professorship, I have the right to choose to remain silent. As soon as the voice fell, William responded immediately. Since Professor Chin asked about its function, I will use this flight mode as an example to list some practical uses. William just snapped his fingers. In an instant, Xiaohai's eyes flashed with a dazzling blue light, which was projected in the air like a meteor, and then formed a huge screen. The flight mode, first of all, can completely replace all the functions of the drone. Aerial photography, agricultural plant protection, express logistics, emergency rescue. These tasks can be accomplished by the Xiaohai first generation and have reached the excellent level of high-end civilian drones. Next, let's take a look at the prices of high-end civilian drones on the market. The next second, the prices of various high-end civilian drones were clearly displayed on the screen. Surprisingly, all of these prices are above 50,000 yuan without exception, and the highest one even exceeds 100,000 yuan. Such a high price is enough for an ordinary family to purchase a family car worth 100,000 yuan. However, this price can only buy a high-end drone. The audience in the audience all gasped. Most of them are just ordinary families. With this money, they would rather improve their lives or buy a car so they can travel at any time, rather than a dispensable drone, even if it is a high-end drone with extremely strong performance. Professor Chun, science and technology should be people-oriented. The people here refer to the general public, not those with wealthy families. High-end drones have excellent performance, but they are also expensive. The flight mode of the Xiaohai first generation can achieve what high-end drones can achieve, but in terms of price. William clapped his hands lightly, and the picture on the screen changed instantly. After mass production, the price will be only 9,999 yuan. At this price, you can only get the experience of a mid-range drone. But if you choose the Xiaohai first generation, you can experience the charm of a high-end drone. Even compared with the prices of other smart robots, the price of Xiaohai Generation 1 is just that of a low-priced smart robot. William finished speaking, the audience could not contain their excitement and started talking. 9,999 yuan. Isn't that too cheap? Even less expensive than a high-end Huawei phone. With such a low price, can Highland Technology really make money? I come from an average income family. I think I can afford it if I save up a few months' salary. It's really affordable. I think this little Hi-E is so good that I can buy one for my boyfriend with my pocket money. The audience's response was as enthusiastic as William expected. However, he knew that this alone was not enough. So he continued, Xiaohai's generation is more than that. Apart from the flight mode function, the Xiaohai, one intelligent robot, has many other functions. For example, for families with school-age children, Xiaohai Edai can completely replace tutoring classes and provide academic tutoring. It can provide all-round learning support from kindergarten to senior high school students. If you are an enthusiast who is interested in chess or Go, Xiaohai can play against you, and the difficulty level can be set in advance by each user. This sentence was like a thunder, shocking the whole audience. The audience fell into a brief silence, as if shocked by this powerful function. But the next moment, they started discussing fiercely again. This function is really comprehensive. Moreover, it is of high quality and low price, truly making technology people-oriented. They couldn't imagine what a sensation it would cause if the Xiaohai Generation 1 was mass-produced and sold. However, at this moment, Professor Liu seemed to have a new idea. He just picked up the microphone and prepared to speak. At the edge of the judge's seat, the square-faced judge who had been silent all this time suddenly interrupted. All right, Professor Chun, Professor Liu, stop commenting. This is really embarrassing for domestic researchers. After hearing his words, Professor Chen and Professor Liu both shrank their necks and dared not speak anymore. Just because the identity of this judge is extraordinary. He is Hao Peng, Deputy Director of the Beichuan Provincial Science and Technology Department. Hao Peng said to the other judges, Highland Technology's intelligent robot Xiaohai I is absolutely worthy of the special prize in this technology competition, both for its excellent performance and its affordable price. As soon as this was said, Professor Chen immediately retorted, How can this be done, Deputy Director Hao? This will undermine the fairness of the science and technology competition and will be too unfair to other participating technology companies. Hao Peng snorted coldly. Professor Chen, don't think I don't know about the little tricks behind you and Professor Liu. If you dare to give a low score, you will be investigated by the higher-ups. Hao Peng's threat made Professor Chen and Professor Liu terrified. They must not be investigated. They simply cannot withstand investigation. So, they all became obedient. Next, we entered the scoring phase. The average score given by the audience was as high as 9.6 points, far ahead. When it came to the judges' scoring session, all the judges gave full marks. Professors Chun and Liu, who have always targeted Highland Technology, also gave it very high scores. The audience was dumbfounded by this situation. I have been targeting you, but in the end I gave you full marks? Mysterious operation. However, all this was within William's expectations. Fiona and others from Highland Technology were very excited after seeing the scores. However, some are happy while others are sad. At the Tianxing Technology seat, Fiona clenched her fists tightly, her face looking terribly gloomy. How is this possible? Fiona murmured in a low voice, with an expression of disbelief. Hasn't the Northern Group already taken care of it? Why did Professor Chan, Professor Liu, and others give it full marks? Completely lost. According to the score ranking, Tianxing Technology could only rank second and won the first prize. The special prize undoubtedly fell into the hands of Highland Technology. In the corner, Kevin was obviously stunned by this sudden reversal. This was completely beyond his expectations, but after thinking about it, he looked back at the judges' panel. Kevin couldn't help but smile. I see. The technology competition is coming to an end. This hotel was booked by the Department of Science and Technology specifically to entertain people from technology companies and to host a post-match dinner. William attracted many bosses from other technology companies to come and toast him. They all saw the huge development potential of Highland Technology. Not only that, they knew about the cooperation between Highland Technology and Zhao Technology and Huajing Automobile. They also hoped to get a piece of the pie from the subordinates of those two giants through the Highland Technology line. Chapter 61 Kevin's intention to recruit. At this time, Fiona and Kevin also came over with drinks. Kevin smiled and held out his hand. Said, Congratulations, Mr. Cheen, for winning the special prize in this science and technology competition. William also smiled, stretched out his hand to shake Kevin's, and responded, Same here. First prize is not bad either. Kevin praised, I admire Mr. Cheen very much. He was able to successfully turn the situation around in such an adverse situation. Director Cheen's connections are beyond my expectations. William replied, It's just a coincidence. It's mainly because our technological products are superior. Kevin nodded, unabashedly agreeing with William's words. Yes, the functions of Xiaohai's first-generation intelligent robot are indeed more outstanding. However, Kevin's tone suddenly changed. This failure was just an accident. Next time I have the chance, I will definitely learn from Mr. Cheen's tricks in person. With pleasure, William responded. Fiona, who was standing aside, interrupted. William, Tianxing Technology failed this time, but it doesn't mean we will fail forever. I will prove with practical actions that Tianxing Technology will surely prosper in my hands, and will not be unable to operate without you, William. In response to what Fiona said, William just raised his eyebrows slightly, with a look of disdain on his face, and didn't take it to heart at all. You know, with his current personal strength and status, it would be a piece of cake for him to deal with Tianxing Technology specifically. The reason why I haven't done this before is simply because David and I once had a little friendship. After all, if Highland Technology could use some means to suppress it, Tianxing Technology might lose its foothold in Jiangshan City in an instant and would no longer have any room to survive. You are worthy of it. Fennell suddenly spoke, her words full of sarcasm. If Brother William had never taken Tianxing Technology seriously, do you really think that Tianxing Technology could survive because of your ability, Fiona? Fiona felt a pang in her heart when she heard what Fennell said. In fact, she also knew that what Fennell said was true. Since leaving Tianxing Technology, William has never taken the initiative to retaliate against Tianxing Technology. It was those cooperating companies and suppliers who voluntarily gave up cooperation for William's sake. It was not William who asked them to terminate the contract in order to retaliate against the company. Previously, Tianxing Technology's decline was entirely a chain reaction caused by her own wrong decisions. However, for her pitiful dignity, she can't admit her mistakes. If he admitted it, wouldn't that mean he didn't know how to judge people and had poor management skills? Therefore, she could only silently endure Fennell's ridicule, unable to refute. Kevin said with a smile. Although Tianxing Technology is not mature enough, with the backing of the Norsun Group, it is only a matter of time before it grows stronger. As for Mr. Zhao's personal ability, as the old Chinese saying goes, no one is perfect. We should not dwell too much on past mistakes, but look to the future. Kevin turned to look at Mr. Chin and asked, Mr. Chin, do you think what I said makes sense? William nodded slightly to show his agreement. Indeed. I never thought that Mr. Kevin knows so much about Chinese culture. He is simply an expert on China. William continued. Kevin smiled modestly. I was chosen by the North Sun headquarters to be the person in charge of the Chinese market, so I naturally have some knowledge reserves. However, this technology competition is extremely important to the North Sun Group. The senior management even specifically asked me to ensure that Tianxing Technology can win the special prize as a stepping stone to enter the Chinese technology market. It's a pity that Tianxing Technology didn't win the special prize as expected. Although winning the first prize is quite good, the top management of the Norsun Group is obviously not satisfied with it. After learning the news, I was severely reprimanded by the senior management. Kevin shook his head helplessly. What do you mean by saying these words? Although William had some guesses in his mind, he still asked to confirm. Kevin smiled slightly, took out a business card from his pocket, handed it over gently, and said slowly, Nosan Group is interested in reaching a cooperation with Highland Technology. Nosan Group is not an enemy of Highland Technology. It is only because of Tianxing Technology and this final that it is on the opposite side of your company. In this final, Tianxing Technology failed to complete the task assigned by the higher-ups and has been identified as a failed partner. However, Mr. Chin, Highland Technology's outstanding performance undoubtedly makes it the most suitable partner in the eyes of the higher-ups. Kevin is well aware of the strength of Highland Technology. He continued, I understand that Highland Technology has already cooperated with Manhwa Technology and Huajing Automobile, two of the world's top 500 companies, and has also received a large investment from DK Capital. Perhaps it does not need the icing on the cake from the Norsun Group. But Kevin changed the subject and emphasized, however, the Norsun Group came here with full sincerity. We do not need control of your company, only 10% of the shares. As for the price, the Norsun executives have made it clear that it is within 10 billion, and your company can propose it at will. William took the business card, looked at the information on it carefully, and fell into deep thought. But Fiona was completely dumbfounded. She never expected that the Northern Group was planning to give up cooperation with Tianxing Technology. Once this news gets back to the board of directors, those shareholders will definitely ask her to resign as president without hesitation. Moreover, she had just made a bold statement, claiming that Tianxing Technology would flourish under the support of the Nosan Group and her leadership. However, all this has an important prerequisite, that is, the full support of the Norsun Group. Without the support of the Norsun Group, the devastated Tianxing Technology would have no chance of rising. Mr. Kevin, we have already signed the contract, and the Northon Group cannot go back on its word. Fiona said anxiously. So what if we've signed the contract? Kevin responded coldly. At most, the Norsun Group will just have to pay some liquidated damages. He paused, then continued. However, Mr. Zhao, you have to think carefully about the consequences of Tianxing Technology accepting this liquidated damages. You know, the top management of the Norsun Group is not like Mr. Chin, who will let you go because of their old friendship. Kevin's words were like a bucket of cold water, completely extinguishing Fiona's hope. She subconsciously clenched the red wine glass in her hand, and her face became extremely ugly. Chapter 62 Official Support. If Norsun Group dares to pay the penalty, does Tianxing Technology dare to collect it? The answer is, of course, I dare not. If Tianxing Technology collected the penalty from Norsun, it is estimated that if it is closed this morning, Tianxing Technology will completely disappear from this world in the afternoon. After knowing Kevin's attitude, Fiona was no longer willing to beg him not to terminate the cooperation. Her dignity does not allow her to bow her head in public, so she resolutely left the banquet hall. Director Chin, have you thought about this cooperation? After Fiona left, Kevin turned to look at William, with a hint of expectation in his eyes. William frowned slightly. To be honest, the sincerity of the Norsun Group is indeed very good. There was even a moment when he wanted to agree. After all, it was just 10% of the shares in exchange for 10 billion in cash. Judging from the current market value of Highland Technology, this is a deal that does not involve any loss. and may even result in a huge profit. However, William always felt that the purpose of the North Sun Group was not simple. The North Sun Group is not really aiming to enter the Chinese technology market. After all, the actions of the North Sun Group were too abnormal. There is an old Chinese saying, when something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. There has always been controversy over the fact that Nordson Group chose Tianqing Technology as its partner, but Nordson Group has never responded. But now they choose to give up cooperation with Tianqing Technology just because they did not get the special prize. This reason is really too far-fetched. William believes that it will take time to consider whether to cooperate with the North Sun Group. So he said slowly, I have seen the sincerity of the North Sun Group, but there is no rush to cooperate. I need time to think it over carefully. Kevin nodded in understanding. In that case, I will wait for your good news. After saying that, Kevin turned and left. Brother William, are you really planning to cooperate with the North Sun Group? Asked Fennell. I haven't considered it yet. William said, I don't have a good impression of the North Sun Group. Soon, the dinner was over. William and his group were about to leave. However, the Secretary of Deputy Director Hao of the Department of Science and Technology came over. Director Chin, Deputy Director Hao has been waiting for a long time. William thought for a moment and decided to go up with the secretary. We went up to the second floor of the hotel, into a tea room specially used for receptions. There was only one person sitting in the tea room. Hao Peng saw William. He immediately stood up and greeted him. Mr. Chin, you won the special prize, so you should be in a good mood, right? Of course, William replied. Without reminiscing too much, William asked, Deputy Director Hao, why did you think of looking for me? Hao Peng smiled and said, of course it's something serious. Hao Peng asked his secretary to take out a contract and put it in front of William. When we met a few days ago, I was so busy reminiscing about the past that I forgot to mention something very important to Mr. Chin. The companies that win the special prize in this Science and Technology exhibition will receive official support from the Department of Science and Technology. It's just that this technology competition didn't put this reward on the table. Now that Highland Technology has won the special prize, it will naturally receive support policies from the Department of Science and Technology. So that's it, William thought to himself. He finally understood why the North Sun Group attempted to cancel its cooperation with Tianqing Technology and choose Highland Technology as its partner instead. It turns out that they were attracted by the official support. Given the size and strength of the North Sun Group, whether it can gain a share of the Chinese technology market depends solely on time and investment. However, if it can obtain support from the official background and use Tianqing Technology as a springboard, it will be able to occupy the market in Beichuan province more quickly and efficiently. As for why the North Sun Group knew that there would be this reward for the special prize, the answer is obvious. Since the North Sun Group was able to bribe the judges, it would be easy for the North Sun Group to spend some money to get the information. William opened the contract and glanced through it. I have to say that according to the contents of the contract, the support from the Department of Science and Technology is indeed strong. This is undoubtedly a huge opportunity and boost for any technology company. With the support of the Department of Science and Technology, technology companies can obtain more resources and funds, thereby accelerating the R&D process and improving product quality and competitiveness. At the same time, this will also attract more talents and partners for the company. William handed the contract to Fiona. He turned his gaze to Hao Peng and said, this contract is indeed good. It shows that the Beichuan Provincial Science and Technology Department has invested a lot of effort in it. Hao Peng smiled slightly and responded, this is also a helpless move. Beichuan Province's heavy industry has developed too rapidly, causing the science and technology field to lag behind. If such measures are not taken, the Beichuan Provincial Science and Technology Department and its subordinate Science and Technology Bureau will probably become irrelevant official departments. Therefore, we must do something to give an explanation. After all, the development of science and technology is a long-term undertaking. If a company that can develop new technologies can be born with the support of the Department of Science and Technology, it will be a blessing for both local employment and the government. William expectantly, Mr. Chin, is Highland Technology interested in cooperating with the Department of Science and Technology? Although Highland Technology's cooperation with Zhao Technology and Huajing Automobile has unlimited development potential, the benefits that can be obtained from cooperation with the government are difficult for outsiders to achieve. Deputy Director Hao, it's a pleasure working with you, said William. Cooperation with the Department of Science and Technology represents the development of Highland Technology in Beichuan Province, and basically there are no policy obstacles. Moreover, Highland Technology will definitely develop branches overseas, and having the official background of the Beichuan Provincial Department of Science and Technology will make things much easier. In that case, Mr. Chin, please sign the contract so that I can take it back and prepare it. Hao Peng said happily. After signing the contract, before leaving, Hao Peng said, Mr. Chin, in the next cooperation, I hope Highland Technology can come up with more excellent technological products. If you need anything, feel free to call me. After leaving the hotel, Fiona asked curiously, Brother William, how did you get to know the deputy director of the Science and Technology Department? William replied, when I first left the capital, I happened to save his life, and then we got to know each other. It's quite a coincidence. On the afternoon of the day he left the capital, William, who had just arrived in Jiangshan City, ran into Deputy Director Hao, who came to inspect the work. At that time, a car suddenly lost control for some unknown reason and sped straight towards William and Hao Peng. At the critical moment, William was quick-witted and grabbed Hao Peng's arm, quickly dodged to the side, and successfully avoided the most direct impact. Although he suffered some minor skin injuries, fortunately, he was not seriously injured or killed. Hao Peng, remembering the life-saving grace, left a contact number. If anyone encountered any trouble, as long as it was not a matter of principle, they could call him to resolve it. William was able to turn the tide in the technology competition because he contacted Deputy Director Hao in advance to prevent Northern from bribing the judges and affecting Highland Technology's winning of the special prize. Chapter 63. As long as you can save Tianxing Technology, the position of chairman is yours. A month passed and winter arrived. During this month, several major events occurred that were hotly discussed across the internet. DK Capital announced an investment of 30 billion in Highland Technology for scientific research projects. The Norsun Group announced that it would unilaterally cancel its cooperation with Tianxing Technology. If Tianxing Technology has any objection, it can appeal. Huajing Automobile announced that the Zhihai automobile brand has been officially established and a new assembly line has been opened to prepare for car manufacturing. At this moment, in the chairman's office of Highland Technology, Chairman William has become idle recently. The company is on the right track and all supplier affairs are handled by Fennell. Apart from acting as a signatory and signing contracts, he basically does not need to show up in the company anymore. Just when William was about to start a game, the phone rang. He picked up the phone, saw the phone number on it, and threw it aside. He was very familiar with this number. He didn't want to answer it, but the phone kept ringing, making it difficult for him to concentrate on playing the game. After a while, William finally picked up the phone and said, "Hello, let's talk." After a few seconds, a tired voice came from the other end of the phone. "William, considering our past cooperation, can you save Tianxing Technology?" William's brows furrowed tightly. "Feelings? David, do you still have the nerve to ask for favors? If it weren't for that favor, I would have bankrupted Tianxing Technology long ago. Do you still want me to lend a helping hand? It's just a pipe dream." So William replied, "David, the friendship between you and me is gone. I have no obligation to help you." After saying that, he decisively hung up the phone and started another game. On the other end of the phone, David was sitting in the chairman's office. His face was visibly tired and his eyes were bloodshot. Ever since the Norsun Group canceled the cooperation, the market value of Tianxing Technology has plummeted for several consecutive days, and he has not slept well for several days. Sitting in the office, David sighed heavily, as if he was carrying a heavy burden on his heart. Fiona, standing aside, looked as pale as paper, with endless fatigue in her eyes. As the president of the company, she has had to deal with various difficult situations every day over the past month and has hardly enjoyed a moment of peace. "Dad," has William agreed. Fiona's voice was low and weak. David shook his head slowly. "No, he hung up on me." "What?" Fiona stood up suddenly, her face full of astonishment and anger. Why did he hang up the phone? If he hadn't snatched the special prize, how could the Norsun Group cancel the cooperation? Fiona's voice was choked with sobs. How could Tianxing Technology fall into crisis again? David looked at his daughter silently, his heart filled with guilt and helplessness. But he knew that the responsibility for all this did not lie entirely with William. They have themselves to blame. David sighed heavily. David's heart was filled with regret. He understood that Tianxing Technology was now in a desperate situation. Without William's help, they had to face this difficult situation alone. As for Tianxing Technology, I'm afraid it can only last until the end of the year at most. David clenched his fists, and after a long moment, he relaxed them. He said in a deep voice, "My dear daughter, in half an hour, we will go to Highland Technology in person to meet William." 3 hours later, Highland Technology conference room. David and Fiona had been waiting for nearly 2 hours. Fiona complained, "William is really too much. He made us wait in the conference room for 2 hours. David smiled and comforted her. "Okay, dear daughter, we have let William down, and now we need his help. It is normal for him to feel resentful. But David actually felt a little resentful in his heart, just that he couldn't lose his temper because he needed William's help. Just then, the door of the conference room was pushed open, and Fiona walked in first, followed by William. After sitting down, Fiona was the first to speak. Director Zhao, we will only give you 10 minutes for this meeting. Fiona was about to explode when David stopped her. David smiled and said, William, I haven't seen you for a while. How are you doing? Mr. Zhao, we are discussing cooperation now. There is no need to reminisce about the past. William didn't give him this face. Haha. David smiled awkwardly. In that case, I'll just get to the point. Director Qin, if you are willing to help Tianxing Technology overcome its difficulties, in exchange, the position of chairman of Tianxing will be yours, as well as half of my shares. David looked unhappy, as if he had made a difficult decision. Tianxing Technology is a mess now. Let Brother William be the chairman. Do you think Brother William is a garbage collector? Fennell was merciless and mocked directly. As for your half of the shares? Tianxing Technology's stock price has been falling, and the value of your shares has shrunk significantly. Half of the shares? I guess it's less than 1 billion now, right? With this little money, it's not worth Highland Technology's assistance. Hearing this, David's heart skipped a beat. Originally, he thought he only had to pay half of his shares plus the chairmanship. William said this because of their old friendship and saved Tianxing Technology. Unexpectedly, this foreign girl completely cut off Tianxing Technology's retreat with just a few words. If half of the shares is not okay, then 90% is okay? David gritted his teeth and simply quoted the maximum price he could accept. If he kept 10% of the shares for himself, at least after William took over Tianxing Technology and it developed, he would not only be able to get appreciation in value, but also be able to rest assured for the rest of his life. William was a little surprised when he heard this. Based on his understanding of David, getting him to give up 90% of the shares would be as difficult as climbing to the sky. William didn't know much about Tianxing Technology's recent situation. For David to make such a decision, it seems that the situation of Tianxing Technology has become quite bad. According to William's guess, Tianxing Technology can only last until the end of the year at the longest. After the end of the year, Tianxing Technology will go bankrupt, and there is a great possibility that David will be burdened with debts. Chapter 64. 10 million. Talk about it if you want. No, I still can't agree with that. Fennell refused outright, not giving him any chance at all. Why? David asked. He has exchanged half of his shares for 90% of the shares, and also gained the position of chairman of Tianxing. Is almost the same as giving Tianxing Technology to William. I say the same thing again, it's not worth it. Fennell said in a cold tone. William, we're looking for you. Not her. Suddenly, Fiona said, we are here to negotiate, not for you to get things done. Boss Zhao, I will be in charge of this negotiation. Fennell sneered. Talk if you want, or leave if you don't want to talk. Fennell has been unhappy with Fiona for a long time. In order to suppress her arrogance, she delayed a meeting and came here specially. David then gently advised, daughter, we must continue this negotiation, otherwise the company will not be able to hold on for long and will soon go bankrupt. Fiona suppressed her dissatisfaction and said in a tough tone, William, are you so petty? I just fired you. It's such a small matter. How can you hold a grudge for so long? There was a hint of stubbornness in her eyes, and she didn't seem to think she had done anything wrong. Fiona continued, I apologize to you now, okay? I'm sorry, I shouldn't have fired you. After saying that, Fiona lowered her head slightly, but after just a few seconds, she quickly raised her head again. In her mind, William has always been a vengeful person. This time, Tianxing Technology was on the verge of bankruptcy, and no company in the entire Jiangshan city was willing to lend a helping hand. They all hope that Tianxing Technology will go bankrupt immediately so that they can reap the benefits. In this situation, they could only turn to William for help. But judging from William's current attitude, Fiona felt that he was too petty. He doesn't have the tolerance and generosity of a man at all. Fiona, you are so interesting. William finally couldn't help but said, can you attribute all your mistakes to my holding a grudge? There was a hint of sarcasm in his voice. I'm afraid you didn't study business administration when you were studying in the United States, but journalism, right? David quickly said, William, for the sake of our past cooperation, please forgive my daughter this time. She fired you for the sake of the company. She didn't know your identity beforehand and thought you were just an ordinary employee. Nostalgia. William smiled, but there was no warmth in that smile. David, the old relationship between us has long been exhausted. There is no connection between you and me and Tianxing Technology anymore. After saying that, William looked at the Zhao family father and daughter with cold eyes. Fennell also said at this moment, "You too. If you can't provide us with conditions that we like, then there is no point in continuing this negotiation." When he heard that it was about to end, David couldn't sit still anymore. "It is all luck and God's blessing that I can meet William. If the negotiation fails this time, he can only return to Tianqing Technology and watch the company go bankrupt." David quickly took out a stack of documents from his briefcase. These are all about the assets under the name of Tianqing Technology, the number of shares held by board members, and the shares held by him personally. Fennell took it, flipped through a few pages carefully, and handed it to William. William is naturally very familiar with Tianqing Technology's assets, so he didn't look at it so carefully. At the same time, David asked, "What if I want Highland Technology to acquire Tianqing Technology?" Fiona also agreed. Tianqing Technology is at least one of the top companies in Jiangshan City. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. If we can reach a cooperation, it will be a strong alliance. A strong alliance? Fiona couldn't help but laugh. "Boss Zhao, you really know how to flatter yourself. As for the acquisition of Tianqing Technology, can the board of directors of Tianqing Technology agree? As far as I know, the board members hold 70% of the shares. Even if we acquire the shares held by Director Zhao, it won't have much effect, right?" "Don't worry about that," David promised. "As long as Highland Technology is willing to acquire Tianqing Technology, I can guarantee from the board of directors that Highland Technology can acquire at least 90% of Tianqing Technology's shares." David had collected over the years finally came in handy at this moment. However, when he thought about the entire company being acquired by Highland Technology, he couldn't help feeling a little reluctant. After all, Tianqing Technology was the fruit of his hard work, but now he has to hand it over to others. This feeling is really indescribable. However, in order to prevent Tianqing Technology from going bankrupt, David had no choice but to resort to this last resort. After all, the two previous proposals were not accepted. William is still unwilling to this acquisition. David could do. "For the acquisition of Tianqing Technology, we have decided to pay this amount." Fennell stretched out a finger. "What?" Fiona's eyes widened. "Just 100 million? You want to acquire more than 90% of Tianqing Technology's shares with 100 million yuan? How different is this from giving it away for free?" "No." Fennell shook her head. "Could it be 1 billion? David asked. "If it is 1 billion, it is still very little. But compared to 100 million, David still thinks the former is better. At least he has more money." "David, you're overthinking it." William held up a finger and emphasized. "This is the number we just talked about. That's 10 million, but plus 1% of Highland Technology's shares. With this 1% of shares, when Highland Technology grows stronger, its value will inevitably rise. If David could see the potential value of this 1% of shares, he would certainly be happy to accept the purchase price of 10 million and 1% of shares. Was definitely not like Fiona, who was stunned by the price of 10 million and then couldn't wait to jump out to refute it. In fact, if Fiona could remain calm, she would still be able to see the huge potential value contained in 1% of Highland Technology's shares. However, at this moment, her emotions were so volatile that she temporarily lost the ability to think patiently. 10 million? This is just like giving alms to beggars. Fiona was full of resentment. How dare you offer 1% of the shares? The value of Tianqing Technology's equipment alone is far more than 10 million, right? Asking her to bow her head and apologize was already enough to make her lose face. Now he actually wants to use a mere 10 million plus 1% of the shares to acquire Tianqing Technology, which is worth billions? The purchase price we can accept is 10 million and 1% of the shares. You can negotiate or not. William reminded lightly. "Mr. Zhao, don't forget that you are the ones who need our help now. Instead of that mess we have to buy out of yours. P.S. Please urge for more updates. Please add it to the bookshelf, dear readers." Chapter 65 Stupid Decision. Mess. These three words were like a heavy hammer, hitting Fiona's heart hard, making her tremble. Indeed, Tianqing Technology is now on the verge of bankruptcy. No, bankruptcy is almost the same. It is no exaggeration to say that Tianqing Technology is a mess now. Even if Highland Technology acquires Tianqing Technology in its entirety, it will still need to invest a large amount of money to rectify and rebuild it after taking over Tianqing Technology. However, for the acquisition of Tianqing Technology, you are only willing to pay 10 million and 1% of the shares of Highland Technology? They could have just refused, but they had to use this little money to humiliate them. In that case, there is no need to continue this negotiation. Fiona said angrily. She really couldn't stand such humiliation. She has put aside her dignity and humbly sought acquisition just to allow Tianqing Technology to continue to survive. However, William's arrogant look made Fiona's anger burn fiercely, and she couldn't suppress it at all. In Jiangshan City, no one is willing to lend a helping hand to Tianxing Technology. Then Fiona could only place her hopes on the foreign professor from a prominent family in Beijing whom she met when she was studying in the United States. Even though she once told him in person, for the sake of her dignity, that she would never ask him for help if she encountered any trouble in the future. But this time it's different. If I don't take the initiative to contact him, Tianxing Technology will undoubtedly be doomed. Fiona knew this very well, so she decided to put aside all her worries. As long as we have the help of this child of a noble family in Beijing, Tianxing Technology will surely be able to revive. It is even possible that by leveraging the reputation of the Beijing family, Tianxing Technology could once again embark on the road to rise. When the time comes, Fiona swore that she would take revenge on William. And that foreign girl, she will definitely return that slap tenfold or 100-fold. Mr. Zhao, have you thought it through? Fiona smiled and said, Tianxing Technology only has this one chance. If we miss this acquisition, it will only be a matter of time before Tianxing Technology goes bankrupt. Mr. Zhao, do you really want to cause the company to go bankrupt just for your so-called worthless face? David didn't say anything, but just silently looked at Fiona. Obviously, this leaves the decision to Fiona. David is old and will soon retire. He no longer has the energy he had when he was young to handle these company-related matters. This time the company is on the verge of bankruptcy. If it can be revived through William's acquisition, all his previous efforts will be worthwhile. But if his daughter chose to give up the acquisition, he could only sell his shares at the lowest price possible, convert them into cash, and keep a portion for himself to find a suitable place to live out his retirement. The remaining part is at least enough for Fiona to have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of her life. By the way, let me kindly remind Mr. Zhao. At this time, William smiled and said, Distant water cannot quench immediate thirst. I can guess that you want to use your connections in the United States. But you should think carefully, time waits for no one. The last sentence ended Fiona's thoughts. After thinking it over again and again, Fiona seemed to have no choice but to say in a deep voice, I can accept the purchase price of 10 million. But I have one condition. Mr. Zhao, do you have any other conditions? William raised his eyebrows and asked. 1% of Highland Technologies shares will be converted into cash based on the current market value and included in the purchase price. Although Highland Technology will develop better and better in the future. But she didn't want to rely on the development of Highland Technology to increase the value of the 1% of shares she obtained. Besides, 1% of the shares means almost no say in Highland Technology. It would be better to exchange it into cash so that when you go to the United States to start a business, you will have sufficient startup capital. Of course, as long as you don't regret it. William said immediately. William passed the contract to Fiona. Fiona took it, opened it, signed it, and said, Don't worry, you won't regret it. After signing the contract, Fiona said, William, from now on, there will be no more connection between us. Dad, let's go. Fiona stood up and walked towards the door of the conference room. On the side, David sighed deeply with a look of disappointment on his face. After the two left, Fennell couldn't help but ask curiously, Brother William, when Fiona proposed to give up the company's shares and exchange them for cash of equal value, why did you agree so quickly? If it were me, I would definitely lower the price by at least half. After all, we have the initiative in our hands. It is Tianxing Technology that needs us. 1% of Highland Technology shares is only a few 100 million yuan, and we don't lack that little money. William shook his head slightly and explained, the key lies in Fiona's personality. If I continue to lower the price of this 1% share, I'm afraid she will really overturn the table and stop talking. Besides, if we wait until Tianxing Technology goes bankrupt before acquiring it, by then, the existing machines and production lines in Tianxing will probably have been taken away by those suppliers to pay off their debts. Not only do we not get any benefits, but we have to pay a lot. Fennell suddenly understood and nodded. I see. Brother William is really thoughtful. However, Fiona really made a wrong decision to give up 1% of the shares in exchange for hundreds of millions in cash. William smiled happily. I saw that David's face was so ugly that he couldn't speak. I'm afraid he was already disappointed with his precious daughter, so he would not veto her decision. You will suffer the consequences if you bring trouble upon yourself. On the side, Fennell said with a disdainful tone, who made Fiona's ambitions so high and her abilities so weak? And they value face and dignity more than anything else. This kind of person is simply not suitable to be a truly outstanding company executive. Her tone was full of contempt and sarcasm. William nodded, agreeing with Fennell's opinion. He felt that people like Fiona paid too much attention to superficial things and ignored what was truly important. In the business world, strength and ability are the most important, not so-called face and dignity. If you want to maintain your self-esteem, you must have enough strength to support it, rather than just suffering for the sake of face. Okay, now that the acquisition has been prepared, the next step is to find an appropriate time to go to Tianxing Technology. William said seriously, we must complete the handover of all matters related to the acquisition within 2 days. He paused for a moment. A hint of coldness flashed in his eyes, and then he said, in 2 days, I will personally go and deal with those termites inside Tianxing Technology. Today's Tianxing Technology is facing internal and external troubles. But after being acquired by Highland Technology, those external threats were basically resolved. If it is just an internal problem, it needs to be solved quickly with thundering measures. Chapter 66. What are you guys talking about? In the next 2 days, Tianxing Technology ushered in tremendous changes. During this period, David showed up at the company and convened a board meeting. After the meeting, the board members decided to transfer their shares to David at a low price. Immediately afterwards, Tianxing Technology issued an announcement announcing that the company would soon be acquired by Highland Technology. This news was like a bombshell, causing an uproar in Jianshan City and even the entire Beichuan province. As we all know, there are many conflicts between Highland Technology and Tianxing Technology. Unexpectedly, the final outcome was like this. Highland Technology, a rising star, successfully acquired Tianxing Technology, a veteran company. Just 2 days later, Highland Technology announced that William would concurrently serve as the chairman of Tianxing Technology and would visit Tianxing Technology in person on a particular day. At this moment, the atmosphere within Tianxing Technology is extremely tense. Ordinary employees in various departments go to work with trepidation, fearing that they will be fired by their new employer if they are not careful. The middle and senior management were even more terrified when they learned that William would come to the company to inspect in person. Most of them were terrified, just because they almost all climbed up through connections. William is also very clear about this. Among them, Human Resources Manager Guo Xiaohui called together managers and supervisors from other departments. Guo Xiaohui said, everyone, now Highland Technology has acquired Tianxing Technology, and William has also heard that he is going to visit the company in person. What do you think about this, colleagues? The administrative manager sighed and said, when William was brought into the company by the chairman, I guessed that he must be extraordinary. I didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, he would become our immediate boss. The sales manager responded, how else can I see? Just use your eyes. At least when he was in the company, I never targeted him. Guo Xiaohui snorted coldly and retorted, Old Huang, when you were in the sales department, you withheld the bonus issued by the superiors. If William was an ordinary employee, he might not know about it. But when he was still in the company, he was an investor behind the scenes. How could he not know the amount of bonus approved by the superiors? The sales manager, known as Lao Huang, suddenly felt a chill on his back. Humph, why worry about so many trivial things? We have been rooted in Tianxing Technology for so many years, and we have people in every department. What is there to worry about? The logistics manager said with disdain, if anyone is worried, it should be William. He can't fire all of us middle and senior managers at once. That would be a thankless task, and it's not William's style. Guo Xiaohui nodded and said, Manager Zhu is right, but we still need to think clearly about what to do next. After all, the chairman of Tianxing Technology is William. Logically, the first thing he would do when he takes office is to reorganize the employees. We cannot rule out the possibility that he would use some of our executives as an example to scare the monkeys. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. William uses one or some of them to establish his authority, then they will undoubtedly become the target of public criticism. In this tense atmosphere, everyone is secretly wondering whether they will become the chicken and who will become the monkey. At this time, Guo Xiaohui spoke up, breaking the quiet atmosphere. Dear colleagues, we can't just sit there and wait to be fired by William and then leave Tianxing Technology in disgrace. We have worked at Tianxing Technology for so many years, and we have worked diligently. Even if we don't have much credit, we have worked hard. I feel like we are all on the same boat. If we rise together, we all rise, and if we fall together, we all fall. So I think we can't just let William manipulate us. We need to unite and make William realize that we are not easy to mess with. Guo Xiaohui looked around and saw that everyone had a different expression on their face and their own thoughts. At this time, the logistics manager stood up. Manager Guo, I agree with you. The logistics manager had a dark complexion and a muscular build, and he looked out of place among the crowd. We are all veterans of Tianxing Technology. Even if we have no merits, we have worked hard. Even if William is the new chairman, He has no right to fire us. As soon as he said this, Guo Xiaowei knew that his speech had worked. He patted the logistics manager on the shoulder and nodded. You will definitely not regret this decision. Guo Xiaowei looked at everyone again and said in a serious tone, Everyone, have you thought about it? We are all people of the same mind. Now we should work together instead of going our separate ways and being defeated one by William. William certainly doesn't dare to fire all of our mid and senior level managers, as this will seriously affect the company's operations. But I still say that William will kill a chicken to scare the monkeys. As for everyone present, who will be the chicken to be killed? Do you dare to bet? Now, those who decide to join me, stay here. We are all brothers, and those who don't want to join me, please leave here. I'll give you 3 minutes to think about it. Guo Xiaowei finished speaking. Soon, 3 minutes passed, and only one deputy sales manager stood up and left. Looking at how many middle and senior management personnel chose to stay, Guo Xiaowei couldn't help but feel secretly happy. After all, the entire company's operations and management are controlled by these people. William wanted to reorganize them. He would have to take into account the personal connections they had. Fire them all. This is obviously unrealistic. Let me ask you, which chairman would be so reckless as to lay off all the company's middle and senior management? Therefore, Guo Xiaowei had never considered this situation at all. Everyone, first of all, congratulations on making a decision that you will never regret. Guo Xiaowei walked back and forth slowly, saying, Now, we are really grasshoppers on a rope. Before Guo Xiaowei could finish, the logistics manager interrupted him and said, Manager Guo, stop talking nonsense. We are here to find out what you can do to fight against this guy William if you organize us to unite. The logistics manager's question is also a question that others are wondering about. After all, this is why they choose to stay here. Guo Xiaowei chuckled and was about to continue speaking. The door was pushed open, and suddenly a familiar voice came. Everyone, what are you talking about here? William put his hands in his pockets and walked into the HR manager's office. Behind him, followed closely by Fiona. Everyone's eyes were instantly focused on William, and the air seemed to freeze at this moment. Chapter 67, Last Place Elimination System. The next second, Guo Xiaowei walked briskly to William with a smile on his face and said enthusiastically, Oh, why didn't President Qin let us know in advance that he was coming to inspect the company in person? That would give us, the subordinates, time to carefully prepare a welcoming ceremony. As soon as Guo Xiaowei finished speaking, other managers also reacted and echoed him. Yes, it's a great joy that Director Qin can return to the company. How could you not inform us in advance? I think we should go to the hotel and hold a grand welcome banquet for President Qin. Director Qin is here to inspect the company. This is a big deal. If you need anything, just let me know. For a moment, the conference room was filled with discussions among these executives. This scene made people who were not aware of the situation think that they were very welcoming to William's arrival. Okay, what kind of morals are you guys? Don't I know? William's tone was extremely cold, leaving them no face at all. In 10 minutes, I will meet with all the company's middle and senior management in the conference room. Those who are late can go and complete the resignation procedures. William finished speaking. He turned and left without hesitation. Only a group of department managers and supervisors were left looking at each other in bewilderment. The logistics manager looked at Guo Xiaowei with a puzzled look and asked in a low voice, Manager Guo, do you think we should go to this meeting? Everyone's eyes turned to Guo Xiaowei, as if waiting for his instructions. At this moment, Guo Xiaowei has become their backbone, and his decision will determine the direction of their actions. You have to go? Didn't you hear William say that anyone who is late will be fired? Guo Xiaowei's eyes flashed with ruthlessness, and he said firmly, We can't just sit there and wait for death. Only by going there can we know what he wants to do, so that we can think of countermeasures in time. 10 minutes later, everyone arrived at the conference room. This was originally the place where Tianxing Technology held its middle and senior management meetings. But in fact, since William was fired, this large conference room has not been used for several months, and no one has come to clean it, so it is basically vacant. As a result, the entire conference room's desks were covered in dust. But at this moment, the large conference room was full of people. William slowly scanned the crowd, and after seeing that they were mostly familiar faces, he said in a deep voice, First of all, thankfully, you all arrived on time and avoided the fate of being expelled for being late. We are all acquaintances, so I won't say anything extra. I believe you have all seen the announcement. Tianxing Technology has been successfully acquired by me, and I am now the chairman of Tianxing Technology. However, this position of chairman is just an empty title to me. I do not intend to personally participate in the management of Tianxing Technology. From this moment on, the president of Tianxing Technology will be the lady next to me. She is also the president of Highland Technology. William finished speaking. The people below couldn't help but feel a surge of joy in their hearts. Especially Guo Xiaowei. The smile on his face was almost uncontrollable. In his eyes, William did not interfere in the company's affairs, but instead let a foreign woman serve as the company's president, which undoubtedly gave them an excellent opportunity to control the company. After all, she is just a foreign woman. Even if he has achieved some management success in Highland Technology, it will be difficult for him to show his talents in Tianxing Technology. However, Guo Xiaowei decided to give the new president some benefits regularly to prevent her from leaving in anger, which would cause William to manage the company himself. Hello, from now on, I am the president of Tianxing Technology. Fiona knew that this was a test from brother William, so she planned to work harder to rectify the company's bad practices and get Tianxing Technology back on the right track. Fiona is also very experienced in this regard. After all, the previous Highland Technology was almost entirely run by her. It has to be said that as she came from a noble family in Russia, she was indeed very intimidating in terms of her aura. Just by introducing himself, many middle and senior managers in the audience suddenly became serious. This little girl seems to have some background. What shall we thought to himself? Before Tianxing Technology fell into decline, he had dined with city leaders and also met provincial leaders from afar at the leadership group's dinner party. But none of them has a more intimidating aura than the foreign girl in front of them. It seems that I underestimated this foreign girl. Guo Xiaowei narrowed his eyes, tapped the table with his fingers, and stared at Fiona. This doesn't seem to be any easier than William's. At this time, Fiona stepped into the topic and said, "Most of you are veterans of Tianxing Technology. Even if you have no merits, you have worked hard. Firing you all is not the best solution, and it is also unrealistic. So I decided that the company's internal layoff plan would start with the last in first out system. The last in first out system is designed to get the company back on track quickly through this method. I also hope that everyone present here can follow the rules and work harder to develop the company, and also to allow me to stay in the company and continue to work." As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of the middle and senior management in the audience suddenly changed. Last in first out system. This mechanism has always been set up by middle and senior management for ordinary employees, with the sole purpose of exploiting employees' labor more effectively. After all, under the last in first out system, if employees don't work hard, they will be surpassed by others. If they rank last at the end of the month, they will have no choice but to be fired according to company rules and regulations. However, what is unexpected is that the first thing the new president did after taking office was to use this system that was designed to exploit ordinary employees on these middle and senior management. This is really hard for these executives to accept. The logistics manager was the first to step forward and refused with a look of dissatisfaction. "Regarding the last place elimination system, I absolutely cannot accept it." "Oh, what?" When Fiona saw someone jump out to be the first to stand out, she was secretly delighted, thinking that this was a good opportunity to make an example of someone else. There's no way around it. The timing of this logistics manager jumping out was just right. Sitting in the center of the stage, Guo Xiaowei shook his head helplessly. The logistics manager was really too reckless. He had 3 things to do upon taking office, and this first one was ignited so easily. However, this is also a good thing. It is a good opportunity to test the background of the new president. The last in first out system does not apply to us, the old employees of Tianxing Technology. The logistics manager said indignantly. If we, the old employees who have devoted a lot of effort and time to Tianxing Technology, are fired just because we are at the bottom of the performance list, this will not only make those of us here feel disheartened, but also make the employees who follow us feel dissatisfied. The logistics manager's speech seemed to be speaking for all the old employees who were treated unfairly. Chapter 68. Why not increase the reward? The speech of the logistics manager was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, causing strong response among the old employees present. After all, for many of them, this last place elimination system is. It is like a sword of Damocles hanging over your head, with no benefits at all but obvious disadvantages. One day, they might fall to the bottom due to poor performance and eventually be fired. Faced with such a serious situation, how could they not prepare for the worst and take precautions? That's right. I reject this last in first out system. It's unfair to us old employees. The last in first out system is not suitable for senior executives like us, but it can play a huge role if it is applied to grassroots employees. You just came to the company and don't know the company's situation yet. The last in first out system is totally inconsistent with our company's philosophy. Neither the senior executives nor the employees below will accept this inhumane system. This group of executives resisted what Fiona called the last in first out system. Some executives even criticized Fennell for being inhumane and treating the company's hardworking old employees like beasts of burden from a moral perspective. At this moment, Guo Xiaohui was silent among a group of executives who resisted the last and first out system. His palms were sweaty and his heart was filled with worry. What he is worried about is not that the last and first out system will affect him. After all, with his work ability and past performance, he knew he would not be eliminated. What he was really worried about was that this sudden last-place elimination system might cause the team he had just formed to fight against William to fall apart. These guys with different intentions may betray the team or even themselves at the slightest sign of trouble or if they see a little benefit. This can't go on like this. Guo Xiaohui took a deep breath and finally couldn't help but said, I agree with everyone's point of view. Although his voice was not loud, it was particularly clear amid the noise. Seeing that everyone stopped talking, everyone looked at him. Guo Xiaohui had no choice but to stand up and said to Fiona, the last and first out system is indeed not suitable for executives like us. Just imagine if this system is officially implemented in the company. All the executives present here will constantly improve their work ability in order to not lag behind in performance, work hard for the company, and work hard to stay in the company. But then problems also arise. If some executives do whatever it takes to achieve performance and engage in malicious competition, wouldn't that be putting the cart before the horse and leave a source of trouble for the company? Guo Xiaohui's tone was very serious, as if he was stating a crucial fact. It sounded like his remarks were made out of concern and consideration for the company, and he hoped to avoid possible adverse consequences. But those who know him know that this is just Guo Xiaohui's statement to protect his own interests. During his 1 year at Tianxing Technology, William became very familiar with Guo Xiaohui's deeds. During his 1 year at Tianxing Technology, William was also quite familiar with Guo Xiaohui's past deeds. Guo Xiaohui is one of the earliest employees of the company. To some extent, he can be regarded as a veteran employee with outstanding achievements. Once upon a time, he recruited many employees with outstanding business capabilities for the company. Today, anyone who remains in the company, even those with the lowest positions, serves as a department head of the company. It is no exaggeration to say that in the entire company, as long as the top executives do not show up, then Guo Xiaohui's position in the company can be said to cover half the sky. Now it seems that he is a troublemaker. William thought to himself, if Guo Xiaohui wants to take over the company more smoothly, he must find a reasonable reason to fire him from Tianxing Technology. And there is a prerequisite. There must be a reason that can convince other management to first see how Fennell will deal with Guo Xiaohui. At this time, Fiona looked at Guo Xiaohui sharply and asked, Manager Guo, right? Guo Xiaohui nodded slightly. Fennell then asked, since Mr. Guo thinks that the last and first out system I'm going to implement has problems, does Mr. Guo have a better solution? There was a hint of coldness in her tone, as if forcing Guo Xiaohui to give a satisfactory answer. To put it bluntly, Fennell did this deliberately to throw the problem to Guo Xiaohui. She wanted to see what Manager Guo was capable of. Can you come up with a method that is more effective than hers? If Guo Xiaohui couldn't give it, then he had to follow her rules. And what if Guo Xiaohui can really come up with a better solution? Then I'm sorry, the final right of interpretation lies in her hands. If you take over the company yourself, you don't want a troublemaker to teach you how to do things. It is necessary to establish your authority. Guo Xiaohui is extremely shrewd, so how could he not understand Fennell's intentions? However, at this moment, he had already stood up, and it would not be particularly appropriate to sit back down. Damn it, how could I be so impulsive and stand up in a hurry? Guo Xiaohui cursed in his heart, but he had to bite the bullet and said, according to my idea, it would be better to follow the company's original method. Oh, Fennell asked curiously, the original method? Can you tell me about it? Guo Xiaohui nodded. Tianxing Technology has implemented a reward mechanism within the company since a year ago. As long as you achieve results, you can get corresponding financial rewards. He turned his gaze to William. President Qin should have known this when he was at Tianxing Technology. Fennell glanced at William, and William nodded slightly in agreement. He used to be the director of Tianxing Technology and was a well-deserved sales champion. At that time, he received many debuts in bonuses alone. Moreover, he was very familiar with Tianxing Technology's reward system. After all, this bonus system was decided jointly by him and David. Seeing that William did not refute, Guo Xiaohui felt a little relieved. He went on to say, when Mr. Qin was the head of the sales department of Tianxing Technology, he was also the company's sales champion. I am sure that Mr. Qin was a beneficiary of the bonus system at that time and should be able to better understand the positive role of the bonus system. If we can further increase the bonus amount based on the bonus system, I believe that the work enthusiasm of both U.S. executives and grassroots employees in the lower departments will be greatly improved. Chapter 69 maintained the original plan. As soon as Guo Xiaowei made the proposal, other management expressed their support. I think Manager Guo's approach is very reasonable. I agree. Yes, the bonus system can indeed motivate employees to work harder for the company. Compared with the last in first out system, the bonus system has greater advantages and fewer disadvantages. Employees will not be worried about being fired, which will lead to a worse working environment. Look at the faces of these executives and listen to what comes out of their mouths. Fennell's face was very cold. It seems that these executives don't understand the situation. Fennell stared at Guo Xiaowei, but Guo Xiaowei was completely unaware and continued to suggest. So, in my opinion, the bonus system is the most appropriate. But the last in first out system does have its merits. I have a suggestion. The bonus system has been reformed and the bonus has been doubled for all employees in the company. Then we will implement the last in first out system in the company, but it will target the company's grassroots employees. One date, one slap. This is the only way to improve the work efficiency of the company's grassroots employees. William couldn't help but frown slightly after hearing Guo Xiaowei's proposal. Guo Xiaowei's proposal does sound reasonable. However, these executives all want the benefits that the bonus system brings to them. As for the disadvantages of the last place elimination system, these executives really don't want to be involved in it at all. This won't do. On the other side, after Guo Xiaowei finished speaking, he breathed a sigh of relief. This proposal actually popped into his mind suddenly, just now. And, after a few seconds of deep thought, he himself believes that the proposal is highly feasible. On the one hand, doing so will not only not harm the vested interests of these company executives, but will even allow them to gain more benefits from it. On the other hand, this proposal also gave William enough face. It can be said to kill two birds with one stone. After all, as long as the last in first out system is implemented within the company, it won't be considered a disapproval to William. And the most important thing is that if the implementation of this system is kept within limits, it will not have any impact on these executives at all. The bonus system and the last in first out system are implemented simultaneously among grassroots employees. Ordinary employees in the company will just work harder. However, employees who lack work ability and ambition will be eliminated by the company. Employees who have excellent work abilities and can bring benefits to the company will have their work enthusiasm greatly enhanced under the incentive of the bonus system. When the time is right, they will also have the opportunity to get promotion and salary increase. Manager Guo, I didn't expect your proposal to sound so good. Fennell exclaimed. Guo Xiaowei's proposal can be perfectly applied to any company without special circumstances. However, this is not the case with Tianxing Technology at the moment. Therefore, no matter how good this proposal was, there was no way that Fiona would agree to and implement it at this moment. This time, when she followed William to Tianxing Technology, the first thing she had to do was to establish her own authority, rather than being a good boss who accepts the opinions of subordinates. As for whether to adopt the suggestions of Guo Xiaowei and his subordinates now, that's something to consider later. Now, if she really adopted Guo Xiaowei's proposal, wouldn't that mean she was showing weakness to this group of executives? Such behavior undoubtedly greatly encouraged the arrogance of this group of executives. However, I don't intend to adopt it, but to continue to maintain my plan. In the company, we vigorously implement the last in first out system. As she spoke, Fennell glanced at everyone in the conference room. Whether you are a grassroots employee of the company or the middle and senior management present here, you are all within the scope of the last in first out system. Tianxing Technology is now in a state of disrepair and needs employees who can contribute to the company's development, rather than the grassroots employees who are trying to take advantage of the situation, and some of the middle and senior management among you who are just sitting there doing nothing but eating their fill. What? Guo Xiaowei widened his eyes and looked at Fennell in disbelief. As the new president of the company, how can you be so arbitrary? Guo Xiaowei originally thought with great joy that when Fennell agreed to his proposal, she would immediately agree to his proposal. In just a few seconds, he had already figured it out in his mind. Once the bonus system reform is successful, how will he work with the company's accountant to seek personal gain from it? It is no exaggeration to say that Guo Xiaowei seemed to see a lot of money waving at him. However, he never imagined that all this was just his wishful thinking. He felt like he had been poured with a bucket of cold water. This feeling was even worse than when he had just started to feel something in bed, and then his boss called him away for a social event. Other executives had originally hoped that Guo Xiaowei's proposal would be adopted, but at this moment, expressions of surprise or disappointment appeared on their faces. The new president actually did not adopt Guo Xiaowei's proposal? These executives simply couldn't understand Finel's decision, which was simply unreasonable. After all, Tianxing Technology's future redevelopment cannot be separated from this group of executives, and the company's normal operation still depends on them. You know, at Tianxing Technology, no one is more familiar with their work than them. If you offend them, don't you worry that they will not take the work tasks assigned to them seriously? For a moment, the same thought came to their minds. If you dare to implement the last-in first-out system in the company, they will have no choice but to refuse. They were sure William wouldn't dare fire them all at once. However, at this moment, William seemed to be able to see through the hearts of these executives, and the first words he said made them break out in cold sweats. I'd like to give you a piece of advice. Don't let me find out that you guys are slacking off at work in the future. Otherwise, you'll be completely banned from the industry. If this sentence wasn't enough to scare them, then William's next words made these executives tremble and shiver all over. William stood up slowly, looking around at everyone with sharp eyes. Many of you have done some dirty things, and I know a little bit about that. I let bygones be bygones for all the dirty things you did because you had made some achievements in the company before, so I chose to turn a blind eye and ignore you. But if you dare to disobey the company in the future, you may even betray the company. Then what awaits you is only a life in a cold iron prison. Chapter 70 Professional Manager Luo Shishir. After the meeting, the executives all returned to their jobs obediently, and most of them had no more disloyal thoughts. Now, Tianxing Technology Chairman's office. This used to be David's office. Since she had just taken over Tianxing Technology, Fiona did not redecorate the office right away. Therefore, the office still has its original layout. But what William meant was that there was no need to change the layout of the office specifically, as he was more familiar with it now. At his desk, William couldn't help but frown after gaining a thorough understanding of Tianxing Technology's situation. Brother William, I think the situation of Tianxing Technology is not optimistic. At this time, Fiona put down the list in her hand and said worriedly. Besides, Highland Technology is very busy right now. Whether it's the connection with Huajing Automobile, the cooperation with Xiaohua Technology, or the mass production of Xiaohai's first generation, I need to follow up on all of these. Brother William, how about I find a super excellent management talent to manage Tianxing Technology? After thinking for a moment, Fennell made up her mind and said, with her ability, it is definitely only a matter of time before Tianxing Technology gets back on track. Fennell thought to herself, well, she didn't like boys anyway, and they posed no threat to her position. Although she had sworn before, Brother William could only have her as his woman. But she doesn't like boys, so this oath doesn't count. Who is she? What is her identity? William asked curiously. William became interested in this talent that even Fiona, who was born into a noble family, praised. Luo Shishir. Fennell replied, she is my new best friend whom I met in Ross last year. She is a professional manager. Not to mention a small company like Tianxing Technology with a value of tens of billions. Even a company with tens of billions, she has the ability to revitalize it. Fennell has full confidence in Luo Shishir's abilities. However, William was not familiar with Luo Shishir's historical achievements and needed some relevant information in advance. How about this? You make an appointment so we can meet. William said. Okay, give me an answer before tonight, said Fennell. It just so happens that she is on break recently. She will definitely come if I show up. That night, Fennell rushed into William's room and told William about the meeting 2 days later. Soon, 2 days passed. There is a coffee shop. William and Fennell both arrived at the agreed meeting place early. Sitting by the window, William said directly to Fennell, Fennell, please let me know the relevant information first. Fennell also quickly took out the information she had prepared earlier from her bag and handed it to William. William took the briefcase, took out the documents, and read them carefully. From 2016 to 2018, in 2 years, we went from a loss of 100 million to a profit of 1 billion. From 2018 to 2020, in 1 year, a company on the verge of bankruptcy was brought out of bankruptcy, and in the second year, it created 3 billion in revenue for the company. From 2020 to 2021, these key pieces of information made William look at Luo Shishir with new eyes. Not to mention other brilliant achievements, big and small, this Luo Shishir is definitely an outstanding management elite. Such an outstanding professional manager will be sought after by major companies wherever he goes. William couldn't help but sigh. He didn't expect Fennell to know such a talented person. I can rest assured that Tianxing Technology will be managed by Luo Shishir. However, whether he would reach a cooperation with Luo Shishir in the future would depend on who he met in person. Sometimes, rapport is very important. Fennell, long time no see. Hearing a female voice, William looked up. At this time, Luo Shishir, who had greeted Fennell, also saw William, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. After sitting down, Luo Shishir subconsciously touched her glasses, then asked with a smile. Fennell, he is the William you mentioned every day before, right? Fennell nodded, her eyes full of joy. Yes, he is Brother William. I asked you to come here this time to help Brother William. At this time, Luo Shishir turned to look at William and said, Mr. Chin, I also know about your deeds, especially the fact that you confronted those guys who claimed to be experts at the technology exhibition. It was really satisfying. William smiled modestly. You're overpraised. My achievements are not even comparable to Miss Luo's. Luo Shishir shook her head gently. Boss Chin, I'm not just flattering you casually. I'm speaking from the heart. She paused, then continued. However, I have also learned about the situation of Tianqing technology. With the ability you have demonstrated, Mr. Chin, you can definitely solve the problem yourself. Why do we need to find someone else to manage Tianqing technology? There was a hint of doubt in Luo Shishir's eyes. As a top professional manager, she has recently received invitations from more than a dozen large overseas or domestic companies. But she needs to investigate the specific situation of each company before deciding which one to work for. The reason I came to meet her this time was also for the sake of my best friend, Fennell, and to get to know the situation. After all, even if the boss of this company is someone her best friend likes, she still needs to consider it carefully, lest you end up in trouble. William replied, Because I'm lazy. Luo Shishir couldn't help but be stunned. She prided herself on being knowledgeable, but she never expected William to say these 4 words so frankly. William noticed that Luo Shishir looked a little strange and thought that she didn't understand what he meant. So he patiently explained again. It was because I didn't have any better solution before. After all, I didn't have enough money. But now it's different. We have enough funds and can hire capable professionals to manage the company. Besides, what company's chairman would have nothing to do all day and have to do everything himself? Luo Shishir had no reason to refute William's explanation. However, facing such a passive and counterproductive boss, does the company really still have hope and a future? Is it necessary for her to work with such a boss? Well, that's not right. It seems that there really is. Zhao Technology, Huajing Automobile, and DK Capital are all strong partners. There are also rumors that the Norsun Group also expressed its intention to cooperate with Highland Technology, but was rejected by William. From this perspective, it is almost impossible for Highland Technology to go bankrupt. As for Tianqing Technology, last night, she carefully read the information provided by Fennell. The above clearly shows that William's real intention in deciding to acquire Tianqing Technology is to expand the industrial chain for Highland Technology and lay a solid foundation for the subsequent mass production of technological products. Chapter 71 Zhihai Automobile New Car Launch Conference. Just looking at this point, we can confirm William's foresight as chairman. Unfortunately, however, he has one extremely obvious shortcoming. That is laziness. William even openly admitted his laziness without any reservation and was unwilling to even pretend. Faced with such a future boss, Luo Shishir could only reveal an expression of helplessness and understanding. She thought that as long as he didn't interfere with her work, that would be enough. Of course, there is another crucial factor when it comes to cooperation. That's how much the salary is. If the salary was generous, Luo Shishir would naturally be able to accept it completely. But if the salary doesn't satisfy her, that's absolutely not acceptable. Salary, this is her bottom line. Even if the other person is the man your best friend likes, you must never break this bottom line easily. When it comes to salary, William is generous and directly offers the highest salary in the industry. Such a generous act made Luo Shishir very satisfied. In that case, I wish us a smooth cooperation. Luo Shishir said with a smile. The cooperation goes smoothly. William responded happily. At this point, the recruitment of professional managers has come to an end. After leaving the cafe, William and the other 2 went to Tianqing Technology again. As soon as he arrived at the company, William convened a senior management meeting and announced that Luo Shishir would serve as the general manager of Tianqing Technology. This matter sparked discussion within the company. However, since Luo Shishir has worked in overseas companies for many years and has not spent much time in China, her reputation in the industry is not as loud as it is overseas. Therefore, after William left the company, several senior executives headed by Guo Xiaohui immediately became disloyal. After all, William does not manage the company, and even though Fiona is the president of Tianqing Technology, she still needs to manage Highland Technology. What kind of threat can a small-time professional manager with no reputation pose? However, they could not have imagined that the methods Luo Shishir displayed after taking office were no worse than those of Fennell, William, and others. Another month passed. It's almost the end of the year. There are still 2.5 hours until 7 o'clock in the evening. On several platforms such as Kuaishou, an announcement instantly became a hot topic. Zhao Automobile's new car launch conference officially opens at 5 p.m. tonight. As soon as this official announcement came out, the automotive industry, which had been cool for a while, suddenly became hot. Recently, all car companies have been preparing to launch big moves at the end of the year. Therefore, before the end of the year, each car company did not do much publicity, but just made preparations quietly behind the scenes. Therefore, as soon as the news of Zhao Automobile's new car launch conference came out, it caused heated discussions across the internet. Netizens also left messages in the comment section. Fuck. The new car launch is only 2.5 hours away. Isn't this news too late? What do you think? Will Zhao Auto's first new car be a sedan or an SUV? If it's an SUV, as long as the price is less than 200,000 yuan, I'll grit my teeth and buy it. I heard that Zhao Auto has technical support from Zhao Technology. As a fan of Zhao Jun, I will definitely order a car to support them as long as the price is right. There is heated discussion online. At the same time, in the chairman's office of Highland Technology, William was having a video conference with Zhang Jianyong, chairman of Huajing Automobile. Mr. Qin, as a shareholder of Zhihai Automobile and the boss of the company that develops the intelligent driving system, you must come to the new car launch event. This is also what Mr. Xiao meant. Zhang Jianyong advised earnestly, but William shook his head and refused. Sorry, Mr. Zhang, I won't go to this kind of event. There's no need for it. Besides, I don't want to rush there in 2 hours. Zhang Jianyong thought about it for a while and guessed the real reason. He just sighed. Well, it looks like I have to personally host the launch of Zhihai Automobile's new car. Hearing this, William raised his eyebrows. I didn't expect that Zhihai Automobile would be valued so much by Zhang Jianyong. It was just a new car launch conference, but he actually took part in it in person? However, it is good to pay attention to it. At least it ensures that the quality of Zhihai Automobile's first new car will not be too bad. Moreover, with the intelligent driving system developed by Highland Technology as a gimmick, it will definitely cause a big earthquake in the automotive circle. 10 minutes before 7 o'clock in the evening, that is, 6:50. The official account of Zhihai Automobile was opened on Kuaishou, and the live broadcast started on time. In just a few minutes, more than 100,000 people flocked to the video. The comments section also began to be flooded with comments. William also started the live broadcast. Judging from the live broadcast, the big screen on the stage was still dark and not turned on. The stage was also pitch black, with only a few lights on. Obviously, the press conference has not officially started yet. This is still the warm-up period. 10 minutes passed quickly, and the number of viewers in the live broadcast room had stabilized at hundreds of thousands, but there was still a steady upward trend. The lights on the stage suddenly came on. Zhang Jianyong stood on the stage and officially started the new car launch conference. My dear friends, since the creation of the Zhihai Automobile brand, many enthusiastic netizens have left messages in the comment area. I also read the comments section, and the most frequently asked question was what the first model of our Zhihai Automobile would be. At this time, Zhang Jianyong stood in the center of the exhibition hall with a bright and energetic look. The venue of this technology conference is very grand, and the surroundings are full of a sense of technology. Behind Zhang Jianyong, a huge LED screen radiates dazzling light, displaying the new car's various high-tech configurations. Projected on the surrounding walls are streamlined patterns that look like scenes from the future, making people feel as if they are in a science fiction world. This is Zhihai Automobile's first press conference. Zhang Jianyong continued. Secondly, the second question that everyone is most concerned about is what kind of model our first car will be. Now let me first unveil the first model of our Zhihai Automobile. As soon as Zhang Jianyong finished speaking, the live broadcast screen changed immediately. The audience in the live broadcast room held their breath, their eyes fixed on the big screen on the stage in the room. There was a loud boom, and a concept map of a cool and technologically advanced car suddenly came into view. This is an SUV model named Zhihai Shuxing. Its body lines are as smooth as flowing water, and the unique headlight design is like sharp eyes. The audience couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Just because the appearance of this car looks no less inferior to those million-dollar luxury cars. The exterior design is so cool, but I wonder how much it will cost. It's so good-looking, it must be a high-end car. How can poor losers like us afford it? What the above person said is absolutely right. As long as the price is less than 200,000, I will dare to place an order. I think the price should be high, maybe starting at 200,000 or 300,000 yuan, and the upper limit may be 800,000 or 900,000 yuan. After all, It has so many configurations that are only available on high-end models, and its appearance is not inferior to that of a million-dollar luxury car. Chapter 72, Complete Memory. In the live broadcast room, viewers expressed their opinions one after another. As a shareholder of Zhihai Automobile, William had already known the price of Zhihai Tianshu Star, and for a moment he felt a sense of evil interest. He really wanted to see what the comments in the live broadcast room would be like when the selling price of Zhihai Tianshu Star was announced. At this time, Zhang Jianyong said, "I believe everyone has a certain understanding of our Zhihai Tianshu Star. I also firmly believe that the appearance, design, and configuration of Zhihai Tianshu Star are of great interest to many viewers in the live broadcast room. At the same time, I believe you all have your own predictions about the selling price of Zhihai Tianshu Star. Then let me announce to everyone how much the Zhihai Tianshu Star is selling for." Everything in the live broadcast room returned to the big screen. Before the audience in the live broadcast room could come to their senses, the prices of various models of Zhihai Tianshuxing popped up on the big screen the next moment. When the audience in the live broadcast room saw the selling price, they were stunned with excitement. The prices of the three configurations were clearly displayed on the big screen. At this moment, Zhang Jianyong announced loudly, "Our Zhihai Tianshuxing has three versions, namely the basic version, the pro version, and the highest configuration max version. The prices are 149,900, 179,900, and 199,900 respectively." As soon as Zhang Jianyong finished speaking, warm applause broke out at the scene. In the live broadcast room, the audience commented one after another. "This price is too low. Is it written wrong? Wow, this is such a rich configuration for only 200,000. This is amazing. I take back what I said before. We losers can afford the basic model of Zhihai Tianshu Star if we work hard. It's really great. Although I don't have much money, it's still no problem for me to buy a Zhihai Tianshuxing Pro. I declare the Zhihai Tianshuxing the best car of the year." Barrages of comments flashed across the screen quickly. For a time, the popularity of the live broadcast room skyrocketed. The number of online viewers in the live broadcast room was close to 1 million. Dear audience friends, Zhihai Tianshuxing not only has a very cost-effective price, but its intelligent driving system is also a highlight. Highland Technology has adopted the most advanced artificial intelligence technology and used it on Zhihai Tianshu Star, which can achieve fully automatic driving with extremely high safety performance. Whether it's a complex urban road or a highway, it can handle it with ease. Zhang Jianyong began by focusing on explaining the intelligent driving system of Zhihai Tianshuxing. Since the configuration of the intelligent driving system was not displayed on the big screen together with other configurations, when Zhang Jianyong finished his explanation, the comments in the live broadcast room surged again like a tide. Not only that, the audience's discussion became increasingly heated, and everyone was full of curiosity and expectations about this intelligent driving system. At the same time, due to Zhang Jianyong's casual mention, Highland Technology's official accounts comment section instantly received thousands of comments. William shook his head helplessly and sighed in his heart. It seems that Highland Technology will usher in another wave of traffic. At this time, the first generation of Xiaohai is in the mass production stage, which is undoubtedly an excellent opportunity. As long as Xiaohai generation can successfully catch this wave of traffic, its sales volume will surely exceed the expected target by a large margin. The Chinese New Year is coming soon, and Highland Technology will be busy again. William plans to maximize the New Year benefits for all employees of Highland Technology Company. He couldn't be so selfish as to take up his employees' rest time and not spend a penny on it. About an hour later, Zhihai Tianshuxing's new car launch conference ended. That night, Zhihai Tianshuxing's intelligent driving system became a hot topic. It is no exaggeration to say that. The top 10 hot search lists on major platforms, such as Kuaishou, are dominated by content related to Zhihai Tianshuxing. The fever lasted for half a month before gradually subsiding. Although the weather was clear that day, the wind was bitingly cold. Highland Technology received an unexpected visitor. William did not dare to delay at all and rushed to the company without stopping. As soon as he stepped into the office, his eyes were attracted by a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was about 1.7 meters tall. Although he looked frail, the aura he exuded was chilling. The middle-aged man had a serious expression on his face, as if he was thinking about something important. Those shrewd eyes were now fixed closely on William. "Young master, you've been playing outside for a year. It's time to go home," said the middle-aged man. William looked at the middle-aged man in front of him, and relevant memories immediately emerged in his mind. Ren Haidong, one of the capable men under the original owner's father, and a colonel in the Beijing military region. Uncle Run, you know, until I achieve results that satisfy me, I won't go back to the Qin family or even to Beijing. William replied with a firm look. In fact, in the original owner's memory, he still had great respect for Uncle Ren. This is also the reason why William's attitude is relatively gentle. On the contrary, if the person who comes is someone who doesn't get along with William, his attitude will change 180 degrees. After hearing William's answer, Ren Haidong felt mixed emotions for a moment. For William, perhaps the Qin family is no longer his home. However, William's father's order was placed before Ren Haidong, and he had to carry it out. Therefore, William had no choice but to return to the Qin family. Ren Haidong sighed deeply. Master, your father has issued a death order. You must come back to the Qin family with me today. Otherwise, the next position of the Qin family's patriarch can only be the young master. By then, the Ming family will probably disappear completely from the capital. Having said this, Ren Haidong didn't dare to continue. And this reminder is enough. What Ming family? What bankruptcy? In William's memory, there is no memory about the Ming family. However, the next second, William's head suddenly began to hurt, as if countless fine needles were piercing through his mind. Countless fragments of memory flooded into his mind like a tide, throwing his thoughts into chaos. Ming family, party, car accident. These strange yet familiar words kept flashing in his mind. He tried hard to piece the pieces together, but found them as scattered and elusive as a puzzle. Every memory fragment seems to contain important information. William clenched his teeth, trying to fight off the sudden headache and confusion. Although it was only a few dozen seconds, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead and his face turned pale. It turns out that this is the complete memory of the previous incarnation. William gasped, a hint of anger flashing in his eyes. P.S. Next, we will start the next big plot of the whole article, Beijing Aristocratic Family Chapter. Then there will be some small foreshadowings in the next few chapters. Readers, please move your hands and give us some free gifts. Chapter 73 Chinyu. Fennell saw William's reaction clearly. She hurried forward to support William and asked with concern, Brother William, are you okay? It's okay. I just remembered some things I don't want to recall. William's voice was gentle, and the anger that flashed in his eyes gradually dissipated. However, this fleeting anger was caught by Ren Haidong. It seems that the young master still has resentment in his heart. Ren Haidong sighed secretly in his heart. But then again, if he didn't have any resentment in his heart, how could he have left the capital alone with hundreds of millions of dollars? However, when Ren Haidong learned that William was able to establish Highland technology, he was really surprised. Even William's father, after learning the news, would probably find it hard to believe that this was what William had achieved in less than a year, unless he had conducted a special investigation. It's like a different person. It seems that the experience of the past year has fully developed the young master's business capabilities. Ren Haidong guessed in his heart. At this moment, William looked at Ren Haidong and asked nervously, Uncle Run, how is the Ming family now? According to the information in memory, the Ming family never recovered after that incident and almost fell out of the ranks of the 8 major families in Beijing. However, among the forces that have been able to rise to the top of the 8 major families, which one dares to assert that they have never offended anyone? If it weren't for William, the eldest son of the Qin family, who served as a shield, the Ming family's bankruptcy would probably only be a matter of time. Since you left the capital, there has been no news. All parties are ready to make a move, but due to the Qin family's face, most of them have not gone too far. Only, Ren Haidong suddenly paused. There was a hint of hesitation and worry in his eyes. When William heard the word most of the time, he felt something was wrong. He frowned tightly and asked, Uncle Ren, just what? Ren Haidong thought about it repeatedly in his heart, and finally gritted his teeth and said, It's just that after you left the capital, the young master secretly instigated the Jin family and the Zhao family of the 8 major families to suppress the Ming family crazily. The Ming family is on the verge of bankruptcy. What? William's voice was full of anger, and his eyes were wide open as if they were about to spit fire. How dare he? William's reaction was so dramatic that Fennell, who was holding his arm, was startled. She had never seen William so angry before, and she couldn't help but feel worried. Ming family. It seems to be the family of William's childhood sweetheart. The image of that gentle girl flashed through Fennell's mind. Ren Haidong looked at William's reaction and sighed inwardly. Master, whether it is your father's order or for the sake of the Ming family, you must come back with me. Ren Haidong's tone was very serious. William was silent for a moment, then took a deep breath and said, Uncle Ren, I will go back. Seeing this, a relieved smile appeared on Ren Haidong's face. In that case, Let's set off quickly without further delay, young master, Ren Haidong urged. At the same time, in a study room of the Qin family in Beijing, a young man was standing in front of the window with his hands behind his back, looking at the rockery and flowing water in the yard. This person is none other than the young master of the Qin family, named Qin Yu. Ever since William left the Qin family, Qin Yu had deeply felt the power of the young master of the Qin family, and how refreshing it was to hold it all in his own hands. In the circle of children from aristocratic families, he has always been the one who occupies a central position. No matter which head of a Beijing family you meet, or the boss of some multi-billion-dollar company, you have to be courteous to him. Even the heads of the 8 major families had to treat him as an equal in front of the young master of the Qin family. Behind him stood a middle-aged man with a mustache. Master Yu, are you serious? Qin Yu asked again to confirm. Master Qin, everything I said is true. I saw with my own eyes that Colonel Ren drove away from the capital. The head of the Yu family reported. It seems that my brother will return to the capital soon. Qin Yu murmured. Qin Yu's voice was not loud, but when the head of the Yu family heard it, he was shocked. William, who left the Qin family a year ago, he is actually coming back? After following Qin Yu, Patriarch Yu had some understanding of the Qin family's situation. William is the eldest son of the Qin family. As the eldest son, he was destined to be the next successor to the Qin family's patriarch. As for the young master Qin Yu, he was simply brought back from outside when he reached adulthood. Therefore, Qin Yu, the young master who had just been found, did not have as high a status in the Qin family as William, the eldest young master. If it weren't for that incident that happened later, which made the head of the Qin family feel that William was not capable enough, Qin Yu happened to demonstrate his ability again. How could Qin Yu possibly get the chance to compete for the position of patriarch? The head of the Yu family rolled his eyes, thinking about the next question of who to stand on. But Qin Yu seemed to have seen through his inner thoughts and said, Master Yu, you should know it well. Without my support, your Yu family would have no chance of becoming one of the 8 great families. I advise you not to betray me. As long as you dare to betray me, I can always find a replacement to replace the Yu family. The head of the Yu family quickly denied it. Master Qin, you are too serious. I, Yu Luoshan, will never betray you. Forget it. It's better to follow Qin Yu's pace. Apart from being the eldest son, William doesn't seem to have any other abilities that can compare to Qin Yu, the young master of the Qin family. Therefore, there is a high probability that the position of the head of the Qin family will fall into Qin Yu's hands. If the Yu family chose to betray Qin Yu and join William's team at this time, when Qin Yu becomes the head of the Qin family, I am afraid that the ending of the Yu family will be exactly the same as that of the Ming family now, or even more miserable. After the head of the Yu family left, Qin Yu took out an old-fashioned cell phone, made a call, gave a few simple instructions, and hung up. My dear brother, I have been planning in the capital for nearly a year. What else can you use to fight me? The corners of Qin Yu's mouth lifted up, revealing an evil smile. Chapter 74 returned to the Qin family. In the other end, William followed Ren Haidong on the journey back to Beijing. Fennell also wanted to go, but William refused her and threatened her that if she didn't obey, he would tell your family about your leaving Ross. This made Fennell give up. It takes about 4 or 5 hours to drive back to the capital, but the flight only takes less than an hour. William acted decisively and booked 2 flight tickets to Beijing in the afternoon. After the plane landed at the Beijing airport, Ren Haidong had already arranged a pickup vehicle, which drove straight to the Qin family. Along the way, William gazed at the familiar scenery on the roadside and couldn't help feeling a surge of emotion in his heart. He once vowed that he would never return to the capital unless he achieved results that satisfied him. But now it seems that this oath is just a joke. Especially after all the memories were accepted, William finally woke up from his dream. It turns out that when I traveled to this world, it was not as I had imagined that just because of my prominent family background, I could live my life as I pleased. But the reality is so cruel. Qin Yu, the biological brother who was found a few years ago, used all means to fight for the position of the head of the Qin family. The original owner was only slightly at a disadvantage in the confrontation with Qin Yu, and that was only because Qin Yu's foundation in the capital was not yet solid. Now, almost a year has passed. Qin Yu must have become very comfortable in the capital with a strong foundation, making him even more difficult to deal with. Alas, I thought that after Highland technology developed into a trillion-level group within 5 years, I would be able to return to Beijing, return to the Qin family, and then prove my own strength, making those who look down on me take notice of me. After that, he will be able to live the stable life he has always dreamed of. But who could have imagined that the plot suddenly took a 180-degree turn, and turned directly from a slap-in-show drama into a thrilling battle for the position of head of the family. More importantly, this also involves some personal grudges of the original owner. After fully accepting the original owner's memories, William suddenly fell into confusion. He couldn't help but wonder if he was still the same person he had always been. Or is he just William himself with an additional experience as a corporate slave? After all, for some things that the original owner had experienced, William, under the influence of his memory, felt as if he had experienced them personally, and he could also resonate with the original owner. Shaking his head, William stopped thinking and stared ahead. The Qin family's location was right in front of him. He took a deep breath and prepared himself for a protracted battle with Qin. The vehicle slowly drove into the Qin family's manor and finally stopped in front of a villa. This used to be William's residence. As soon as he got off the car, William noticed a young man not far away, looking at him with a smile and walking towards him. Ren Haidong also got off the car at this time and stood quietly beside William. Seeing this scene, Qin Yu was stunned for a moment and slowed down his pace for a moment, but he quickly returned to his normal pace and walked up to William. "Brother, it's been a year since we last met. Are you doing well?" Qin Yu said in a gentle tone. "Uncle Ren, how are you these days?" He turned his gaze to Ren Haidong standing beside him and asked with concern. "Thanks to you, it's not bad," William replied meaningfully. Ren Haidong replied, "Young master, it's not bad." With Ren Haidong by his side, even if Qin Yu had many thoughts in his mind, he didn't dare to express them easily. He thought to himself that he had originally planned to come here to intimidate his brother so that he would give up competing for the position of head of the family. However, the appearance of Ren Haidong disrupted his plans. Qin Yu couldn't help but wonder why Ren Haidong was here with William instead of returning to the Beijing military region immediately. This question kept lingering in his mind, making him feel that something was fishy. He decided to hold back for the time being, observe the situation, and then make plans. But at this moment, Ren Haidong glanced at the message on his phone and then said to William and Qin Yu, "Okay, you two brothers can have a good chat. I have to rush back to the military region. There are things waiting for me to deal with there." As soon as he finished speaking, Ren Haidong turned around and got into the car. After the car left the manor, "Brother, you haven't been back to the capital for a long time. The capital has changed a lot." William's shoulders affectionately. "Brother, I have gotten to know the capital city thoroughly this year. Do you want me to take you to get familiar with the capital city again?" "What I meant was that I, Qin Yu, have been planning in the capital for a year, and I plan to let you see my strength." But how could William possibly follow Qin Yu's little thoughts? William directly rejected Qin Yu and walked straight into the villa. "Am I being rejected?" Qin Yu stood alone at the door, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. "My dear brother, I really don't know where you get the confidence to go against me." Qin Yu turned and left. In the villa, William stood in front of the window with his hands in his pockets, watching Qin Yu's back as he left. "It seems that the news of my return to the capital has already reached the ears of my younger brother. Otherwise, how could Qin Yu appear in front of him at the first moment? Apart from himself, only Ren Haidong and his father in the military district knew that he had returned to the capital. No third party will know. Then, there are only two possibilities for Qin Yu to know that he had returned to the capital. The first possibility is that someone other than the three of them knew about this matter and informed Qin Yu. The second possibility is that Qin Yu arranged his subordinates to specifically monitor the Qin family's movements, especially those related to himself. Whether it is the first or the second, it is not a good situation for William, who has just returned to the Qin family. It's really a difficult copy. William shook his head and sighed. It seems that this time travel is not a good thing, and a lot of troubles will come. That evening, in a big villa, at a banquet secretly organized by Qin Yu, there were more than 30 people gathered at the scene, and the lowest-ranking ones were all bosses with a net worth of over 10 billion. As Qin Yu's most trusted confidant, the head of the Yu family has a relatively high status among these people. So, before Qin Yu appeared on the scene, some people at the banquet were thinking about getting some information from Yu Luoshan. "Master Yu, why do you think young Master Qin suddenly wants to hold a banquet?" The master of the Lu family walked closer to Master Yu and asked in a low voice. The Yu family and the Lu family were originally Beijing families of the same level. But the Yu family was the first family to join Qin Yu, so after Qin Yu's support, its overall strength had long surpassed that of the Lu family. The head of the Lu family still felt regretful about this matter. If he had known this earlier, he would have joined young Master Qin Yu earlier instead of waiting and watching for a while, and ended up missing the best time to join him. Now, young Master Qin Yu held another banquet. This means that something big must have happened, and as Qin Yu's confidant, Patriarch Yu must know something about the situation. Patriarch Lu seized the opportunity and asked Patriarch Yu privately, His purpose was to seize this opportunity so that the Liu family could also be valued by Qin Yu. Chapter 75 Mission. Patriarch Yu felt secretly happy when he saw Patriarch Liu, who was once on the same level as him, now being so servile in front of him. As expected, there is still a future to follow young Master Qin Yu. The head of the Liu family, who was once as powerful as him, now has to bow his head before him. The head of the Yu family was arrogant and said pretentiously, "Master Liu, I can guarantee that I am the only one present who knows the purpose of Master Qin Yu's hosting this banquet. Hey, Master Yu, our two families have been friends for such a long time. How about you tell me a little bit first?" Patriarch Liu rubbed his hands and gave a slight hint. "I'll send some small gifts when I get back." Patriarch Yu stroked his chin and said with a triumphant smile, "In that case, Patriarch Liu, I will respectfully obey your orders." Patriarch Yu waved his hand, signaling Patriarch Liu to come closer to him. When Patriarch Liu approached, Patriarch Yu whispered, "Young Master Qin is back." "What?" The head of the Liu family was shocked and shouted out in surprise. This attracted the attention of others. Patriarch Yu glared at Patriarch Liu fiercely. The head of the Liu family quickly covered his mouth with his hands, but the shock in his eyes did not dissipate for a long time. Patriarch Yu waved his hand, telling the others to do what they were supposed to do, then turned to Patriarch Liu and continued. "Master Qin Yu held this banquet just to see everyone's reaction and to see if you would have any second thoughts. By the way, I'll issue you another mission to give you a chance to show your loyalty to Master Qin Yu." "So that's how it is." The head of the Liu family nodded. "Now it makes sense." William's return to the Qin family meant that Qin Yu had an equally powerful opponent in his competition for the position of head of the family. Even though Qin Yu has outstanding abilities, he is a strong contender for the position of head of the Qin family. But William is, after all, the eldest son of the Qin family. The top management of the Qin family certainly has a higher sense of recognition for William than for Qin Yu, the young master who has been missing for 18 years. If it weren't for his debt to Qin Yu, and if it weren't for that incident, Qin Yu might not have had the opportunity to compete for the position of head of the family. Therefore, in order for Qin Yu to have enough strength to compete for the position of head of the Qin family, he must have a group of subordinates who are loyal to him. But with William's return, some of his subordinates might have changed their minds and become opportunists. The purpose of Qin Yu's banquet is to screen out subordinates who are loyal to him. This is a good opportunity for the Liu family. Just show your loyalty to Qin Yu, and then take over the task mentioned by the head of the Yu family. Our Liu family is bound to take off. This is what the head of the Liu family thought in his heart. And at this moment, Qin Yu walked down slowly from the second floor with a glass of red wine in his hand. The originally noisy first-floor lobby also became quiet at this moment. Everyone present turned their eyes to Qin Yu, who was walking down the stairs. Until Qin Yu walked to the first floor and sat on the sofa. Qin Yu said, "We are all family. There is no need to be so reserved." Before the number one younger brother of Patriarch Yu could react, Patriarch Liu took the lead and said respectfully, "Master Qin, we dare not act without your permission." Patriarch Yu stared at Patriarch Liu with wide eyes. "Damn, you actually stole my job?" Qin Yu looked at Patriarch Liu, shook his wine glass, took a sip, and said, "Patriarch Liu, it seems that you really want to show off to me?" The head of the Liu family swallowed his saliva and replied firmly, "Master Qin, my Liu family is loyal to Master Qin. It is natural for us to want to show our loyalty to Master Qin." When everyone heard this, they all looked at the head of the Liu family. They were all stunned. "No, by behaving like this, aren't you just squeezing them in? Why haven't I seen you express yourself so actively before?" But some astute people noticed something strange. "We still don't know what the situation is, but how could the head of the Liu family, a guy who never shows off himself, behave so abnormally?" The head of the Liu family must have known some inside information. That's why he actively showed his loyalty in front of Qin Yu. Qin Yu said calmly, "It seems that Patriarch Liu is really loyal to me. Master Qin, the loyalty of our Liu family is witnessed by heaven and earth." In order to allow Qin Yu to support the Liu family's takeoff, the head of the Liu family would say anything. Qin Yu looked around and finally fixed his gaze on the head of the Liu family. It seems that everyone present here, in terms of loyalty alone, is not as good as Patriarch Liu. Qin Yu's tone was flat and cold. Everyone lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at Qin Yu. However, Qin Yu never expected these people to do anything. He was just using them. "As long as no one betrays me and I can do things for myself, that's enough." Qin Yu said, "Master Liu, I just happen to have a mission. If you accept it and carry it out, it will prove your loyalty to me. It is indeed something that heaven and earth can bear witness to. As long as you can handle this matter well, I will be satisfied." I can help the Liu family get some small boost to help them develop. Hearing this, the head of the Liu family realized that the turning point of the Liu family's fate had come. A small boost? It is entirely possible to allow the stagnant Liu family to start developing again. The head of the Liu family said, Master Qin, our Liu family will go through fire and water without hesitation. After this banquet is over, I will let Patriarch Yu tell you the mission. After saying this, Qin Yu said calmly, William, back to the capital. Everyone, what plans do you have in mind? Are you going to continue to follow me, or return to William's camp? Everyone looked at each other, not knowing how to answer. At this time, a Boulder Company boss stood up and said, Master Qin, whether Master William comes back or not, we only recognize you as the one who leads us to glory. His original intention was to side with William. After all, William is the eldest son of the Qin family and is the most qualified to become the next head of the Qin family. But after William left the capital, in order to protect himself, he joined Qin Yu's camp. Now that William has returned to the capital, as people who once belonged to William's camp, if they still want to follow Qin Yu, they need to prove their loyalty. Others quickly echoed and expressed their loyalty. A sneer appeared on Qin Yu's lips. He naturally would not believe all of these superficial words. After all, they just wanted to use their status as the young master of the Qin family to gain some benefits. If he makes money today, they will flatter him. However, if he loses tomorrow and William gains the upper hand, these people will probably switch to William's camp without hesitation. After all, 90% of those who follow him now are fence-sitters who change their views according to the wind. After the banquet, Qin Yu conveyed the task to the head of the Yu family, who then conveyed it to others. After learning the details of the mission, the head of the Liu family fell into deep confusion. Master Liu, this task is not easy to complete. Master Yu also shook his head at this time, and it was obvious that he also thought that this task was quite difficult. But since Master Liu has already accepted the task, he can only pray for good luck. After Patriarch Liu and Patriarch Yu parted ways, they boarded the vehicle to return to their family home. His face was full of worry. Who could have thought that this task would be so difficult? If William was not in the capital, he might still be able to complete the task. But the actual situation is that William not only returned to the capital, but also returned to the Qin family. And the task Qin Yu assigned to him was to deliver a sandalwood coffin at the 50th birthday party of the head of the Ming family at noon tomorrow. William knew about this. The Liu family would be in trouble. But can Qin Yu really withstand William's pressure and save the Liu family? Chapter 76, Visiting the Ming Family. Without giving it any more thought, the head of the Liu family gritted his teeth and had to obey Qin Yu's instructions to get the matter done. If I fail to deliver the coffin to the head of the Ming family on time tomorrow, then the Liu family might not be able to withstand Qin Yu's suppression. Since I am in a dilemma, I can only be a gambler for once. He was betting the entire Liu family's future on Qin Yu's ability to preserve the Liu family and allow it to develop. Thinking of this, the head of the Liu family immediately made a phone call and asked his confidant to order a sandalwood coffin as soon as possible. I just hope that I can deliver the coffin smoothly tomorrow and then leave, right? Patriarch Liu put down his phone and sighed inwardly. Since he became the head of the Liu family, he has not made any decision that exceeded his expectations for a long time. Whether this gamble can be won depends on tomorrow. The next day at noon, at Ming's house. In the past, whenever the Ming family had a large-scale banquet event, most of the forces in the capital would send people over. Even some small family forces were dealt with personally by the head of the family. But since more than a year ago, the Ming family went downhill and fell from the top 8 families in Beijing. Now, without William's protection, the Ming family is not in a good situation. Many forces in the capital city were frantically suppressing the Ming family's industries, trying to tear a piece of flesh from the Ming family in this way. But a lean camel is bigger than a horse. Even though the Ming family has fallen out of the 8 major families, its foundation is still there. It is also thanks to this family heritage that the Ming family, without William's protection, is not living as well as before, but at least the pressure is not too great. However, accidents always happen by coincidence. The Jin family and the Zhao family, who were once among the 8 major families, disregarded the kindness of their ancestors and began to target the Ming family. This also caused the Ming family's situation to become worse day by day. As a result, not a single force came to congratulate the head of the Ming family on his 50th birthday. In the restaurant, Ming Qianan sat at the dining table with a face full of stubble. He had no appetite for the longevity noodles on the table. Across the table, Mrs. Chiu said softly, "Lao Ming, eat this longevity noodles quickly. After dinner, you still have to go to the company to handle business, and I still have to go to the hospital to take care of my daughter." Ming Qianan sighed. and could only pick up his chopsticks to eat noodles. There was a hint of fatigue in Mrs. Chiu's eyes. She had hardly had a good night's sleep in the past year. But she did not want Ming Qianan, the head of the Ming family, to not get enough rest, which would lead to poor health and affect his work. Just as Ming Qianan and Mrs. Chiu were eating the plain longevity noodles, they were celebrating an ordinary 50th birthday. Finally, a familiar voice came from outside the door. This voice seems to be Zhao Hai. Mrs. Chiu looked at Ming Qianan with a puzzled look. Ming Qianan also frowned. Since William left the capital, there has been no news from him. How could he suddenly appear at my doorstep out of nowhere? Ming Qianan simply stood up, walked to the door, and opened it. But what caught my eye was a pretty face. Zhao Hai, is it really you? Later, Mrs. Chiu also came over curiously. When she saw William, whom she hadn't seen for a year, she was very excited. Zhao Hai, where have you been for a year? Do you know how worried we are that you might do something stupid? Mrs. Chiu said worriedly. Facing Mrs. Chiu, William felt a tightness in his heart and mixed emotions. I'm sorry I came back late and made you suffer. William could clearly see that both Mrs. Chiu and Ming Qianan looked particularly bad, typically showing signs of not getting enough rest and being overly tired. You little bastard, you still have the nerve to come back, Ming Qianan said unhappily. But the next second, Ming Qianan's ears were pulled up by Mrs. Chiu. Old Ming, Zhao Hai finally came back, and you still want to scold him? Don't learn this bad habit from that old-fashioned guy in the Qin family. Ouch, ouch. Wife, please be gentler. Don't I have any dignity? Ming Qianan pretended to be in pain and shouted loudly. Seeing this scene, William hurriedly said, Aunt Chiu, it's okay. I can understand Uncle Ming. Since Zhao Hai has spoken, I will spare you this time. After letting go of her hand, Mrs. Chiu said to William again, You are right. It is good enough for you to come back to the capital to visit us at the Ming family. Why bring any gifts? Hurry, hurry. Zhao Hai probably hasn't eaten yet, right? I'll go get a few more dishes, and we can eat together. Then Mrs. Chiu pulled William over and took him to the dining room, while she went to the kitchen. At the dining table, Ming Qianan stared at William and asked, What did you do after leaving the capital? I opened a technology company. William answered truthfully. Technology company? Ming Qianan didn't know much about this, but he continued the topic. What's your name? Do you need any help? Even though the Ming family isn't doing well right now, they still have more than enough cash flow of several hundred million. It's called Highland Technology. There's also Tianxing Technology. I bought it at a low price when it was about to go bankrupt. William said, As for help, I don't need it for now. With the cooperation of Shaohua Technology and Huajing Auto, as well as the 30 billion investment from overseas DK Capital, it is more than enough for Highland Technology. Highland Technology is your industry? Ming Qianan widened his eyes, a little incredulous. Although the aristocratic circle does not know much about the outside world's petty disputes, they will still have heard of some companies with official backgrounds or that have demonstrated certain hard power. Highland Technology is a technology company that has recently become very popular on the internet. It also cooperates with 2 Fortune 500 companies and is invested in by DK Capital, a world-class investment company. It turned out to be William's company? Chapter 77. A tiger in troubled times is bullied by a dog. William had already anticipated Ming Qianan's reaction. At this moment, Ming Qianan slammed the table and laughed heartily. Okay, I knew you, a little brat, wouldn't be content to be mediocre. Just as I expected, you are actually doing great things quietly. William shook his head and said, It's not a big deal. Highland Technology is still in the early stages of development. It may be considered powerful outside, but in Beijing, it is at the bottom. Ming Qianan said seriously, So what? As long as we can make good use of Highland Technology's current resources, there is still a high probability that it will develop to a market value of over 100 billion within 10 years. Suddenly, some noisy noises were heard outside the Ming family villa. Ming Qianan was just about to say a few more words of his opinion, but it was too noisy outside, and there was a constant knock on the door. So Ming Qianan said, I'll go open the door and see what's going on, and stood up and walked towards the door. As soon as he opened the door, Ming Qianan saw more than a dozen people standing in the yard in front of his house. He recognized the leader, who was Lu Digang, the head of the Lu family. Ming Qianan looked around and saw a rectangular object covered by black cloth among a dozen people. Ming Qianan frowned and had a bad feeling in his heart. At this moment, Patriarch Lu took 2 steps towards Ming Qianan, and then with a smug smile on his face, he congratulated him. Patriarch Ming, happy 50th birthday. Ming Qianan looked puzzled. The Ming family was now in dire straits. Any larger force in the capital was unwilling to have any connection with the Ming family. Not to mention that it's your 50th birthday, and someone will come to your house with gifts to congratulate you. As for the smaller forces below, that is even more impossible. They were all hindered by the powerful forces and wanted to lick them in order to protect themselves. Therefore, this move by the head of the Liu family made Ming Qianan smell a hint of conspiracy. Master Liu, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't waste our time, Ming Qianan said. While speaking, Ming Qianan glanced at the rectangular object covered by the black cloth. Or, take your things now and leave my Ming family. Patriarch Liu pinched his mustache and said with a smile, Patriarch Ming, aren't you too rude? I, the Liu family, have come to visit with some gifts to wish Patriarch Ming a happy birthday. Instead of treating us to a birthday party, could you at least behave in a more proper manner? Isn't it a bad idea to chase them away with so many people watching? Isn't it giving face to our Liu family? After saying this, Patriarch Liu took a few steps back and walked to the rectangular object. Since Patriarch Ming is so anxious, I won't waste any more time. The head of the Liu family pulled back the black cloth, and the rectangular object underneath was revealed to everyone. Liu Digang, the head of the Liu family, brought a sandalwood coffin to congratulate the head of the Ming family on his 50th birthday. May you be blessed with good fortune and a long life. After the head of the Liu family shouted loudly, people from other villas nearby came out of their villas curiously. When they saw a coffin placed in front of the Ming family's door, they were shocked. On the other hand, Patriarch Liu asked with a smug smile, Patriarch Ming, do you like this gift? This is a high-quality sandalwood coffin that I ordered urgently at a high price. Master Ming, please keep this 50th birthday gift carefully. Ha! The head of the Liu family laughed loudly, and the subordinates who followed him also laughed loudly. At the scene, only Ming Qianan had a gloomy face and clenched fists. Send a coffin as a birthday gift. Isn't this just cursing him? Ming Qianan wanted to get angry, but then he changed his mind. The Ming family is weak now and cannot afford to offend some people. If he beat up the head of the Liu family, perhaps this would fulfill the purpose of the person behind the scenes who ordered the Liu family to do things. No, for the sake of the Ming family, he couldn't do it. However, he absolutely could not accept this coffin. If this gets out, wouldn't it bring shame to the Ming family? Master Ming, why don't you accept the gift? The head of the Liu family laughed wickedly. This is a token of my Liu family's love. If you don't accept it, you are not giving face to my Liu family, right? Ming Qianan saw the arrogant look of the head of the Liu family, and his anger became even more intense. Ming Qianan clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deeply into his palms, but he forced himself not to lose his temper. He knew that the Ming family needed to be patient at this time and not bring more trouble to the family because of a momentary impulse. Ming Qianan took a deep breath and tried to keep his voice calm. Master Liu, I appreciate your kindness, but this gift is too precious. I, Ming Qianan, feel ashamed to accept it. Hearing this, the head of the Liu family laughed even more harshly. Head of the Ming family, are you kidding me? We have never taken back anything that our Liu family has given away. If you don't accept it today, it means you look down on our Liu family. Ming Qianan's face turned very ugly, and he was in a dilemma. In the past, the Liu family was not even in the eyes of the Ming family. Who would have thought that a small Liu family could now bully the Ming family? Patriarch Liu continued, Patriarch Ming, please accept it quickly. The kindness of our Liu family cannot be wasted. This coffin is for your own use. William walked out from behind Ming Qianan. After all, your Liu family will be able to use it soon, right? Xiaohai, why did you come out? Ming Qianan frowned and said, this is just a small matter. I will take care of it immediately. Originally, Ming Qianan planned to handle this situation quickly by himself to avoid any complications after William found out. Now it seems that this is bound to cause trouble. It's okay, Uncle Ming. I can take care of this little trouble, William said with a smile. As he said this, William turned his gaze to the trembling Liu family head. After all, today is Uncle Ming's birthday. You can't let these trivial matters affect your good mood. Patriarch Liu felt William's gaze, and his body couldn't help but tremble even more violently. He knew that he might be in trouble today. No, it's the entire Liu family that's going to be in big trouble. Originally, he had prepared himself mentally for William to know about this. However, what he never expected was that William would appear in front of him. However, what made people feel even more disappointed was that the harsh words he had just said were probably heard by William without missing a word. William slowly walked up to the head of the Liu family and looked down at him. Master Liu, in this matter, you are at best just a dog following orders. Tell me, who told you to bring the coffin to the Ming family? Chapter 78, All the Way to Darkness. The head of the Liu family lowered his head, secretly groaning in his heart. William asked him to reveal the mastermind behind the scenes, which would undoubtedly cut off the Liu family's retreat. If Qin Yu was really betrayed, given Qin Yu's personality, how could he choose to protect the Liu family afterwards? But if Qin Yu is not betrayed, William, the eldest son of the Qin family, will make a move and the Liu family will undoubtedly go bankrupt. The current situation has put the head of the Liu family in a dilemma. My lord, why didn't I think of this earlier? The head of the Liu family was so desperate at this time that he wanted to cry, but had no tears. He cried to the sky and the earth, but no one answered him. He gritted his teeth, his voice trembling, and said indistinctly, Master Qin, I really don't know what you mean by instructing or not instructing. Cold sweat broke out on the forehead of the head of the Liu family, and his body began to tremble unconsciously. Probably, maybe I can get away with it? The head of the Liu family raised his head slightly, swallowed his saliva, and glanced at William with his peripheral vision. But the moment he looked at William, his heart suddenly turned cold. Oh no, this look is over, thought the head of the Liu family. He couldn't help but shiver, and a thin layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. William sneered and asked, Master Liu, you are really a good dog who protects your master. I just wonder if your master will come forward to protect you before the Liu family goes bankrupt. William's words, like a sharp sword, pierced into the heart of the head of the Liu family. In fact, the head of the Liu family knew very well that he was just a tool being used. If they are no longer useful, Qin Yu can abandon the Liu family at any time. Will Qin Yu take action to protect the Liu family after this incident? The head of the Liu family did not dare to make a conclusion. As he has previously self-deprecatingly said, he is a gambler. The future of the entire Liu family is being bet on whether Qin Yu will keep his promise. Master Liu, I know that you alone and the Liu family don't have the guts to come and ask my Ming family for help. Ming Qianan also spoke at this moment. Although my Ming family has fallen out of the list of the 8 major families, the foundation of my Ming family is not something that your Liu family can provoke. If you can confess who is behind you, I, Ming Qianan, promise that even if my Ming family is unable to protect your Liu family, I will let William use the power of the Qin family to protect you. Ming Qianan's words made the head of the Liu family sigh inwardly. If it wasn't Qin Yu who followed his Liu family, he might have taken another gamble. But he didn't dare to gamble now. Compared with William and Ming Qianan's methods, the head of the Liu family, who has followed Qin Yu for a year, understands that Qin Yu's methods are more cruel. Anyone who betrayed him would disappear without a trace in the capital, without any news being heard of them. But when William was in the capital, he was known for his kindness. The most he could do was to bankrupt the Liu family. At least he could still survive. At worst, the Liu family could leave the capital and go far away to live another stable life. The head of the Liu family was secretly calculating in his mind. He knew that going down this path till the end was his only choice. Master Qin, Master Ming, I am definitely not here at anyone's behest. The head of the Liu family tried to defend himself, with a hint of stubbornness in his voice, as if he wanted to hide his true thoughts. I just want to cause trouble for the Ming family, and see if there is a chance to tear off a piece of fat from the Ming family to help the Liu family rise. In the current capital, who among all the forces with a bit of ambition would not want to get some resources from the Ming family? Our Liu family is a not too small family in the capital, and the upper-level resources are firmly in the hands of the 8 major families. If we, the middle-class families and smaller forces, want to survive in the capital, we must use all means to obtain resources and become stronger. If these words of the head of the Liu family were heard by some of the leaders of ordinary forces in the capital, they would definitely cause strong resonance. The words of the head of the Liu family really expressed the thoughts of these ordinary forces. If it were a year ago, William would definitely not have been able to empathize and understand. However, since he went to Jiangshan City a year ago and worked at Tianxing Technology for nearly a year, he could understand what the head of the Liu family said. Jiangshan City is just a 3rd or 4th tier city, and the upper-level resources are firmly in the hands of those companies. Not to mention the capital city, as the center of China, one can imagine how rich its resources are and how fierce the competition is. The 8 major families that have been entrenched in China for hundreds of years have gone through the changes of several dynasties and are still standing strong today. If even a tiny bit of the resources they control were to leak out, they could easily create a large company with a market value of tens of billions. For a family like the Liu family, which has only been around for a few decades, luck has played a big part in its ability to get to where it is today and gain a foothold in the capital. But William had no intention of letting the Liu family go. He blamed himself for standing on the wrong side. Master Liu, I can relate to what you said based on my experiences over the past year. William's voice was calm. After hearing this, The head of the Liu family was stunned. Happened during this year? What happened during the year William was away from the capital? William did not intend to explain to the Liu family head's puzzled look. He continued. However, the Liu family really shouldn't use such means to seek personal gain. Although this reason is reasonable, I don't like it. Therefore, the Liu family must bear the consequences for standing on the wrong side. Upon hearing this, the head of the Liu family lost his balance and took several steps back before falling to the ground. It's over, the Liu family is going bankrupt. The head of the Liu family had empty eyes and muttered to himself, as if he had lost his soul. He knew very well that the Liu family, which was built by his father, was now facing destruction in the hands of himself, the second generation. His heart was filled with despair and self-blame, as if the whole world had collapsed. At this moment, the fate of the Liu family seems to be doomed. If Qin Yu does not show up to save the Liu family, then the bankruptcy of the Liu family will become an unchangeable fact. However, the Liu family is just a tool in Qin Yu's hands. How could he put himself in a passive position and be caught by his opponent for the sake of a tool? With the help of his subordinates, the head of the Liu family and his entourage left the Ming family's villa with the sandalwood coffin. Watching this scene, Ming Qianan couldn't help but sigh, feeling deeply moved. If the Ming family were in the Liu family's position, they might make the same decision. The choice Ming Qianan mentioned was not to reveal the mastermind behind the scenes. However, there is no such thing as if in this world. William said calmly. Choosing a camp is like a gamble. If you win, everyone is happy, but if you lose, you must bear the corresponding price. P.S. Merry Christmas Eve and Merry Christmas. P.S. I will take a day off tomorrow. Chapter 79, A Ray of Hope. After returning to the restaurant, Mrs. Chiu came out of the kitchen and asked worriedly, Mr. Ming, is there anything wrong outside? She was busy cooking in the kitchen when she suddenly heard a noise outside the door. If William hadn't stopped her, she would have gone outside to see what was going on. It's okay, Xiaohai and I have taken care of it. Ming Qianan comforted softly. Obviously, he didn't want Mrs. Chiu to know about the sandalwood coffin. Yes, Aunt Chiu, Uncle Ming and I have solved the problem. William echoed Ming Qianan and changed the subject. Aunt Chiu, I smell a delicious aroma. I haven't tasted your cooking for a long time. I'm dying of greed. William sniffed as he spoke, an intoxicated look on his face. Seeing this, Ming Qianan couldn't help but burst into laughter and said, Xiaohai, it's been a long time since you've eaten out with us. Now is a good time to try your Aunt Chiu's cooking skills. Isn't it much better than a year ago? At the same time, there was a stir in the capital. From the moment the Liu family fled from the Ming family, the news of the return of William, the eldest son of the Qin family, quickly spread in the capital. All the major families in the capital have re-examined their relationships with the Qin family. Some families began to think about how to curry favor with William, the eldest son of the Qin family. After all, William had been away from the capital for a year. Now that he has returned, there may be huge opportunities behind him. As long as they win the bet, their forces will definitely benefit greatly. However, some forces are still trying to protect themselves and not get involved in the dispute over the head of the Qin family. That night, there was dead silence inside the Liu family. The top leaders of the Liu family gathered together, but no one spoke, they just sighed. After a long while, the head of the Liu family spoke slowly. His voice broke the silence, and with a hint of heaviness, he asked, Everyone, what do you think of my proposal? Master, this is absolutely not possible. Selling all our property and leaving the capital? This is simply ridiculous. An elder stood up excitedly, his face full of disbelief. Yes, our Liu family has gone through untold hardships and finally gained a foothold in the capital city with the help of this favorable situation. Now we want to leave this peaceful life and leave the capital city. What? Another elder echoed, his face full of confusion and puzzlement. I strongly disagree. The Liu family's businesses are all in the capital. Leaving the capital, even if they go to other cities to develop, it will not be easy at all. A middle-aged man clenched his fists and said in a firm tone. The other senior members of the Liu family who did not follow the head of the Liu family to the Ming family expressed their objections one after another, and the whole hall was suddenly plunged into noise. The head of the Liu family sat quietly in the first seat, his eyes revealing a hint of helplessness and worry. But he knew that this decision would mean huge changes for the family. However, the current situation does not allow the Liu family to have more choices. Some of the people who followed the head of the Liu family to the Ming family all kept their lips tightly shut and remained silent. Obviously, they all agreed with the proposal of Mr. Liu and chose to acquiesce. After all, they are all people who have experienced it personally, and they can definitely empathize with the Liu family head. This polarized atmosphere caused some of the Liu family's senior executives, who still held opposing opinions, to look at each other with confusion. Master, what on earth happened that made you make such a decision? A senior member of the Liu family asked. Seeing this, the head of the Liu family no longer concealed it and said, "The Liu family has offended William." What? Many Liu family executives who were unaware of the situation were shocked. How come they don't know when the Liu family offended William? Under the scrutiny of many Liu family senior executives, the head of the Liu family reluctantly told the whole story of his visit to the Ming family and the entire process. After the head of the Liu family finished speaking, the attitudes of the Liu family's senior members who had originally held opposing views suddenly changed 180 degrees. They all expressed their agreement with the head of the Liu family's proposal, and there was no longer any objection. They all knew very well that if they knew that the Liu family had offended William in person, how could they possibly object? On the contrary, they will only support the Liu family's decision to transfer assets more firmly and hope that the speed will be as fast as possible. After all, no one wants to wait until William takes action against the Liu family, only to watch the Liu family go bankrupt and eventually have no place to stand in the capital. But at this moment, someone raised his hand and asked with a hint of doubt in his tone, "Master, since our Liu family offended William because we worked for Master Qinyu, why don't we seek the help of Master Qinyu and let him come forward to protect us?" Yes, as long as young Master Qinyu is willing to help, our Liu family will not only be able to safely survive this crisis and continue to stay in the capital, but we may even be able to get financial support from young Master Qinyu. Isn't this the best of both worlds? At this time, someone else echoed. Regarding these questions, the head of the Liu family couldn't help but sigh. Didn't he also want to ask young Master Qinyu to protect the Liu family? However, the key point is that Master Qinyu must have known that he had offended William in person, but he did not show up in time to protect the Liu family. Instead, he let it go and let the Liu family fend for themselves. This undoubtedly illustrates one thing, that is, Qinyu has regarded the Liu family as abandoned children and has abandoned them. Now, if the Liu family still wants to survive this predicament, the only way is to stay away from the capital. Within 3 days, the Liu family will transfer as many assets as they can. Once the 3 days are up, the entire Liu family will immediately leave the capital, and it would be best if they leave China. The head of the Liu family ordered bluntly. Just when the head of the Liu family finally relaxed, Qinyu appeared in the Liu family like a ghost. "Young Master Qinyu?" The head of the Liu family widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. "Master Liu, I didn't expect you to act so quickly. You've even made preparations to leave the capital." Qinyu raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a half-smile. He naturally sat in the position of the head of the Liu family and teased casually. "Could it be that the head of the Liu family thinks that I, Qinyu, am a cold-faced and heartless person and will abandon the Liu family like an abandoned pawn when encountering such a situation? I dare not." The head of the Liu family had a dry throat and swallowed hard, then hurriedly replied. How dare he admit that he had such thoughts in his mind? He knew very well that if he dared to admit it, the Liu family would not be able to take even $1 of assets away from the capital. At this moment, the head of the Liu family was secretly complaining in his heart. He really couldn't understand why Qinyu suddenly appeared in the Liu family at this time. Could it be that Qinyu wanted to kill people to silence the Liu family? At this moment, Qinyu shook his head gently. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he said slowly, "Master Liu, you may have some misunderstandings about me, Qinyu. I, Qinyu, have always been kind-hearted. How could I bear to see the Liu family fall into ruin? It's just that I'm a little late because of something important." Patriarch Liu was stunned at first, and an idea emerged in his mind. Isn't it that he wanted to kill people to silence them, but that he wanted to protect the Liu family? Chapter 80. Suicide by Taking Pills. The head of the Liu family did not dare to act rashly, as he really could not figure out Qinyu's character. "Master Liu, if I say that the Liu family has a chance to become the first family among the 8 major families," Qinyu suddenly spoke in a calm voice. "Does your Liu family want this opportunity?" Upon hearing this, Patriarch Liu couldn't help but swallow his saliva, and a storm surged in his heart. The first family under the 8 major families? This temptation was like a magnet, attracting his heart tightly. After the head of the Liu family took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down, the head of the Liu family began to weigh this proposal in his heart. He knew that this decision would affect the future and destiny of the Liu family. If the Liu family chooses to accept this opportunity, they may usher in unprecedented glory, but if they fail, they may fall into an abyss from which there is no escape. The head of the Liu family stared at Qinyu, trying to catch a clue from his expression. However, Qin Yu always had a faint smile on his face, making it impossible to discern his true thoughts. During this brief silence, a fierce struggle was going on in the heart of the head of the Liu family. In the end, the head of the Liu family gritted his teeth and made a decision. The head of the Liu family raised his head, looked at Qin Yu firmly, and said, "Master Qin, my Liu family is willing to seize this opportunity." Qin Yu smiled slightly, as if he had anticipated the answer from the head of the Liu family. He nodded and said, "Very good, Master Liu. Next, you just need to listen to me." Qin Yu took out a small white medicine bottle and placed it on the table. Patriarch Liu glanced at the small medicine bottle in confusion. "Master Qin, what is this?" "Special medicine, 1 pill will kill you," Qin Yu said nonchalantly. "Even if we conduct a comprehensive examination, we will only find that the death was caused by taking too many sleeping pills." The head of the Liu family frowned. He was a little bit confused as to what young Master Qin Yu wanted to do by taking out this medicine. Patriarch Liu asked in a puzzled tone, "Master Qin, what do you want to do with this special medicine?" "Of course you have to eat it," Qin Yu said in a casual tone. The head of the Liu family was shocked and took a few steps back, asking, "Master Qin, what do you mean by this? Is this an attempt to shut myself up completely?" In order to achieve this goal, he even went to Liu's house and personally delivered the medicine to me. Is it necessary to be so cautious? The head of the Liu family had a very ugly expression on his face. He was a little bit unable to make a decision and was extremely conflicted. If he chooses to take the unknown special medicine, he will take the risk alone and exchange his life for the safety of the Liu family. This meant he had to make a huge sacrifice and give up everything he had: money, status, and even life. However, doing so would also ensure that the Liu family would be preserved during this crisis. But if he refuses to take the pill, Qin Yu will not only not protect the Liu family, he may even retaliate against the Liu family behind their backs. In this way, the lives and safety of the Liu family members will not be guaranteed, and they will face huge threats. After all, Qin Yu would never allow a situation in this world that he couldn't control. "Master Liu, as long as you take this pill and leave a suicide note as I request." Qin Yu's voice was cold and firm. The eyes of the head of the Liu family flashed with complex light. He clenched his fists tightly, and his heart was full of contradictions and struggles. He knew what taking this pill meant, but for the future of the Liu family, he seemed to have no choice. Qin Yu stood up, walked to the side of Patriarch Liu, patted him on the shoulder, and asked softly, "Patriarch Liu, have you thought about it?" The head of the Liu family turned his head and looked at Qin Yu. When I saw the smile in Qin Yu's eyes, the head of the Liu family took a deep breath and slowly unclenched his fists. "Okay, I'll eat." There was a hint of helplessness and determination in the voice of the head of the Liu family. He understood that as the head of the Liu family, he had the responsibility to give everything for the development of the family. The Liu family is the hard work of his late father. He can't let it be destroyed. "Master Liu, you made a wise decision." Qin Yu patted Master Liu on the shoulder and comforted him. "Don't worry, after you leave, I will support a new master of the Liu family and lead the Liu family to glory." Patriarch Liu showed a bitter smile and said softly, "Then I'll have to trouble young Master Qin to keep his promise." "Of course," Qin Yu responded without hesitation. Immediately afterwards, Qin Yu sent the contents of his last words to the head of the Liu family. Patriarch Liu copied it carefully, the shock in his heart gradually spreading. At the same time, he also felt that his decision was extremely correct. Did not give Qin Yu away. Although the content of the suicide note was not much, only 300 or 400 words, every word was like a heavy hammer hitting the heart of the head of the Liu family. He copied it quickly and sealed it in a clean white envelope. Since the suicide note has been written, Qin Yu took out a white pill from the medicine bottle, handed it to Patriarch Liu, and said with a calm smile, "Patriarch Liu, please go on your way." After taking the pills, the head of the Liu family swallowed his saliva. He looked at the small pill in his hand. His palms were full of sweat, and his body was shaking wildly. After all, no one can remain calm when facing death. After taking several deep breaths, Mr. Liu closed his eyes and threw the pill into his mouth. The next day, the tragic news that Liu Digang, the head of the Liu family, committed suicide by taking poison at home quickly spread throughout the entire Beijing aristocratic family circle. At the same time, the contents of Liu Digang's handwritten suicide note before taking the medicine also spread among the aristocratic families in the capital. After reading the contents of the suicide note, many children from aristocratic families began to attack the Qin family and forced the Qin family to severely punish the murderer William. At this moment, Qin Yu also stood on the perspective of justice and accused his brother William of being inhumane. For a time, Qin Yu's support rate in the capital city rose sharply. William's reputation in the capital went straight downhill. That afternoon, the atmosphere in the Qin family's hall was solemn. A middle-aged man sat on the main seat, his face serious and intimidating. Below him, William and Qin Yu stood straight. This middle-aged man was Qin Shenglong, the head of the Qin family. His voice was deep and powerful, with an irresistible majesty. William, what is your explanation for the situation of the head of the Liu family? Chapter 81 Finale. The entire aristocratic circle in the capital was rumored to have committed suicide because William had forced him to do so. This matter, which seriously affected the reputation of the Qin family, naturally reached the ears of Qin Shenglong, the head of the Qin family. In order to deal with this matter properly, Qin Shenglong rushed back from the army. Brother, even if you want to protect the Ming family, you can't force the head of the Liu family to commit suicide. Qin Yu said at this time. Protect the Ming family? Qin Shenglong frowned, and his tone became even heavier. William, you just returned to the capital. Why did you go to the Ming family instead of staying there honestly? If it weren't for the Ming family's incident a year ago, my Qin family wouldn't have been in trouble with people from other families. I didn't touch the Ming family because you are my son. Now look what happened. For the sake of the Ming family, you have caused my Qin family to be at the center of the storm again. As a member of the Qin family, don't you understand that the interests of the family should be the priority? Qin Shenglong's angry rebuke made the atmosphere in the entire lobby even more solemn. William, now that things have come to this, from the perspective of the Qin family, you have lost the opportunity to compete for the position of head of the family. Qin Shenglong's voice was cold. The Qin family needs a head who can put the interests of the family first, not someone who forgets the interests of the family because of his children's personal feelings. At this time, Qin Shenglong turned his head and looked at Qin Yu, with a touch of tenderness in his eyes. Xiao Yu, the position of the next head of the Qin family is yours for the time being. As for whether you can get those old stubborn people in the family to recognize you, it depends on whether you can save the Qin family's reputation this time. I can't stay in the family for too long. I have important tasks to attend to. I will leave this matter to you, Xiao Yu. Qin Shenglong stood up slowly. His steps seemed a little heavy. When Qin Shenglong walked to the door, he turned his head and his eyes fell on William, with a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. But he quickly withdrew his gaze and left the lobby. William also turned around and prepared to leave at this time, but he was stopped by Qin Yu. William frowned slightly. He knew clearly Qin Yu's intention of stopping him. He just wanted to take the opportunity to mock himself and show off his so-called successful plan. William not know that all this was a trap set by Qin Yu in order to seize the position of the head of the Qin family, and the purpose was to frame him. However, he had been prepared for this and had a plan to deal with it in mind. Therefore, William was not worried at all that Qin Yu could pose any substantial threat to him. Qin Yu stared closely at William's face, trying to catch a glimpse of the expression he expected. However, to his disappointment, William's face did not show the expression he longed to see. No worries at all. No fear at all. Not even a trace of panic? Could it be that William has lost interest in the position of the head of the Qin family? But why did he choose to return to the capital and return to the Qin family? Qin Yu couldn't help but feel irritated. His original excitement of believing that he would become the next head of the family was now overwhelmed by this series of questions. If you have nothing to do, just get out of the way, said William. Qin Yu asked back. You have completely lost the qualification to compete for the position of patriarch, aren't you anxious? What's the rush? William smiled. Qin Yu was stunned. What's the rush? William really doesn't care at all. Okay, my stupid brother, take care of yourself. William patted Qin Yu's shoulder and shook his head. After all, you haven't had a good life for many days. Qin Yu had an ominous premonition in his heart, as if a dark cloud was hanging over his heart. However, the next second, he shook his head vigorously. Absolutely impossible, Qin Yu whispered to himself. In such a situation, Qin Yu really couldn't think of any other way William could break the deadlock. Sure enough, I was too nervous and thought too much. After all, he has been planning carefully for so long. Everything should be under control. Qin Yu took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Next, just follow the steps. The position of the head of the Qin family can be better controlled in my own hands. First of all, you need to build momentum for yourself and portray yourself as a decent person. And the most important step is to further ruin William's reputation. The next day, under Qin Yu's careful planning, William's reputation plummeted again. Not only that, even some of his old stories were once again made public and became a hot topic in the circle of aristocratic families in the capital. Looking at his masterpiece, Qin Yu smiled. Soon, he would be able to completely cut off William's path. He is determined to get the position of the head of the family. It not only belongs to Qin Yu, but also is the biggest help for him to continue to be promoted in the organization. Just when Qin Yu is still feeling complacent, the situation is reversed. The video footage of the Liu family head before his death was shown. From the video, it can be clearly seen that it was Qin Yu who took out the medicine. After writing the suicide note, the Liu family head swallowed the medicine and committed suicide. William, as stated in the suicide note, William's reputation rebounded, while Qin Yu's reputation plummeted rapidly, a 180-degree turn. And all this happened in just a few minutes. Even Qin Yu didn't have time to react. William brought the senior members of the Qin family and the senior members of the Beijing Sheriff's Office to Qin Yu's villa. Qin Yu, you are under arrest. P.S. The finale was very sloppy, the plot was broken, and there were still some holes that were not filled. I can only say sorry. I will patch them up one by one in the extra chapters later, depending on the situation, such as the situation of the organization. It's almost New Year's Eve, New Year's Day. I wish you all a happy New Year's Eve, a happy New Year's Day, and good health in the new year.